Lin Weiwei walked over and patted her shoulder. Don't be sad. Everyone encounters scumbags sometimes. Good men with two legs are hard to find, but they're not impossible. Don't worry too much.
Who?
Who's worried? Do you think I'm you? As soon as I see a man, I can't walk away. Lin Danny snapped, furious, and shook her hand off. Lin Weiwei protested. When have I ever been unable to walk away when I see a man? You're spreading rumors and slander. I'm not so easily impressed. It's not like those handsome scholars who can't catch my eye.
Oh?
Then should I thank you for your admiration? Jiang Mofin walked lightly past the two sisters, choosing a quiet spot under the persimmon tree in the yard. He sat down with a book, looking like a beautiful painting. Lin Danny pulled at Lin Weiwei's face full of admiration and said, I advise you, this toad, to recognize your true status. If you don't lower your standards, I'm worried you'll never get married in your life. Not getting married is fine. I'm not like you, desperate to marry. Lin Weiwei angrily regretted not learning painting in her past life, so she could capture this beautiful scene. When the young scholar marries his wife, it will be hard for her to see it again. So now, every glance counts. Cherish this last chance.
Sigh.
Jiang Mofin looked up. Why did he suddenly sigh? Isn't this girl always arguing with Danny? Why is she worried about her marriage now? Jiang Mofin thought for a moment, put down his book, and said to Lin Weiwei, who was staring blankly, the warehouse is almost finished. I plan to go to town tomorrow. Are you coming? Sure. Since you kindly invite me, I'll reluctantly go with you. Lin Weiwei only felt a brief moment of melancholy before she started teasing again. Jiang Mofin glanced at her coldly. He was just worried about her. The next morning, the two sat in a mule cart driven by Lu Yz. Lin Weiwei took out a pack of pot stickers and offered some to the young scholar. I saw you had porridge this morning. Would you like some more? Jiang Mofin stared at the pot stickers for a while and shook his head firmly. Lin Weiwei didn't insist and shared some with Lu Yz, eating loudly without caring about others. Watching her eat, Jiang Mofin slightly frowned. As a girl, you... Lin Weiwei made a gesture to stop him. I know what you're going to say. Just don't treat me like a girl, okay? Honestly, I think it's more convenient to wear men's clothes. Lu Yz, smelling the delicious pork pot stickers, looked up and flattered her. Second niece, you look good in girls' clothes too. I think the young ladies in town might not compare to you. Lin Weiwei looked down at the dress Aunt Feng made for her, a light green outfit that made her look like a small sprout just beginning to grow. It looked nice, but she still felt more comfortable in pants. The young scholar means that the town's noble young ladies are delicate and refined, but they don't eat pot stickers in the street like me. What a shame for their manners. Lin Weiwei said, stuffing another pot sticker into her mouth. Lu Yz crooked his mouth and said, what manners? Those people are just pretentious. We villagers don't care about all that fancy stuff. Fussy? That's just for show. Out here in the wilderness, where no one can see, who cares about being refined? Lin Weiwei took advantage of Jiang Mo Han not paying attention and stuffed a pancake into his mouth. Smiling with her oily little mouth, she said, eat up. The biggest thing in the world is the stomach. It's so uncomfortable to go hungry. Jiang Mo Han didn't dare to spit out the pancake in his mouth. Early this morning, Lin Weiwei went into the mountains and brought back a basket of sand fruit and a basket of mountain persimmons. Breakfast was made by Da and plain rice porridge, pickled vegetables, and vegetable pancakes. The taste wasn't very good, but he forced himself to eat a bowl of plain rice porridge. After Lin Weiwei returned, she took some mincemeat prepared by two aunts, fried a batch of pancakes, and packed some with oil paper, saying they were for eating on the road. One tried to save money by using less salt and oil, while the other was generous and enjoyed good food. How could two sisters raised by the Huang family be so different? Seeing that there weren't many pancakes left in Lin Weiwei's hand, Jiang Mo Han silently reached out and took some. Lin Weiwei opened her eyes wide and glared at him. She thought, you really don't see yourself as an outsider. The mule cart quickly arrived in town. After more than a month, even the slowest person could notice the changes in the town. There was a checkpoint at the city gate, and everyone had to pay 2 coins to enter. Outside the gate, a group of thin, yellow-faced, ragged people gathered, stretching their hands to beg for food. "Miss, young master, please have mercy. Give us something to eat. Miss, look at my second girl. She's 6 years old, can cook, wash clothes, and clean the yard. Just 2 silver coins. Sister, buy me, please? I don't want your money, just a bite to eat." Mississippi. When lining up to enter the city, many disaster victims saw Lin Weiwei dressed in new clothes, looking fair and clean, like a wealthy girl. They gathered around, begging. Lu Weizi hurriedly stopped them. "Go away, all of you. We have nothing to eat, and we don't buy people." Although Lu Weizi was small and thin, he looked like a tough guy who wouldn't be easily bullied. The honest villagers didn't dare to approach, only looking at Lin Weiwei and Jiang and Mo Han with pitiful eyes, begging silently. Since when did the town have so many people selling children? Lin Weiwei frowned. Lu Weizi sighed and said, "It's been like this around the harvest time. Our village still has some crops, but other villages are having trouble even getting water, and their crops have failed completely. The officials are forcing the people to pay land taxes and grain taxes, so many have to sell their children." Although the town was better than outside, most of the common people still had to tighten their belts to get by. Currently, grain prices are rising daily, and it is not always possible to buy enough. Greedy merchants hoard grain, waiting for prices to go up before selling. This seems like a cruel fate, leaving no way out for ordinary people. Jiang Mohan watched all this indifferently. He had experienced similar scenes before in his past life. Officials of Zhongzhou Prefecture were about to step down. To gain favor from higher-ups and finish his career well, they deliberately hid the drought situation. In a few months, most of Zhongzhou Prefecture would be empty, with thousands of starving people. Hungry civilians would attack the county and city offices, while remnants of the previous regime tried to regain power. Northland would fall back into chaos and war. Jiang Mohan frowned. In troubled times, human life is the least valuable. Having lived again, he knew if he let his family or friends face danger or get hurt, it would be a waste of the second chance given by heaven. Lin Weiwei looked strangely at the young scholar, pointing to her nose with a puzzled expression. "What are you looking at me for? What did I do?" When they arrived at Ning's shop, Ning Dongsheng was inside. Seeing Lin Weiwei dressed in a greenish-blue outfit, his eyes flashed with surprise and admiration. Who would have thought that a woman dressed as a young man could look so outstanding? "Miss Lin, long time no see. Is everything at home all right?" Ning Dongsheng's tone carried a warmth he hadn't noticed himself. "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Ning. Everything is fine at home," Lin Weiwei replied, pointing to a bamboo basket. "This time, I brought dried sand fruit. In a few days, there will also be dried mountain pear. Since you're here, would you like to check the quality?" "Miss Lin, your goods are trustworthy," Ning Dongsheng said with a smile. At Lin Weiwei's insistence, he took a piece of dried sand fruit, examined it carefully, sniffed it, and then took a bite. "Very good. The dried sand fruit is bright and translucent, well-shaped, with a rich fruit aroma. It's sweet, soft, and refreshing. Truly a perfect combination of color, fragrance, and taste." Ning Dongsheng priset happily. "I'm glad you're satisfied, Mr. Ning," Lin Weiwei said as she took the ledger from Tian Fugui and looked at it carefully. She had to be serious. Their accounting method was old-fashioned and difficult to read. She shot a quick glance at the young scholar. She hoped his teacher could help promote modern, statistical accounting methods. After signing her name on the ledger, she settled the payment for the past 20 days. When Ning Dongsheng sent Lin Weiwei out of the shop, he couldn't help but remind her, "Miss Lin, it's best to stock up more grain at home. Also, for daily deliveries, it would be good to send a few more people. Things outside the town haven't been very peaceful lately." Lin Weiwei looked thoughtful. When she reached the dock, she sighed to Jiang Mohan. "It seems the world is about to become chaotic. Recently, you should stay at home studying quietly and not wander around. You're too noticeable." Jiang Mohan's face immediately darkened. "That's exactly what I should be telling you."
Haha.
"You admit I look pretty?" From now on, Don't call me chubby or ugly. I've already transformed from a duckling into a swan. Lin Weiwei flicked her hair and shot him a flirtatious wink. Jiang Mohan looked away, unable to bear to watch.
Whose house is that?
The three of them arrived at the dock. Just as they approached their warehouse, they overheard someone asking about their house. Lin Weiwei exchanged a glance with Jiang Mohan. Hey, business is coming to us. Lu Weizi hurried over, smiling warmly. That house belongs to our master. Dear guest, what can I do for you? Are you renting out this house? Asked a middle-aged man who looked like a manager with a sharp expression. Yes, we rent it out. As long as the price is right, why not? Lin Weiwei stepped forward, smiling happily. The manager glanced at her coldly and said to Lu Weizi, call your master over. I have a business deal to discuss with him. You're just a small manager with such a big attitude. Want to see our master? Fine, Lu. Check his schedule and see when he's free, Lin Weiwei signaled to Lu Weizi. Hearing Lu manager, Lu Weizi was overjoyed. He understood immediately, took out his accounting book, and pretended to look it over with a regretful expression. Oh, brother, I'm really sorry. Our master is in the county right now and won't be back for half a month. If you insist on talking to someone outside, you'll have to wait half a month. Lin Weiwei calmly walked to the riverbank. Sure enough, the water level had dropped significantly. She looked at the stranded heavy cargo ships at the dock. Her warehouse didn't need to worry about renting out, so why care about the face of a subordinate?
Huh?
Benefactor? Ching Feng, quickly look. Is this our lifesaver? A surprised voice rang in Lin Weiwei's ear. She looked towards the sound and saw a face that was unfamiliar, but also somewhat familiar. She hesitated for a moment and said, It's you. You've improved. You didn't fall this time. Lu Wenjun felt a bit shy and used his fan to scratch the back of his head. He said, Please don't laugh at me, young lady. You saved me twice, but I haven't asked your name yet. It's just a small favor. Lin Weiwei waved her hand and stepped aside, secretly glancing toward the young scholar, worried he might shout out something embarrassing like, I will repay your kindness with my life. Jiang Mohan frowned slightly. From his understanding of the mischievous girl, this look meant she was feeling guilty. Guilty about what? Could it be related to the handsome young man in front of her? Jiang Mohan looked at Lu Wenjun with a critical eye. He was not tall enough, his eyebrows not prominent enough, and his smile had a flattering quality. He even had cute tiger teeth. Overall, he seemed too delicate and lacked the masculinity he expected. Young master, it's almost noon. We should find a place to unload some goods. This is the last chance the master gave you. Don't mess it up again, said the servant Ching Feng, worried because his young master was too busy reminiscing and had forgotten his task of going ashore. His young master was not suited for business and didn't want to stay at home to be a wealthy heir. Instead, he kept insisting on helping his father and older brother with their work. But every time he handled a deal, accidents happened and nothing went smoothly. This time, the master warned him that if he didn't succeed, he should stay at home and wait. In the future, he might get some shops and farms to rent out, earning enough rent to support himself. Business was out of the question. Hearing this, Lin Weiwei's usually distant face lit up with a warm smile. Are you planning to rent a warehouse to store your goods? Ching Feng didn't have time to stop her. His young master nodded happily. Yes. My father asked me to deliver some goods to Minzhou. The water level upstream suddenly dropped, and many ships got stranded in the river. There's no choice but to unload some of the cargo and store it at the nearby docks. I have to make a few more trips.
Oh.
You're lucky to meet me, Lin Weiwei said enthusiastically. I know of a newly built warehouse, strong, spacious, and dry. It's perfect for storing goods. She praised her warehouse confidently, though it wasn't just bragging. She had built the entire dock and couldn't find a better, more spacious, or more official warehouse anywhere else. Lu Wenjun was delighted. That's great. Please, young lady, lead the way. When Lin Weiwei led Lu Wenjun to their warehouse, an overseer who seemed to appear out of nowhere was there, acting superior and arguing with Lu Weizi. Manager Lu, since they don't want our warehouse, please find another place for this gentleman. He is my acquaintance. Take him to see our warehouse, and if he's satisfied, give him a friendly discount. Lu Weizi had long been unhappy with this useless overseer. You're also an overseer, and so am I. What's your attitude? If it weren't for worrying about delaying the boss's business, he would have lost his temper long ago. This niece of his is really capable, quite well-connected, and surprisingly familiar with this well-dressed man who seems to have a high status. His niece is truly his lucky star. Young master, please come this way. Take a look. Our warehouse has 2 rows, a total of 16 units. The ceiling is 5 meters above the ground. Each unit is 9 meters long and 6 meters wide, with good ventilation. May I ask what kind of goods you plan to store? Porcelain. In that case, you should rent our warehouse. Think about it. If the warehouse is small and cramped and porcelain is stacked together, even a small bump could cause damage and loss. Lu Weizi's eloquence finally found its moment to shine. Uncertain about her son's ability to handle matters, Qingfeng specifically went back to the ship to find Zhang, the overseer. Zhang had already checked around the dock and confirmed that there was no other warehouse comparable to this one. Young Master Lu was truly lucky this time. Lu Wenjun finished inspecting the warehouse, then confidently walked over to Lin Weiwei, smiling. The warehouse you recommended, I am very satisfied. You've helped me again, Miss Weiwei. Zhang, being a businessman, discussed the price with Lu Weizi. Lu Weizi quickly looked at Lin Weiwei. How much does each warehouse unit rent for? Ning Gongzi hadn't told him yet. What should he do? Lin Weiwei smiled and asked Lu Wenjun, how long does the young master plan to rent? Lu Wenjun calculated the round-trip water route to Minzhou and gave his answer. Conservatively, about 8 or 9 days. If there are delays on the way, at most 10 days. Our warehouse prices vary depending on the rental period. 1 month costs 20 taels of silver per unit. 20 days costs 15 taels. 10 days costs 10 taels. As I mentioned earlier, I'll give you a friend's discount. 8 taels per unit. How many units does the young master want to rent? The water level upstream in Rongjiang had dropped significantly, causing many large cargo ships to stay at the dock. If they don't rent storage warehouses to store goods, the items can only be left outside. More and more disaster victims are gathering inside and outside the town. Goods are piled up on open ground near the docks, which makes them hard to keep safe and easy to lose. Especially food and grain, which might cause chaos if people start to fight over them, leading to bigger losses. Valuable property is in high demand. The rent for all the houses near the river and the docks keeps rising. Even ordinary residents are paying a lot, about a silver tael a day for a small, narrow room. In comparison, Lin Weiwei's spacious warehouse is quite affordable. Manager Zhang still wants to lower the price and keeps signaling to his young master. But Lu Wenjun has already agreed. No need. 10 taels of silver per warehouse is enough. Thanks to the girls' help in introducing us, we've rented all 16 warehouses. We won't ask for more. He hasn't yet repaid her kindness. If he owes her more favors, how can he repay? Even offering himself wouldn't impress her. Lu Wenjun glanced at Jiang Mohan, who was beside Lin Weiwei, feeling a bit ashamed. She clearly prefers someone outstanding like him, and he's not good enough. You're quick to agree. So, 16 warehouses for 150 taels? If something delays us temporarily, we won't charge extra for a day or 2, Lin Weiwei said, handing Lu Weizi the rental contract to fill in the dates, prices, and terms. Just as she was about to sign her name, a large hand snatched the pen away roughly. These warehouses were first seen by me. I haven't said I wouldn't rent them. How dare you rent them to someone else? The proud and stern manager stepped out from behind a tall, fierce guard, smirking coldly. I've already rented all 16 warehouses for 5 taels each.
Oh.
So you're used to forcing others to sell, grabbing property, and forcing people out? This is the first time I've seen someone forcibly rent out houses. Manager Lu, when you looked at the warehouses, did you say you would rent ours? Did you agree on the price? Pay a deposit? Sign a contract?
No.
Then what right do you have to stop us from renting to others? Lin Weiwei crossed her arms, fearless and firm, glaring at the manager. The manager sneered. Who's this brat?
Get lost.
I'm busy, and I don't have time to talk to someone like you. Lin Weiwei smiled slightly. Sorry, but these 16 warehouses are mine. Whether I rent them out or to whom is my choice. The steward finally looked at her carefully, noticing that although her dress was finely made and embroidered beautifully, the fabric was quite ordinary. He didn't take her seriously. Since you say it's yours, then it's easy. Here are 80 taels of silver. I've rented these 2 rows of warehouses for you. TSK, I ask you, are you deaf or blind? 1 warehouse costs 10 taels of silver for 10 days. 16 warehouses would be a total of 160 taels. Also, I've already rented these 16 warehouses to this young master. The right to use them for the next 10 days belongs to him. If you want to use the warehouses, go ask him. Lin Weiwei walked up to a tall, muscular man who was a head and a half taller than her. She tiptoed, gently pinched his wrist, and, amidst his grimacing teeth, pulled out half-signed rental agreement, signed her name, blew on the ink, and handed it to Lu Wenjun. How bold! Do you know who our master is? The brother-in-law of the governor of Central State. You'd better think carefully before signing. Our master is not someone small merchants like you can offend. The steward glared at the useless guards and threatened Lu Wenjun. So he's the brother-in-law of the governor. No wonder he dares to walk around arrogantly and run in town. Lu Wenjun signed his name without hesitation, not even lifting his eyelids, and said to Zhang Steward, tell him who I am. Who is my grandfather? Who is my uncle? Zhang Steward smirked contemptuously and slowly said, our young master is the second son of the Lu family, a royal merchant. His father-in-law is the Marquis of Jinyuan, appointed by the emperor. His maternal uncle is the left vice minister of the Ministry of Officials.
Wow.
The Ministry of Officials. Does that mean the governor's promotions and assessments all go through the ministry? If the governor finds out you, his servant, has offended the nephew of the Minister of Officials, I wonder what will happen to you? Lin Weiwei sneered from the side. The steward suddenly panicked. Their master's older sister was just a favored concubine of the governor. If the governor found out he had offended the nephew of the Minister of Officials, not only would he lose his job, but his life might also be at risk. Are you saying your uncle is the Minister of Officials? Is he really the minister? I thought the minister was my father, the steward said fiercely, but with a trembling voice. Lu Wenjun chuckled, showing a pair of small tiger teeth. The Minister of Officials, Minister Xing, is at most 2 or 3 years older than you. He couldn't have fathered such a big son as yours. Besides, if your father really were the Minister of Officials, could he be a servant? Do you really think the emperor is so far away that Minister Xing wouldn't hear about it? It's all a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. I don't know when, but a tall guard, holding his injured right hand, brought their master, the younger brother-in-law of the prefect of Central State, over. He glared sharply at the steward and smiled politely at Lu Wenjun, saying, Sir, my servant was rude and offended you. I apologize on his behalf. Master, think about it. If you were the Marquis of Jinyuan, would you marry your daughter to a merchant? This young man is talking nonsense, trying to scare us. You shouldn't be easily fooled by him, the steward quickly explained, trying to defend himself. Jiang Mohan spoke calmly. In the winter of the 36th year of Jingli, the Marquis of Jinyuan led his troops north, was ambushed by the enemy, and retreated to Lushang Valley, badly injured. The Lu family's caravan passed nearby, rescued the unconscious Marquis, and took him to the Lu family's estate to recover. After recovering, the Marquis returned to the army and, with the maps and information provided by the Lu family, defeated the enemy in one strike. He became famous and was granted the title Marquis of Jinyuan by the emperor. Feeling grateful for saving his life, the Marquis of Jinyuan married his most beloved daughter to the head of the Lu family. The lady of the Lu family is the full-blooded younger sister of the Minister of Personnel. The steward's eyes showed panic. Desperate, he blurted out, You're working with him, of course you're siding with him. I am a student of Wenyuan Academy, a child in the 9th year of Yuantong. The young scholar looked at the steward with a proud, disdainful gaze. The steward's proud expression made people want to hit him. The young scholar's confident attitude was very likable. Lin Weiwei almost clapped for him. The prefect's younger brother-in-law, seeing Jiang Mohan so young and already a student, knew he had a bright future and didn't dare look down on him. He hurriedly told the guard holding his wrist, "Take this dog servant away. Lord Liu and the young scholar are generous, so don't stoop to the level of this arrogant servant." I knew it. The prefect's relative wouldn't break the law at the dock, grabbing what isn't theirs. Turns out, it's just a servant abusing his power. Lu Steward, there's no need to report this to Lord Ning. Lin Weiwei also pretended to be mighty. It's just a misunderstanding. No need for our master to bother with such small matters, Lu Yazi said, echoing Lin Weiwei's words. Lin Weiwei nodded approvingly, and Lu Yazi grinned. Pretending, scheming, and tricking are his specialties. The prefect's younger brother-in-law cautiously asked, "May I ask, young lady, is the young master you mentioned Ning Gongzi, the son of the Yongning Marquis from Hezhou?" "Exactly." Lin Weiwei raised her chin, showing a proud little smile. The Marquis of Yongning in Hezhou was another official who was too important to offend. The official's younger brother-in-law looked even more respectful, smiling politely and saying, "So, young lady is someone close to the Ning family. I was blind and trusted a treacherous servant, which caused trouble for you and the two young masters." The official's younger brother-in-law was furious, feeling that this clueless servant almost brought him great trouble. Could he afford to offend the Marquis of Zhenyuan, the Minister of Personnel, or the Marquis of Yongning? Offending them would mean he couldn't handle the consequences, and even his brother-in-law wouldn't be able to cover for him. Luckily, he shifted the blame onto the servant, or worse trouble might have happened. After dismissing the official's younger brother-in-law, Lu Wenjun looked at Lin Weiwei and said in surprise, "So, young lady is from the Ning family. Don't laugh at me, please. I only know a young master from a side branch of the Ning family. It's just that I worry that after Lu Gongzi leaves, this petty servant might take revenge." These days, without power, influence, or backing, she was just at the mercy of others. Lu Wenjun nodded understandingly, took out a waist badge, and handed it to Lin Weiwei. "Since you have helped me several times, I am grateful. If you need anything in the future, take this badge to any nearby prefecture or city branch of the Lu family's porcelain shop. We will do our best to help you." As long as she didn't offer herself, Lin Weiwei could accept it happily. She hesitated for a moment and, feeling somewhat awkward, took the badge. The Lu family was a royal merchant with strong backing, and perhaps someday she would find it useful. Since they were sincere, refusing would seem petty. Lu Wenjun kept his part of the contract and sent someone to unload the goods. Manager Zhang, unaware of what had happened before, couldn't help but remind him, "Second young master, giving away a badge that represents your identity might be a bit rash." Before he could speak, the servant Xingfeng eagerly chattered about how the young lady saved the young master, how the young master wanted to offer himself, and how she refused, like beans spilling from a jar. Lu Wenjun tapped him on the head with a fan. "Do I care about face? I was rejected, and you're so happy about it?" Manager Zhang stroked his chin and said, "In that case, it seems the young lady comes from an ordinary family. Yet, she faces the noble, handsome second young master, who is considered a top choice for marriage. She's quite perceptive." Lu Wenjun said casually, "Having such an outstanding young scholar by your side, it's only natural that you don't see me, your humble servant." Xingfeng, defending his young master, said, "Second young master, how can you belittle yourself? Many noble ladies in the capital are eager to marry the young master. She's just a village girl from the countryside, with narrow views. She isn't worthy of being your concubine. If she knew your true identity, she would definitely cry and beg you to take responsibility." "Today, she already knows my identity," Lu Wenjun replied. "Did she cry and beg me to take responsibility? If she didn't want me to take responsibility, why does she seem so disappointed now? Strange. Could it be that after falling from the roof last time, I hurt my head and went a bit crazy?" Xingfeng continued chattering, "Second young master, I agree with Zhang's steward. Giving her the token was a bit hasty. If she takes the token to the shop and demands money, she might ask for a lot, 10,000 or more. If the master finds out, he might say you're not capable enough and cause trouble. Lu Wenjun, annoyed by his constant chatter, tapped him with his fan's frame. Is my life worth less than 10,000 or more? Young master, I didn't mean that. Qingfeng held his head and hid behind Steward Zhang. Steward Zhang nodded thoughtfully. If she really takes the token to the shop and demands goods, then it's settled. At least the debt of favor is paid. Lu Wenjun found some laborers at the dock and unloaded half of the porcelain from the boat. When they returned to the warehouse, Lin Weiwei and Jiang Mohan had already left, leaving only Steward Lu Guanshi, carefully counting and recording. Jiang Mohan went to Mr. Fan's house and showed him his new bookkeeping method. Mr. Fan, who was good at calculations, paid great attention to this simple statistical way of keeping accounts, especially because it used clear Arabic numerals, which could be understood even by those who couldn't read or write, making it easy to record. Mr. Fan looked at it carefully again, his eyes full of praise as he looked at his favorite student. He said happily, I heard you built a water wheel in your village, improved water management, and solved irrigation problems. Now you've also developed a new bookkeeping method. Even while resting at home to recover, you haven't forgotten to help the people and serve the country. I knew I didn't make a mistake in teaching you. Helping the people? Serving the country? Jiang Mohan was slightly stunned when he heard these two words that seemed completely unrelated to him. The water wheel was just a sudden idea from Lin Weiwei, who wanted to slack off. He only drew a water wheel picture he had seen in his past life. Regarding the simple bookkeeping method, I was inspired by that mischievous girl. I thought of organizing it to present and gain fame. Sir, this bookkeeping method was seen by a student from next door. Jiang Mohan rarely shows kindness and doesn't want to take credit for the girl's work. Mr. Fan smiled and nodded, saying, I know. Didn't you write about it later? It was a clever girl from next door who came up with this method. Truly, the wisdom of ordinary people should not be underestimated. Mohan, your summary of this bookkeeping method is very good. If it gets noticed and promoted, it will be very helpful for your future. But this bookkeeping method was created by someone else. I only summarized and organized it. How can I claim credit for others' work? Others would have taken full credit without hesitation and found many ways to silence anyone who disagreed. But when it comes to that mischievous girl, I feel strangely guilty. She already agreed to let me take the credit. Mr. Fan understands Jiang Mohan well. He is proud but also a bit aloof, and he would never take credit for someone else's achievement. After thinking for a moment, he said, All right then. When the time comes, submit this bookkeeping method under your name. If there's a reward, give the prize to the girl next door.
How about that?
Based on Jiang Mohan's understanding of Lin Weiwei, she would prefer the reward over fame. He still frowned and asked, Can't we put both names on it? Mr. Fan admires his disciple's character, but he is too honest and a bit naive. In official life, being too proud and naive can block his path to success. He couldn't help but give a gentle reminder. My old classmate is just a minor official in the Ministry of Revenue. If he thinks highly of it, he will present it to his superior. His recommendation isn't just for nothing. Do you understand what I mean? Having spent over 20 years in the political world, Jiang Mohan clearly understood. The emperor values the well-being of the people most. This new bookkeeping method is easy to learn and very convenient for officials and common people alike. It's very likely that the emperor will notice it and order it to be promoted. If it gets recognized in front of the emperor, that official from the Ministry of Revenue would surely want to take credit too. This would push aside others' chances. Whether it's a rural girl or a talented scholar, the outcome is obvious. Mr. Fan saw that he looked conflicted and understood what he was thinking. He continued, Are you only planning to sign your name and not take credit for her work? That's a mistake. The results from your neighbor's young girl will only become a stepping stone for others to rise. Instead of helping others succeed, it's better to use her work to boost your own success. Seeing the look of reluctance and anger on his face, Mr. Fan sighed and said, You should go back and explain the benefits and risks to your neighbor. Someone who can come up with such a clever and complete way of keeping records must be smart and wise. She will understand you. Jang Mo-hun thought to himself. Did that stubborn girl already see this outcome and refuse to put her name on it? Is she really that perceptive? You're overthinking. Lin Weiwei, this face-obsessed girl, is willingly showing her reference work to you, just to be a stepping stone. Fame is very important for a student. But for her, a small farmer girl, reputation is less valuable than a few pounds of grain or some silver. She just wants to farm peacefully and quietly make a lot of money. Mo-han, everything has two sides, even in official circles. The higher your position, the more you can help more people. Mr. Fan really cares for his disciple. He has talent and intelligence, but his temper still needs some training. Because of his injury this time, he plans to wait another year before taking the exam at the academy. Maybe that will turn out to be a blessing in disguise. After Lin Weiwei sent the young scholar to the academy, she wandered the street and saw a group of people surrounding a young man in fancy clothes, swaggering through the town like a show-off. When she looked closer, oh, isn't that the guy who got beaten up and broke his leg? Is his leg healed? The guy who lost 2 front teeth still daring to go out? Brother Wu, guess who I just saw? A sycophantic man, clearly a flatterer, was bowing and scraping as he spoke. Who? Your sweetheart? Wu Bo pinched his fingernails and looked at him sideways. His injury from a couple of months ago was almost healed, and he had begged his grandmother to let him out to relax. Now, he just came out of drunken Immortal Tower. Where should he go next? Shao Fengxian or Qinglian Little Tranquil? He hadn't seen his little treasure in months. Did she miss him? The flatterer smiled and said, I don't have a habit of liking men, though he looks more like a woman than a man. Ha ha ha. Jang Mo-hun, I saw Jang Mo-hun going to the academy. Jang Mo-hun? This guy isn't afraid of Brother Wu's punch anymore and doesn't dare to take the imperial exam next year. Why doesn't he stay in his mountain village and continue being a timid turtle? Another guy dressed in a scholarly robe, fanning himself, laughed arrogantly. Lin Weiwei's brow gradually furrowed. Seems like the last fight wasn't enough. He should have let him lie down for 3 more months. Wu Bo waved his finger in front of the guy dressed like a scholar and said with a smile, Brother Zhang, be careful with your words. Jang Mo-hun wasn't beaten because he's too proud or arrogant, but because some petty troublemakers looked down on him. Yes, yes. Look at my mouth. The man dressed as a scholar gently patted his lips. It was some troublemakers who did it, not Brother Wu. Oh, I heard that Jiang Tongxing's mother, after her embroidery was not accepted at Brother Wu's embroidery shop, turned to making candied fruits. Jiang Tongxing is really not thoughtful. His family makes candied fruits, but he doesn't even share some with his classmates. Ha ha ha. Our Jiang Tongxing has always been proud and aloof. He's hiding this fact and doesn't want others to know his mother makes small trades. Oh dear. The man who was laughing the loudest suddenly covered his mouth and exclaimed, Oh no. Oh no. Blood flowed from between his fingers. What's wrong? A few friends gathered around him. He removed his hand from his mouth and spat out 2 front teeth with a. It turned out that Lin Weiwei, unable to contain her anger, took a peach pit from her space and swiftly and accurately threw it at his teeth. Laugh. Laugh all you want. From now on, if you speak carelessly, see if you dare to open your mouth and laugh recklessly again. Wu Bo saw the dark hole where his friend's front teeth used to be and instinctively covered his mouth, nervously glancing around. Who? If you're a man, stand still. Hiding your head and tail. What kind of hero are you? Pretending to lower his head and pick at his purse, Lin Weiwei slightly curled her lips. I am not a man, nor a hero. Why should I stand out? Talking behind people's backs just to get your 2 front teeth. If I'm unhappy, I might even cut your tongue off. Miss, the purse in your hand has a simple bamboo pattern, perfect for giving to someone you love, said a woman in her 30s selling purses. She saw Lin Weiwei holding a light blue purse and couldn't help but think she was about to buy it for her sweetheart, so she enthusiastically recommended it. For your loved one? Which eye of yours saw that this girl has someone she loves? But this color and pattern, they actually suit a pretty young scholar. Oh well, I won't buy it. Aunt Feng's embroidery is much more delicate. Lin Weiwei smiled at the woman, then put down her purse. As she wandered around, she arrived at Wu's snack and preserved goods shop. Shopkeeper, can I eat your roasted goat milk? It has a disgusting, gamey smell. A young man pushed a paper-wrapped item in front of the shopkeeper, whose goat milk isn't a bit gamey. Roasted goat milk always tastes like this. If you like it, buy it. If not, forget it. The shopkeeper was very firm and even called 2 assistants to stand at the door, looking ready to fight. Young man, the roasted goat milk is an imitation of the Ning families. It's cheaper, but the flavor isn't as good. If you want authentic roasted goat milk, go to the Ning shop, an old man passing by the snack shop said. He shook his head at another victim and headed straight to the Ning family shop in the east of the city. The young man sighed and said, My wife is pregnant, and I wanted to buy her 2 pieces of roasted goat milk to satisfy her craving. But it made her morning sickness worse. Sigh, I regret trying to save money and bought from Wu's shop. Wu's has been a famous shop for decades, but their reputation is falling apart because of their unworthy son, someone nearby said. Every day, similar scenes could be seen around Wu's shop. Since Ning's shop introduced some new style snacks, Wu's business has been declining. Lin Weiwei entered the shop and looked around. Several old-fashioned snacks were casually placed on the counter. The scale used for weighing the snacks was dark and shiny, covered in layers of oil stains. The wrapping paper was messy and crumpled. In the past, they had no other snack shops, so business was good. But now, with no real competition, it's no wonder their business is failing. Humph. The young scholar is under her protection now. If she wants to mess with him, she's making trouble for herself. Lin Weiwei didn't like causing trouble, but she wasn't afraid of it either. Let's start the first round by bringing down this snack shop. After leaving Wu's shop, she headed straight to Ning's shop. Hearing that Ning Dong was still there, she asked her assistant to invite him over. Young Master Ning, I want to make a deal with you. Ning Dongsheng had never seen her so serious before. He put away his smile and listened carefully. I'll give you a recipe for snacks for free for 6 months. During this time, you have to help me shut down a shop. Lin Weiwei had previously worked in a snack shop for a long time. That shop sold both Chinese and Western snacks. She could come up with 10 or even 20 recipes easily.
Oh.
Who has such bad eyesight to offend Miss Lin? Ning Dongsheng always greets Lin Weiwei with a friendly smile and a gentle attitude. Unexpectedly, even a little cat like her has a fierce side. Offend me, I can forgive, but dare to bully those around me, and you'll taste the lesson of blood. Lin Weiwei lifts her eyes and gives a mischievous smile. In an instant, she transforms from a cute kitten into a fierce mountain leopard, giving off a dangerous vibe. Ning Dongsheng has never underestimated her before, but now he must reassess her strength. Miss Lin, which shop are you planning to ruin? Don't worry, our goals are the same. Young Master Ning, don't you think Wu's pastry shop has long lost its reason to exist? Lin Weiwei picks up her cup and plays with it. Hearing this, Ning Dongsheng secretly relaxes. Wu's pastry shop has been struggling for a while. Destroying it is just a matter of time. Of course, with the pastry recipes provided by Miss Lin, the effort would be much easier. This matter is indeed easy to handle. Miss Lin, you said we can use the recipes for free for half a year.
What about after that?
This is what Ning Dongsheng cares about most. After half a year, I want 3/10 of Ning's pastry shop's profits. Lin Weiwei boldly holds up 3 fingers. Ning Dongsheng raises an eyebrow and asks, May I know how many recipes Miss Lin plans to share?
10.
I guarantee each one will taste just as good and sell just as well as the roasted goat milk pastries. Lin Weiwei speaks confidently, not worried about rejection. The roasted goat milk pastries have always been the most popular among the 3 types of pastries, often sold out daily. Especially in the county town, no gathering or hospitality is complete without Ning's pastries, or else they might be looked down upon. In less than a month, not only did they recover the cost of the recipes, but they also made a profit. The reason Ning's shop quickly gained a foothold in the county town is largely thanks to the dried fruit and meat snacks supplied by Lin Weiwei and these 3 types of pastries. Now, both shops have gained fame. If they continue to expand by launching 10 new styles of pastries, Ning's dream of opening a shop in the city would be realized very soon. With only 100 taels of silver capital, he opened 3 shops within a year. Each shop was quite profitable. Even the younger generation of the main family was not much different, right? Ning Dongsheng recalls the legend of the main family. The next heir, Ning Dongyu, didn't seem to have such achievements in his first year away from home. He can't help but feel a surge of pride. No, I can't get carried away. Stay steady. Ning Dongsheng calmed his mood and said businesslike, I can give the girl a 30% share of the profits, but it can't be forever, right? 10 recipes for pastries in exchange for 10 years of your profit. After 10 years, we'll settle everything. How about that? Lin Weiwei understood clearly. If the 10 pastry recipes were valued at their previous prices, they would only be worth about 2,000 taels of silver. She had no doubt that with Ning Dongsheng's business skills and these 10 new-style pastries, the 30% profit over 10 years would far exceed 2,000 taels. Her goal to weaken Wu's shop could also be achieved. This deal, no loss. Crushing Wu's shop was only a matter of time for Ning Dongsheng. Once Wu's shop fell, Ning's family would monopolize the pastry market in Renan Town, which was beneficial and harmless to him. Why not do it? As for Lin Weiwei's request for 10 years of profit sharing, it was within his expectations. Many people holding secret recipes often asked for more. His bottom line was at most 20 years, so Lin's request was quite reasonable. Dealing with straightforward people, he naturally responded with honesty. Ning Dongsheng immediately said he was happy to cooperate. Lin Weiwei then gave him 5 pastry recipes on the spot. She recited, and Ning Dongsheng wrote them down. The first was lotus flower pastry, made from flour. When finished, it looked like a lotus flower with clear layers, thin as cicada wings, resembling a blooming lotus bud, making people drool just looking at it. The second was jade green bean cake, made from peas, glutinous rice, and mint leaves. The cake was emerald green, translucent, crystal clear, fragrant, and refreshing. There were also almond snowflake cake, fruit cake, and pine nut osmanthus cake. These were all improved versions of traditional Chinese pastries, with excellent color, shape, and taste. Listening to her description, Ning Dongsheng felt his saliva start to flow faster. Looking at the recipes he had written down, some seemed abstract, and he wondered if the pastry chefs could actually make them. He couldn't help but ask, I wonder if Miss Lin has some free time recently to personally guide the pastry chefs. Lin Weiwei thought about her future 10-year profit share. Honestly, she didn't fully trust the chef's skills, so she happily agreed, of course.
It's my duty.
It's still early. Let's call out your most talented pastry chefs. I'll teach 2 of them first. Almonds and various dried fruits are already available in the shop. Lin Weiwei first demonstrates how to make almond snowflake cake. She roasts the almonds, soaks them in water, then crushes them to extract almond paste. She adds fine white sugar and water to ground glutinous rice flour, mixing until smooth and free of lumps. She then cooks the mixture over low heat until it becomes thick. The mixture is poured into molds and cooled to set. The outside is coated with toasted sesame and glutinous rice flour. The fragrant, sweet, and white almond snowflake cake is now ready. Ning Dongsheng takes a piece and puts it in his mouth. The cake is smooth and tender, with a strong almond flavor spreading in his mouth and nose. The surface has tiny bits of toasted sesame and rice flour, adding chewiness and a slight roasted aroma. The 2 flavors blend well, and he can eat several pieces in a row without feeling bored. This kind of almond cake, if eaten often, can help soothe the lungs and prevent coughs. It can also prevent heart issues. Women who eat it will have smooth skin and a rosy, glowing face. These marketing words from her past life, Lin Weiwei could recite by heart. Ning Dongsheng looks at her in surprise. Miss Lin, you also know about medicine? Lin Weiwei chuckles awkwardly and explains casually, I've learned a little from Dr. Liang in the village, just some basic health tips. The fruit cake Lin Weiwei teaches uses ingredients like glutinous rice flour, red dates, sugar, walnuts, raisins, pine nuts, toasted sesame, and candied fruits. The walnuts are soaked in hot water to remove the shells, then fried until crispy, chopped up. The dried fruits and candied fruits are chopped as well, and the toasted sesame is ground. These are mixed with sugar to make a sweet syrup. The glutinous rice flour is kneaded into a dough with water, steamed until cooked, then cooled. Sugar and sesame oil are added, and the mixture is folded and kneaded repeatedly, then coated with sesame oil again. The dough is rolled out into layers, with layers of candied fruit in between, then cut into pieces. The cake has a rich texture, sweet and delicious. After tasting it, Ning Dongsheng can't help but give a thumbs up. Miss Lin, you truly have a gentle talent. Your desserts not only taste great, but also look beautiful. You're flattering me, young Master Ning. Oh, it's so late now. I promised to go back with someone. More than half an hour has passed since their meeting time. He wonders if the young scholar has grown impatient waiting or if she's upset and decided to leave on her own. Seeing her rush out of the shop hurriedly, Ning Dongsheng quickly follows and asks, "Should I send you back with my carriage?" "No need. We have our own carriage." Lin Weiwei leaves this remark and rushes out of the shop like a cannonball. Suddenly, she slams on the brakes and almost bumps into a tall figure outside the door. Haha. Little scholar, why are you waiting here? Weren't we supposed to meet at the city gate? Lin Weiwei smiles and carefully glances at his face, trying to read his expression. Jiang and Mo Han glanced at her lightly and remained silent. He got on the mule cart, sat on the driver's seat, and headed out of the city. The simple mule cart suddenly felt like a luxurious carriage under his control. Wait for me. The cart wasn't moving fast, so Lin Weiwei caught up, lifted her skirt, and jumped onto the cart. She slowly moved closer to the young scholar, watching him keep smiling foolishly. Jiang and Mo Han kept his eyes straight ahead and controlled the mule cart, rushing along the road back to surely go. Lin Weiwei held onto the cartboard to avoid falling off. She tentatively asked, "Young scholar, why are you driving today? Where's Uncle YZ? Isn't he coming back?" Jiang and Mo Han seemed not to hear her, showing no interest in her at all. Fine. Her temper was rising again, so she had to coax him. Lin Weiwei explained, "I didn't mean to be late. I was giving on-the-spot guidance to Ning's pastry chef on 2 desserts, and I was so focused that I lost track of time." Seeing Jiang and Mo Han still had a cold, handsome face, she sincerely apologized. "I know I was wrong to make you wait so long. I won't do it again next time. Please forgive me this time."
Are
you short of money? Jiang and Mo Han didn't expect her to casually wander back to Ning's shop and even sell 2 secret recipes to someone such a silly girl. Doesn't she know how precious and important those secret recipes are? Lin Weiwei smiled and said, "This time, it's not just about money." "Oh, you'll find out later. Don't worry, do I look like someone who would suffer losses?" "Like," Jiang and Mo Han bluntly said, "a few nice words can make you so confused you don't know what's going on."
impossible.
Lin Weiwei replied with righteous words, teasing him, "Unless that person has your face." Jiang and Mo Han took a deep breath, clenched his teeth, and said, "If I ask, would you give in to anything I want?"
Huh. Yeah.
Lin Weiwei nodded firmly. "Tell me, what do you want? Money? Delicious food?
Or beauty?
After saying that, she playfully winked at him. "Can't you trust others so easily? Especially men." Jiang and Mo Han looked away, watching the trees flying past on the roadside, his voice sounding a bit powerless. "You're not just anyone." Before she finished speaking, the mule cart jolted. Lin Weiwei lost her balance and fell toward Jiang and Mo Han. She hurriedly hugged the young scholar, steadied herself, then immediately let go. "I'm really not trying to take advantage of you. Do you believe me?" Jiang Mohan glared at her and said, "You need to remember you're a girl. Who's really gaining or losing here? You're not angry, that's good. Who benefits more in our little game? It's hard to say." Lin Weiwei grinned mischievously. Jiang Mohan fell silent again. He was speechless. "What's wrong? Not in a good mood? Maybe because of me? I already apologized, so don't keep that icy face." Lin Weiwei gently tugged at his sleeve with, "Or is it about the matter with Mr. Fan? Was it not going well?" If you created a new way of keeping accounts, and only your name was on it, what would you think? Jeong Mo-hun looked deeply into her eyes, as if trying to see her true feelings. Lin Weiwei was surprised, then patted his shoulder and smiled. You wouldn't feel guilty about that, would you? I told you it's not that important to me. Even if you don't want fame for yourself, aren't you planning to leave the opportunity for your brother? Why give an outsider such an advantage? Lin Weiwei smiled and said, he's seen my way of keeping accounts before. Why didn't he think of organizing it himself? I've looked at what you put together and you made many improvements, adding your own ideas. Putting your name on it is only right. You're good at everything, but sometimes you're too much of a scholar, too naive, really. Jeong Mo-hun stared at her for a long time before looking away. This silly girl, still helping count money after being sold. This new method of bookkeeping, created by Mr. Fan's classmate, was presented to the Minister of Revenue. The minister was an honest and practical man, which is why he was appointed to the Ministry of Revenue by the emperor. After reviewing it, he thought it was excellent, and the next morning during court, he submitted a memorial about it to the emperor. The emperor praised it highly. When he heard it was created by a student from Waynon, he was pleased and said, "Excellent. This young man is truly a pillar of the nation." Even as a young scholar, he was officially recognized in front of the emperor and praised as a pillar of talent. His future prospects are limitless. The Minister of Revenue saw the emperor happy and eagerly shared the news he had heard from the local official. Your Majesty, this young man not only excels in mathematics, but also built a water wheel for his village. He led the villagers to repair the water system, bringing water from the mountain's perennial springs down for irrigation. This has greatly benefited the local people. The emperor listened carefully, sat up straight, and asked, what? This student can make a water wheel? Could it be the long-lost dragon bone water wheel? I'm not sure if it's exactly the dragon bone water wheel, Your Majesty. But being able to bring water down from the mountain to ease droughts, caring for the people, and showing compassion, if he passes the exams, he will surely become a good official, the Minister of Revenue praised enthusiastically. Hearing this, the Minister of Works couldn't help but speak up, Your Majesty, the dragon bone water wheel dates back to the Han Dynasty. Records say it was used for irrigating fields, draining water, and supplying canals. It's a rare and valuable water-lifting device. Unfortunately, after many years of war, the technology was lost. If this young man is skilled in this craft, I request that he be promoted to the Ministry of Works. The emperor nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. The drought in the northern and northwestern regions was severe, and although there were many water channels in the south, bringing water for irrigation was a big problem. If the dragon bone water wheel could be revived, it would be a blessing for the people and a good fortune for the nation. The Minister of Revenue looked displeased and shot a quick glance at the Minister of Works. This talented person was first discovered by his department and recommended to the emperor by them. If he were to be promoted, it should be through his department. Your Majesty, do you know how old this young man is? The Minister of Revenue asked quickly before the emperor could speak. How old? Could he be an elderly man in his 70s? That would be even more urgent. This long-lost technology must not be buried with him. The Minister of Revenue smiled and said, he is only 15 years old, a child scholar from the 9th year of Yuan Tong. According to his teacher, if he hadn't fallen seriously ill during the imperial examination last year, he would have easily become a scholar. What? At just 15, he invented a new way of bookkeeping and also made a dragon bone water wheel? While being a 15-year-old scholar was not unusual in the prosperous literary circles of Jiangnan, in a remote town like Renan in the north, it was truly rare. Talented scholars are often proud and indifferent to worldly affairs. Yet he created a simple and unique bookkeeping method to help the people and led his village to repair the water system. Such a talent must not be left to fade away. The Minister of Revenue nodded and said, the water wheel we built may not be the lost dragon bone water wheel. However, if we can bring water down the mountain, we can also bring water ashore. If it becomes popular in the south of the river and is used for irrigation, there won't be serious drought problems, so there's no need to worry. The Minister of Works stepped forward and said, I am willing to help His Majesty. I will visit the talented person in Renan town and promote the water wheel technology as soon as possible. The Minister of Revenue quickly replied, "The Ministry of Works is busy lately. Why bother Lord Huang with this? Your Majesty, the clerk of the Ministry of Revenue, is a classmate of this young man. The accounting method he presented was also submitted on his behalf. I think, instead of having two people handle one matter, it's better to send Lord Fong there." Just joking, if your people from the Ministry of Works this task first and recruit this talented person, wouldn't he be working for others? Since he is good at calculating and managing people's needs, he should come to our Ministry of Revenue to make the most of his skills. The emperor agreed that what the Minister of Revenue said was very true. The Dragon Bone water wheel is important, but the Ministry of Works has many responsibilities. If the Minister of Works leaves hurriedly, who will help the emperor? The emperor immediately decided to appoint Lord Fong as a special envoy to Renan town in Zhongzhou Prefecture. He would reward the creator of the new accounting method. The water wheel technology is quite remarkable. To prevent malicious people from sabotaging it, it cannot be made public openly. Instead, they would investigate secretly. After autumn began, the people of Shirley-go started to get busy. The big mountains in autumn generously offered their rich harvest: raspberries, wild grapes, mountain pepper, mountain red, hazelnuts, pine nuts, and mountain walnuts. A couple of years ago, wild animals caused trouble in the mountains. The villagers, who owned treasure mountains, could only watch from afar. This year, Air and I from the Lin family led some trips into the mountains to gather wild vegetables and marked a relatively safe area for activities. Some villagers, brave enough, began to think about trading mountain products. Mountain goods like hazelnuts, pine nuts, mushrooms, and wood ear fungi still had some market in the city, allowing people to exchange them for copper coins to support their families. As for wild fruits like raspberries, mountain red, and wild grapes, not many people picked them. They are hard to preserve, and compared to cultivated fruits, their taste is slightly inferior, making them less valuable. But in Lin Weiwei's eyes, these are treasures that can turn into wealth. Raspberries can be made into jam and sold at good prices, just like wild blueberries. Mountain red and mountain pepper can be made into canned goods, sealed with wax and preserved for half a year. Wild fruits have a short harvest period, and since she harvests alone, the quantity is limited. She buys them from villagers at 3 cents per gene. In recent years, few people go into the mountains, so these wild fruits are almost everywhere. Not just adults, even 7 or 8-year-old children can pick 10 or 20 gene a day, earning more than young men working hard at the dock all day. Lin Weiwei hired 3 hardworking, honest, and poor women, one to wash, another to make jam, and the third to learn how to make canned fruit from her. The jars for the cans are custom-made from Lu Wenjun, about 1 gene each. Young master, Lu kindly only charges her the cost price, saving her a lot of money. The white porcelain jars have delicate lotus flower patterns. Inside, they hold bright red mountain berries or mountain cherries. When opened, they smell sweet and fragrant, with a tasty, sweet and sour flavor loved by children, women, and the elderly. Visiting friends and relatives, buying a few jars of mountain berry canned fruit looks elegant and high-class, making gift-giving more impressive. Since Ningji launched this type of canned fruit, sales have hit new highs, and profits keep rising. 2 months later, Ning Dongsheng checked the accounts and realized he was close to opening a shop in the city. He started preparing for the city shop, aiming to open before the Spring Festival. Lin Weiwei taught Ning's pastry chefs to make 3 types of pastries that need jam. So her blueberry and raspberry jams are also in high demand. Some are used for her family's pastries, and others are packaged in beautiful jars to sell in the shop. Because making jam and canned fruit takes up too much space, Lin's kitchen is no longer enough. Luckily, her yard is large enough. She built 2 sheds on either side of the south gate, with 4 clay stoves inside. Every day, 6 large pots and 2 ovens work together, consuming a lot of firewood.
Oh.
The Lin family's business is booming. Every day, carts filled with goods are sent to the town, stacked high with mules. How much money must they be making? Of course, they're earning a lot. They've hired 6 helpers. No, plus a delivery person to the town, making 7 in total. Their wages alone are over 200 coins a day. Plus, they earn money from wild fruits every day. They make more than enough. They have many contacts. When I last passed by, I saw an ink shop in the town taking up a large area. I vaguely heard a man say, "Deer jerky costs 100 coins per 2 ounces. Yes, you heard right. How much can 2 ounces of jerky be? It actually costs 100 coins. That means a pound would be more than 1 tael of silver. In ancient times, a jin was 16 liang. Lin's family probably sends over dozens of jin every day, right? You haven't done business before, so you don't understand the details. Shops sell 1 liang for a little over, and the price they give to Lin's family might be a few hundred coins. The real profit goes to the shop owners. Lin's family just gets a small share. Don't be jealous. If you want to share the soup, you probably can't. Complaining about the wind won't help either. If they don't make money, how can they ship so much every day? Even if they earn just a few coins per jin, that adds up to several taels of silver. Are you jealous? There's no point. Why is your daughter not as capable as Aranai? By the way, isn't your son only a year younger than Aranai? Marry her, and all these trades will belong to your family. Marry her? What if she suddenly gets sick again? Will you keep her? Besides, with her strength, she can lift a millstone with one hand. Your son is too small to match her. Don't you have a son too? Why don't you marry him into the Lin family? The Lin family has more than just Aranai's sister. There's also Aranai. She's already 16, and if she doesn't find a good match soon, she'll become an old maid. When that time comes, you can just let Lin's family give a dowry, and you can stay at home counting your silver. Counting silver until your hand cramps, that's really satisfying, isn't it? A clear, cheerful female voice suddenly cut in. Exactly. The woman, who was chatting happily and spitting a lot, was nudged by someone beside her. She turned her head and saw Lin Weiwei with a half-smile. Her face changed, and she forced a stiff smile, saying, "Oh, Aranai, where did you come from?" "I just brought back some pine nuts from the mountain, planning to invite a few people to them open." Lin Weiwei's smile grew even brighter. "Invite people again? How many are you planning to invite this time?" "Aranai, do you think I can do it?" The woman's eyes lit up as she volunteered eagerly. Lin Weiwei looked at her with a gentle smile and said slowly, "Auntie, my standards for choosing people are, first, hard-working and diligent, second, quiet and discreet. After all, this is a secret recipe of mine. I can't use anyone with a long tongue." The women gossiping outside Lin's house looked unhappy, exchanged glances, and then left in embarrassment. They weren't fools. They clearly understood that Lin Weiwei was deliberately saying these things to them. 2 women in the village were well known for their strength, but they dared not say a word in front of Lin Weiwei. After all, the wild fruits collected at home could be sold to the Lin family for a few dozen coins. If they offend the villagers and refuse to buy their mountain produce, they would cut off their own way out. The men in the village organized a team to hunt mountain goods like pine nuts, hazelnuts, and walnuts. They even invited Lin Weiwei and Hunter Wang to be guides, especially Lin Weiwei, who chose the routes for gathering wild vegetables. She had never encountered a beast during her trips. In the past, outsiders fleeing to the village, like the Lin family and the Jiang family next door, were somewhat rejected by the villagers. Only a few families were willing to associate with them. Since Jiang Mohan and Lin Weiwei led efforts to build water wheels and repair ditches, the attitude of everyone from the village chief to each villager changed greatly toward their families. Lin Weiwei noticed that every so often, someone would quietly water her fields. Whenever something happened, there was always someone eager to help. Walking around the village, whether old or young, everyone would smile brightly at her. Even little second baby noticed this change. More children in the village wanted to play with him. Some older kids, when they returned from gathering wild fruits on the mountain to exchange for money at the Lin family, would also help him cut a bundle of rabbit grass. Once ignored and with few friends, little second baby had become the most popular child in the village. Lin Weiwei was the kind of person who would give back twice as much when others treated her well. So, When the old village chief and the young men asked her to lead a trip into the mountains to gather pine nuts, she agreed, without hesitation. With the wolf king Gray Gray protecting her, Lin Weiwei explored nearly all the nearby hills. On the wolf pack's territory, there was a large red pine forest, which was full of fruit at this time of year. She could pick for 2 months and still not finish. This year's drought was severe. The people of 10 Miles Gully, although not as desperate as other villages, where they gnawed bark and sold children or women, still worried about food. If they had other options, no one would risk their lives to go into the mountains. Lin Weiwei understood clearly that if the villagers couldn't survive, they would turn their eyes to the prosperous Lin family. When people are starving, they might do anything. So, she needed to help the villagers find a way to survive. Lin Weiwei used her space to bribe Gray Gray and its pack, letting them leave the red pine forest during the day to find food elsewhere and return at night. They went to the neighboring black bear territory and used force to scare away the timid bear cub. They also comforted the adorable and clingy bear baby. The next day, she took the villagers to the red pine forest. Hunter Wang quickly noticed wolf tracks on the ground. His face changed, and he warned everyone, "Be careful, there are wolves nearby. Let's leave this forest quickly." The villagers saw the pine cones on the trees and thought they looked like silver or grain, as if they were calling to them. Wolves?
Impossible.
If there were wolves, how could Ernie bring them here? Some impatient villagers climbed a red pine tree, sat on the trunk, and used a stick to knock down the pine cones. The old village chief came along himself. He didn't doubt Hunter Wang, but he trusted Lin Weiwei even more. "Little Wei, Uncle Wang said there are wolves here. What do you think?" The old village chief didn't want to lose this red pine forest. He secretly calculated that everyone could gather 100 or 200 gene of pine nuts in a day. If they sold them in town, they could exchange for a lot of grain. Wolves? Uncle Wang must have seen wolf droppings, right? Don't worry, the wolves have already left. Grandpa Village Chief, if you're still worried, I can patrol nearby. If anything happens, we'll leave immediately.
How about that?
Lin Weiwei knew the wolf tracks couldn't be hidden from experienced hunters. But she was confident she could keep the villagers safe, and that was enough. The village chief saw her confident look and felt strangely reassured. However, almost all the able-bodied young men and women in the village had gone up the mountain today. If they encountered wolves, it would be a disaster for 10 Miles Gully. They had to be very careful. Then, it's best if Ernie checks nearby. Don't worry, today's gathered pine nuts will be evenly divided among the families based on the number of people in each. You won't miss your share. In the face of natural disasters, the people of 10 Miles Gully had to work together to get through this difficult time. Most families in 10 Miles Gully, except a few who moved here during times of war, had relatives or friends in the village. When someone was in trouble, everyone tried to help. Currently, the most struggling families had some members working at the Lin family's farm. Not only did this help prevent their families from going hungry, but it also saved some grain for winter. This made the old village chief breathe a big sigh of relief. These families were either weak, sick, disabled, or headed by widows with children. Watching them starve would be unbearable. Currently, every household is struggling to survive, and there is little energy left to help others. Fortunately, the Lin family has expanded their business, which is a good thing. Now, second sister Lin is risking herself to explore new paths, leading the entire village, young and old, into the mountains to gather pine nuts. With such selfless character, it would be shameful and selfish if they started arguing over how to share the resources. The men and women of the village silently agree with the old village chief's way of dividing the harvest. Although, for those strong and powerful, this method may seem a bit unfair. To calm everyone's worries, Weiwei walks around near the pine forest to patrol. Hunter Wang doesn't feel at ease. She's just a girl, though strong and alone. If something urgent happens, she has no one to call for help. So, Hunter Wang quietly follows her. While wandering, Weiwei accidentally arrives at a hunting ground where a wolf pack is feeding.
Wow.
Dozens of wolves are attacking a fat moose. The scene is thrilling and exciting, making people's blood boil. 2 male moose, over 2 meters long and weighing at least 500 kilograms each, stand out in Wei Wei's eyes as walking pieces of jerky, worth over 100 taels of silver. The Wolf King, Gray, who is strategizing, glances sideways at Wei Wei, who is drooling behind some bushes. He sensed her presence from afar. Hadn't he agreed to temporarily lend her the Red Pine Forest territory? Why is she here again? Could she be planning to steal their prey? Suddenly, Gray's ears twitch, and he slowly turns his body, baring his sharp white teeth at Wei Wei's direction. Wei Wei turns her head and sees Hunter Wang approaching her with a pale face. "Uncle Wang, why are you here?" Wei Wei whispers to him. Gray stares at them for a moment, then retracts his sharp teeth and shifts his gaze back to the battlefield. His pack has already taken down the moose, though they are fast. Next time they should try a different tactic. Hunter Wang is almost scared out of his mind. "Oh, second sister, what can I say about you? Should I call you brave or foolish? It's true. Watching the wolf pack hunt so close up, aren't you afraid they'll notice you and catch you as prey?"
Come with me.
Hunter Wang only gestures with his mouth. Wolves have terrifying hearing and smell. If they get alarmed, neither of them will escape. There are at least 50 or 60 wolves in front of them. Suddenly, he stopped all movement. His pupils widened, his face turned pale, and he froze like a wooden statue, afraid to move. Lin Weiwei turned her head to look. The Wolf King Gray and another large male wolf she had beaten before were slowly approaching, dragging a moose carcass. "Don't move, don't make a sound." Hunter Wang silently signaled to Lin Weiwei with his mouth, but inside he was filled with despair and sadness. It's over. Today he would be caught here. His fragile wife and young children. What could he do? In Hunter Wang's desperate eyes, the two huge male wolves arrived within 2 meters of Lin Weiwei. It's over. The Lin family's second girl will be discovered. At this distance, he couldn't escape either. With a clenched jaw, Hunter Wang decided to rush forward and block the two wolves temporarily, giving Lin Weiwei a chance to escape. The second girl was kind-hearted and grateful. If she managed to escape, she would surely treat the orphaned children and widowed mother well. His body moved slightly, brushing against the grass, making a rustling sound. Gray, the Wolf King, looked coldly in his direction with his gray-green eyes. Stupid human. So bad at hiding in danger. So foolish. The other wolf, like a predator locking onto prey, stared tightly at Hunter Wang in the grass. Under those fierce eyes, Hunter Wang's hard-won courage shattered instantly, and his legs went weak as he sat down on the ground. The wolf laid down the moose and took a few steps toward Hunter Wang. Gray slapped him with a paw. Why scare him? Make him faint? Are you going to carry that female human? The wolf licked its lips. Yeah. It had promised not to hurt humans or eat them. It was a bit regretful. It had never tasted what humans were like. Gray grabbed the wolf's head. What? Wanna rebel? You don't want to drink the female human's water? You don't want to drink it? The water makes his body stronger and more energetic. Gray knew during his recovery that this water was special. Good stuff. The subdued wolf wagged its tail, somewhat unwilling, and turned away. Not far off, the wolf pack was fiercely eating, leaving only the freshest moose, the one Gray owned. Hunter Wang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and sat on the ground, afraid to move until the wolves finished eating and lazily left. Only then did he crawl to his feet. Lin Weiwei wandered around the remains of the deer left by the two wolves, feeling a bit annoyed. If Hunter Wang weren't here, she could just throw the deer into her space. But now she had to carry it. It's quite heavy, about a few jin, a Chinese weight unit. Carrying it wasn't easy for her. Wow, there are so many wolves on this mountain. This place is only 2 hours' walk from our village. The drought is getting worse. If the animals in the mountains run out, the wolves will come down. Won't our village, 10 miles away, be the first to suffer? Hunter Wang, feeling weak, leaned on a tree to stand up. His face showed mixed feelings as he looked at Lin Weiwei. Such a silly girl. Why isn't she afraid? The two wolves had been less than 3 feet from her. If she took a few more steps, they would be face to face. Yet she seemed unfazed, still thinking about how to carry the deer away. This was the Wolf King's dinner reserve. If they found out it was stolen, they might come to seek revenge in our village. What would we do then? Wolves are very vengeful creatures. It probably won't happen. You saw it too. This mountain is full of different spots, some with water and prey. Wolves prefer forests over open land, Lin Weiwei said confidently. Wang Hunter remembered something and asked then, "What about the wolf howls we heard recently? What was that about?" "We didn't just hear the howls. We didn't see any movement. The village wasn't damaged, so the wolves probably didn't come into the village. They're just active in the nearby forests. It's quiet at night, so it sounds like they're close." Lin Weiwei lied with her eyes wide open. She carried the deer, which was much bigger than her, back along the same path to the red pine forest.
Wow.
"Girl, you caught another deer? That's at least 400 or 500 jin, right? You've got enough meat for your family's jerky now." Lu Dashwan climbed a red pine tree, anchoring himself on a branch, and knocked down pine cones with his stick. This wasn't hard to find. "If you don't believe me, ask Uncle Wang. As usual, everyone who helps with the catch gets a share." Lin Weiwei laid the deer on the ground. Hearing this, the old village chief felt a mix of shame and gratitude. During the hardest times for the Lin family, an orphan mother with 4 young children, they struggled to survive. The village, seeing them as outsiders, didn't help. Now, seeing how they've managed, especially thanks to Lin Weiwei, he wondered how they could ever repay her. "This is yours because you found it. You deserve it," the old village chief said humbly, feeling ashamed. Other people looked at the small mountain of reindeer. If it were butchered and divided, one person could get several pounds. Most of the people there could only eat 2 bowls of wild vegetable porridge each day. They couldn't remember the last time they had eaten meat. Their stomachs were empty and lacked oil and water. They listened to the old village chief and silently swallowed their saliva, agreeing with his decision. Lin Weiwei thought for a moment and said, "How about this? It's almost noon. Let's divide the reindeer and roast it for lunch. Eating enough will give us the strength to work, right?" They set out before dawn and traveled over 2 hours on mountain paths. For men who only ate a bowl of wild vegetable porridge that morning, their stomachs were already empty and they were very hungry. Hearing this, they all looked eagerly at the old village chief. The old village chief knew most families in the village. Even those slightly better off could only eat half a meal. They didn't dare think about meat. Little grandson always cried when he smelled the aroma from the Lin family. Other children traded grass for a piece of meat, but his grandson couldn't because his mother thought it was shameful and scolded him.
Sigh.
All because of this natural disaster. The only comfort was that the village's harvest was better than others, where crops had failed completely. At least they hadn't abandoned the elderly or sold their children. But if things continued like this, they couldn't guarantee it would stay that way. Seeing this, Lin Weiwei pretended to take a knife from the basket. He skillfully peeled the reindeer's hide, took out the internal organs, and cut the meat into pieces, skewering them on bamboo sticks. Then he started a fire and roasted the meat. The rich aroma of meat wafted into everyone's noses.
Who could resist that? Come help.
"You 6 or 70 people. Aren't you all waiting for me to roast the meat alone?" Lin Weiwei handed a skewer to Hunter Wang. The others relaxed and stood nearby, watching eagerly. The old village chief sighed. They had already owed enough favors. What difference did one more or less make? He lit another fire and set up the roasting. Seeing this, the other villagers cheered softly and gathered around. These men, whether middle-aged, in their 20s, or teenage boys not yet fully grown, were all as happy as children weighing over 100 pounds. It had to be said, a group of hungry, greedy men had appetites like a pack of wolves. The small reindeer, weighing about 600 or 700 pounds of meat, was almost half eaten. Lin Weiwei was worried they might not digest it well or eat so much that they would nosebleed. In the afternoon, I felt energized and worked much more efficiently, more than twice as fast as before. Lin Weiwei was like a machine, vigorously shaking a red pine tree as thick as a person's waist. Pine cones and leaves fell from the tree. She even shook loose a dizzy little squirrel. Little squirrel, who am I? Where am I? Wasn't I just nibbling on a hazelnut in my nest? How did I end up on the ground? Lin Weiwei apologized as she picked up the squirrel and placed it on a branch. She poked its fluffy tail and said, "Go back to your nest and stay there quietly. Don't run around these days." After shaking several red pines, the village elder reminded everyone, "That's enough. If we keep going, our baskets won't hold any more." Seeing that it was still early, Lin Weiwei told everyone, "The pine cones are ripe now. Let's peel some so we can carry more down the mountain." Villagers either picked up stones or grabbed thick sticks and began knocking on the pine cones, making a loud noise. Lin Weiwei was even more impressive. She held a pine cone in one hand, pinched and crushed it with force, causing the pine nuts inside to fall out. The villagers watched in amazement. She was not just a machine for shaking cones, but also a sharp tool for shelling pine nuts. After working for over 2 hours, the village elder looked at the sky and told the eager villagers, "It's getting late.
Let's go home now.
Come back tomorrow." They carefully packed the peeled pine nuts into the sacks they brought, filling them one by one. Baskets and bamboo containers were also packed to the brim. The pine cones on the ground remained uncollected, and although the villagers felt a little regretful, they had no choice. Lin Weiwei made a simple backpack frame, loaded with 4 bags of pine nuts weighing about 500 or 600 jin in total. She tied it with a rope and carried it easily. Others could only carry 1 bag, which felt quite heavy. 70 or so young men and women returned heavily loaded. Though tired physically, they were very excited mentally. They carried not just pine nuts, but also heavy hope. When they reached the village late at night, they had to light torches to see the path down the mountain. Back at the old village elder's yard, they weighed the harvest, about 8,000 or 9,000 jin. The group of over 70 young men and women came from 30 households. The other 8 households either had no men able to work or had men who were sick, weak, or disabled, so they couldn't join. According to the initial agreement, each household received nearly 300 jin of pine nuts. The villagers shared the pine nuts peacefully and kindly, without arguing over who contributed more or less. Most of the pine cones were collected by Lin Weiwei, and she also peeled most of the nuts herself. If they had divided the nuts based on effort, they wouldn't have received as much as they did now. The villagers looked at Lin Weiwei with gratitude and embarrassment, feeling shy about taking advantage of a young girl. Lin Weiwei simply waved her hand casually and carried her 300 jin of pine nuts away confidently. The villagers silently remembered her kindness. When they returned home, they all warned their wives and children to treat the Lin family well. Her family could truly be called the saviors of the village. How are they saviors? They just led you into the mountains. If you didn't encounter wolves, it was just luck. What does that have to do with her? Sanpong's wife had been scolded by Li Weiwei several times and felt uncomfortable. She spoke sarcastically. This time, Sanpong's father didn't spoil her. He slapped her shoulder and said, "I tell you, stop bothering Lin, Ernie." Luck. Do you think all those who died in the old forest were just unlucky? That's called skill. Even Hunter Wang couldn't tell for sure, but she accurately judged that the wolves had left the red pine forest. Think about it. If we followed Hunter Wang's advice and left the red forest, where would we get so many pine nuts? I warn you, if you cause trouble for the family again, I'll send you back to your parents' house. Until you change your bad habits, never come back. Sanpong's wife cried and shouted, "Fine. You old fool. I bore your children, suffered so much with you, and now because I said one word against Lin Ernie, you want to send me back home? I can't live like this anymore. If you can't live here, then leave. I'll have Jiang Tongsheng write a divorce letter right now. The family can do without one more mouth to feed." Sanpong's father widened his eyes and panted heavily through his nose. He was furious. Sanpong's wife immediately quieted down. Knowing her husband well, she understood he was serious. He really would send her back home. What is her family situation now? They had sold everything they could, eating only thin porridge each day. Her older brother had even started selling his children. A few days ago, her mother came to beg and cry, and she couldn't bear to refuse, so she lent her 10 jin of coarse grains. Her husband didn't say much, but his face looked very grim. The family's food supplies were tight, and they weren't sure if they could survive the winter. But how could she bear to watch her family go hungry and do nothing? San Pang's father looked at her for a long time, then glanced at his son sleeping beside him, sighed deeply, and said, "Tomorrow you take your son up the mountain to pick wild berries. If you can't gather 20 jin, go back to your parents' house. A girl just over 10 years old can pick 15 or 20 jin in a day. With her and a teenage boy, if they can't do better than a young girl, what's the point of keeping her? Should she keep spoiling her son?" San Pang's wife nodded carefully, not daring to say another word. Usually, she was fierce because her husband didn't argue with her. But in the family, she didn't hold the real power.
Wow.
Meat. Today, the old village chief's 3 sons went up the mountain. They brought back over 300 jin of pine nuts, which wasn't much. But the meat from the reindeer was divided among the people. Yes, the leftover meat from the reindeer was shared after Lin Weiwei insisted. The old village chief's family got about 7 or 8 jin. The happiest was his little grandson. The old village chief patted the little boy's bottom and smiled. "Good. We'll eat meat tonight. Wife, cut 2 jin, stew it with eggplant and potatoes, and let the family enjoy a good meal." 2 jin of meat? That's too much, his wife hesitated. This was high-quality deer meat, cured into bacon, and a special dish for the new year. What's too much? The family hasn't had meat in over half a year. Let the kids indulge a little. The old village chief made the decision. The children cheered happily. Wang Man's wife happily leaned close to her grandfather and whispered, "Grandpa, where did this meat come from?"
Did you hunt it in the mountains?
Wai is only a little divided. The old village chief patted her head and smiled. "Do you think your grandpa and your father can hunt deer?" "No. This deer was caught by Second Nyong from the Lin family. She's kind and caring. She knows the villagers are too weak to hunt for pine cones, so she said this fresh deer was found by her. She wanted to share it with everyone." Thinking of Lin Laosan, Lin's father, who used to help out families in need, good people are rewarded. The Lin family's days will get better and better. Wang Man's wife pouted, feeling that the meat didn't smell good anymore. She just pretends to be kind. No matter how she acts, Jiang Tongsheng won't look at her. Does she think Jiang Tongsheng would like you? The old village chief looked unhappy, his wrinkled face sinking. "Manyang, Jiang Tongsheng should have no problem passing the imperial exams in the future, and he's quite handsome. A true gentleman. Someone like him. Our family can't match up." Wang Manyang was even more upset. "Grandpa, you're the village chief. His family only makes candied fruit. How can we compare? If I can't match, does that mean the Lin family's fool can? Don't judge a young person by their poverty. Noble children can come from humble backgrounds. Jiang Tongsheng is still young. If he passes the exams and becomes a scholar or a jiren, many noble ladies would be willing to marry him. You should understand your own position." The old village chief rarely spoke so sternly to his granddaughter. "And stop calling the Lin family fool. Without air and I, we wouldn't have the impressive waterworks. Without air and I, we wouldn't have these hundreds of jin of pine nuts and venison. Girls can be delicate, but they must be sensible." Wang Manyang had never been scolded so fiercely before. Tears welled up in her eyes. At home, she could be spoiled and stubborn with her parents, but not with her grandfather. If she lost his favor, her uncles, aunts, brothers, and younger brothers would look down on her. Though she felt wronged and upset, she could only nod obediently. The next day, she took a few younger brothers up the mountain to pick wild fruits and went to the Lin family to exchange them for money. Of course, she wouldn't go herself. Lin Weiwei was a thorn in her heart, and she couldn't get past it. Her little cousin Wang Dongqiang, encouraged by their grandfather's support, happily went to play with Erhua, helping him cut rabbit grass and catch grasshoppers. He successfully got a piece of wild rabbit meat. So fragrant. That day, The aroma of roasted meat wafted over the 10-mile valley, and almost every household cooked some venison for the children. The kids, innocent and joyful, asked their parents, "Is today New Year's?" Since he could remember, he only got to eat meat during the New Year. Every time he asked his parents when he could eat meat, they would reply vaguely, "During the New Year." To them, eating meat meant it was New Year. The next morning, as the dawn broke, Lin Weiwei yawned and led 70 or 80 young men into the deep mountains. The next door opened, and she turned her head, seeing a breathtakingly beautiful face in the morning light. After a moment's distraction, she smiled and greeted Jiang Emo Han, "Little scholar, you're up so early studying?" Jiang Emo Han still looked cold and handsome, but he replied, "I'm going up the mountain with you today." Lin Weiwei looked him up and down, deliberately making a difficult face. "You? Why do you have to walk the mountain path for 2 hours?
Can you manage it?"
"Man, how can I say no?" Jiang Mohan replied calmly, not moved. He was used to being patient with this girl. His mind was strong enough to handle anything, so he wouldn't be bothered by her. Lin Weiwei smiled slightly and said, "All right. If you're tired, just say so. Don't force yourself."
"I'm fine."
"I'm not made of paper. I'm not as useless as you think." In his previous life, anyone who called him useless would have been thrown into the graveyard long ago. At the mountain trail entrance, everyone in the village saw Jiang Tongsheng, dressed in rough cloth shorts, just a slightly more handsome young boy like them. But he still looked cold and proud. Lu Dazhuan greeted him, "Jiang Tongsheng, are you going into the mountains too?" "Yeah," he replied, either with a nasal sound or just a few words. Only Lin's second girl could usually get a few more words out of him. "Are you worried about second girl?" A young man a few years older teased him, winking. When Jiang Tongsheng's cold gaze swept over, the young man stiffened and quickly stepped back into the crowd. His good friend gave him a thumbs up, someone daring enough to tease Jiang Tongsheng. Following the rugged mountain trail, crossing over hills, their pants and shoes wet from dew, the people from Shirley Go grew more energetic and excited as they walked, especially the men in their 30s and 40s. They remembered when they were around 14 or 15, their elders took them into the mountains to gather pine nuts, and sometimes they caught a clumsy wild chicken. Back then, wild animals in the mountains weren't so fierce, and mountain people lived quite comfortably. Lin Weiwei walked quietly, watching the young scholar. He still has good stamina. Though a bit tired, he never fell behind. During a rest, Lin Weiwei handed him a handkerchief. Jiang Mohan didn't take it. Instead, he used his own cloth to wipe the sweat from his forehead and neck. Lin Weiwei put away her handkerchief and handed him a bamboo tube filled with water from the space. Jiang Mohan took a few sips of the refreshing spring water, wiped the water from his lips with the back of his hand, and felt less tired. "This is..."
"Oh."
"It's salt and sugar water, mixed in a specific ratio. Drinking a few sips when you sweat a lot can help restore your energy." Lin Weiwei took the bamboo tube, tilted her head back, and drank quickly. "Once we pass through this valley, we'll reach the red pine forest. How are you holding up?" Jiang Emo Han stood up and kicked his legs. "No problem. Good job, little scholar. I take back what I said earlier. You're pretty capable. Tomorrow, I'll bring out our big kid to practice too. We can't just read all day and make ourselves dull." Lin Weiwei called everyone to start their journey. "The sooner we reach the red pine forest, the more pine nuts we can gather to bring back." The others had no objections. A few young men exchanged glances. Look. Jiang Tongsheng didn't say much to them, but chatted happily with an Ayer. Jiang Tongsheng really is special to Lin and Ayer. As usual, after arriving at the red pine forest, Lin Weiwei and Hunter Wang checked the nearby area. Hunter Wang looked serious and worried. He came over and whispered, "And Ayer, I found fresh wolf droppings in the woods. Do you think the wolf pack is still around?" "No worries. There's not much prey in the red pine forest, and the wolves wouldn't stay here during the day," Lin Weiwei said confidently. The villagers started climbing trees and hitting things with sticks, busy as bees. Jiang and Mo Han couldn't climb and could only bang on pine cones at the bottom of the trees. Seeing Lin Weiwei walk away again, He thought for a moment and quietly followed her. Not far from where she stood, Lin Weiwei turned around with a smile, waiting for him. How did you know I was following? Jiang Mo Han asked curiously. Lin Weiwei sniffed and leaned close to his neck, taking a deep breath, acting flirtatiously like a rogue teasing a lady, and said playfully, because you smell like a handsome man, Jiang Mo Han's handsome face turned cold as he pushed her away. He shouldn't have asked that question. What kind of girl talks like that? Only a fool would believe she's innocent. Where are you going? Jiang Mo Han asked again, seeing she wasn't wandering aimlessly. Lin Weiwei giggled and said, meeting a big, dark man at dusk. It's morning now. Who was the big, dark man? That sounds like a bandit or a rogue. Hiding deep in the mountains, probably not worth much. Could she be tricked? Jiang Mo Han was more determined to follow her. They walked through rocks and grass for nearly half an hour. Exhausted and questioning everything, Jiang Mo Han suddenly heard Lin Weiwei shout sharply, "Stop! Don't run." Who was that? Jiang Mo Han hadn't figured out the situation yet, but Lin Weiwei had already dashed away. She quickly ran a few steps, grabbed a dark, fuzzy object, and pressed it to the ground. He stepped forward and looked closely, surprisingly seeing a bear cub twice as large as himself. The black bear looked very sad, and when Lin Weiwei grabbed the fur around its neck, it stayed still, not daring to resist at all. Suddenly, something wrapped around his leg. Jiang Mo Han instinctively kicked, and a round, fluffy creature rolled out from his leg. Turns out it was a little bear cub.
Ow, ow.
The cub whimpered sadly, hugging Lin Weiwei's ankle and acting cute to complain. Back off. Jiang Mo Han couldn't help but shout. Mother bears are very protective of their cubs, and if the mother bear saw the cub, she would go crazy. Lin Weiwei loosened her grip, and the black bear ran away far into the distance. What protection of cubs? It had completely forgotten it had a little one of its own. Lin Weiwei bent down and picked up the little black bear, loudly saying to the disappearing mother bear, "I'll keep your child as a hostage." No, a bear hostage. If you want your cub back, bring me honey in exchange. She turned her head and met Jiang Mo Han's speechless gaze. She smiled and said, "Wild honey is good for my mother and Aunt Fang's health, so I need to drink it often. You know, the honey at home is almost gone. Almost gone. And you come to rob a black bear? Or a mother bear with her cub?" Jiang Mo Han glanced at the familiar little bear nestled in Lin Weiwei's arms. Clearly, this wasn't the first time this mischievous girl had done such a thing. Don't worry, this black bear is very timid. I've scared it already. Besides, we have a hostage, so it won't dare disobey us. Lin Weiwei fed the little black bear some wild berries. But the little bear stretched its neck, trying to lick her water skin. Despite being small, it knew what good things were. Lin Weiwei poured some space water into her palm. The cub obediently licked it clean, and then clingingly tried to lick her face. She gently held the little bear away, holding it up to prevent it from succeeding. Just joking, her face wasn't something a fuzzy, dark little creature could lick. She couldn't help but glance toward the young scholar, showing a mischievous smile. Jiang Mo Han looked away. What strange idea was that mischievous girl thinking now? What was going on inside her tiny head every day? Before long, the little bear finished eating and drinking. Its unkind mother bear seemed to arrive just in time to pick it up, holding a large beehive as a thank-you gift for Lin Weiwei's care. Lin Weiwei placed the beehive into a bamboo basket and handed it to the little bear, one hand giving, one hand receiving. A happy cooperation. Mama Bear led the little bear away quickly. Who told you to cooperate happily? I hope I never see you again. Back in the red pine forest, without Lin Weiwei, everyone's work efficiency was really poor. Lin Weiwei shook a pine tree hard, dropping pine cones all over the ground, then moved to another tree and shook again. Enough, enough. The pine cones from yesterday hadn't been fully collected, but today, not a single cone was left. Who stole them overnight? Thinking about it, it's pretty scary. Then, Jiang Mo Han saw what it means to be a human-like pine cone shell remover. That silly girl took risks, worked hard, but in the end, had to share the results with others, like she was making wedding clothes for someone else. Jiang and Mo Han casually tapped the pine cones. A few young men gathered and whispered, "Look at Jiang Tongxing, he really isn't good at work. With his way, he might not even peel 100 pounds of pine nuts all day." "No worries, Lin, Air and I helped him out. We won't suffer any loss. Miss Feng is thin and weak, and Jiang Tongxing can't lift or carry much. No wonder they share meals and make dried fruit together. I heard the dried fruit, like peaches and apricots, are all picked from the mountain by Anir, and they split the money equally."
Sure.
"Don't let Anir hear you say that." The sharp-eared Jiang and Mo Han looked expressionless. Shouldn't he be afraid of him hearing? Did I say something wrong by mistake? Exactly. Last time, Dazhuang said something similar, and Anir beat him so badly his mother almost didn't recognize him. Anir is very protective, especially of Jiang Tongxing. She won't tolerate any bad words. Unfortunately, Anir's sincere feelings, whether they'll be returned, are uncertain. Many poor scholars, after passing exams, abandon their humble wives and marry wealthy or official women.
Yang Muhan.
Now everyone in the world knows that Lin Weiwei has feelings for him. If he doesn't marry her, he'll be branded a heartless man, a traitor. Doesn't that make him innocent? Lin Weiwei looked up and met Jiang and Mo Han's eyes filled with complicated emotions. "What are you looking at me for? Are you impressed by my bravery? Look, I'm impressive, right?" Lin Weiwei spread her arms, crushing 2 pine cones, and proudly raised an eyebrow at him. Jiang and Mo Han awkwardly looked away. He really was innocent. This girl still hasn't realized her potential, acting like a child. Her teasing is just her mischievous way.
Sigh.
I guess I have to accept the blame for this reputation. In my past life, I was often blamed for many things. Why do I feel so wrong this time? I really don't want to carry the shame of being called a heartless man. When it was time to go down the mountain, Lin Weiwei still carried a big sack like a small hill. She walked behind Jiang Mohan and occasionally helped him carry the bamboo basket on his back. Even so, when they returned to the village, Jiang Mohan was exhausted. It seems he needs to learn some leg skills from the reckless Li Qing. Otherwise, his image as a weakling in the girl's eyes will never change. Back at the old village chief's yard, the food was divided evenly among the families. This time, Jiang Mohan also got a share, about 300 jin, neither more nor less. After 3 days in the mountains, each family had stored over 1,000 jin of pine nuts. The old village chief decided to take a day off. Several families who had run out of food hurriedly carried bags of pine nuts to town to exchange for money. They went happily, but returned looking very disappointed, faces full of frustration. The old village chief asked, "What's wrong?" "This year's harvest is poor. Town folks are also short on money, and they can hardly buy food. Who still has spare cash to buy pine nuts?" Lu Dazhuang said loudly. "The worst is the Wu family. They pushed the price down to 3 cents a jin. In previous years, good pine nuts sold for 10 or 20 cents a jin, but they only offer 3. They're more greedy than ink." The old village chief fell silent. After 3 hard days, each family had over 1,000 jin of pine nuts, expecting to make good money. They planned to buy grain in Jingyan County to help everyone get through the tough winter. But now they had pine nuts but couldn't sell them. 3 cents a jin? That's too unfair.
If they won't sell, then
we'll keep the pine nuts for ourselves. More villagers gathered, angry about the situation. Some had different ideas. At 3 cents a jin, 1,000 jin could still buy a few silver coins. If we don't sell, can we survive just eating pine nuts? The children at home are waiting to sell pine nuts to buy rice. The old village chief looked at the worried faces around him. He tapped his pipe on his shoe sole, hunched over, and went to Lin's house. The villagers behind him brightened their eyes. Yes. Find Air and I. She must have a way. Unknowingly, Lin Weiwei had become the backbone of the whole village. That's possible, but young Master Ning currently only has 2 shops. Can he really handle so many pine nuts? When supply exceeds demand, prices usually fall. If thousands of genes of pine nuts are sold every day, they wouldn't be cheaper than cabbage. What should we do? The old village chief sighed deeply. He thought that risking meeting wolves in the mountains would improve the villagers' lives. But after several days of effort, the pine nuts still couldn't be sold. Lu Dashwan looked at Jiang Mofin and asked instinctively, Jiang Tongsheng, you can build water wheels, so you must have a way, right? Jiang Mofin. What kind of logic is that? Just because you can build a water wheel, it doesn't mean you can find a way to sell our pine nuts. I have no solution, Jiang Mofin said with a poker face. Seeing everyone's disappointed expressions, he continued, Lin Weiwei must have a way. Go ask her. Lin Weiwei?
Who is she? Who cares who she is?
As long as she can help us turn pine nuts into money, I would kneel and beg her. Jiang Tongsheng, please tell us, where is this Lin Weiwei? Lin Weiwei raised her hand with a tired look. I'm right here.
Huh. Ante niar.
When did you become Lin Weiwei? Lu Dashwan looked at her confused.
Exactly. Arniaris arniar.
Why is there a new name, Lin Weiwei? Lin Weiwei rolled her eyes inside but explained aloud, Ernair is my nickname. Lin Weiwei is my real name. Just like how our eldest son is called Lin Zian in the academy. Second sister, just say you. Why drag me into this? The name Delwa had fought hard to get rid of over the years, but now his sister brought it up again. He felt annoyed. Lu Dashwan slapped his forehead and laughed, right? I remember now. Ernair is Xiao Wei. The big sister is Xiao Chong. It was Brother Lin who named them. Haha, Xiao Chong, small but strong. The big sister keeps fighting back, never giving up. Truly a little tough one.
Stop talking about this.
What did Jiang Tongsheng just say? Does Ernair have a solution? Ernair, can you introduce someone to buy our pine nuts? The old village chief was most concerned about this. Lin Weiwei thought for a moment and nodded. If so many pine nuts flood the market at once, their value will drop. What we need to do is increase their worth. Jiang Mofin's expression relaxed. He knew this girl could handle such a small problem. The old village chief asked again, how do we increase the value of the pine nuts? Our pine nuts are the best, big, full, and tasty. Old village chief, do you like eating pine nuts? Lin Weiwei suddenly asked. The old village chief was surprised but nodded politely. Yes, I do. When you eat pine nuts, what do you think about? Lin Weiwei asked again. The old village chief looked down thoughtfully. His little grandson, Wang Dongqiang, had already raised his tiny hand high. Pine nuts are too hard, I can't them, they hurt my teeth. That's right. Lin Weiwei patted the boy's head and gave him an approving look. Wang Dongqiang shyly hid behind his grandfather and secretly looked at her from between his legs. So jealous that Erwa has such a caring and gentle older sister. Lin Weiwei smiled and said to everyone, I also like eating pine nuts. When I eat them, I don't want to hurt my teeth. So, I accidentally discovered a way to make pine nuts open their shells. Jiang Mohan. Accidentally? If you were careful, wouldn't you be in heaven? Open their shells? If the pine nuts have a small opening, you can gently peel them with your fingers and the seed will come out. Such pine nuts would definitely be popular with wealthy families. The eldest son of the village chief looked at Lin Weiwei eagerly. Lin Weiwei nodded and continued, Yes. I call this kind of pine nut smiling open. Also, if all the pine nuts are plain, eating too many would get boring. So, I make them in 5 flavors, spicy, salt and pepper, creamy. Lots of varieties, so you never get tired of eating. Hearing her words, the old village chief's heart warmed. The more flavors, the more chances to sell. If stored properly, pine nuts can last over half a year without spoiling. No rush, there will always be a day they sell out. The old village chief thought for a moment and said, Ernair, these are your secret recipes. How about we sell pine nuts at 10 coins per gene, half a kilogram, and you process and sell them. Whatever you earn is yours. What do you think? Others agreed enthusiastically and nodded. If the Lin family started processing pine nuts, they would definitely hire more help if needed. A few struggling families couldn't help but feel hopeful. Lin Weiwei looked a bit troubled and said, Village chief, you see. My yard is so small, almost filled with the oven and stove. There's no space left to process pine nuts. The old village chief had a solution. Isn't there still an empty yard at the Jiang family's house? They said when they left that yard, they gave it to the village. I will take charge and lend you the yard. Everyone okay with that? The Fong family, like the Lin family, fled to the north due to war and settled in Shirley Gully. A few years ago, with help from relatives, they moved back to their original hometown. They originally planned to sell the house, but only wealthy families in the village could afford to buy the yard. Those without money couldn't. In the end, the Fong family generously gave the yard to the village. The Fong family's yard is similar to the Lin family's, new houses, and a large yard. Many villagers want to live there, and several families almost fought over it. But in the end, no decision was made about who should live there, and the yard is still empty. Lin Weiwei thought for a moment and said, I have two ideas. One is like the old village chief suggested. You sell pine nuts to me at 10 cents per gene. I pay villagers to help process them, and no matter how much the pine nuts sell for, it doesn't affect you. The other idea is for the whole village to work together to run a pine nut processing factory. Everyone contributes money and effort. When we make a profit, we share it equally. What do you think? The old village chief couldn't decide alone. He looked at the villagers around him and said to Lin Weiwei, and we'll go back and discuss it, then give you an answer. Is that okay? Lin Weiwei nodded, but was interrupted by Jiang Mohan's voice. Wait. She looked at him in confusion. The old village chief also asked curiously, Jiang Tongsheng, what's the matter? Lin Weiwei is working with Ning's family in town to make pastries. She only provides the recipes and gets a third of the profits. If the whole village runs a processing factory, she puts in effort and shares the recipes, and the profits are split equally. That wouldn't be very fair to her. Jiang Mohan glanced at Lin Weiwei. Usually, she was quite clever, but now she seemed to be losing out without explaining why. Wasn't that a waste? The old village chief said, Jiang Tongxing means, since we're all villagers, a third of the profits is enough. Let's make it 2/5. Weiwei, take you and the villagers up the mountain to pick pine nuts, then contribute your recipes for making open pine nuts, 5-spice pine nuts, salt and pepper pine nuts, and creamy pine nuts. The factory will give her 2/5 of the monthly profits, and the rest will be shared among you. Lin Weiwei's eyes sparkled, and little hearts kept appearing. Her handsome little scholar standing up for her to get benefits was just too cool. So manly, right? Sadly, this perfect boyfriend wasn't hers, and she didn't know who he'd end up benefiting in the future. The old village chief looked a bit embarrassed and said, we will discuss this and give you an answer later. After leaving the Lin family, the old village chief gathered all the heads of the 38 households for an urgent meeting. The main topic was, should we sell pine nuts to the Lin family or build a factory for the whole village? Everyone started talking at once. Some said, selling pine nuts to the Lin family at 10 coins per gene means steady money, but we earn less. In the past, similar quality pine nuts sold for 20 coins per gene. Others said if the whole village builds a factory first, no one has done this before, so we don't know how to run it. Also, if we only share 20% of the profit with the Lin family, how much can we earn from roasted pine nuts? How much profit is there? If the profit is small, after paying the Lin family, there won't be much left. Wouldn't that be a waste of effort? For a moment, the villagers of Shirley Go were divided into two camps, both arguing strongly. Unable to decide, the old village chief called Lin Weiwei over. Second girl, I heard you're good at calculations. Can you help everyone figure out whether it's better to sell the pine nuts directly to you, or to build a factory for more profit? The old village chief felt a bit shy when saying this. Lin Weiwei sincerely wanted to help the villagers, but they were more concerned about how much money they could make. Most villagers couldn't read or do math well. The unsuccessful second son of the old village chief, who had been an apprentice in town for a few years, was terrible at calculations. The old village chief glared at Wang Erju, the second son of the Wang family, in disappointment. Lin Weiwei didn't say much. She first listed the costs of building a factory. To set up a pine nut processing factory We need to buy at least 5 pots, set up 5 stoves, hire more than 5 workers, and buy other raw materials and firewood. Right now, I supply pine nuts to the Ning family at 50 coins per gene. After deducting costs, I can earn at least 30 coins per gene. If we produce 500 gene a day, the profit would be 15 taels. Before she finished, the villagers started to murmur in surprise. Wow, 15 taels a day. Is that true? Looks like building a factory makes more money.
But
Can we really sell 500 gene a day? The old village chief tapped the table with a ladle and said, "Let Weiwei finish explaining." Lin Weiwei continued, 15 taels minus my 20% share leaves 12 taels. Dividing that among 30 households, each family would get about 400 coins. The village chief's second son drew on the ground with a stick, saying, 500 gene of pine nuts spread over 30 households, which is about 10 gene each. If each family sells 10 gene, we get 400 coins. Of course, making a factory is more profitable, right? The old village chief glared at him and said, "Don't count it like that. You also need to buy raw materials. Plus, 500 gene every day might be too much for the Ning family to handle. If they can't sell it all, we won't get back even a single silver coin, and we'll have to spend more on other materials. Think about it, if we want to be safe, we should just sell the pine nuts directly. My opinion is, since we have no experience in making factories, it's better to be cautious." The 30 or so households started discussing, some agreeing and others hesitating. Older heads of families felt the current situation couldn't handle too much trouble, so they preferred safety. Younger ones, eager to make big money, supported building a factory. For a while, they couldn't reach a clear decision. The old village chief looked worried and turned to Lin Weiwei. Lin Weiwei thought for a moment and said, "Here's an idea. I will take the risk in the first year. I will buy everyone's pine nuts at 15 coins per gene and set up the factory first. If we make money this year, I will transfer the factory to the village next year. But the initial investment will be deducted from the profits later." Hearing this, the old village chief nodded repeatedly and said, "That's right, that's right." Both the cautious and the bold groups felt satisfied. They looked at Lin Weiwei with gratitude but also a bit embarrassed, since they were pushing all the risk onto a young girl. They were all poor and eager for change. The old village chief was so excited he almost cried. If Lin Weiwei had been a boy, he would have held her hand tightly. He thanked her many times. After calming down a bit, he said to her, "Aranire, if there's anything we can do, just tell us. Anyone who dares to refuse, the village chief, will scold him so he can't lift his head. Just tell us what to do." Without needing Lin Weiwei to speak, the next day the old village chief ordered the young men in the village to repair the houses left by the Wang family and build a row of wooden houses with 5 stoves inside. The team collecting pine nuts was small or large, but it didn't matter much. They went into the mountains for 3 days, then rested for 1. Each household's cellar and house stored more and more pine nuts, piling up higher and higher. The faces of the people in Shirley Go are now filled with more and more smiles. Those who stayed behind to repair the stove worked overtime, and even villagers returning from the mountains came to lend a hand. The Lin family's processing factory opened earlier, so they could exchange their stored pine nuts for money sooner. During this time, there was a small incident in the Lin family. Huang's niece came to visit her. Huang has no real relatives, just pretending to have some, mainly to help make Li Qing's identity public. "Your eyebrows are too thick. They are easy to recognize." "No, they need to be trimmed." Li Qing nervously watched Lin Weiwei, holding a sharp knife, making gestures on his face. He was afraid she might slip and ruin his looks. Although men don't usually care about appearance, he glanced toward Jiang Mohan. Good looks can attract young girls.
he's not married yet.
What if he gets a scar and can't find a wife? Xiao Wei, I'll do it myself. I'll do it myself. Li Qing quickly snatched the knife from Lin Weiwei, feeling secretly relieved. Lin Weiwei then took a pair of tweezers used for plucking hair during pig slaughter. "Hold on tight. I promise to give you a handsome, sharp-looking brow. With bold eyebrows and bright eyes, you'll definitely catch the attention of young girls. Cousin." More eye-catching than your little scholar? Li Qing was pushed into the corner of the bed, closed his eyes, and looked like he was ready to be slaughtered. To avoid suspicion, Jiang Mohan, who had come along, watched silently.
Me?
You mean Xian? That kid who hasn't even grown a full beard? How can he compare to you, a grown-up? Or are you the focus? Lin Weiwei used a hot towel to cover his eyebrows and then started plucking.
Ow.
Slow down, be gentle. It's not your eyebrows being plucked, but yours, and you're pulling so hard. Li Qing grimaced in pain, but still winked at Lin Weiwei. I'm talking about who you can't possibly not recognize. Talking about the handsome young scholar? Lin Weiwei carefully examined him for a moment, shaking her head repeatedly. He's not in the same league at all. No comparison. That little scholar's looks will always be number one in my heart.
Nang Bowan?
What's Nong Bowen? Li Qing was confused, and the young scholar also looked away from his book and glanced toward her. Girl, she couldn't even spit out something elegant. It means he's forever number one, unmatched by anyone. But you got it wrong, he's not from my family. He's from Zhang's family. I'm from Aunt Feng's family. When Jiang Mohan looked over, Lin Weiwei quickly added, just to clarify and avoid misunderstandings, that she was shipping them together. Jiang Mohan withdrew his gaze and returned to his book. You little brat, you have quite good judgment. And your skin tone isn't good enough. A poor village girl shouldn't have such delicate, fair skin, Lin Weiwei said as she started to fuss over his face again. Wait a minute. My skin tone is called fair? Li Qing looked at her face. Aren't you a country girl? Isn't that kind of skin called fair? Lin Weiwei smiled and said, Don't look at me. I am naturally beautiful. Our family all has good skin, born that way. Your niece follows her aunt, and my skin follows my aunt too. Isn't that okay?
Li Qing stubur liarga. No.
To stand out from the portrait, the skin color must be changed. Li Dege, you guys travel the world. Can't you get some disguising tools? Now's the perfect time to use them. Lin Weiwei recalled her past life's various foundation shades. Li Qing took out a small box from his bag, looking a bit reluctant. This is disguise powder I got from the versatile scholar. It's for life-saving moments. You're being chased like a dog and wanted everywhere. Isn't that a critical moment? Just use it. Lin Weiwei learned how to use the powder from Li Qing, mixed a shade, and started applying it to his face. Surprisingly, this stuff worked well. After applying, Li Qing's skin changed from light wheat color to a bronze tone, and his skin looked rougher. After finishing the disguise, Lin Weiwei looked him over, then mixed a darker shade and added some freckles to his face.
Done.
Now, even your mother wouldn't recognize you if she stood in front of you. Lin Weiwei looked at the remaining powder, put the box away, and tucked it into her pocket. Mother? His mother died when he was very young. After more than 10 years, if she were still alive and standing in front of him, would she recognize him as her son? Hey, how can you just take someone else's things? Disguise powder is hard to buy. It's worth hundreds of taels of silver. You don't need it anyway, just give it back. Li Qing, unable to feel sad anymore, saw Lin Weiwei's actions and became anxious. Look at you. It's just a few hundred taels worth of stuff. I saved your life and took care of you for more than 10 or 20 days. What's wrong with half a box of disguise powder? Aren't you proud to be a hero of the martial world? Don't be so stingy. Lin Weiwei patted her chest, holding the disguise powder. Are you going to spit out the meat that's in your mouth? Of course not. Li Qing curled his lips and took a breath, saying, I will definitely repay your life-saving kindness. But it's rare to see someone saving others by force like this. Rare? Today you'll see. Lin Weiwei threw the old, tattered clothes onto the Kong bed. Put these on, go around the back mountain, then come in from the village entrance. Don't worry about being recognized now. Your appearance is so rough that even if the people hunting for you see you, they won't recognize you. Once inside the village, act tired and worn out. Don't look proud or confident. You're not here to visit relatives, but to avoid suspicion. Enough, stop talking. I know more than you do about these things, Li Qing said, putting on the torn clothes, slipping into shoes with exposed toes, and grabbing a small bundle. He climbed over the wall and left through the backyard. Soon, Children playing at the village entrance looked cautiously at a young man who was unkempt and wearing ragged clothes. They asked, "Who are you? What are you doing in our village?" "Little kid, is this Shirley Go?" The young man, hoarse-voiced, leaned on a wooden stick, looking exhausted and about to collapse. The children watched him from afar, still wary.
Yeah.
"Who are you looking for? Tell us quickly, or I'll go get the adults to chase you away." "Is there a family named Lin here?" "My great-aunt's surname is Huang. She has 4 children." The young man coughed a few times, looking weak, and sat heavily on a big stone at the village entrance. "Hey." The act was a bit overdone.
Lin?
"Are you here to see Erwa's family?" "Little egg, you're quick. Go check if Ernie is home at the Lin house. Just say someone is looking for her." The children remained alert, glaring at the young man, refusing to let him into the village. Lin Weiwei followed behind Little Egg, pretending to observe Li Qing, and asked, "Are you really my mother's nephew? I haven't seen you before." "Is this my big cousin?" The act had to continue, and Li Qing also studied her carefully. "I am the second daughter of the Lin family," Lin Weiwei said. "That can't be right. I remember my mother said that the second cousin is A." Li Qing hesitated. "The doctor said I had a blood clot in my brain before. Last time I fell into a deep pond on the mountain, it shook the blood clot loose. I took some medicine, and now the clot is gone and I feel clear." Yes. A few children believed it wholeheartedly. "Ernie has been fine for months now. Maybe she's out working." Lin Weiwei said to Li Qing, "Come back with me first. My mother is at home. You must be my cousin. Once you see my mother, you'll know for sure." She took Li Qing home, followed by a group of children who witnessed a touching scene of family reunion. "Grandpa, Erwa's cousin is so unlucky. There was a famine there, and all his family members died. He was the only one who escaped," Wang Dongqiang told his grandfather after dinner. Other children also shared the story when they returned home. Soon, almost everyone in the village knew that Huang's eldest niece had come to stay with them. The next day, after a good rest, the cousin recovered his energy and went up the mountain with his little cousin to make his presence known. He acted like the young men in the village. When he returned, he carried a bag of pine nuts weighing about 200 jin. The villagers saw that this young man was quiet, honest, and hardworking, and they were happy for the Lin family. Although Lin's second daughter was capable, they lacked a man in the family, which was a problem. In the Lin family's yard, the stove was repaired at this time. Lin Weiwei bought 5 large iron pots from the town. Everyone in the town recognized her at the blacksmith shop. In just a few months, she had bought 7 or 8 large pots, becoming a big customer for the blacksmith. The villagers from Shirley Go, except for a few families who couldn't go into the mountains due to lack of men, each stored 2,000 to 3,000 jin of pine nuts. Finally, it was time for the Lin family to start buying pine nuts. To help some poor households in urgent need, they first bought from families facing hardship, with each family selling at least 500 jin. The families, holding a small amount of money, were so excited they trembled. If these coins were exchanged for grain, it could last them for a while.
Sigh.
Now, in the town, coarse grains cost 30 cents per jin. The first batch bought from 10 families, totaling 5,000 jin. After weighing, the villagers carefully moved the pine nuts into cellars and warehouses. Lin Weiwei also selected 7 people from struggling families to help at the pine nut processing factory. They earned 30 cents a day, with overtime pay if needed. 5 people were responsible for processing the pine nuts, and 2 others watched over the fires at 5 stoves. The firekeepers were a young girl named Yenner, only 11 or 12 years old, and a boy named Shirtu, about her age. Yenner lost her mother early. Her father, while watering the mountain, slipped and fell down breaking both legs. The family couldn't afford a doctor. Yenner knelt in front of Dr. Liang's door, crying and begging him to help her father heal his legs. Dr. Liang, a kind doctor, not only treated him for free but also lent medicine to the family. Bones take 100 days to heal, but her father's legs were broken again, and he had to stay in bed to recover. They have 3 children. The oldest, Yenna, is only 11 years old but already acts like an adult. She goes into the mountains with villagers to pick wild vegetables and fruits. Their great uncle and third uncle also help out. After more than 2 months of hard work, they are close to giving up. The Lin family's factory is looking for workers in the village. Priority is given to families with difficulties. Yeno asked the old village chief for a recommendation, and he gave her a spot. But she is too young and very thin, barely more than bones. What can she do? The Lin family needs workers, not someone who slows things down. Another boy, Shirtu, was a foundling rescued by Grandma Lu, a lonely old woman. Grandma Lu was proud and strong. When she was young, she farmed 5 acres of land, which she cultivated over many years. As she got older, she couldn't farm so much, so she rented out the land, earning a few handfuls of grain per acre. Grandma Lu is the widow of the old village chief's brother-in-law, and she often helps out. She raised Shirtu until he was over 10. Recently, Grandma Lu's health has declined, and she can't go into the mountains to pick wild fruits anymore. Her family is running out of food, so the old village chief recommended Shirtu to help. Lin Weiwei asked 2 scrawny children, "Can you 2 light a fire?" "Yes. I can not only light a fire but also cook. I do all the cooking at home." Yenzi, shy by nature, was not shy now. She helped at Lin's house and earned 30 coins a day, plus occasional meat and grain as bonuses. She desperately needed this job. Thinking of her father lying in bed and her younger siblings too hungry to get up, Yenzi gathered her courage to fight for this chance. Shirtu was quick to reply, "I can do it too. When Grandma cooks, I light the fire. Grandma even says I do it well." "Good. If you can light a fire, that's enough. Can you both take care of 5 stoves? Are you up for it?" Lin Weiwei patted their shoulders reassuringly. "Yes," Yenzi and Shirtu said in unison. They used large pieces of wood for the fire. Once lit, as long as they watched it and kept the fire from spreading, it was manageable. Not just 2 kids, 1 person could handle it easily. "All right. You are temporarily hired. For 3 days, if you truly are skilled at lighting fires, you will become full employees at the pine nut processing factory." Lin Weiwei looked at the 2 small children who barely reached her chest. "Does this count as child labor?" "Child labor? Did you cut their wages in half? Did you give them heavy and impossible tasks?"
No.
"Then what do you call child labor?" Jiang and Mohan was used to her occasional outbursts. Now, in a big household, the maids and servants all start working early in the morning. Child labor? She's just overthinking. You're helping them, not enslaving them. Jiang and Mohan didn't realize he was once again playing the role of a caring older brother, soothing Lin Weiwei's guilty little heart. The other 5 workers he hired are also women. Lin Weiwei's standards for choosing them are good character and hardworking. Based on these, she also picks the most difficult families from the poor households recommended by the old village chief. These 5 are also families struggling to get by. They cherish this opportunity. In the short term, working at Lin's factory doesn't earn as much money as gathering wild fruits in the mountains. But wild fruits can only be picked for 2 or 3 months each year, unlike working at Lin's factory, which provides income all year round. The Lin family is kind. As long as they work diligently, they can earn at least 1 or 2 silver coins each month. The 5 new workers at Lin's factory work hard, following the methods Lin Weiwei taught them. First soaking the pine nuts in clean water for over half an hour, then steaming them in a bamboo basket for 2 minutes, drying them in a well-ventilated place, and then roasting until most of the pine nuts open. To make soaking easier, Lin Weiwei ordered 5 large wooden basins, bigger than her bath basin. Natural pine nuts are soaked in plain water. 5 spice-flavored ones are soaked in a broth made from her special spices. Similarly, salted ones are soaked in salt water, sweet ones in sugar water. Processing the pine nuts that open requires a lot of water. Currently, all the water in Shirley Go comes from the mountain pond. Fetching water manually would waste a lot of effort and resources. Lin Weiwei shamelessly went to ask the young scholar to help improve the water wheel for the factory. She needs a small water wheel powered by wind, connected to a bamboo pipe that runs all the way to the courtyard of the He family. This would make the factory's work easier and bring convenience to the villagers. Every evening, after work, villagers line up to fetch water. Lin Weiwei doesn't stop them. Her reputation in the village has improved. Sir, we're approaching Shirley-go, the magistrate of Baoqing County, accompanied by a short, bearded old man in his 50s, riding in a carriage along the bumpy country road. Jiang and Mohan's mentor, Mr. Fan, is also present. County Magistrate Wang of Baoqing County looked at Mr. Fan with some dissatisfaction. Your disciple has invented a water wheel. Why didn't he report it to the government? He crossed over and handed it to the capital. Was he afraid that he would take credit for your disciple's achievements? Is that the kind of person I, Wang, am? A special envoy from the capital suddenly appeared in Baoqing County. As the county magistrate, I knew nothing about it and I was caught off guard. I hope this envoy, Fong, doesn't take offense. Fong, the official who is talking to Mr. Fan, is a clever man with no background. He has been in official circles for many years and has risen to his current position. Naturally, he understands Wang's intentions well. The emperor sent him to verify the water wheel matter. If it's true, then Fan Yuning student is already registered with the emperor. Just now, Fong asked about the student's knowledge, and he was surprised to hear that his old classmate spoke so highly of him. If this student really can pass the imperial exam smoothly, as Fan Yuning said, and gain the emperor's favor for his skills in new accounting methods and water wheels, he is sure to rank in the top 3 in the palace exam, and the top spot is guaranteed. This student is not only talented but also skilled in practical work. Since the court is just being established and the country is in need of talent, the emperor is eager for someone like him. His rise to fame is just around the corner. Fong, the official, has remained calm in the official world for many years because he is clear-headed. He knows himself well. With his talent, without wealth or power, reaching the position of Ministry of Revenue clerk is probably his limit. Maybe in the future he will rely on this student. Thinking this, his attitude toward his old classmate Fan became more friendly. Worried that Wang, the county magistrate, might cause trouble for Fan and his student, Fong smiled and said to Wang, Lord Wang, your county has produced such talent. It shows your emphasis on education and good leadership. I dare not. Wang, the magistrate, beamed with pride and flattered himself. I, too, come from a humble background and understand how difficult it is for poor students. This Jiang, who studies diligently and also researches mathematics and woodworking, is truly a genius and rare talent. It's also thanks to Mr. Fan's good teaching. Fan, who is not good at socializing, forced a stiff smile. Not at all. It's because your excellency is wise. Baoqing's growing literary atmosphere has encouraged many common folk to send their children to school. Your contributions are immense. Wang, seeing Fan constantly praising him in front of Fong, gradually relaxed. He bowed toward the capital and praised himself, then flattered Fong a bit more. Listening to Fan's awkwardness, his old classmate looked like he was enjoying himself. Sure enough, he is not suited for officialdom. It's better for him to be honest and just be a teacher. A luxurious carriage followed by 4 fine horses. Such a scene in Shirley-go looks like a Western spectacle. Children playing at the village entrance eagerly ran to call the village chief. When the old village chief arrived, the group had already stopped at the Lin family's gate at the village entrance. Could it be that Nair knows some important person in town? Looking carefully, one of them was actually the county magistrate. The magistrate was the highest official the old village chief had seen. Usually, when he saw him in the county, he looked very proud and authoritative. Now, in front of a slightly chubby old man, he seemed a bit respectful. Why did the magistrate come? Who was that old man? What does their visit to Shirley-go mean? Good or bad? The old village chief nervously stepped forward to greet them. Magistrate Wang asked him, Jiang Mohan and Jiang Tongsheng, are you from Shirley-go? Yes, sir, the old village chief replied carefully. I heard Jiang Tongsheng helped build a water wheel for the village. Is that true? This time it was Fong Yuanwei who spoke. Fong Yuanwei was slightly chubby, with a round face, looking quite friendly. Hearing this, the old village chief relaxed a bit. Asking about the water, well, probably wasn't a bad thing. He quickly said yes. Jiang Tongshen not only built the water wheel but also led an Ireland from next door to repair the water channels. The whole village has finally stopped carrying water uphill to irrigate the fields. Do you want to meet Jiang Tongshen? But at this time, he should be studying in the mountains. I don't know exactly where. Please don't be offended. No problem. Village head Wang, can you take us to see your village's water system? Fong Yuanwei was eager to see the water wheel's effect. The old village chief saw that this official seemed more easygoing than the magistrate. His worries eased a little. He bowed and smiled. Of course, of course. Please follow me, sir. Near the house, a strong aroma wafted out. Magistrate Wang took a deep breath and asked, "Whose house is this? What delicious food are they making?" The old village chief hurriedly said, "This is our village's pine nut processing factory, led by Anir Lin." Oh, and because of this factory, Lin and Anir also asked Jiang Tongshen to improve the water wheel. Now, the two water wheels on the mountain no longer need manual labor. They're powered by the wind and can bring water down the mountain. 2 water wheels? Old Village had looked at his fellow student and said, "Didn't you say there was only 1 water wheel? When did it become 2? Also, there's no need for people to step on it. Isn't using the wind to power the water wheel a bit too much? That's quite exaggerated." Yes. The smaller one directs water into this courtyard. Not only does it supply the processing factory, but it also helps the villagers. Please look, this is the water drawn from the mountain by the water wheel. Following the direction pointed out by the old village chief, we saw a small bamboo pipe about the thickness of a leg, resting on the wall and disappearing into the back mountain. Clear spring water kept flowing down the pipe into a large basin below. A boy around 10 years old was scooping water that was almost full into another large basin. The old village chief was very thoughtful. He handed 2 packs of freshly roasted 5-spice pine nuts to the 2 gentlemen and Mr. Fan. "Gentlemen, please try our special product from 10 Miles Gully, Kaika Pine Nuts." "Is the Kaika Pine Nuts from Ning's shop in the county town the ones you sent from 10 Miles Gully?" Wang County Magistrate looked at the envoy Fong, saw him accept the pine nuts, and then dared to take some himself. His mother loved eating pine nuts, but she was old and had poor teeth, and she didn't like shelling them herself. Ning's shop's Kaika pine nuts are all opened, so you can easily peel the shell with your hand and get to the nut inside, just perfect for her. Every day, she would eat a handful. Wang County Magistrate was known to be a filial son. He often visited Ning's shop to buy pine nuts for his mother. The shop's snacks were also loved by his wife and children at home. Ning's pine nuts and snacks were all good, but there was one problem: some were a bit expensive. His salary couldn't really afford such treats. Luckily, the few shops his wife brought into the family still made good money. The old village chief proudly said, "Yes. Ning's dried fruits, meat jerky, jams, and the 4 flavors of Kaika pine nuts are all products sent by us from 10 Miles Gully." Old village chief, on this journey, while other villages' folks look pale and thin, your villagers are full of spirit. Your leadership must have played a big role. Fong the envoy had traveled here and personally witnessed the disaster caused by the drought in the north. No grass left, starving people everywhere. Such misery. But after entering 10 Miles Gully, everything changed. It was as if they had left the northern land and entered a completely new space. This young old man doesn't dare take credit. "Sir, there's a saying. Rely on the mountains to eat mountain, rely on water to eat water." The vast mountains surrounding this village are the lifeline of us folks from 10 Miles Gully, the old village chief said with emotion. "Oh, how so?" "Master Fong, the official's family is quite well off, but I wonder how they manage to support a whole village in these endless mountains." The old village chief pointed to his house's yard. "Our entire village collects pine nuts from the mountains, processes them here, and sells the products. The money is shared among the villagers. Women and children pick wild fruits nearby. The Lin family buys them at high prices. Hardworking women can earn enough in a day to buy 2 or 3 jin of rice. This year, the drought has halved the crop yield. Our whole village depends on these efforts to survive. Commissioner Wang remembered other mountain villages. Their village heads often go to the county office, begging for relief supplies. But look at Shirley Go. Thanks to the villagers' hard work and teamwork, they have found a way to help themselves and grow richer. It's true, people are different, and some are luckier than others. Isn't it true that wild animals run rampant in these mountains, and entering the mountains is a sure death? Do the animals there treat you folks in Shirley Go especially well? Wang asked, hiding his displeasure. The old village chief chuckled. Your Excellency, you're joking. Wild animals have indeed become more ferocious in recent years. Once, we organized a hunt for young men, and we nearly got bitten by a bear. Luckily, we have 2 skilled hunters with lots of experience who can lead everyone away from dangerous areas. Our villagers only go into the mountains when there's no other choice, to risk their lives for food. Thinking of the pine cone gathering, the old village chief remembered the howling wolves. Lu Dazhuang almost fell from a tree in fright. Also, Hunter Wang once saw 50 or 60 wolves hunting in a bloody scene led by the Wolf King. Even the experienced hunter was so scared, he went weak in the knees. People from Shirley Go are risking their lives. It's a matter of life or death. They chose to brave the dangers rather than starve. Luckily, their gamble paid off. The mountain trail of over 3 miles was tough for the commissioner and the official's son. When they reached the water pond, everyone was exhausted, panting and sweating profusely. Master Fong took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his face and neck. Did you used to go into the mountains one by one to fetch water for irrigation? The old village chief sighed. Yes. Luckily, Jiang Tongsheng invented the water wheel, which greatly benefited all the people in Shirley Go. We are very grateful to him. The old village chief led the 3 of them to the water pond. The 2 men guarding the water wheel greeted him with smiles. Far Yuanwei hurried to the water wheel, looking at the water intake pipe that plunged into the pond, which resembled a dragon's backbone. His lips trembled with excitement, and after a moment, he said, "The dragon backbone water wheel." It really is a dragon backbone water wheel. No way. Why isn't anyone stepping on it? How can this water wheel still pump water upward? Far Yuanwei quickly noticed the water wheel's uniqueness. At this moment, the old village chief's expression was as proud as if he had designed and built the water wheel himself. He said confidently, "It's our village girl, Lin Near." When she saw the children playing with the windmill, she suddenly had an idea. Since wind can turn a windmill, maybe it can also drive a water wheel. She's good friends with Jiang Tongsheng, and they discussed it privately for several days. In the end, they managed to make it work. Lin Near? It sounds like a very ordinary farm girl's name. But I've heard this name from the old village chief many times. What makes this girl so special? Mr. Fan was surprised when he heard the name. He thought she was just a clever girl who used some tricks to create a new way of bookkeeping. But now, it turns out she's the one leading the whole village into the mountains, buying mountain fruits to help the villagers, and improving the water wheel to work without manual effort. All these things together painted a picture of a brave, kind, and smart young girl. No wonder his student was so proud and refused to give her credit. It's just young love, youthful admiration. Understandable. Talking about Lin Near, the old village chief kept going on and on. Of course, he only spoke of her good qualities, never mentioning that she used to be a bit simple-minded. To the old village chief, a girl's reputation was very important. Why bring up the past? Oh. So, the processing plant at the foot of the mountain was built by this girl? Far Yuanwei became interested in this capable young girl. Exactly. The different flavors of roasted pine nuts are all her family's secret recipes. She's willing to take risks and try it for a year. If it works well, she'll sell it to the village next year. She's a kind girl. She's done us a great favor in Shirley Go. Thinking back, her family fled here during hard times, and when we were in the worst situation, no one from our village turned away. It's truly shameful. The old village chief's face flushed with embarrassment as he remembered. Village chief, Has she come back from the mountain? A clear, bright, and uplifting voice echoed through the forest. The old village chief's smile grew more genuine. Sir, this is the girl I mentioned, Lin Near. You're back from the mountain? What good things have you caught? Lin Weiwei was not alone. She was walking with a tall Li Qing on her left and Jiang Mohan, who was leisurely holding a book, on her right. Seeing that the old village chief was now accompanied by 3 strangers, she smiled and said, "Oh, guests at our home? Perfect, I just caught a deer. I'll cut a leg and send it to the old village chief later." Jiang Mohan first recognized Mr. Fan, then identified Magistrate Wang. He remembered Magistrate Wang from the county exam when he was a candidate. Looking at the slightly chubby old man beside Magistrate Wang, Jiang inferred his identity from their attitudes. He stepped forward a few paces and bowed to Mr. Fan, saying, "Student greets Your Excellency, the magistrate. Why didn't you let me know you came to Shirley Go?" Mr. Fan introduced him to Fang Yuanwei. "This is the special envoy sent by the emperor. The emperor heard you made a water wheel and is very interested. He sent Fang to come and see. You child, you only mentioned the water wheel to your teacher?" He thought that the student's mention of making a water wheel was just a failed attempt, but unexpectedly, the student had succeeded, and the water wheel was so exquisite it even surpassed the legendary Dragon Bone water wheel. Promoting agriculture means promoting water management, so it's no wonder the emperor valued it highly and sent an envoy to verify. Fang Yuanwei was shocked by Jiang Mohan's youth and handsome appearance. He stroked his beard and asked, "Are you Jiang Tongsheng, the one who made the Dragon Bone water wheel? Truly talented at such a young age." "You're flattering me, sir." Jiang bowed politely, calm and modest, with a cool, composed expression. Mr. Fan hurriedly said, "This is the person I told you about, Fang, the envoy appointed by the emperor. It shows how much the emperor values you and your water wheel." Fang smiled and said, "Jiang Tongsheng, how did you come up with the idea to make a water wheel?" He thought Jiang might give some lofty, inspiring answer about his ambitions, but instead, the young, handsome scholar glanced back at the girl behind him and said, "It started because I wanted to save her some effort and energy." Lin Weiwei, standing behind as a background figure, was suddenly called out and caught off guard. Hearing the scholar's words, she felt like covering her face. "If you say that, people might think we're a couple. Young scholar, why are you so honest?"
"Oh."
"And this young lady is?" Fang looked at Lin Weiwei, just a delicate girl, a bit less striking compared to Jiang. He has lived most of his life, and there are really few people who look like Jiang Tongsheng. "Lady Lin Weiwei, greetings, sir." Lin Weiwei bowed politely, pretending not to know that a common person should kneel when greeting an official. Old village chief took the opportunity to say, "Sir, this is the second girl of the Lin family I mentioned.
Lin Niar.
The girl who initiated water conservation efforts and contributed her family's recipe for roasted snacks? Indeed, talented and beautiful. The water in your 10-mile valley really nurtures people." "Sir, you flatter me," Lin Weiwei modestly replied. Lord Fang turned his gaze to Jiang Mohan and asked with a smile, "Oh, you focus on water wheels because of her?" Now, through Lord Fang's words, their relationship seems more intimate. "Sir, do you have to be so nosy?" Jiang Mohan nodded seriously. "Exactly. The Lin family has helped students and their mothers. The 2 families are like one. The Lin family only has 2 boys. One is a 13-year-old student studying at academy, and the other is just a young child. This year's drought has made it so that in 10-Mile Valley, people have to go uphill to fetch water for drinking and farming. Lin Weiwei's aunt is weak, her brothers are young, and the whole family's livelihood depends on her. So, you couldn't bear to see the girl carrying water and farming uphill, so you made her a water wheel?" Lord Fang teased. Jiang Mohan replied seriously, "Not to hide from you, sir, that was indeed my original intention, but I also hope to make a water wheel so that all the common people like the Lin family can ease their burden. It's about survival, not just living pressure. In the face of natural disasters, human effort seems so small that even survival becomes a luxury."
"Oh."
You came up with this method of using wind power instead of manual labor to help the Lin family save effort? Lord Fong asked as he walked down the hill, glancing at Jiang Mohan. Jiang Mohan followed behind him, looked at Lin Weiwei and said, "No, it was Lin Weiwei who thought of it." Indeed, he had never thought of using wind to turn the bearing and operate the water wheel. If it weren't for her mentioning it, the water wheel everyone praises now wouldn't exist. In his previous life, until he died, people still used manual labor to turn the water wheel. Lord Fong looked enlightened. It must be that the young girl complained about how tiring it was to turn the water wheel, and this talented young scholar, full of compassion, stayed up several nights to come up with such a brilliant idea to improve the wind-powered water wheel for his beloved. Youthful innocence and pure feelings are truly beautiful. When we reached the foot of the mountain again and passed by the Fong family estate, Lord Fong finally praised Lin Weiwei. "You act selflessly, leading the whole village to build this factory, giving the people of Shirley Go more chances to survive. That is truly admirable." Lin Weiwei smiled and said, "Building a factory isn't as noble as Lord Fong says. I really want to help the villagers get through hard times, but I also take making money seriously." In the end, the two gentlemen and Mr. Fan did not go to the old village chief's house for dinner. Instead, they were kindly invited back by Lin Weiwei. The old village chief didn't compete with heir and heir. After all, the villagers' meals could hardly compare to Lin's family. Lord Fong, Magistrate Wang, and Mr. Fan went to Jiang Mohan's study next door for a detailed talk. Lin Weiwei quickly started preparing lunch. The two gentlemen greatly praised the water wheel made by the young scholar and said they wanted to ask the court for a reward. While the reward was nice, if the young scholar caught the emperor's eye, he could rise quickly and become very successful. She couldn't let the young scholar fall behind, so she had to keep up with the logistics. Knowing Lord Fong loved spicy food, she prepared mainly Sichuan dishes for lunch: spicy rabbit head, boiled sliced meat, spicy blood tofu, spicy wild chicken cubes, spicy rabbit cubes, and her signature braised pork. 6 hearty dishes plus a few stir-fried vegetables. This table of food was quite impressive, even in city restaurants. In the Jiang family study, 4 porcelain plates were on the desk, one with 5 spice-flavored pine nuts, one with deer jerky, one with dried mountain pears, and one with mountain red fruit preserves. The family was so thoughtful. Such hospitality was no less than that of wealthy households. Lord Fong picked up a piece of deer jerky and praised, "Excellent. Is this made by the Lin family? Even in the capital, this flavor is unique." Magistrate Wang, "Your people from Baoqing County are truly lucky." Hearing this, Magistrate Wang quickly said, "If stored properly, this can last 2 or 3 months. Lord Fong, if you like it, take some back." While saying this, he was secretly planning to buy 10 jin of the candied fruits and roasted snacks on the table to give to Lord Fong. Court officials are usually high-ranking, especially those appointed by the emperor himself. Mr. Fan gently nudged Jiang Mohan under the table. "This kid, why is he so clueless?" Lord Fong clearly said he liked it, yet he didn't show any reaction. Jiang Mohan pulled his foot back, like a gourd with a broken mouth, answering only when asked, not saying a word more. He knew that the girl would surely make arrangements properly, so he didn't need to say more. Jiang Mohan took out the water wheel blueprint, and Mr. Fong focused all his attention on it. He looked carefully, but couldn't understand it. That's okay. What matters is that the officials in the ministry can understand it. Anyway, his task was already successfully completed. If the emperor knew that this young student not only developed a water wheel but also one that could operate without human effort, he would be very pleased. He might also receive a reward, and perhaps even a promotion. Thinking this, Mr. Fong openly admired Jiang Mohan, praising his new accounting method, his water wheel design, and his talent. He confidently predicted that Jiang would shine brightly in next year's imperial exam. The emperor's favor towards Jiang made Wang County Magistrate proud, and they both began to pay more attention to Jiang Mohan. As they talked, a strong, delicious aroma suddenly filled the air. Gradually, both men's minds were drawn to the tempting smell. Seeing this, Jong Mo-hun stood up and said, "Gentlemen, sir, in the countryside, there's not much good food to offer. Please don't mind if the taste isn't fancy." No, we don't mind. Mr. Fong often visited a Sichuan restaurant in the capital. The fragrant smell from the next table, spicy yet fresh, seemed even more authentic than his favorite Sichuan dishes. Lin Weiwei brought out dishes with her daughter Yair and Lin Danny. Plates of bright red, spicy dishes were served, and just looking at the colors made Mr. Fong's appetite grow. Spicy rabbit head? As the dishes arrived, Mr. Fong eagerly picked up a rabbit head and happily ate. He praised, "I never thought we could enjoy such authentic Sichuan food in the north." Maybe the Lin family escaped from Sichuan and Shaanxi during the chaos? Jiang Mo-hun quickly covered for Lin Weiwei, saying, maybe they helped someone skilled in Sichuan cuisine during their escape and they received recipes as thanks. Thinking about the chaos at the end of the last dynasty, Mr. Fong nodded without questioning why northerners could cook Sichuan dishes. His focus was entirely on eating. The spicy rabbit meat was bright red and oily, cooked thoroughly so the bones fell away easily, and the meat was tender. The blood duck hot pot used deer blood as the main ingredient, with tripe, fatty intestines, and tofu skin, spicy, fragrant, and flavorful. The water-boiled sliced meat used the tenderest deer meat instead of pork, soft and spicy, with fresh vegetables. The spicy chicken cubes were tender, bright red, and deliciously spicy and fragrant. Mr. Fong ate happily, completely satisfied. I didn't expect that among the countryside and farmyards, the dishes served at a small rural home would be even more fresh and delicate than the banquet arranged at the best restaurant in Wang County. Lin's family truly produces talented people. If they opened a restaurant in the capital, I would definitely dine there every day. Compared to that, the so-called Sichuan restaurants in the city are far inferior. Jiang and Mo-hun smiled and reminded, Lin's eldest son will take the imperial exam for young scholars next year. Mr. Fong listened with some regret. Yes, the Lin family also supports a scholar. Since the new dynasty, many things are in chaos. Although the emperor has relaxed restrictions on merchants, they still remain at the bottom of society. Students from merchant families face strict rules and restrictions when taking exams. Mr. Fong smiled and said, Zhang Tongxing says your two families are like one family, and it really is so. They had come to visit Jiang Tongxing, and all the dishes served were brought over from the Lin family. Yet, this proud-looking Jiang Tongxing did not refuse or decline. It seems the good news for the young people is close. The emperor values practicality most. After returning, Jiang Tongxing will surely catch the emperor's favor. For next year's imperial exams, you should study hard. With your talent, passing as a Xiozai, local scholar, will be no problem for you. Maybe in a few years, Baoqing County will produce a young Jinsher, advanced scholar. When Wang County magistrate heard this, he felt a surge of happiness. There have been cases of people passing the imperial exams before reaching the age of adulthood, but very few. If Baoqing County produces one, it would be a significant achievement for him, wouldn't it? If Jiang Tongxing is favored by the emperor in the future, that would also be a proud achievement. Wang County magistrate became even more friendly towards Jiang and Mo-hun, looking at him as if he were a younger family member. After the meal, Master Fong discussed a new bookkeeping method. At first, his old classmate Zheng had carefully written out a detailed 10-page ledger and sent it to the capital. He had thought Zheng was overthinking, but after seeing it, he couldn't help but have his household accountant reorganize a few pages of the ledger according to the new method. It looked clear and very convenient. Even those who couldn't write could master these symbols and keep accounts skillfully. Thinking of the mountain of heavy ledgers in the Ministry of Revenue, which made them feel like they were being skinned every time they checked accounts, he realized this new method could save a lot of time and effort. Indeed, after he presented it to the Minister of Revenue, the minister admired it greatly and immediately submitted it to the emperor's court. The emperor also greatly admired. This method of keeping accounts, as Old Fan mentioned in his letter, was your idea, based on the thoughts of a peasant girl. Could that girl be the second girl from next door? Lord Fong raised an eyebrow at him, with a teasing smile that hinted at a secret understanding. Exactly. Jiang Mohan took out the ledger borrowed from Lin Weiwei and placed it in front of Lord Fong. Please look, this ledger was recorded by someone who cannot read or write. What is this? Oh, it looks like a record of wages paid to workers. And what are these wings? Lord Fong looked at the illustrated ledger with interest. The open wings represent Old Zhang. The smaller insect wings represent Little Zhang, Jiang Mohan explained. Lord Fong nodded, pointing at the Arabic numerals on the table. I recognize this. 30. Does that mean their daily wages are 30 coins? What are these little fruit icons? Those are plums, representing Little Li, Jiang Mohan replied. This ledger was created by Liu Yz, whose quirky drawing style was hard to look at but clearly conveyed the meaning of the records. This was one of the advantages of this new way of bookkeeping, I suppose. Good. You two are both very clever and talented, working together perfectly. Lord Fong couldn't help but tease. Can I take this ledger back to the capital? Jiang Mohan said. You'd have to ask the owner of the ledger. Calling Lin Weiwei over to ask was naturally no problem. It was just a record of the warehouse workers' attendance, and since the warehouse had already been rented out, the ledger wasn't very useful anymore. At Jiang Mohan's insistence, Lord Fong agreed to help the young girl from the Lin family earn some credit. Back in the capital, when Lord Fong reported to the emperor in the imperial study, he also joked about the matter between the two children to the emperor. The emperor was even more pleased with Jiang Mohan, praising him for his loyalty and integrity, not seeking credit himself, and having a sincere, innocent heart. Such officials were exactly what the court needed. The emperor felt a bit regretful. Why was such a talented and ambitious person only a young scholar? Next August, he would take the imperial exam for the Shiotsi degree, but he could only participate in the provincial exam 3 years later, then wait another year for the metropolitan exam. That's 4 years of waiting. Oh, and after ascending the throne, he hadn't held the grace examination yet. This year was the emperor's wife's 50th birthday. Hosting a grand banquet for all officials would be too wasteful. Perhaps they could just hold a grace examination celebration instead. Your Majesty, are you really so casual about holding the grace examination? In Rinnan town, a tall, pretty girl in green clothes walks leisurely behind a charming young scholar. She looks relaxed as they stroll together. They arrive at a snack shop selling preserved sweets. The girl stops and gazes inside. Jiang Mohan takes a few steps back, noticing she isn't following him. He turns around and sees her peering into the shop. He glances at the sign and frowns slightly, then steps back to stand beside Lin Weiwei. He softly asks, "Do you want to eat some sweets?" This shop is quiet, and the workers are just dozing inside. The business is poor, so the taste can't be very good. There's an old, famous snack shop nearby. If you want, I can take you there. Lin Weiwei squints and smiles gently, saying softly, "It's autumn now. Wu's family should go bankrupt." Bankrupt? What does she mean? What is she planning? How does she know Wu's family? Is there some grudge? Thinking of Wu Bo's arrogant attitude, could she have upset the Lin family? As soon as Lin Weiwei finishes speaking, Jiang Mohan sees Wu's family's head servant arrive with a few people. They shake their heads and sigh in front of the snack shop, talking to the shopkeeper and workers across the street. Soon, Wu's snack shop puts up a sign saying it's closed for repairs. Lin Weiwei's lips curl into a faint smile. She whispers, "The location of that shop is quite good, but it's a pity." Jiang Mohan, with sharp hearing, catches her words and smiles faintly, saying, "If you think it's a pity, you can buy it." Lin Weiwei considers and replies, "I want to buy it, but they might not sell." Jiang Mohan's gaze shifts back to the shop, and he gives a cold smile, saying, "They will sell." "Girl, Wu's snack shop can't keep going, right?" Though it's a question, his tone is full of certainty. Lin Weiwei smiles and continues walking forward. If the shop can't stay open, it's because the owner isn't capable. The staff manage poorly, and they can't compete with others. What does that have to do with me? Competition? If it weren't for her giving Ning's shop 10 snack recipes and the exclusive rights to sell pine nuts, how could Wu's family snack shop, which had stood firm in Rinnan town for over 20 years, suddenly collapse and close down? You underestimated me, Jiang Mohan says softly. I thought if someone offended you, you'd just slap them with your big hand. I didn't expect you to use tricks too. When did your mind become so clever? Jiang Mohan cheerfully tapped her head with a fan rib. My head has always been quite clever. Lin Weiwei replied with a playful smile, adding, don't doubt me. In the past, the heavens envied my intelligence and deliberately sealed my wisdom. After I fell into the water, that barrier was accidentally opened, and my intelligence and cleverness could no longer be hidden. Jiang Mohan, I don't believe you. He thought for a moment and said, you've collected so many pine nuts recently, almost running out of space, but you only have Ning's company as a partner. Don't you think putting all your eggs in one basket is risky, Miss Lin? Are you worried because we have thousands of pounds of pine nuts and fear they won't sell? Just say so directly. No need to beat around the bush.
Come on.
I'll take you to sell them. Lin Weiwei waved her hand confidently and strode toward the dock. TSK. Who's talking about our family?
Who cares about you?
Who are you calling sister? Jiang Mohan followed her silently. Why does this girl walk so quickly? He almost couldn't keep up. She's even wearing a skirt. If she weren't, she'd probably fly. At the warehouse beside the dock, they saw a tall figure waiting eagerly, stretching his neck like a giraffe. Lu Wenjun saw Lin Weiwei and beamed with joy, quickly approaching. Miss, I thought you wouldn't come today. Lu Weizi blocked his way, holding a ledger seriously, and said, Young Master Lu, since our Miss Nini promised you from the start, we won't add extra money for the 2 days beyond 12 days. There are 16 warehouses, and the agreed price is 150 taels. Would you like silver notes or cash? Since the warehouse was rented out, Lu Weizi rarely returned to Shirley Go. He seemed to have grown attached to the dock. Although guards were posted to watch the warehouse, Lu Weizi still checked it several times each night, worried something might go wrong. The hard-earned manager position was precious to him. After settling the bill for this batch of goods, Lu Weizi learned he would get a 1% commission. Miss Nini had calculated it for him, about 1.5 taels of silver. That's more than his monthly salary. If the warehouse stays busy this month, his commission could reach nearly 5 taels.
Haha.
In the past, Tian Fugui was considered the most promising person in the village, working as a manager at a shop in town. His monthly salary of 2 taels of silver made others envious. Now, someone else earns more than twice that amount, and the most promising person should be replaced. Of course, if he spoke about this himself, it wouldn't be very believable. Lu Weizi clenched his teeth and asked Lu Erlai to be responsible for guarding and patrolling at night. He paid him 30 coins a day. This money came out of his own pocket, and he felt very distressed about it. Lu Erlai treated him like a real brother. During the day, he could sleep comfortably in the warehouse, and at night, as long as he stayed alert for a while, he could take a walk with a lantern and then rest again. He didn't have to work hard like the laborers at the dock, who had to wait early in the morning for work and put in a lot of effort. This job was exactly what he dreamed of. Brother, the goods in the warehouse have been handed over without any damage or loss. Manager Zhang is very satisfied and even gave me 20 big coins as a reward.
Lu Erlai happily ran over.
Seeing Lin Weiwei, he quickly straightened up and hid his smile, acting as if he was on high alert. Lin Weiwei, what, can I eat people or something? Lu Weizi chuckled and hurried to explain. The dock isn't very safe at night. Many warehouses have lost goods. I was worried one person couldn't watch everything, so I asked Erlai to help. You know, he's not good at other things, but he knows a lot about sneaky tricks. A few nights ago, he even caught 2 thieves trying to steal porcelain to sell for money, saving us from loss. Asking him to help was my own decision. No need for the boss to pay. Uncle YZ, you're paying out of your own pocket to hire someone? Are you stupid? Lin Weiwei looked at Lu YZ with a surprised expression. He used to be quite clever, so why did he suddenly seem so dull? We're short-handed in the warehouse. Why didn't you tell me? I'm just new on the job and didn't want to trouble the boss, Lu YZ said happily, not upset at being called stupid. From what Nair said, he thought he could persuade the boss to add another person. That way, He wouldn't just be a manager alone, but would also be in charge of the workers.
All right.
I'll assign 2 more people to you. If you find suitable candidates, you can recommend them, Lin Weiwei said. Before she finished, Lu Erlai winked at Lu Yz. Lin Weiwei remembered Lu Yz's old friends and then continued, but let me be clear. If the person you choose causes any damage to the warehouse, you will all share the responsibility. The serious losses will be used to punish your theft and handed over to the authorities for handling. Lu Erlai quickly pledged his loyalty. Don't worry, I will turn over a new leaf and completely leave my old self behind. I won't let air down or forget your kindness in recommending me. I won't make my brother's life difficult. Lin Weiwei remembered Lu Erlai's family situation and decided to give him a chance. 2-month probation. If you do well, you can stay. If not, you can leave. At this moment, Sua too was driving a mule cart over. Since Lu Yz had become a regular at the dock, he had taken charge of driving and delivering goods. Air Ning shop can only sell 100 jin of pine nuts each day. Our warehouse at the processing plant is already full. What should we do? Sua too sincerely worried for Lin Weiwei. Every day, the 5 big pots at the factory could process 500 jin of pine nuts, but only 100 jin could be sold. Isn't that frustrating? Don't worry. Ning's family will soon increase their orders, Lin Weiwei said confidently, as if everything was under her control. Lu Wenjun approached the mule cart, grabbed a handful of pine nuts from a sack. Wow. Why are these pine nuts all cracked open? They're so easy to eat. He shelled a pine nut, put it in his mouth, and his eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "This flavor is so unique and even more fragrant. Manager Zhang, we don't need to return with an empty ship anymore." The Lu family is a royal merchant family and the richest in the capital. Their porcelain business covers the entire Great Xia country. If they wanted to sell their own pine nuts, not just a few thousand or 10,000 jin, but even more, they wouldn't worry about selling them. Lin Weiwei was not very eager and smiled gently. "Young Master Lu, what you tasted was 5-spice flavor. We also have salt and sugar-coated varieties, each with its own unique taste. Feel free to try them all. If you like any, I'll send you a few jin of each." Jiang Mo Han curled his lips. This girl, she only makes a move when she sees the rabbit. Offering a few jin is just a way to lure the fool into a trap. This second young master of the Lu family almost showed his heart to her. Tsk. Compared to young Master Lu, this second young master is far behind. After trying the pine nuts, Lu Wenjun called over Steward Zhang to taste. There are no other pine nuts in the capital with such a unique flavor. The ladies in the boudoir and the noble ladies of the household will definitely like them. Steward Zhang wanted to remind his second young master. Even if you like them, don't show it so obviously. In business, you must keep your emotions in check. Letting opponents see your bottom line is a big taboo in trading. Master Zhang hasn't had a chance to speak yet, but Lu Wenjun already said to Lin Weiwei, "How much are these pine nuts you're selling?" "I want them all." "Second young master, the price." "We haven't agreed on the price yet." The young servant Qing Feng also worried for his master. "If Miss Lin is going to ask for a high price, are you going to accept it all without question?" Lu Wenjun turned and glared at Qing Feng, who was tugging at his sleeve, and said unhappily, "What price? Miss Lin is such an honest person. She wouldn't cheat us, right?" "Business is business," Lin Weiwei said with a smile. "After we agree on the price, then second young master can decide how much to order." She found it amusing. Lu Wenjun really isn't cut out for business. It's almost unfair that no one takes advantage of his naivety. Lu Wenjun eagerly asked, "How much does the shop you work with pay you per jin?" "Don't worry. Miss Lin saved me and has been very considerate of my purchase. The price I offer won't be lower than others." Master Zhang couldn't help but cover his face. "If you say that, no wonder they wouldn't offer you a high price." "My young master, please stop talking about prices. Leave the negotiations to your old servant." Seeing Master Zhang's expression, Lin Weiwei couldn't help but laugh. 4 pine nuts like these, they sell for 100 won per jin in town. The price I supply to the Ning family is 51. since second young master is heading to the capital and has to cover shipping and other transportation costs. How about this? If your order exceeds 1,000 jin, I'll give you a 5-won discount, making it 45 won per jin. How does that sound? She asked how does that sound while looking at Master Zhang. Master Zhang listened to this price and nodded secretly. Second young master isn't good at business, but his judgment is pretty good. This girl is honest and straightforward. He was about to speak and try to negotiate for 2 more won, but his second young master spoke first. No need. The prices in the capital are definitely higher than in this small town. Honestly, pine nuts like these sell for 150 won in the capital, and that's not expensive. Miss Lin is my benefactor and noble guest. I can't let you suffer a loss. How many pine nuts do you have left? I'll buy them all at 50 won per jin. Oh my little ancestor. Can you please stop talking? Business negotiations shouldn't bother you, second young master. Didn't we agree that you would just be a quiet, handsome man on this trip? Master Zhang's heart ached terribly. And pushing the money away like that, others are already giving discounts, but you insist on raising the price again. No, I must tell the master later. Second young master is not cut out for business. Isn't it better to just be a relaxed, carefree? Lin Weiwei struggled to hold back her laughter. She thought that if she were Manager Zhang, she would definitely want to hit him. Since young Master Lu is wealthy and doesn't care about the small profit she offers, she might as well not hold back. Lin Weiwei smiled and said, "We have over 3,000 jin of prepared product at home. If young Master Lu doesn't return soon, we can process even more." Young Master Lu nodded and said, "We need to send another batch of goods. It will take about 10 days for a round trip. Feel free to process as much as you can, up to 20,000 jin, and our ships can carry it all."
Wow.
20,000 jin. Lockhead's brows immediately relaxed. This year, the whole village processed over 60,000 jin of pine nuts. At first, he worried that Lin Weiwei couldn't handle that much, but now he realized he was just overthinking. Near is so impressive. With just a few words, she sold 1/3 of the pine nuts. Lockhead's admiration for her flowed endlessly, like a river. 20,000 jin? Lin Weiwei looked into Lu Wenjun's eyes, and all she saw were dollar signs. If she earns 30 cents per jin, that's 600 taels of silver for 20,000 jin. But producing 20,000 jin of pine nuts in 10 days is quite challenging. Lin Weiwei pursed her lips. Challenges are meant to be overcome. If it's hard, she'll create the conditions to make it happen. The two families signed a contract. Lu Wenjun paid a deposit. Lin Weiwei headed straight to the blacksmith shop and bought 2 large ready-made pots. The blacksmith, a muscular man, recognized her and asked, "How many people are in your family? Why do you need so many pots?" Lin Weiwei smiled and said, "Not for our own use, just helping others." "I knew it. You've bought 10 large pots in these months. Seems like your village's pots break down quickly," the blacksmith joked, thinking he was being funny. Lin Weiwei rolled her eyes, thankful for his sincerity, but she didn't believe he suspected she had a small army. She casually asked, "Am I your biggest customer in the past 6 months? Can I get a discount on these 2 pots?" "You're not the biggest." Someone ordered over 30 pots at once, saying they're for a snack shop. They didn't even haggle. "These prices are already the cheapest," said blacksmith boss, shaking his head like a rattle. Jiang Mohan listened and felt a flicker of suspicion. Buying 30 pots at once, what kind of snack shop would need so many? And in the north, if a snack shop could use that many woks, he would definitely know about it.
Could it be?
Jiang Mohan thought of a possibility: military use. Only the army could suddenly use so many large pots. Following the trail of memories, he found some clues. In his past life, this was the time when he was struggling to survive. All his energy was focused on living and studying. Looking back now, if it weren't for Mr. Fan's generous help, he wouldn't have survived that cold winter. Unfortunately, he didn't get a chance to thank Mr. Fan because those who leaked the exam questions took the blame instead. By then, he had moved to the town. Jiang Mohan, who was indifferent to everything, heard about an incident that alarmed the town soldiers. The remnants of the previous dynasty had gathered a group of ruthless disaster victims who had bloodily attacked several villages. 10 Miles Gully was no exception. Could it be that the person responsible for the large pots is connected to these remnants? The more Jiang and Mo Han thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Many disaster victims, with nowhere to go, formed a group and started looting and destroying. The government was chasing them, but without enough food, they were easily exploited and caught. The army suddenly needed to feed so many people, so they had to reserve large pots. In his past life, he was alone, solely focused on destroying the Wu family and climbing to a higher position so that his fate wouldn't be controlled by others. He didn't care about 10 Miles Gully, nor did he concern himself with what happened there. This life was different. His mother, the Lin family, the old village chief, even the flashy Lu Weizi and Lu Erlai, all of them looked so vivid in front of him. And the young girl bargaining with the blacksmith over a few coins, his heart was no longer cold and hard like before. How could he watch 10 Miles Gully be destroyed? Fortunately, the disaster was still over a month away, so there was still time. After leaving the blacksmith shop, Lin Weiwei placed the large pot she had just bought onto the mule cart and poured a stream of spiritual spring water from a bamboo tube. Jiang and Mo Han shook his head. Sometimes this girl was incredibly clever, and other times she was quite naive. Just now at the dock, she was willing to give a 5-cent discount on a pound of pine nuts, selling 20,000 pounds for just 100 taels. Now, she was arguing with the blacksmith over 5 coins. Jiang and Mo Han gradually understood her character. For people she liked, she was never petty. But for those she didn't like, she wouldn't give them a single benefit.
Wow.
The ribs at the meat stall look good. Little scholar, don't you like sweet and sour ribs? Let's buy 2 jin to take home. Lin Weiwei said she was buying 2 jin, but in fact, she bought half a cart of ribs from the stall. It was almost 10 jin in total. Why buy so much? Jiang and Mo Han sometimes feels lucky to have a handsome face, which makes the girl treat him differently and allows him to deceive her into eating and drinking.
Haha.
As a high-ranking official, he also has days when he relies on his looks to get by. There's still some left. I'll store it in the cellar. Tomorrow, I'll make steamed pork ribs for you to try. Little scholar, you've probably never had it before? Lin Weiwei winked at him proudly. Steamed pork ribs? Never had it? In his past life, his household employed more than 10 skilled chefs, and one of their specialties was steamed pork ribs. Later, that chef was bribed by someone else to poison his meals. He was caught, and in front of the other chefs, Li Qing broke every bone in that chef's body. The chef screamed for over 4 hours before dying. Since then, he never tasted satisfying steamed pork ribs again. Lin Weiwei bought a bag of glutinous rice from the grain shop. As she left, she muttered, sigh. Grain prices are rising again. I should ask young Master Lu. Doesn't his family have a cargo ship? Maybe they can bring some quality grain from the south to stabilize prices. Behind every grain shop, there are complex relationships. Even the Lu family, being royal merchants, can't interfere freely. Stabilizing prices depends on the imperial court's orders. Jiang and Mo Han thought to himself, amused by her naivety. Sometimes she seemed to understand everything, yet other times she was as innocent as a newborn baby. Such a contradictory person. Their mule cart left the city gate and saw outside the gates some refugees sitting or lying on the roadside. Lin Weiwei couldn't help but sigh. When will the court open the granaries to send relief food? The common people are struggling to survive.
Probably.
Soon, he replied. In his past life, the disaster victims in Zhongzhou Prefecture waited endlessly, but the court never sent relief grain. Desperate, more and more people joined the chaos, exploited by remnants of the previous regime. Many died or were injured in the chaos. Because the local governor of Zhongzhou foolishly hid the disaster, the entire northern region was overrun with starving people. The people endured 3 years of war. Perhaps all of this could have been avoided in this life. He couldn't help but think of what Mr. Fan told him today. Corruption shouldn't be allowed to grow. It should be stopped early, not ignored to waste a year of his youth. He didn't believe Mr. Fan's excuse that he needed rest because his brain had been hit and he needed to recover. How could he not participate in next year's imperial exam if he had developed wind-powered water wheels and a new accounting method? That was just a lie. After leaving Mr. Fan's house, Jiang and Mo-hun also questioned his own soul. Yes. Upon learning about next year's cheating scandal, why did he first think of hiding instead of stopping it? Could it be that a comfortable life, like boiling a frog slowly, has taken away his fighting spirit? The person overseeing the provincial exam is Ding Tixue, an official from Zhongzhou Prefecture and Wu Bo's sister. It seems she sent her brother-in-law as a concubine. In a previous life, it was this brother-in-law who bribed his associates, stole exam questions, and sold them to many students, making a lot of money. Wu Bo was also one of the beneficiaries. In the past, this lazy man not only passed the imperial exam but ranked in the top 5, which raised suspicion among scholars and teachers at the academy. Most of those who bought the exam questions were not very knowledgeable, yet they appeared in the top 50. Meanwhile, others who studied harder were not listed at all. It was the greed of Ding Tixue's brother-in-law that caused the problem. If he had only sold to 2 or 3 students, it might not have been discovered. But more than 30 of the top 50 had bought the exam questions, which definitely caused suspicion and dissatisfaction among many students. Over 1,000 students in Zhongzhou Prefecture questioned the fairness of the exam, drawing the attention of the court. After a thorough investigation, the cheating scandal was uncovered. Leaking exam questions was a serious crime. Ding Tixue, though unaware of his brother-in-law's actions, would also be implicated if the scandal was exposed. In the end, innocent Mr. Fan became their scapegoat. Ding Tixue knew his brother-in-law sold nearly 50 sets of exam questions. Somehow, he managed to get the court to revoke the top 50 rankings. Jiang Mohan's fingers tapped rhythmically on the carriage's wooden panel. Lin Weiwei looked at him, then stared at his handsome fingers for a while before nudging him with her shoulder, winking and asking, honestly, "What are you hiding? What bad idea are you brewing? Why do you ask?" Jiang Mohan asked in surprise. Lin Weiwei imitated his tapping on the panel and knocked a few times. "Little scholar, you probably don't realize it, but when you're thinking hard, your fingers tend to move on their own. The more difficult the problem, the more obvious the movement. Like last time when I asked if you could make a water wheel, you were gently pinching your thumb and index finger. Now you're tapping the panel. You're young, so why are you overthinking so much? Didn't you just mention the court's disaster relief efforts? I was thinking about how we can get the court to notice Zhongzhou Prefecture sooner." Jiang Mohan suddenly froze, pulling his hand into his sleeve. He didn't expect that this seemingly careless girl had such sharp observation skills. He didn't even realize that he had such a deadly weakness. Lin Weiwei smiled playfully and said, "You've already done it. The water wheel you made earned the emperor's praise. When the reward is given out, you can proudly say, 'Can I exchange the reward for disaster relief grain and do my small part during tough times?'"
Wow.
Such noble qualities. The envoy sent by the court will surely be touched by your selfless spirit and caring heart. Maybe there's also a reward for you in this. Are you willing to give it up? Lin Weiwei paused, seeming to struggle internally. In the end, she made her choice. If it can ease the disaster in the northern land and help the common people survive a bit longer, I am willing to give up any reward, no matter how precious. Jiang Moxian was moved. She was just an ordinary farmer girl with such awareness, so what was he hesitating for? "Kind girl, young master, give me some food? Big sister, big brother, please give me something to eat. I am hungry." Kind-hearted. On the way back to the village, suddenly a group of elderly, weak women and children appeared, blocking the mule cart. Shitu quickly grabbed the reins, avoiding a crushing accident.
Huh?
Why are so many disaster victims suddenly here? They weren't here when we came. Shuta looked at the thin, frail disaster victims, who looked like a gust of wind could them away. He felt uneasy. If it weren't for Lin Weiwei leading everyone into the mountains to gather pine nuts, the lives of the people in Shirley Go wouldn't be much better than theirs. Jiang Moxian saw behind these elderly, weak women and children some tall, muscular men with fierce looks and his heart skipped a beat. Having lived through another life, he knew that hungry mobs often used women and children to gain sympathy, then ambushed, killed, and robbed when least expected. Shitu, drive the cart away, don't stop. Shoulda looked back at him. But there are people blocking the way ahead. If we don't stop, we might hit them. Seeing that the crowd behind had already gathered around, Jiang Maxian picked up a stick from the cart and warned Lin Weiwei, Xiaowei, be careful. Lin Weiwei also sensed something was wrong with these disaster victims. But with so many old, weak, women and children blocking the road, forcing the cart through might cause many injuries. The women and children looked at the big men behind them with fear, clearly being manipulated. Her eyes flicked, and she grabbed a handful of copper coins, begging the women and children blocking the cart, you look quite pitiful. I have over 100 coins here. I'll give them all to you. 100 coins could buy over 3 jin of coarse grain. The elderly, weak women, and children stared intently at the copper coins in her hand, ignoring the large men behind them. Suddenly, Lin Weiwei raised her hand, and the copper coin flew through the air in a long arc, landing in an open space by the roadside. Fearing they might miss out on some coins, the women and children hurriedly ran toward the empty spot. The more than 30 strong men did not move at all. One man grabbed a woman, pulled her by her hair, and dragged her a few steps. He shouted at the group of women and children but couldn't stop them from picking up the coins. Forget about them. Brothers, attack now. One tall, fierce-looking man ordered. Instantly, over 30 sturdy men rushed fiercely toward the mule cart. Suddenly, Jiang Mohan's stick disappeared from his hand. Lin Weiwei had snatched it away. She wielded the stick skillfully, making it look like a fortress wall. The first man who charged at her was hit and flew backward, clutching his arm and crying out in pain. Then, screams of pain echoed one after another as more and more attackers were knocked away. The leader was finally struck by Lin Weiwei, lying on the ground with a bloody face, unconscious. The other robbers who were thrown away either broke their arms or legs and wailed on the ground. The elderly, weak women, and children who had gathered the coins and stood still looked helpless. In the end, they had no choice. They were forced into this. Following these people, at least they could share a meal after stealing, but once they left, they could only wait to starve. Lin Weiwei held her stick, striking a pose she thought looked very cool. She turned to look at the stunned Lockhead and the calm Jiang Mohan, smiling and asking, how was that?
Cool, right?
There should be applause here. Lockhead clapped his hands foolishly, then snapped out of his surprise. He excitedly said, and I, who did you learn your skills from? So cool. So impressive. Who did she learn from? Of course, from Li Qing. Li Qing stayed at the Lin family as the son of the Huang family sister, both to recover from injuries and to find out news about her sister. The pine nut processing factory and the Lin family's dried fruit business needed a lot of firewood. In the past, Lin Weiwei would go up the mountain to chop wood, but now she had handed that task over to Li Qing. Every day, people in Shirley Go would see a tall figure carrying a big bundle of firewood walking down the mountain. He was skilled in martial arts and much stronger than an ordinary person. To save effort, he constantly challenged his physical limits. The people of Shirley Go firmly believed in his identity. It turned out that Lin Anier's strength was inherited from her maternal family, the Huang clan. Every evening, Lin Weiwei asked Li Qing to teach her and her 2 younger brothers martial arts as a way to earn their keep at the Lin family. Lin Xian and little second baby complained endlessly, but Lin Weiwei enjoyed it very much. Recently, she had just learned a set of staff techniques from Li Qing, and today she finally had a chance to practice. She was so excited she couldn't hide it. She was still holding back her strength, but if she used her full power, she could even break a large tree that 2 people could hug in half. Too bad this weapon isn't easy to handle. I'll have the blacksmith forge a good iron staff for me someday as my special weapon. Lin Weiwei put away her staff and looked at the trembling elderly, weak women and children nearby. One old woman, startled, quickly knelt down and begged, please spare us, heroine. It's them who forced us to stop the cart. When we don't obey, they beat us up. We're all poor people struggling to survive. Please, lady, have mercy. Go to the county town. There are porridge stations every day and doctors offering free clinics. The county magistrate has also built a shelter outside the city for disaster victims. Northland is suffering from a drought, but the court won't ignore it. Lin Weiwei looked at this group of old, weak, and vulnerable people and pointed out a clear path for them. The old, weak, women and children looked at each other, unsure. The youngest was about the same age as little second baby, staring at Lin Weiwei with big, confused eyes. It takes a whole day to travel from Renan town to the county seat by cart, and this group would need 2 or 3 days to get there. Without food or water, how could they endure the journey? Several women's eyes dimmed. Lin Weiwei felt a pang of sadness. She divided a bag of sweet potatoes she had just bought among them. When she reached the small boy about 6 or 7 years old, he didn't reach out to take it. Instead, he looked at her with red eyes, watched her for a long time, then burst into tears, repeatedly calling sister. The thin, elderly woman leading them sighed and said, "He's a poor child." His father worked at the town's dock but got caught up in a fight between 2 groups and was killed on the spot. His sick mother, to save enough food for her 2 children, starved herself to death in bed. His sister took him out, but then those beasts ran him over a stone. Kind girl, if your family isn't short of a meal, please buy him. Even if you feed him, he might not be able to eat properly. He's already big enough to help with some work. All these old, weak women and children came from the same village. The old woman still had a young child clinging to her. But what does that matter? She was already overwhelmed and had no strength left to help others. Lin Weiwei looked at the small child, who was thin with a big head, similar to how she first saw the little second child. She felt a little soft-hearted. She bent down, patted the child's head gently, and asked softly, "Do you know what it means to serve someone? It means your life no longer belongs to you. Are you willing?" The small child, with dirty hands, wiped his face and nodded hard, quietly saying, "Even if my life doesn't belong to me anymore, I can at least stay alive. I want to serve the young lady." His words were suddenly interrupted by a figure rushing over. Lin Weiwei's leg was held by a girl about 10 years old. She begged, "Young lady, please buy me too. I have no parents left. I can't live alone anymore." The small child's eyes widened as he looked at her, then at a woman in the crowd. The woman, with a gaunt face, first looked shocked, then hid behind other women, covering her mouth as she silently cried. Jiang Mo Han saw the scene clearly. He got off the mule cart, kicked the girl's hand away with his toe, and coldly said, "If you serve as a servant in our family and dirty the master's clothes, you'll be whipped 20 times. Lock her up." Jiang Mo Han carried an air of nobility and a commanding presence. His cold gaze seemed to hold the power over life and death, sending a shiver down everyone's spine. The girl dared not meet his eyes and knelt trembling on the ground. Deceiving the master is a serious crime. His icy voice was like a sword, piercing through all lies. "Do you still want to serve in my family?" The girl trembled and looked at Lin Weiwei, whispering defensively, I want to serve this young lady. I didn't say anything about you." Her voice grew softer in Jiang Mo Han's line of sight. He sneered coldly and said, "I am her family. Don't think my sister is kind-hearted enough to be fooled by anyone." A woman from the crowd rushed over, hugging the girl tightly and begging, "The child is still young. Please, young lady and young master, don't be so harsh. The child is just scared and hungry. That's why she said those things." Lin Weiwei said, "Of course I wouldn't be so harsh. But a child with a mind as sharp as a sieve, I can't rely on her. Maybe one day, she'll play tricks on me. I haven't. I just don't want to go hungry anymore. I don't want to wake up and see another person lying dead nearby. I don't want to be beaten or scolded like a dog anymore. I want to live. Is that wrong?" The young girl cried out loudly and tearfully. "You're not wrong. Is it wrong that your mother, who loved you and was abandoned by you, is no longer alive? Even close family members can be discarded easily. Who would dare to use you?" Lin Weiwei looked at her with sadness, still unable to see her own mistakes, believing that others are always at fault. She hated people like that the most. Lin Weiwei bent down to lift the little boy onto the mule cart. The small boy looked at the sweet potato in his hand, then quickly ran back into the crowd, stuffing the sweet potato into an elderly woman's hand. After the sister died, it was Grandma Wu who helped him dig a hole and bury her. If it weren't for Grandma Wu protecting him, he wouldn't have survived to this day. Lin Weiwei watched this scene happily. She was right. People who are grateful don't stray far from the right path. Jiang Mohun shook his head. That girl is too kind-hearted. She'll get hurt someday. The mule cart returned to Shilagu. A group of children about 5 or 6 years old carried baskets full of fresh grass, jumping and skipping happily to greet them. Of course, the leader was the fair-skinned, chubby little Erwa. Second sister, look. We've cut 1, 2, 3, 8 baskets of rabbit grass. This is our 3rd trip today. Little Erwa looked eager and adorable, as if waiting for praise. Lin Weiwei got off the mule cart, lifted the little boy onto the cart, and gently rubbed his small head. Our Erwa is the most capable. Seeing the other children look at him with envy, she moved some things on the cart and smiled. Everyone come up. The children cheered happily and scrambled onto the mule cart. Wang Dongqiang, the grandson of the old village chief, was still holding a willow branch, gently swinging it at the mule's rear while shouting, "Get on!
Get on!"
The first to climb onto the cart was little Erwa. Curious, he looked at a dirty little boy and asked, "Second sister, who is he?" "That's him. He'll be your helper from now on. He'll help you cut rabbit grass, catch grasshoppers, clean the rabbit house and sheep pen. When you go to school, he'll carry your books and grinding for you," Lin Weiwei said with a smile. Little Erwa frowned, showing a worried expression. "Second sister, will he live with us forever? Can we afford to take care of so many people?" "Maybe. You should send him back. I can feed the rabbits, clean the rabbit house, carry my own books, and grinding myself." Hearing this, the little boy became nervous. He stammered, I eat very little, just a small bowl of wild vegetables and a simple bread. I can sleep on the ground in the woodhouse, just lay down some straw."
"Please.
Don't chase me away." Wang Dongqiang looked at the shape in his hand, about the size of an egg, and was surprised. He said, "You eat so little? I can eat 5 of these. I can eat 6. You don't eat as much as I do. I can eat 7. I can eat 10. Stop bragging. Even my dad can't eat that much. Aren't you worried about getting a stomach ache?" Hee. To see how a village lives, look at the children. The villagers of Shirley-go are not short of money. They just spent all their strength to buy several carts of grain from Jing'an County. With some wild vegetables and greens, they can fill their stomachs. The children who follow Xiao Erwa often get to eat some meat, so they look livelier and more energetic than children outside. Lin Weiwei gently touches Xiao Erwa's forehead and softly says, "His parents are gone, and he has no relatives around. If we send him back, there's only one outcome." Xiao Erwa looks at Xiao doubting with sympathy and thinks carefully, acting like a little adult.
"All right.
I agree, you can stay. From now on, you follow me, and you have to listen to me. Do you understand? Our family doesn't keep idlers. If you don't work, you won't get food. Remember that?" Xiao doubting breathes a sigh of relief and nods firmly. Xiao Erwa smiles happily at his new friend and asks, "What's your name?"
How old are you?"
Xiao doubting whispers, "My name is Zhang Yuehua. I'm 8 years old." Xiao Erwa looks at his small frame and is surprised. "What? You're 8?
You don't look like it."
You look younger than me. From now on, you'll be the 4th brother among the Gourd brothers, the green one who can breathe fire." The other children look at Nuwa with envy. They've all heard the stories of the Gourd brothers and dream of having a role in the story. Wang Dongqiang, who is closest to Xiao Erwa, is proud of getting the role of the pangolin. Those with less connection can only be the bat spirit or the toad spirit. The annoying Sandbang naturally becomes one of the villain bosses, the scorpion spirit. As for the roles of the 7 Gourd brothers, Xiao Erwa is reluctant to give them to others. Unexpectedly, This new kid just arrived and has already become the fourth brother. Does Xiao Erwa's family still need more brothers? Listening to the children excitedly talking about the Gourd brothers, Zhang Nuo's eyes shine brightly. He said to little second boy, I want to be fifth boy, the one who can spray water. That way, the crops won't die from drought, and people won't go hungry. Little second boy thought about what his second sister had said about his background and felt sorry for him. He kindly agreed, okay, then you can be fifth boy.
Who is fourth boy? I'm me.
I'm really good at making fire, so I want to be fourth boy. A little kid raised his hand high. Wang Dongqiang snorted at him and said, I'm now little second boy's best friend. I can make fire too, so I should be fourth boy. The little kid was not happy and said, Aren't you a pangolin? Why are you fighting me for fourth boy? Wang Dongqiang looked unhappy and said, You're a toad spirit.
Stop arguing.
I think Stone is better suited to be fourth boy. He can cook on several stoves by himself, and he's really good at making fire. Little second boy thought of a suitable person. Wang Dongqiang disagreed and said, Stone is much older than us. He probably doesn't want to play house with us kids. Let me be him. I'll come to your house every day to help make fire, and I'm really good at it. Little second boy looked at him skeptically and said, Your mother said you rarely help at home. If you come to my house to make fire, she definitely won't agree. Maybe it's better to forget it. I'll help my mother make fire at home too. That should be okay, right? Wang Dongqiang hurriedly said.
Well,
for now you can be him. If it's not suitable, we'll find someone else, little second boy said reluctantly. In his opinion, Wang Dongqiang, who didn't help at home much, seemed lazy and unfit for the role of fourth boy. That night, at the old village chief's house, it was Wang Dongqiang's mother's turn to cook. She was surprised to find her son actively helping to make fire and doing it quite well. Was the sun rising from the west? Or had her son been bewitched outside and suddenly become diligent? After asking, she found out it was because of little second boy. The old village chief smiled happily and said, Indeed, choosing the right friends can influence a person's life. Xiangzi, learn more from second boy in the future. Wang Dongqiang's mother was happy but also a bit dissatisfied and said, That kid. He works really hard for others, cutting grass, catching grasshoppers, helping with rabbits and sheep, but he doesn't get anything for himself. Who said that? Last time, little second boy even gave me a piece of rabbit meat, and he shared his roasted goat milk with me. I've never tasted such delicious meat and snacks before. Wang Dongqiang chewed on a grain cake and added, The corn cakes at second boy's house are crispy and tasty, much better than ours. If their family is so well off, why don't you go be their son? Mrs. Dongqiang pushed her son. She was so angry. Other people's dogs smell better than hers. Wang Dongqiang sighed sadly and said, I wish I could too. But the little second boy's mother doesn't lack a son. Mom, sell me to the Lin family? Today, Sister Ernie bought a child and the little second boy is helping him with water. They just met, and now he's helping him with the fifth boy. I want to be the fourth boy. I argued with him for a long time before he agreed. Isn't that frustrating? Mrs. Dongqiang pinched his ear and poked his forehead. I think you're the one who's frustrating. For some food, you're willing to sell yourself as a servant. Isn't that shameful? The old village chief asked, Did Ernie bring someone home? Wang Dongqiang cried out and hid behind his grandfather. Yes. She bought a boy, 8 years old, with no parents. She said, When the second boy goes to school, he can help carry his books. I can help carry the second boy's books too. The old village chief sighed. There are many children outside without parents. They can't survive, so they sell themselves as servants. And those with parents who can't support them sell their children. Luckily, our village has Lin Ernie. Mrs. Dongqiang wrinkled her nose. Father-in-law, you praise Lin Ernie too much. She listens to everything she says. Is she the village chief, or are you? The old village chief glared at her. If you can make sure everyone in our village has enough to eat and no one starves during hard times, I'll listen to you. Lin Ernie led everyone to pick wild vegetables and pine nuts, sold wild fruits and pine nuts at high prices, and even helped build the village processing factory. If she wants to be the village chief, I can give it to her. Wang Dongqiang interrupted, and the bamboo used to deliver water down the mountain was also cut by Sister Ernie.
Exactly.
Without Lin Ernie, do you think Jiang Tongshan would care about our village's fate? The old village chief looked around his family and said, from now on, I don't want to hear any bad words about Lin Ernie from you. Especially you, Manyang. People need to be grateful and thankful, otherwise, they don't deserve to be called human. His sons and daughters-in-law all obediently agreed. Although Wang Manyang felt resentful inside, she wisely said nothing. Lin Weiwei brought home a boy. When Mrs. Huang heard about the child's sad background, she didn't say anything and accepted him. However, Lin Danny muttered a few complaints, saying that life is hard for everyone these days, and taking in children from outside just shows you're kind-hearted. Zhang Nuwa shrank back, trying to stay unnoticed, afraid he would be kicked out. Little second boy held his hand and smiled, saying, come on, I'll take you to bathe, then we can feed the little rabbits together. Nuwa secretly glanced at Lin Weiwei and whispered, I think I should go work first. Little second boy looked him over and waved his hand near his nose, saying, how long has it been since you last bathed? You smell bad. You should take a bath, or you'll make my little rabbit sick. Seeing that Lin Weiwei didn't object, Nuwa nodded slightly and said, all right then. With little second boy's help, Nuwa washed himself clean and changed into a rough cloth outfit that second boy had just made. In the past half year, little second boy had eaten well and drank the spiritual spring water, so he grew taller quickly. The clothes he made a month ago now had short pant legs. Nuwa came from a poor family. He rarely had enough to eat. He was 2 years older than little second boy, but wasn't much taller. Little second boy proudly raised his eyebrows. Finally, someone was wearing his clothes. Nuwa carefully touched his clothes, which he had never worn without patches before. He worried that little second boy had made the decision himself. He looked cautiously at the adult's expressions and whispered, are you really giving me these nice clothes? Little second boy circled around him happily and said with a grin, these clothes are too small for me. Since there are no younger children at home, who else would I give them to?
But
if I sew some patches on the pants and cuffs, I can still wear them. Actually, the clothes were a bit short for Nuwa too. But in his eyes, these were the best clothes he had ever worn. Madame Feng looked at him and smiled, saying, I have some fabric scraps of the same color. When you take off the clothes, I can help you modify them. Mrs. Huang kindly said, I have a few yards of cloth in my chest. I can make you a new set of clothes for changing. Since you came to our home, we won't let you go without clothes.
What?
She was going to make him new clothes? He must have heard wrong. In their village, only wealthy families' children got new clothes during the new year. Nuwa suddenly felt like crying. Jiang Mohan told little second boy, from now on, he will be your little servant. His name has a character similar to your childhood nickname. You should give him a new name. Little second boy's eyes lit up, and he grinned widely, dancing with joy.
Me?
I get to name him? I need to think carefully, and give Nyo a nice, loud name. Zhang Nyowa was not at all opposed to changing his name. The eldest girl from their village was sold to the town's wealthy family to serve as a maid. The family changed her name to Zuair. When she visited home, she would proudly show off her new name to her sisters. The young master gave him a new name to show acceptance and approval. This meant he was now part of a family and no longer a helpless, unprotected beggar who could be mistreated. After feeling excited, Xiao Erwa started scratching his head and asking, what should I name him? Little? Strong? No, that won't do. Big brother Zhuang's little brother, who was born not long ago, is called Little Zhuang. How about Deshan? No, that's not good. That's the name of Wang Dongqiang's uncle. Lin Xian tugged at his little tuft of hair and smiled. Aren't you learning the 3-character classic and the 1,000-character text? You can pick some meaningful characters from those to give him a good name. Rome was 4 years old and knew how to share pairs. Calm Rome was only 4 but understood humility and kindness. Let's call him Xiaoreng. After scratching his head a few times, Xiao Erwa finally picked a character from the 3-character classic.
Xiaorang, Xiaorengreng.
Xiao Erwa chewed the name a few times and felt it sounded very good. The young boy. No, Zhang Xiaoring was very happy too. The young master said this character represented humility and kindness, chosen from a book. Suddenly, he felt his name sounded very noble. Lin Weiwei took out half a rack of ribs and announced, "To celebrate Xiaorang coming to our home, tonight we'll make sticky rice steamed ribs." Jiang Moxing glanced at her sideways. Wasn't it agreed that she would make sweet and sour ribs for him? Just a look and Lin Weiwei understood instantly. She giggled and said, "Sweet and sour ribs are sweet, and eating too many sweets at night isn't good. Let's have sticky rice steamed ribs tonight, and make sweet and sour ribs tomorrow, okay?" "Okay, absolutely okay." After all, the one cooking was the master. This girl might be average in other skills, but her cooking was really good. Jiang Moxian was looking forward to the steamed pork ribs. For making steamed pork ribs with rice flour, the rice flour was crucial. In her previous life, Lin Weiwei worked at a restaurant where steamed ribs were the boss's specialty. She made her own rice flour for steaming. She washed glutinous rice, fragrant rice, star anise, and Sichuan peppercorns with water. Since she had no fragrant rice, she used regular rice as a substitute, then drained and dried them in a well-ventilated place. Xiao Erwa and his new servant, Xiao Rang, fought to start the fire, gently drying the pot. They added glutinous rice, regular rice, and slices, roasting on low heat. When the rice turned slightly yellow, they added star anise and Sichuan peppercorns and continued roasting until the rice was golden. They then removed it, added a little salt, and let it cool. Xiao Erwa and Xiao Rang sniffed the fragrant roasted rice and couldn't help but swallow saliva. Especially little Rung, who hasn't eaten much all day, and his stomach keeps growling loudly. He blushes and covers his uncooperative stomach, afraid that the master and family will think he's greedy and won't want him anymore. After the rice cooled, Lin Weiwei picked out some spices and gave each of the two little ones a handful. The toasted rice smelled fragrant and crispy, with the flavor of the spices blending in. It was a tasty snack for children. Xiao Erwa took a few bites and then gave the rest to Xiaorong. Xiaorong had been begging outside with his sister for over a month. For him, this small handful of toasted rice might be enough for a day or even several days. He cherished it, filling his mouth grain by grain. "Smells so good. This is the best thing I've ever eaten." Even when his parents were alive, they never had such good food at home. "This is plain white rice." Xiaorong's eyes welled up with tears. After eating the toasted rice, he drank a bowl of warm water. When the water soaked into the rice in his stomach, he felt full in a way he had never imagined before. Over there, the steamed pork rice noodles were ready, and Lin Weiwei began making steamed pork ribs. She cut half of a rack of ribs into about 3-centimeter-long pieces. Sweet potatoes were peeled and cut into small chunks. She mixed homemade bean paste, soy sauce, minced garlic, rice wine, a little sugar, salt, and oil with the ribs, stirring well before pouring the mixture over the steamed rice noodles. She tried to coat each rib evenly with the rice flour. A layer of sweet potato slices was placed in the steamer, then the ribs on top. It was steamed over high heat for an hour. When done, she sprinkled chopped green onions on top. The steamed pork ribs were ready. At night, the main dishes were rice and sorghum rice, along with a big bowl of 5 jin of steamed pork. The vegetable dishes were dry-fried green beans and stir-fried loofah. The soup was tomato, vegetable, and egg soup. Xiaorong helped carry the food to the table, arranged the bowls and chopsticks, and shyly stepped back. He looked at the large bowl of plain rice, the big plate of steamed pork, and more than half a pot of egg soup, which his family only drinks during New Year. He was very happy. Big Sister Yaya said that leftover dishes from the master's house would be given to the servants. With so much food, he thought there might be a few bites left for him to taste. Xiao Erwa called him over to wash his hands and eat. Xiaorong hurried over, politely handing a towel to the young master. When he approached the table, he stood a few steps back and quietly said, "Young master, you go ahead and eat. I just ate fried rice, and I am not hungry anymore." Lin Weiwei knew she had to force him to sit at the table. The little guy must have felt uncomfortable, so she went to the kitchen and got a big bowl. She filled it with rice, added 3 ribs and some vegetables, and handed it to Xiaorong. Our family doesn't have many strict rules. If you don't want to eat with us, you can eat in the kitchen. After eating, serve yourself some soup. Is this for me? Xiao Rang couldn't hold back anymore. He swallowed loudly. He didn't have time to feel shy and stared straight at the ribs on the rice. This was meat. The host family was so kind, even giving him meat to eat. He felt he had met a good family, kind and caring. He decided he would work hard and take good care of the young master, becoming a good servant. Xiao Rang had the most unforgettable meal in his life. Even after he became the chief manager of the Ministry of Revenue's household, he always had meat at every meal. Sometimes he went to fancy restaurants. If asked what was the most delicious meal he ever had, he would answer without hesitation: rice, steamed ribs, stir-fried green beans, and egg soup. This meal became his warmest and most precious memory. Jiang Mohan had tasted the most delicious steamed ribs. He carefully picked the first rib with a critical mind. The steamed ribs, tender but not greasy, soft and flavorful, were a classic. The sweet potatoes soaked in the rib broth were surprisingly delicious. The girl's steamed ribs were a bit different from the chef in his previous family, but the flavor was richer. He liked it. Jiang Mohan decided that if this girl truly wanted to stay single, he would keep her in the house. With her cooking skills, having an extra person around wouldn't hurt. But she needed to control her temper, so she wouldn't cause trouble for herself. It didn't matter. In 2 lives, he could still protect the people he cared about.
Oh,
I'm so full. Xiao Erwa happily rubbed his round belly. Lin Weiwei patted his belly and pretended to be happy.
wow.
The watermelon is ripe. Bring the knife, and let's have some fruit after the meal. Xiao Erwa giggled, hugging his belly. There's no watermelon, it's my stomach. I can't cut it with a knife. Huang worried he might laugh too hard and told him to stop. She gently rubbed his belly and softly chided him. I've told you many times, eat less at night so you don't have trouble digesting and wake up with a stomach ache. Little second boy looked upset and said, this isn't my fault. If anyone's to blame, it's second sister. Her cooking is so delicious that I accidentally ate too much. Lin Weiwei exclaimed and came over to pinch his chubby little face. Why didn't you say you were craving it? And you dare to blame me for cooking so well. I declare that starting tomorrow, I will hand over the cooking chores to Big and Ayer. No, little second boy cried out in fear, showing a scared expression. Second sister, I was wrong. You are a kind and great sister. Please don't hold a grudge against me, a little kid. You're the best sister in the world. Lin Weiwei looked unmoved and continued, by the way, someone needs to watch over our warehouse. The merchant who visited yesterday has left, so someone needs to handle business negotiations and pricing. Who can do it? Of course, it's me. Starting tomorrow, I'll live in town. But we still need to make dried meat. The wild boar and deer meat in the cellar won't last many days. And there's the pine nut processing factory. Didn't you buy 2 more pots? You said you'd roast 20,000 jin in 10 days. If you're not here, what should we do? Little second boy tried hard to persuade his second sister to stay in town. Lin Weiwei smiled and said, isn't there our cousin for hunting in the mountains? He's so skilled, catching a few wild boars is easy for him. I've already arranged the processing factory. I hired a few temporary workers, working in 3 shifts. Each person works 4 hours a day and night shift workers get 10 extra coins. In 1 day, we can roast 2,100 jin, and in 10 days, that's over 20,000 jin. Plus what we already have stored. It's more than enough. It won't affect my plans to stay in town. Jiang Mohan put down his chopsticks and said, I have some questions for the teacher. I plan to stay at the town academy for a few days. Lin Zian looked at his silly younger brother and said, I'm also going to get my leave approved at the academy. Second sister, the meals at the academy are terrible. Can you bring me food every day? Lin Weiwei looked at his increasingly chubby face and said dismissively, you still want to eat? If you go back to the academy now, will your teacher think you've switched classes? I only have half a year before I take the imperial exam. If I don't stay healthy and strong, what if I faint during the test? Won't that ruin my score? Lin Zian said confidently. He's not really fat, but during his stay at home, he's been very comfortable, eating delicious food and having Brother Jiang teach him and answer his questions. Thinking about the days at the academy, it's true that it's easier to live simply than luxuriously, but once you indulge, it's hard to go back. Little second boy looked at his older brother and Jiang Mohan with a sad face. He sobbed, woo-woo. He was abandoned by second sister. From now on, only our two brothers can enjoy the delicious meals second sister makes. Second sister, if I go to town to study, does that count? Little second boy had always been focused on raising rabbits, not so much on studying. Now he brought up going to school for food's sake, and he was willing to try hard. Lin Weiwei deliberately frowned and asked, "What about the rabbits in the backyard and those few hens that lay eggs? Can you give up your rabbit-raising business?" Little second boy's eyes darted around, and he saw Xiao Rang standing nearby. He quickly pulled him over and said, "Isn't there Xiao Rang? I'll teach him, and from now on, I'll leave everything to him." Xiao Rang happily nodded excitedly. He could do it. Just leave everything to him. The master assigned him the chores, so he wouldn't be sent back home. He's very capable, really.
Ha ha ha.
Lin Weiwei laughed so hard she leaned back, rubbing the little guy's head. "Just teasing you. Even if second sister goes to town during the day, she will come back at night." "Second sister isn't going to stay in town?" Little second boy asked.
No.
"If I stay in town, I can only sleep in the warehouse, where there's no stove to cook on. It's not as comfortable as home," Lin Weiwei said with a playful smile. Little second boy looked at Lin Zian and Jiang Mohan again. "Big brother and Mohan Gij, aren't you going to stay at the town school?" Lin Zian smiled and gently poked his little nose. "Because of the drought, many people, including me, have taken leave and gone home. Some have even dropped out. There are only a few students left in our class and only 1 or 2 teachers. I might as well stay at home and study with Jiang Tongsheng." Lin Weiwei teased him with a smile. "Are you studying with Xiao Scholar? Did you pay him a fee?" Lin Zian knew his second sister was teasing, so he said, "My tuition, isn't it all arranged by second sister?" "Second sister, you can pay it for me." Lin Weiwei tilted her head and looked at Jiang Mohan. "Xiao Scholar, what kind of tuition do you want?" Jiang Mohan replied calmly, "Sweet and sour pork ribs."
Ha ha ha.
Still thinking about sweet and sour pork ribs? Isn't steamed pork ribs delicious? Lin Weiwei teased him for being a foodie. Jiang Mohan added, "Then add another serving of steamed pork ribs."
All right.
"As long as our big kid can pass the exam, I will cook whatever you want. Steamed pork, sticky rice chicken, steamed spare ribs, braised lion's head, pearl meatballs, for happiness meatballs." Lin Weiwei counted on her fingers, recalling the dish names from a comedy sketch. "Should I recite a part?" Jiang Mohan glanced at her sideways. "What if he manages to pass the imperial exam?" Lin Weiwei chuckled. "If your big kid can pass, then I'll do anything you ask. Even sell yourself as our cook?" Jiang Mohan always looked confident, as if he had everything planned out. "As a cook, yes. Selling myself? No way. I'm a proper chef. I perform my craft, not sell my body." Lin Weiwei winked at him. Mrs. Feng chuckled softly. She finally understood. When it came to words, her talented son always lost to Lin Weiwei. Huang Shi shook her head helplessly at her daughter. The girl was always so outspoken in front of Jiang Tongsheng. She remembered her daughter had said many times she didn't want to marry. As a mother, she was worried. It seemed her daughter wasn't interested in any boys besides Jiang Tongsheng. Oh, if only Jiang Tongsheng were just an ordinary young man in the village, how wonderful that would be. The courtyard at the Lin family was full of happiness. With Lin Weiwei around, there was always laughter. A gentle breeze blew. Jiang Mohan leaned lazily against the chair, watching the lively figures in the yard. A warm smile appeared on his face. Though the small yard was simple, this warm, sweet scene felt like home to him. In his past life, the Prime Minister's mansion was just a fancy prison. Without family, it was always cold. After dinner, Xiao Rang eagerly grabbed the dishes to wash. The water in the tub was full, making him wish he could dive in and drink it all. The host family was lucky. Other places struggled even to get drinking water, but here they used clean water for washing clothes and dishes. After cleaning the pots and tidying the kitchen, Xiao Rang happily went to sweep the yard. When he was free, the second young master pulled him to see the rabbits at home. The second young master, proud and confident, said, "See? There used to be only a few rabbits here, but now, with the newborns, there are over 100. A few days ago, they made rabbit meat strips with 5-spice flavor and sold a lot of silver." Second sister said, "All the money I earn from raising rabbits will be saved for me to study in the future." While saying this, the second young master looked proud, as if he had conquered his own kingdom. Xiao Rang watched the round, fluffy rabbits with wide eyes and said, "Wow, even a young master like you can help the family earn money." If he also had the ability to have a little master, his parents and his sister, would they be? Is he really so useless? I will teach you how to raise rabbits so, in the future, you can become as impressive as me. We will earn lots of money, and then you can go to the town with me to study. In town, there are delicious big meat buns, small wontons, and sweet and sour candied hawthorns. However, the candied hawthorns in town are not as tasty as the mountain red preserves my sister makes. Little second boy held Xiao Rang's hand. "Trust me, if you follow me, you'll enjoy good food and a happy life." Xiao Rang nodded, then shook his head. "I'm learning to raise rabbits from second young master. I'm his servant. You go to town to study. I'll help carry your books and grind ink." But little second boy said, "No, you also need to learn some reading. Otherwise, if I become a high official in the future, the people around me who don't know how to read will be laughed at."
Then,
"When the second young master has free time, teach me to recognize characters. I promise I will study hard." Xiao Rang knew that studying in town required paying tuition. As a servant, how could he let his master spend money on him? After dinner, Lin Weiwei went to the pine nut processing factory to check on things. The 7 employees who volunteered for the night shift were busy at the stove, soaking pine nuts and steaming them in pots, with the fire burning fiercely underneath. Yenner and Shirtu, the 2 little kids, had already finished work but were still helping at the stove. The 2 villagers on the night shift listened carefully as the kids shared their experience of cooking fire. Controlling the fire was also an important step in roasting the pine nuts. Aunt Ho-Hot was transferred from the dried meat group to manage the pine nut factory. As soon as Lin Weiwei entered, she heard her giving a moral talk to the new employees. "This is our 10-mile gully factory, shared by all of us. It concerns every household's benefit. Anyone who leaks the recipe will be a sinner of 10-mile gully." The old village chief said, "Not only will they be expelled from the clan, but they will also be driven out of 10-mile gully. Work hard, think about it. Earning 40 coins in just one night is such a good deal. Where else can you find that? Everyone must work hard. The big client that Air and I brought back must be kept. If we do well, when the factory moves back to the village next year, it will be like our lucky star. One order means every family can get 20 taels of silver. 20 taels. Just think, in the past, a family worked hard for 2 years and might not earn that much silver. We must not slack off or cut corners, or we'll ruin our own future." Whether they were fire starters or roasting pine nuts, everyone promised to work hard and keep the recipe secret. No matter how much money they were offered, they wouldn't tell anyone. And I had already calculated a profit for them. They weren't fools and had no way out. Only they in 10 Miles Gully could make these kinds of roasted pine nuts with a few unique flavors. Soon, more people would come to their village to place orders. If they calculated carefully, each household in their village could earn 50 or 60 taels a year just from selling pine nuts. If the recipe got out, the pine nuts from 10 Miles Gully would face strong competitors. If they couldn't sell their pine nuts, it would be a huge loss for everyone in the village. Earning 50 or 60 taels a year for 10 years adds up to 500 or 600 taels. Over 20 or 30 years, or even 100 years, the descendants of 10 Miles Gully would keep this skill and recipe. They shouldn't be blinded by the small profit of 100 or so taels now. They should think long-term. Under the bright future Lin Weiwei envisioned, They seemed to see 10 Miles Gully become the richest village in the entire central state or even the northern land. Everyone would have enough to eat and warm clothes. If they wanted meat, they could have meat. If they wanted new clothes, they could make them. There would be no single men in the village, and girls from other villages would be eager to marry the young men of 10 Miles Gully. Only fools would ruin such a bright future for a little bit of profit. This was for the benefit of future generations. Some greedy merchants, hearing about the profit, soon found female workers in the processing factory. They offered to pay from 100 taels up to 500 taels just to buy the secret recipe for roasted pine nuts. 500 taels. If Lin Weiwei hadn't prepared in advance and made a delicious big meat pie for the whole village, perhaps that worker would have been tempted. When the merchant offered such a high price, she kept a cold smile and looked at him with disdain. 500 taels. That was just 10 years' income for their family. Who was he kidding? Did he think she was naive? She wasn't moved at all. Instead, she sent her child to find the old village chief. When the old village chief heard that greedy merchants wanted to cut off their village's livelihood, he was furious. He led all the men in the village to block the dishonest merchant, beat him up, and drove him out of 10 Miles Gully. Since then, several entrances to the village were guarded, with patrols and sentries. Any strangers were stopped and questioned thoroughly. Even visitors coming to see relatives weren't easily allowed in, to prevent them from being bribed. Everyone in 10 Miles Gully worked together with one heart. The whole village was as solid as a steel barrel. They believed that as long as they protected the recipe, they could protect the life of their village. Outside, countless disaster victims died from hunger and thirst every day. Many sold their children and themselves just to survive. They betrayed the plan, and today's people will be tomorrow's people of Surely Go. The next day, Lin Weiwei loaded the goods onto a mule cart, ready to leave for the town. Suddenly, she felt something heavy on her clothes. Looking down, she saw Xiao Erwa holding on to her. Although Second Sister said yesterday that she was just teasing him, Xiao Erwa still feared that she might abandon him and go live permanently in the town. Seeing the doubtful look in her eyes, Xiao Erwa whispered shyly, "Second Sister, please come back early." Lin Weiwei chuckled softly. She bent down, supported Xiao Erwa under his armpits, and helped him onto the mule cart. She said to the lock, "Let's go." Xiao Erwa's face lit up with excitement. It's been a long time since he went to town with his second sister.
But
what about the rabbits, chickens, and sheep at home? He saw Xiao Reng carrying a basket, and his eyes sparkled. "Xiao Reng, go with Wang Dongqiang and the others to cut grass. When you come back, I'll record it for them." Seeing his sister's account book, the little guy suddenly had an idea. He used the back of a sheet of paper his brother had practiced writing on, drew tables, and used different shapes to represent different children. He recorded how much rabbit grass they brought in. After 10 times, they could exchange it for a chicken leg, 2 pieces of braised pork, or some rabbit meat. Lin Weiwei smiled and shook her head. "You're too stingy. Only once in 10 times do you exchange for meat, and yet those little guys are all fooled by you and have no complaints." Xiao Erwa happily said, "What do you mean I fooled them? I didn't fool anyone. I've kept my promises. Wang Dongqiang loves braised pork the most. He's almost collected 10 times. Second sister, shall we buy some meat today and make braised pork? Are you craving braised pork?" Lin Weiwei pinched his nose. Xiao Erwa grinned and said, "Can't blame me for craving it. It's because second sister's cooking is so delicious, I'm almost getting fat." Lin Weiwei smiled and said, "Are you tired from cutting grass every day? Another batch of rabbits will be born soon. Your little treasury will have more income, so you don't need to cut grass anymore. Just buy rabbit grass from the village kids for a penny a basket." But they prefer to trade for meat. The kids who hang out with Xiao Erwa are young, and I can't go into the mountains to gather wild fruits and mountain goods. They don't understand money very well. At this age, kids crave meat very much, especially since the meat from the Lin family's animals has a unique flavor others can't replicate. After autumn, it gets colder day by day. We need to stock up on rabbit grass to prepare for winter feeding the breeding rabbits. Your little friends are just playing small tricks, It's barely enough for the rabbits to eat. You can ask the older children to gather rabbit grass. When they pick wild fruits, they can easily bring back a basketful, Lin Weiwei said. Little second child nodded and said, but we shouldn't gather too much. Second sister, didn't you say we need to deal with most of the rabbits before winter? All right, you decide for yourself, Lin Weiwei replied. She wanted to help him think independently. She rarely gave direct instructions about his rabbit hut, only offering advice at the right moments. Little second child thought to himself and secretly told the older brothers and sisters he liked that, like Lu Xiaoying, the annoying ones shouldn't even gather wild fruits. Along the way, Shou Tu kept a worried heart, afraid of running into troublemakers again. Maybe because they had just dealt with a band of thieves yesterday, they didn't encounter any problems this time. When they arrived in town, after paying the toll to enter, Shou Tu drove the cart to Ning's shop, while Lin Weiwei took the little one to the dock. Second niece, you're here. Lu Yzi, who was talking to someone, saw her and hurried over. Have you needed to rent a warehouse these past few days? Lin Weiwei handed him a bag of food and casually asked. Lu Yzi said, I was just about to tell you about that. Many people have asked about renting our warehouse, but once they hear the rent, they all back out. Second niece, maybe. You could talk to the owner and lower the price? Do you know the phrase rare goods are highly valued? Those who think the rent is too high and refuse to rent are mostly small merchants with little strength. Renting to them would mean splitting the warehouse, making management difficult. Our Jinan Town Dock is a key waterway connecting east and west. Aren't there big clients? Patience is needed, Big Manager Lu. Lin Weiwei smiled calmly, confident, and composed. Hearing her words, Lu Yzi's anxious heart gradually calmed. He smiled and said, Second niece, no wonder Ning Dongjia looks highly upon you. With your insight and calmness, you're not an ordinary person. Uncle Yzi also wants to rent out the warehouse quickly to help the owner, Lin Weiwei said. In business, you should never rush. You can't let the other side see your cards, or you'll be at a disadvantage. Keep control in your hands and don't be led around. Little second child, obedient and holding Lin Weiwei's hand, looked toward the dock and asked, Are there many soldiers coming down from the boat? Are they here to catch bad guys? Lin Weiwei looked at the river, where boats loaded with goods gradually docked. She smiled at Lu Yzi and said, Get ready. Business is coming. Among the soldiers, a leader-like figure asked a few questions to the laborers waiting at the dock, glanced in their direction, then led a group of soldiers to approach confidently. Little second baby was so scared he hid behind Lin Weiwei. The military officer in front examined Lin Weiwei and Lu Yzi for a moment, frowned, and said to Lu Yzi, Where's your warehouse?
Take me to see it.
Lu Yzi's forehead broke out in cold sweat. With the imposing attitude of these soldiers, he, a common person from the mountains, had never seen such a display. Uncle Yzi, don't be afraid. These are official troops from the court, not bandits or rebels. They won't hurt you. Lin Weiwei thought to herself, shaking her head gently. Lu Yzi still needs more experience. The young officer leading the group looked at Lin Weiwei and asked, Bandits or rebels? Is Runan Town not peaceful? It used to be fine. But this year, there was a severe drought. Many refugees stayed outside Runan Town. On our way back yesterday, we even encountered robbers. I'm strong and my mule cart is fast, so I wasn't hurt by the rebels. Lin Weiwei remained calm under the officer's intense gaze, unlike a young girl.
Oh.
You're strong. How strong are you? A lazy voice asked. The young officer turned and saluted, Seventh Prince, Prince Min's son. Suddenly, Lu Yzi's legs went weak, and he knelt on the ground.
Oh my.
Who? Seventh Prince? Son of the Emperor? These are characters from plays. How did they come to Runan Town? No need for formalities. The seventh prince waved his hand with a slight smile. Stand up. No need to bow so much. Lu Yzi's voice trembled a bit. Why yes. Your Highness. Prince? Isn't he the Emperor's son? Going back, he'd have plenty to boast about. Talking to the Emperor's son was such an honor. Hey, aren't you the noble who bought my links? Lin Weiwei recognized them. In such a small place as Runan Town, many merchants come and go, but few are as noble and impressive as these guests. The seventh prince's beautiful phoenix eyes widened slightly in surprise. You're the girl who sells lynxes? I didn't expect it to be a young lady. He didn't insist on her showing her superpower, being able to catch lynxes with her bare hands, so dealing with a few rebels was no problem for a brave girl. The seventh prince asked again, "Little girl, tell me honestly, how serious is the drought in your area?" Lin Weiwei objectively described the suffering in other villages, using the orphan Xiao Rang she just brought back as an example. This made the situation clearer and more vivid, helping the seventh prince and crown prince Min understand the drought in Renan town, and even the entire Zhongzhou prefecture. The seventh prince frowned, his enchanting phoenix eyes flashing with cold light. The drought in Zhongzhou prefecture is so bad. Why hasn't Ma Qinghui reported it?
Ma Qinghui? Who is that?
Lin Weiwei looked confused. Seeing her blank expression, the seventh prince suppressed his anger and slightly smiled. The governor of Zhongzhou. The drought hasn't been reported? Why not? The common people are waiting for relief grain from the court. Last time I came to sell lynxes, I heard they sent relief supplies to other areas hit hard by disasters. I thought it would be our turn soon. Lin Weiwei didn't understand what the officials were thinking. Can droughts be hidden easily? Isn't that hurting the people of the entire prefecture? Jun Cheng, continue escorting the grain westward. I will stay behind to deal with Ma Qinghui. The relief work was tedious and dull, and the seventh prince had long wanted to give up. Crown Prince Min crossed his arms, sneering coldly. Seventh prince, it was you who stole the relief mission from the emperor. You've been trying to slack off all along, and it's you. I am only ordered to the grain north. I don't care about anything else. The meaning was clear. If you go off on your own and cause trouble during the relief efforts, don't expect me to clean up after you. Lin Weiwei kept glancing at Crown Prince Min's face. His expression and cold smile looked so much like a young scholar. Could it be that handsome people, when they look down on others, all have this kind of expression? The seventh prince closed his fan, tapped it in his palm, and smiled mischievously. Jun Cheng, we grew up together, wore the same pants, slept on the same bed, and even drank milk from the same wet nurse. What's there to divide us? Brothers, we're close enough to settle accounts honestly. The responsibility of relief work is as heavy as the sky. I won't help you carry this burden. Crown Prince Min had always helped the seventh prince shoulder the blame when he annoyed the emperor. The seventh prince was clever and knew how to drag him into trouble whenever he upset the emperor. The seventh prince grinned shamelessly. Aren't you an orphan? Our relationship is even closer than real brothers, right? Lin Weiwei watched their lively interaction with great interest, imagining a romantic drama, a proud, aloof heir versus a charming, devilish prince. Little girl, what are you smiling at? The seventh prince caught sight of Lin Weiwei's strange smile and immediately felt a chill run down his spine, with goosebumps rising all over. Lin Weiwei quickly controlled her expression, opening her innocent and kind little deer eyes, blinking innocently, and said, I didn't really laugh. I just feel so excited that I can talk to His Royal Highness the Prince and the young master. I don't know how to contain my happiness. His Highness cares about the disaster in Renan town, and the people there are saved. The seventh prince narrowed his charming phoenix eyes, always feeling that this girl was not honest, but he couldn't catch her in a lie. A country girl, seeing the prince and the young master, was so calm. Even though she said she was excited, he couldn't sense any excitement from her. She was a strange little girl. The seventh prince approached the warehouse, looked inside, and saw it was dry, clean, and spacious, perfect for storing goods. All right, we've rented this warehouse, he declared with a wave of his hand, making the decision. The young soldier whispered, Your Highness, this warehouse costs 10 taels of silver per room, and it's calculated daily. With 16 rooms for 10 days, it will be a total of 150 taels. This is basically making a fortune off the disaster. Who is making a fortune? Why accuse me of such a thing right away? Am I trying to scare you? Lin Weiwei hurriedly asked, Your Highness, you just mentioned investigating the case of the governor of Zhongzhou hiding the disaster news. Is that true? The seventh prince replied, "Of course it's true. Do you think I have time to play around? This is a major matter concerning the people's safety. I will definitely investigate thoroughly." Prince Min looked at him with a frown and said, "You go west to distribute aid, and I stay behind to investigate the case." The seventh prince was displeased and said, "If you stay, what if someone tries to steal the relief supplies on the way? I will only leave 2 assistants behind. The remaining thousands of soldiers, are they all just for show?" Prince Min firmly refused to give the seventh prince any chance to escape. The seventh prince moved closer, smirking mischievously, and said, "In my heart, thousands of soldiers are no match for a single Jun Chung." Seventh prince, that's really discouraging for the soldiers. Lin Weiwei's eyes sparkled more and more. Oh, the charming prince is using a beauty trick. The proud young master is cold and unfeeling, unaffected. The show is getting more exciting. Seeing that his plan failed, the seventh prince came up with another idea. He glanced at Lin Weiwei, who was excitedly watching, and said to Prince Min, "All right then. The people's eyes are sharp and clear. Let this young girl say, do you think it is better for the prince to stay or for Lord Jun to stay?" "What? Why involve me in your little matter? Isn't that like shooting yourself in the foot?" Lin Weiwei calmly kicked the ball back. "Whether it's His Highness the Prince or Lord Jun who stays, as long as they can secure relief grain for Renan Town, I am willing to lend the warehouse to both of them free of charge." Lu Wei, who was shrinking aside, heard this. "What? Free rental? No rent collected? Would Ning Dong blame him for poor work and kick him out? He just barely reached the threshold of the chief steward's position and didn't want to lose it so easily. But in front of the prince and the lord, though he was anxious and worried, he dared not show it. Ernier, just like in the plays, whether they succeed or fail, it's all because of you. Free of charge? That's 150 taels of silver. Don't you need to discuss this with your family elders?" The seventh prince's alluring phoenix eyes looked her up and down. From his many years of experience in judging people, especially women, he could tell that although the girl was tall and brave, her round face with a bit of baby fat and her clear, bright eyes suggested she was still young. Her clothes, made with simple fabric and workmanship, didn't look like they belonged to a wealthy family. Who gave her the courage to claim they could waive 150 taels? Or does the young girl look down on them, thinking they can't secure disaster relief grain for Zhongzhou Prefecture? Lin Weiwei smiled and said, "No need to discuss. I can make this decision myself. If my family knew my choice, they would not only agree but also support it wholeheartedly." "Good. Just because you are loyal and brave, and if the drought in Zhongzhou Prefecture is real, I will do my best to secure disaster relief grain. If my father the emperor doesn't approve, I will personally fund the grain purchase." The seventh prince put away his fan and declared. Lin Weiwei showed her white teeth. "Young general, what are you waiting for? Move the grain." She then turned to the seventh prince and said, "Let's be clear, we're only renting the warehouse, not providing other services. You're storing grain, and it's relief grain. Guarding isn't part of the deal." "Of course." The seventh prince turned to Prince Min and said, "Jun Chung, after sailing so long, are you interested in riding horses outside the city to relax?" Prince Min understood immediately and nodded. "I will gladly accompany you." While taking a break from unloading grain at the warehouse, these 2 horsemen rode around a nearby village near Renan Town. The farmland was completely barren, the village was mostly empty, the river was dry and cracked, and outside the city, starving refugees were dying every day. When they returned from outside the city, the seventh prince and the crown prince's son looked very gloomy, like the sky before a thunderstorm. What is the governor of Zhongzhou doing? Are the officials sent to check the drought blind? Ma Jiahui is really talented. He even managed to bribe the people sent by the emperor. The seventh prince crushed the fan in anger. He immediately wrote an urgent letter and sent it to the capital. It would take at least half a month for the message to reach the city and come back. How many people in Zhongzhou are dying during this time? The seventh prince went to see Magistrate Wang and ordered him to open the granaries and release grain to help the urgent situation. Magistrate Wang looked troubled. "Your Highness, without an imperial decree, I dare not release the grain. This is a matter that could cost me my head. The seventh prince knew his wife had organized several flower parties, inviting merchants' wives, just to raise money to buy grain and distribute porridge outside the city. The starving refugees outside the city were grateful to Magistrate Wang. Although he was a bit slippery, he was honest and a good official who cared for the people. The seventh prince pounded his chest and assured him, the disaster in Baoqing County has already been reported to the court. Relief grain is on the way. You can open the granaries first. If anything happens, I and Crown Prince's son will take full responsibility. Crown Prince's son. Why did you make the decision and drag me into it? Do you want me to take the blame? Magistrate Wang looked at the upright and serious Crown Prince's son and felt he seemed more reliable. But it wasn't just that. His father's status in the emperor's heart was extraordinary. The Crown Prince's son was one of the few veterans who fought alongside the emperor. He had saved the emperor's life more than once on the battlefield. Moreover, 15 years ago, the pregnant crown princess disguised herself as the empress to lure away the enemy soldiers and protected the empress who was carrying the crown prince. However, the crown princess gave birth on the battlefield, barely surviving. Later, she was found and brought back, but her child has never been recovered. The crown princess was badly injured, lost her child, and became mentally unstable, sometimes clear-headed, sometimes confused, living through these 15 years in a daze. It can be said that with the achievements of the crown prince and crown princess, as long as he does not rebel, the members of the crown prince's household would not be executed by the emperor, no matter what mistakes they made. Therefore, the reputation of Prince Min's heir is even more solid than the guarantee given by the county magistrate, who confidently assured everyone, because the image of the seventh prince as a spoiled is deeply ingrained in people's minds. The disaster worsened each day. The porridge stalls outside the city were barely enough to help, and every day, bodies were buried in the mass grave. There were also certain forces stirring with ill intentions. The county magistrate felt like he was dancing on the edge of a knife, unsure when everything would fall apart. Not only was his hard-earned official position at risk, but his life might also be in danger. Since two powerful figures, the seventh prince and Prince Min's heir, stood in his way, what did he have to fear? It was only death. For the sake of the common people, he was willing to die with dignity. The county magistrate clenched his teeth and decided he would open the granaries and distribute grain. Carloads of food were sent to various villages. The surviving villagers kneeled on the ground, crying and grateful for the kindness of the emperor's officials. The magistrate didn't keep the credit to himself. He widely announced the deeds of the seventh prince and Prince Min's heir. The grateful villagers even offered them longevity tablets at home. The governor of Central State quickly learned of this and, furious, sent people to arrest the magistrate and punish him. The magistrate showed the badge he had obtained from Prince Min's heir. Immediately, the governor of Central State turned pale and collapsed to the ground. It was all over, completely over. The spoiled and careless seventh prince was easy to deceive, but with Prince Min's heir holding such a high position in the emperor's heart, his official hat, his family, and his life, all were doomed. In the imperial study, the emperor threw the letter from the seventh prince onto an old official. The emperor was so angry that his chest rose and fell violently, and his finger trembled as he pointed at the old official. You, my loyal subject. I trusted you so much to send you to check the drought in the northern lands, yet you colluded with others and deceived me. Do you know how many people in the central state have been displaced or lost their families because of your words? The Grand Secretary, Guan, quickly picked up the letter and read it carefully. He frowned and said, "Impossible. I checked several villages in Jing'an County. The weather was good there, and the wheat grew especially well. The people of Jing'an County are living peacefully and happily. Are you saying that the seventh prince's letter is all nonsense?" The emperor sneered. Guan hurriedly lowered his head and replied, "I dare not. Every word I said is true. Please, your majesty, examine carefully." The minister of revenue stepped forward and said, "Your majesty, the water wheel was invented by Jiang Tongsheng. Isn't he from Rhinan town? The emperor nodded and said, yes. I was also confused. Fong Yuanwei just returned from Rhinan town, didn't he? How is the drought situation in Zhongzhou prefecture? Just ask and you'll know. His chief steward Lu Shun quickly issued a command, summon Master Fong, the deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue, to present himself. Master Fong, just after finishing his court session at the Ministry of Revenue and busy organizing past accounts with a new bookkeeping method, was suddenly called into the palace, looking confused. Other officials from the Ministry of Revenue rarely get summoned by the emperor all year round. They all looked at Master Fong's back with envy. This guy really got lucky.
Why?
Because he has a classmate and friend who can teach students. Last time, he did well on a mission to Renan, so maybe next year he will get promoted. Nervously, Master Fong entered the imperial study. He glanced at Lord Guan, the Grand Censor, who was kneeling on the ground. As he bowed, he secretly looked at the emperor's face, full of anger. Master Fong's heart tightened. Master Fong, as a special envoy to Renan town, do you know about the drought there? The emperor asked with a stern face. At that time, Master Fong was traveling north by boat. He disembarked at Renan town's dock, then was picked up by Magistrate Wang's carriage and went straight to Shirley Go. On the way back, he was so happy he didn't pay much attention to the drought conditions locally. He thought for a moment and replied, Your Majesty, I will take Shirley Go as an example. The place where Jiang Tongshan lives has a mountain with an ever-flowing water pond. The people of Shirley Go are hardworking and honest. Every family and all the children go up the mountain daily to fetch water for irrigation. Even so, most crops produce less than 1/3 of what they used to in previous years. That's also the reason why the scholar named Jiang developed a water wheel. Less than 1/3 of the usual harvest? That means they probably can't pay all their taxes. The emperor's expression grew more displeased. Grain production has dropped sharply. The governor of Zhongzhou hadn't reported the drought, nor asked for tax relief. Just paying taxes could ruin families and cause suffering. Master Fong quickly said, Shirley Go relies on the mountains for resources. They found a patch of red pine forest, and a family named Lin contributed a recipe for roasted pine nuts. With support from the village elder, they built a pine nut processing factory. The people of Shirley Go harvest, roast, and sell pine nuts, which not only helps pay their taxes, but also allows them to buy grain from Jing'an County, which was unaffected by the drought. The emperor caught the key point in his words. Are you saying Jing'an County was not affected by the drought? Sir, I haven't been to Jing'an County myself. I heard about it from Jiang Tongsheng and Miss Lin. Jing'an County has a special terrain, surrounded by mountains on all sides. It often has clouds and rain in the mountains. When there is flooding, it's common. This year's drought didn't seem to affect them much. The grain prices there are much lower compared to other places. The people of 10 Miles Gully organized all the young and strong men to go to Jing'an County to buy grain. Master Fong was glad that Miss Lin was a warm and lively girl. If she had been as cold as Jiang Tongsheng, he wouldn't have been able to answer the emperor's questions and would likely have been punished. The emperor snorted and said to Lord Guan, Did you hear that? The governor of Central State is just fooling someone like you, showing you only what he wants you to see. Lord Fong, continue. Sweat started to appear on Master Fong's forehead. He tried hard to remember and told the emperor, I specifically checked the grain prices in Renan town. The coarse grain, originally 5 coins per jean, has risen to 18 coins. The townspeople are queuing up all night to buy grain, and often can't get any. Oh, and in Baoqing County, there are porridge stalls outside the city and free medical clinics. Many disaster victims have gone there. He continued, I saw that the land that should be good farmland is now filled with withered crops or dry weeds. The ditches along the roads are cracked open. Some villages are even having trouble with drinking water. As for other counties and villages, I haven't seen them myself and dare not speak carelessly, lest I offend the emperor's trust. Please forgive me. The emperor stepped in front of Lord Guan, pointing at him, and said, Listen. Anyone with eyes can see how the common people are living. I thought you were honest and fair, not colluding with local officials. But I didn't expect that not only is your stomach full of one intestine, but your mind is also simple. You are easily deceived by others. Lord Guan bowed his head in shame and said, I have failed the Emperor's trust. I am incompetent. Please punish me.
You.
Your mistakes will be made up by you. Yuan and Fong. Let him go to the Ministry of Revenue to help you gather relief grain and make up for his mistakes, the Emperor ordered. The Minister of Revenue was very happy. The Ministry of Revenue was short of people right now, especially since they were preparing relief grain and rechecking last year's accounts. He repeatedly asked the Emperor for help in finding staff, but the court was also short-handed. Having one more person means more strength. Although Lord Guan is a bit straightforward and old-fashioned, he is very capable at work. His subordinates' complaints should decrease a lot. Let's talk about Lin Weiwei returning to Shirley Go in the evening. She proudly boasted about a major achievement that benefited the common people, saying to the young scholar, forget about the rent of 150 taels of silver. If that seventh prince can really help us get relief grain for Renan town, I would even be willing to pay an extra 150 taels. Every time she traveled to the town, she felt upset seeing the starving, hopeless villagers with their emaciated bodies and desperate eyes. These people looked like walking corpses, and tomorrow they might really become true corpses. People say that after seeing so much, one becomes numb. But her heart was made of flesh. The feeling of compassion mixed with helplessness was truly hard to bear. Jiang Mo Han looked at her gently, and his suspicion and wariness towards her disappeared completely. Although her background was mysterious, she was kind, optimistic, strong, and soft-hearted. She seemed clever and sharp, but actually, she was simple and pure, which was worrying. If such a person truly intended harm, it would probably be the other person's fault. You've already done very well, Jiang Mo Han saw through her inner feelings. He wanted to reach out and gently pat her head to comfort her feelings of helplessness and sadness. She mobilized the entire village to build canals and bring water down the mountain, solving the irrigation problems for everyone and unintentionally helping him as well. She couldn't bear to see villagers starving, so she led everyone into the mountains to gather supplies. When pine nuts couldn't be sold, she even shared her secret recipe to help the village build a processing factory. Now, the people of Shirley Go had money, and they no longer worried about surviving the winter. She had done enough. In her past life, he thought the seventh prince was unpredictable and temperamental, and his ending was no better. A prince, once noble, ended up exiled and imprisoned for life. The royal family had no father-son bond. For the sake of the country and the throne, even sons could be abandoned. What about him? Just a tool or weapon. This girl, so clever and cunning like a fox, was unafraid in front of the seventh prince and even took the opportunity to reveal the drought situation in Zhongzhou Prefecture. At that time, the seventh prince hadn't yet been misled by others or forced into his path of seizing the throne. He still respected and felt close to his father, wanting to help the emperor. Moreover, he was still accompanied by Prince Min. Maybe this girl accidentally helped make things happen. Working with Ning Dongsheng, buying the warehouse at the dock, and trying to get the seventh prince interested in Zhongzhou's drought. If someone else did this, he might suspect they were reborn too. But this girl, is she just lucky? Or does she have sharp eyes and always seizes great opportunities? Young scholar? Beautiful young scholar? Lin Weiwei's small hand waved in front of Jiang Mo Han. What are you thinking about? So focused? I'm asking you. Oh, are you thinking about some girl? Little scholar, are you feeling lovesick? Jiang Mo Han brushed away her restless hand and glared at her. Stop with the nonsense. The seventh prince and the crown prince, especially the crown prince, are quite influential in the emperor's mind. You, by accident, saved the lives of the people of Zhongzhou Prefecture. What do you mean by accident? I call it bravery and cleverness. If it were someone else, seeing a prince or a noble son, they'd be so scared they'd be trembling and unable to speak properly. Not me. I thought first of the safety of the people, not myself. I am truly great. I even cried tears of emotion. Lin Weiwei fake cryingly wiped away non-existent tears. Jiang and Mohan complained, "You're just foolishly brave. Stay away from those powerful people. They are unpredictable and don't care about ordinary lives. One moment they smile and talk to you, the next they might turn you into a corpse. Stop scaring me. Do you think I was raised to be scared?" Lin Weiwei rolled her eyes. The seventh prince did seem a bit spoiled, but he had the crown prince watching over him. The crown prince looks pretty reliable. As for the crown prince, he had never betrayed the emperor's trust, but unfortunately, little scholar, that cold and proud noble son, he looks quite a bit like you. Are you perhaps a noble child who fell into the common folk? Lin Weiwei suddenly thought of the melodramatic stories she had read in her past life, and her imagination ran wild. Jiang and Mohan. Hey, don't go. Just joking. Why are you walking away again? Lin Weiwei chased after him, muttering, "Little scholar, you're good at everything, but you get angry too easily. That's not right. No noble lady can stand your temper. A real man should be generous and magnanimous. Aren't I being generous and magnanimous? If I had the temper of the prime minister in my past life, your head would have fallen off countless times. I can't think anymore. My head is buzzing, all because of this annoying girl." Li Qing, carrying a bundle of firewood, saw Lin Weiwei following like a shadow behind Jiang and Mohan, coming out from the next door. One had a bright smile, the other looked as if someone owed him 800 taels of silver. He couldn't help but frown. He put down the firewood and waved to Jiang and Mohan.
Yan Mohan.
They still went out together. Li Qing walked to a deserted place, crossed his arms, and looked at Jiang and Mohan unhappily. He said, "Young Master Jiang, our little Wei just woke up and doesn't understand the world. You've studied for so many years. Don't you know the basics between men and women? Please stay away from my little Wei in the future." Jiang and Mohan was annoyed by him calling her our little Wei repeatedly. He asked coldly, "Who gives you the right to say these things to me?" Li Qing proudly lifted his chin. "Because I am her cousin. A cousin is also a brother. As her brother, I must protect my sister and not let anyone deceive her." "Your sister? You should find your own sister first." Jiang and Mohan sneered coldly. Li Qing's face changed. "Do you think I don't want to? So many years have passed, and with the war and chaos, finding someone is like searching for a needle in a haystack."
Let's not talk about that now.
The Marquis of Loyalty and Justice could destroy the Li family for personal gain. His ambitions and methods mean he wouldn't be content to stay in the northern land as a minor noble. He's probably planning something bigger. Jiang and Mohan turned to leave gracefully, hands behind his back, hidden achievements and fame.
Li Qing frowned deeply.
What did this little scholar really mean? What if the Marquis of Loyalty and Justice is unwilling? Could he really be plotting rebellion? Besides, even if the Marquis had disloyal thoughts, how would a poor scholar from a mountain village know about it? His previous assassination attempt failed. The Marquis's estate was heavily guarded, like a fortress. It seemed he could only try other ways. Jiang and Mohan's analysis made some sense. The northern land borders the Donghu people, and remnants of the previous dynasty are lurking in the shadows. With the Marquis's ambitions, he definitely wouldn't be content to stay as a minor noble. A direct assassination could only avenge his family. But if he could find evidence of the Marquis colluding with enemies and have him executed along with his entire clan, wouldn't that be even more satisfying? In the following days, Li Qing often left early and returned late, sometimes gone for days. When villagers asked, Lin Weiwei made excuses to cover for him. Sigh. It seemed she had picked up a troublemaker. Soon, the villagers stopped caring about Li Qing. The old village chief excitedly brought news. Baoqing County was opening the granary to distribute grain. Jiang and Mohan looked at Lin Weiwei in surprise. So soon? The county magistrate Wang was known for being tactful, cautious, and timid. He wouldn't act on his own. This must be an order from the seventh prince. Definitely not like the seventh prince he remembered from his past life. Let's go. To collect relief grain. Lin Weiwei held her household registration and waited with a mule cart in front of the Jiang family's gate for the young scholar. This time, Grain was distributed based on the number of people in each family. The Lin family has 5 members, so they can receive 100 jin of grain. Tenligo's young men are all out working. Some push wheelbarrows, some pull carts, and others drive ox carts. Those without any tools rely on shoulder poles and hand carrying. This grain is life-saving. No matter how tired or how far, they must bring it back. A few households in the village that lack able-bodied men told the old village head. Only the old village head and the Lin family have livestock. The 2 families agreed that these households' grain would be loaded onto their carts and brought back together. People in the village are not eager to collect their grain. Some have issues with their thoughts. Before dawn, the people of Tenligo, led by the old village head, set out in a large group toward the county seat. The distance from Tenligo to the county seat is nearly twice as far as to Rinnan town. It took them a whole day to arrive at Baoqing County. Outside Baoqing County, countless villagers gathered. Most of them, like those from Tenligo, had come from nearby towns and villages. The crowd was dark and dense. They all had one thing in common: thin, with bony frames, walking unsteadily. Compared to them, the people of Tenligo looked very different in appearance and spirit. Although dressed in worn-out clothes, they were clean and tidy, with patches sewn smoothly. They weren't fat, but compared to others, they looked quite strong. What drew more attention was that some of their teams still had live animals pulling carts. Elsewhere, almost no grass grew, and there was no water to drink. How could they keep animals alive? When hunger and thirst hit, these animals could only become food for their owners to survive. Why are they looking at us like that? It's so creepy. Suwa, too, led the mule cart slowly through the crowd of disaster victims. It was the first time he had been so close to them. Seeing their blank faces, he thought of one word: zombies. Lin Weiwei tiptoed, watching the long line of grain-collecting teams, and said to Jiang Mohan and Lin Zian, "When will this line end? It seems we won't be back tomorrow, maybe not even the day after tomorrow. We've come out, but no one's at home to watch over things. I feel uneasy." Jiang Mohan looked at Lin Weiwei, now dressed as a man again, and his voice was calm beyond his age. "I've already sent a message to Li Qing. He should be able to return to the village today." Lin Weiwei's anxiety was eased by his cool, steady voice. "With him here, I feel more at ease." Almost all the young and strong villagers left, leaving only the elderly, weak, women, and children. 10 Miles Gully is now like Noah's Ark during a drought, giving hope to the villagers but also possibly bringing disaster. Fortunately, 10 Miles Gully is remote and has little contact with nearby villages. The old village chief issued a strict order. Even close relatives cannot reveal that there is silver and grain in 10 Miles Gully. The greater danger than the drought is human nature. In Lin Weiwei's view, the secret of 10 Miles Gully cannot be kept for long. After all, people are driven by their hearts. No one can watch their family or daughters who married out starve to death. Luckily, the government started releasing grain from the granaries. Once the common people had food, few dared to take risks. The government's decision not only saved the lives of millions threatened by hunger, but also indirectly removed the hidden dangers of 10 Miles Gully. From Lin Weiwei's observations, most people coming to receive aid are organized by villages. After getting their grain, they gather with their relatives. They aren't in a hurry to leave. Using their clay pots, they fetch murky water from nearby small streams, let the impurities settle, and then cook porridge. Most of them are holding on with great effort. If they don't eat soon, they fear they won't last until they return to the village. Some people arrived outside Baoqing County, but sadly didn't get their grain before leaving. They looked on with regret and never returned. County officials burn the bodies together and sprinkle lime or spray a supposed disease-preventing medicine at the gathering places of the victims. Lin Weiwei saw an old man, after his son brought grain, stuffing raw grain into his mouth. But this delayed grain couldn't stop death. The man fell to the ground still holding raw rice in his mouth. Outside the city, although many people are present, there is a deathly silence, only occasionally broken by suppressed crying. Village chief, the city won't let people in to get grain. We can only stay outside tonight, Lu Dajwan said, squeezing out of the crowd with a frown. The old village chief nodded and looked at Jiang Maxian and Lin Weiwei. It seems we'll have to camp outside the city. Lin Weiwei glanced at the crowded area near the city gate and said, so many people. Who knows if there are infectious diseases? Maybe. We should go farther and find an open space to set up camp? Lin Zian joked, camping out? Do you think we're soldiers on a battlefield? Soldiers fight bravely to protect their homes and people. We do the same to protect our families and loved ones. One fights for everyone, the other for their small family, but both are the same. Lin Weiwei has her own reasoning. The old village chief looks worried and says, but the grain distribution point is too far away. When they start distributing grain tomorrow, won't we have to wait at the back? Lin Weiwei replies, that's easy. Tonight, we take turns lining up. 2 people per group, each group for half an hour. This way, we won't miss rest or delay getting the grain. The old village chief nods repeatedly and says, Nisar has a good idea. Okay, you and Jiang Tongshin go line up first. Ziyuan and Yaya can stay behind. Of course, those who line up early get the advantage. They won't have to wake up in the middle of the night to switch shifts. As it gets darker, the line for grain slowly moves forward. Lin Weiwei quietly waits for a while, then starts to get restless. She wants to see the distribution site up close, but the officers maintaining order stop her. Line up, no cutting in line. Anyone who disobeys will lose their right to get grain. Lin Weiwei stretches her neck to look. She sees at the grain distribution point, one person checking household registration and marking received, another recording, and someone calling out the grain. The process is quick. Looking around, besides the officers, there are many soldiers, probably left behind by the 7th prince. Fully armed soldiers look more intimidating than the officers. Lin Weiwei also visits the camp of another village. Most people who received grain are cooking porridge for dinner. The smell spreads, giving the common people hope for survival. When Lin Weiwei approaches, the villagers from other villages look wary and alert. Some even drive her away fiercely. Without being tough, surviving during these hard times is nearly impossible. Night falls completely, and the grain distribution stops. The line of people waiting doesn't disperse but stays together, like the people from Shirley Go, forming groups by village to queue, while others rest as usual. After autumn begins, the temperature difference between day and night is large. Many camps have already lit bonfires. Lin Zian wears a thick cotton coat left by his father and walks over with the frail Yaya. Second sister, Jiang Tongshin, you two go rest. We'll keep lining up, he says. Have you eaten? Lin Weiwei asks. Lin Zian nods and says, we ate dried food we brought, but the water is running low. Each of them brought 2 bamboo tubes of water. They drank one on the way. If they can't go back tomorrow, there will be no water left. He looked at the place where others fetched water. The pond was almost dry, with only a shallow layer of water on top, covered with leaves and debris. It was very dirty. He really didn't understand how those people could drink it. I have a few bamboo tubes of water here. I'll share 2 with you later. You must tell the villagers to filter the water and boil it before drinking, he said. Who knows if there are dead birds or cats in the pond? Drinking contaminated water could cause trouble. Lin Weiwei and Zhang Mohan arrived at the camp in Shirley Go. The villagers were also worried about water. The old village chief looked at the 2 most capable people and asked, do you have any good ideas? Lin Weiwei pointed at Zhang Mohan and said, we just discussed it. The young scholar told me a way to filter water, and I think we should try it. Zhang Mohan raised his handsome eyebrows. TSK. She was boldly shifting the blame onto him, without asking his opinion. Did she think he wouldn't see through her? Lin Weiwei winked at him and took out an empty bamboo tube. She drilled 2 small holes at the bottom, placed a clean handkerchief inside, and then took some charcoal from the fire. She laid a layer of charcoal in the tube, followed by a layer of clean, fine sand, then coarse sand to filter out larger impurities, and finally a layer of small stones and rocks. From the distant pond, muddy water was poured into the bamboo tube. The water seeped through the stones, passing layer by layer. When it reached the charcoal, Most impurities had been removed. The charcoal could also filter out some microorganisms.
Wow.
The water looks clear now, Lockhead exclaimed excitedly. The water in the basin below the bamboo tube was crystal clear, like mountain spring water, pure and transparent. Lockhead was about to taste it, but Lin Weiwei stopped him. You can't drink it yet. It must be boiled first. Nearby, someone from another village had been watching the group in Shirley Go. They couldn't help but notice. They were too eye-catching, and it was impossible not to attract attention. Hearing the commotion, people from that village became a bit restless. During a drought, clean water was a luxury. Many people didn't die from thirst or hunger, but from drinking contaminated water and getting sick. Especially children and the elderly with weak stomachs. If they could find a way to filter water, it would greatly improve their chances of survival. The leader of that village discussed it with others, and the village chief's grandson was asked to support him as they headed toward the camp in Shirley Go. The village chief looked older than the old village chief of Shirley Go. His hair and beard were white, and his face was full of wrinkles. His young grandson was only about 10 years old. This combination showed no threat. It also showed their sincerity and attitude. Old man, I am Wang Deshun, the village chief of Xia Wangkanzi village in Fuyin Town, Pouching County. The village chief of Wangkanzi introduced himself first, speaking very sincerely. It's common to be polite. The old village chief nodded and said, I am the village chief of Shirley Go in Renan Town. What can I do for you, Brother Wang? Not at all. I am just here to ask about water filtering methods, Wang Deshun said shyly. Lin Wei smiled and asked, Are you here to learn how to filter water? Wang Deshun nodded, looking hopeful at the old village chief. The old village chief said, This method was seen in a book by Jiang Tongsheng. If you want to learn, you need his permission. Wang Deshun and his grandson looked at Wensheng, who was cold and distant, and became more cautious. Lin Wei nudged the young scholar with her elbow and said, Say something. If you're willing to teach, then just teach. Jiang Mohun stood by the water filter, watching the muddy water turn clear. He thought, this girl has countless treasures in her heart. What kind of family could raise such a daughter? Lin Wei asked the old village chief to ask nearby villages if anyone wanted to learn water filtering, so she wouldn't have to teach again. The water filter was simple, made from items they could find easily. Soon, several nearby villages learned how to do it. In a tent nearby, Prince Min of Wang from a military family was away on campaign. Safe drinking water was very important for the army. When he heard his soldiers report that Jiang Tongsheng of Shirley Go had made a water filtering device, he was curious. Jiang Tongsheng of Shirley Go was the man famous in front of the emperor for making a wind-powered water wheel. Since Renan Town belonged to Pouching County, it was not surprising to see him at the disaster relief food distribution site. But this water filtering device really caught Prince Min's interest. He left his tent with a few soldiers and headed towards Shirley Go. The captain of Prince Min's guards told the villagers of Shirley Go, Bring your leader here. Our general has something to ask him. Villagers usually respected officials and soldiers. The old village chief saw the Prince of Min Wang and his group approaching. Not knowing what they wanted, he felt both nervous and fearful. Surrounded by villagers, he went forward and asked, May I know what the official has ordered? The Prince of Min Wang tried to make his voice sound gentle, but it didn't work well. He kept a serious face and asked, Where is Jiang Tongsheng? When he was cold and stern, his soldiers around him looked scared. The old man in front of him was already quite old, and he didn't want to frighten him too much. Since Jiang Tongsheng had already passed the imperial exam, he must have seen some of the world. It would be easier to speak directly to him. Jiang Mohun, who was called out, knew he couldn't avoid this. He stepped forward, bowed, and said, I am Jiang Mohun from Wenyuan Academy. Greetings, Your Highness. Then, Lin Weiwei also stepped forward and mimicked his bow awkwardly, saying, Lin Weiwei greets Your Highness. I hope you are well. Her tone was overly familiar, as if she was very close to the prince. Jiang Mohun gave her a warning look. Don't talk too much or cause trouble. Your life depends on these powerful people. Jiang Tongsheng and Miss Lin, no need to bow. The prince suddenly had an idea and looked at Lin Weiwei. The new bookkeeping method Jiang Tongxing presented. Was it Miss Lin who first thought of it? Lin Weiwei modestly replied, I don't know much about reading and writing, just a lucky guess. It was the young scholar. Jiang Tongxing saw its value, worked hard to improve and refine it. Most of the credit goes to him. Jiang Tongxing is very talented. No wonder the emperor treats him differently, the prince said, turning his gaze to Jiang Mohan. Inside, he thought, such a talented person. Having knowledge and good manners makes a person truly charming, right? With such a handsome appearance and extraordinary talent, this boy is definitely not ordinary. He will surely rise high in the future. Jiang Mohan looked at him calmly and said, I have failed the emperor's love. Thank you for your praise, your highness. The Prince of Manhwa was only about 18 or 19 years old. Though appearing calm, he carried a bit of pride. Compared to the top guard beside the previous emperor, he still lacked some experience. In his past life, 2 years later, the prince died saving the emperor's life, struck down by arrows from rebels. The grief caused the old prince to fall ill, and the prince's mansion was taken over by an impostor. Suddenly, the prince spoke again. I heard you have developed a water filtration method. May I see it? Lin Weiwei volunteered eagerly. I know this. If the young master doesn't mind, I, a humble girl, can explain it to him. Prince Min's heir also saw that Jiang Tongxing, like him, was not good at speaking. This young girl from the Lin family was interesting, quick-witted, and clever. Having her explain would be much more fun. He nodded in agreement. Young master, please look. This is a simple water filter. Because of limited conditions, it filters water slowly. If you want to filter a lot of water, you can make a bigger container with a funnel shape at the bottom, with small holes drilled in it. First, lay down a clean cloth to prevent charcoal and tiny sand particles from escaping through the holes. Then add a layer of charcoal, preferably made by a professional. Since we used unburned wood, the filtration might not be very clean. Prince Min's heir asked, why use charcoal instead of other materials? Young master, look carefully. Charcoal has many tiny pores and filtering holes, which are very good at absorbing impurities. It can filter out small bugs and germs that are invisible to the eye, which could cause illness. The fine sand and stones are used to remove larger impurities. After passing through layers of stones, gravel, fine sand, and charcoal, the murky water becomes safe to drink, Lin Weiwei explained thoroughly. The prince nodded and said, this method is very clever. Jiang Tongxing, would you like to share this method with the army?
Jiang Mohan looked at Lin Weiwei.
She was excitedly nodding at him with a big smile. She always took credit for his work, acting as if she was the one who did it. Is she really that naive? She's definitely a silly girl. Seeing his lips move, she confidently said, Little scholar, are you going to write down this water filtering method? I can grind ink for you. Why you? Did you bring ink and brushes? Jiang Mohan looked deep into her bright eyes, trying to understand her purpose. But her eyes were as clear as a tranquil pond, pure and innocent. Lin Weiwei rummaged through the mule cart and found ink, paper, and a brush. She cheerfully explained to Prince Min's heir, our family has 2 students preparing for exams. Naturally, they carry ink and brushes with them. If they feel inspired or want to write poetry, how can they do that without pens? Jiang Mohan shook his head gently. One was preparing for the scholar exam, the other hadn't even taken the basic test. How could they suddenly be so poetic? His reasoning was quite far-fetched. But Prince Min's heir didn't see it that way. Even the emperor said that the young Jiang Tongxing has great talent. Maybe he is also very skilled in poetry and writing. Your ink is ready. You can start writing now. Lin Weiwei winked at him. Jiang Mohan, feeling helpless, picked up the paper and brush, polished what Lin Weiwei just said, and wrote it down. The crown prince of Manhwa took the paper carefully and stored it safely. He said, with this, the problem of drinking water during the march is finally solved. When I return to the capital, I will definitely present your achievement to the emperor. It's just a small matter. Not worth mentioning, Jiang Mohan said calmly. The Crown Prince of Manhwa showed a hint of admiration in his eyes. Just as calmness in the face of honor and disgrace already showed a noble demeanor. He smiled and said, "To you it might be just a small matter, but it benefits the whole army. You deserve this credit." After the Crown Prince of Manhwa left, Jiang Mohan's face suddenly darkened. He looked steadily at Lin Weiwei with cold eyes. "Do you have something to say?"
Say. What?
"Congratulations?" Seeing his expression, Lin Weiwei felt a bit nervous and spoke cautiously.
Stop pretending.
"Clearly, this method was your idea. Why are you passing the credit to me? Do you think I'm so useless that I need to take someone else's achievement to catch the Emperor's attention?" Jiang Mohan's eyes were calm, without anger or joy. He looked like that, better than getting angry. Lin Weiwei's heart skipped a beat. Oh no. This concerns a man's pride. How could she forget that he has always been proud, aloof, and indifferent? She hurriedly comforted him carefully. "No. If someone asks me where I learned this method, what should I say? Also, in a rush just now, I already told everyone that I learned this method by chance from your book. If I change my story in front of the young master and say I thought of it myself, what will others think of me? Stealing your credit? Then what now? You don't want to take my credit, but does that mean I can take yours? In your eyes, am I so desperate for fame that I would do anything?" Jiang Mohan's eyes gradually turned bloodshot. In his past life, to climb higher, he used all kinds of sneaky tricks. This life, he decided to rely on his own strength to achieve his dreams step by step. But this girl kept disturbing his plans.
No.
"I willingly gave it. How can it be stealing?" Lin Weiwei sensed his mood was off. She quickly apologized, afraid she'd make the little scholar angry beyond repair. Fine. I admit it's my fault. From now on, I will never act on my own without asking you first, whether it's a big or small matter. Is that okay?" Secretly glancing at Jiang Mofan's expression, I continued to his hair gently. "I'm really afraid of trouble, so I casually pulled you in. I never expected it would attract the attention of Prince Min's son, and I didn't realize there was any concern about who gets credit. You know, I usually do things casually and speak without thinking. Please forgive my careless words. Moreover, in my heart, you have always been like a divine being in the sky. If anyone speaks badly of you, I would fight them. I protect you so much that I can't possibly think of you as someone unworthy. Even if you're angry with me, you shouldn't wrongly accuse me." Lin Weiwei lowered her head, looking at her fingers, acting like a child who knows she made a mistake. If you ignore her occasional nervous glances at Jiang Mofan, her apology seems quite sincere. Jiang Mofan's mood had calmed down. Looking at the fluffy top of her head, with a small tuft of hair hanging sadly and her cautious eyes, it was hard to blame her. His heart, hardened by coldness, softened a little. He spoke in a steady voice. "Tell me honestly, where did you learn that method? I won't be mad at you." The small tuft of hair, looking so innocent and wronged, instantly perked up. Lin Weiwei raised her head and gave him a cute, pleading smile like a puppy. "You really won't be mad at me?" Jiang Mofan pressed his finger against her forehead, which was getting too close. "First, you have to honestly tell me."
Ah.
The mischievous little tuft of hair drooped again. Lin Weiwei looked tangled and distressed, almost tearing her belt apart. Then Jiang Mofan was pulled to a secluded place by the mysterious little girl. Lin Weiwei looked around sneakily. Jiang Mofan said, "There's no one else here, go ahead. Do you believe in ghosts and spirits?" Lin Weiwei carefully observed his expression. Jiang Mofan kept his usual poker face, but inside, he was not as calm as he appeared. Of course he believed, because he himself had been reborn. "Oh, what do you want to say? Are you also reborn? But in his previous life, she clearly didn't exist. Or are you trying to say you're a reincarnation? They say before rebirth, people must drink Meng Po's soup.
Do you think,
after so many years of simmering, maybe when it's my turn, the soup has expired? That's why, at the beginning, my mind was a mess, muddled and confused. After soaking in water, I suddenly became alert and still remembered some things from my past life, like how to make dried meat, process open-shell sunflower seeds, and filter water. No one had ever taught me these skills, but they just appeared in my mind. Isn't that strange? Lin Weiwei blinked her big eyes and looked at me with a trusting expression, as if saying, "Believe me, I'm telling the truth." Jiang Mohan, if you stop squinting your eyes, maybe I would believe you. Forget it. If you don't want to tell me, I won't force you. Jiang Mohan pushed her aside and walked back to the camp at Shirley Go. Lin Weiwei eagerly followed, took a sickle, cut some dry grass nearby, and laid it on the ground like a cushion for the little scholar, so he could rest comfortably at night. Shirley Go had 2 more people replaced, with Lin Zian and Yair taking over. Seeing his older sister rushing over, he felt a bit annoyed. Second sister, he's a grown man with hands and feet. Don't spoil him. Lin Weiwei didn't show favoritism and also made a bed for her younger brother. I'm used to doing this work, it's no big deal. If you switch with us, you'll fuss for a long time and still not sleep well. For now, I can still spoil you. When you get married in the future, they will take care of you instead. Lin Zian helped her lay out the dry grass and said, "You're my second sister, taking care of me. No one will say anything. As for Jiang Tongsheng, you'd better stay away from him. If the villagers keep talking, you two can get married right here. Are you jealous that I take care of the little scholar?" After laying the dry grass, Lin Weiwei waved at Yair and invited her to squeeze in with her. She thought her second sister was even nicer to Jiang Shuexiong than to her own brother, which made Lin Zian feel a bit uncomfortable, though he would never admit it. Feng Auntie and the little scholar are like family to me. Why care what others say? Just live your life well. Dahu, you're still young. Don't think too much. Study hard and aim to pass the imperial exam. I'm still waiting to be a scholar's older sister. Lin Weiwei told her brother some wise words. Night fell gradually, and outside Baoqing County, everything became peaceful. Even the people in line sat down to rest, only the stars blinking in the sky. The next morning, at dawn, grain was distributed again. The county became lively once more. Those who received the grain started their journey home with the life-saving supplies. More villagers, having heard the news, hurried from all directions toward Baoqing County. Your household registration is not from Baoqing County, so you cannot receive grain. Every day, people from other counties come with false hopes, trying to get some benefit. Baoqing County's granaries are already struggling to feed its own people. There's no extra for others. Official, please be kind. Give us some grain. Our family is starving, some are hungry, some are sick, and if we have nothing to eat, we will all die. The tall man, now very thin, was pulling 2 children whose heads were large and bodies small, swaying and almost blown over by the wind. This isn't something I can decide. You can each only get 2 steamed buns over there. Wait at home for the relief grain from the court. The official in charge shook his head. Such things happen every day. He couldn't help feeling sympathetic. The man tried for a while but failed, so he could only take the buns and leave sadly, carrying his children. Now, they could only hope for the court's relief grain, hoping the prince's words would come true. The grain distribution was proceeding in order. When they reached 10 Miles Ditch, it was already afternoon.
What?
Isn't the grain distributed based on household registration? Do we have to be there in person to get it? The old village chief was pushed to the front by the villagers of 10 Miles Ditch, trying to persuade the officials in charge. Official, our village is far from Baoqing County, about 150 to 160 miles round trip. Can you please be flexible? I am the village chief of 10 Miles Ditch, and I promise that all the household registration information is real. The official patiently replied, Sir, this is the rule from above. During a year of great disaster, many villages' populations are barely 1/10 of what's listed. Who knows if the registered people are still alive? The granaries don't have enough food even for the living, so how can they share with the dead? Official, all the people on our household register are real. If you don't believe it, come and check our village, the old village chief said anxiously, sweating. It takes 2 or 3 days to go back and forth. He hated to make such a trip for nothing. The official in charge was relatively kind. Old sir, we can't make the decisions. Why don't you take some grain home now? Your family can eat for a couple of days, regain some strength, and then come back for more. When Lin Weiwei heard this, she pushed to the old village chief's side. He looked back at her, shook his head, and sighed deeply. Lin Weiwei suddenly had an idea and asked the official, "May I ask, when does the county magistrate usually come to inspect?" "County magistrate?" The official looked at her suspiciously and said impatiently, "The county magistrate is very busy. When would he have time to see you? If you don't want to wait, step aside and let others take your place." "What's going on?" The commotion here drew the attention of Prince Min's son, who had been diligently guarding the grain distribution site. Lin Weiwei thought that since their group had offered water purification technology, Prince Min's son should at least show some respect and give them special treatment. But unexpectedly, he turned cold and distant, acting as if he didn't know them at all. Everything must follow the rules. Those who disturb the grain distribution will be expelled or, if serious, thrown into jail for trial. Lin Weiwei bit her lip in frustration and muttered quietly. Jiang Mohan worried that the girl might be reckless and provoke Prince Min's son, so he warned her, "You better not try to challenge his authority. He's not like me and won't tolerate your mischief. He might just arrest you." Before he finished speaking, Lin Weiwei's face suddenly changed. She pulled him back protectively and stood in front of him. Jiang Mohan saw an arrow flying past his face, carried by the wind, stinging his skin. He looked back and saw the arrow was aimed directly at Prince Min's son. He was just caught in the crossfire. Prince Min's son drew his sharp sword from his waist, spun around quickly, and swung it at the arrow. The clash sparked, and the arrow was deflected aside, flying about 10 meters before embedding deep into the ground. A slight shock ran through Prince Min's son's hand holding the sword. Such strength. "Protect the young master." The guards of Prince Min's residence drew their swords and surrounded him. The villagers lining up for grain had never seen such a scene. They screamed and ran chaotically like headless flies. The tangled figures blocked the shooter's line of fire from afar. The shooter fired a few more arrows, some hitting fleeing villagers, others blocked by the guards protecting the young master. Some people were injured and fell to the ground, which made the crowd even more frantic. The shooters couldn't aim at Prince Min's son, and he couldn't tell where the attacker was either, so the scene became extremely chaotic. Lin Weiwei protected Jiang Mohan with one arm and pulled Lin Xian with the other, shouting to the villagers at Shirley Go, "Don't run around. Follow my instructions and retreat northwest." She pushed Jiang Mohan and said, "Their target is Prince Min's son. You lead everyone to retreat that way. I'll come right after." Jiang Mohan grabbed her wrist firmly and asked, "What are you planning to do?" "Prince Min's heir has his guards to protect him. He is very skilled in martial arts. If so many guards can't keep him safe, then going there would just be risking death." "I know. Do I look like a saint who would sacrifice herself to save others? I just stood nearby and watched, doing nothing." Lin Weiwei raised 3 fingers to promise. "You do nothing? Do you really believe that?" Jiang Mohan held her tightly. Lin Weiwei didn't dare to break free, afraid she might hurt him with her strength. Reluctantly, Lin Weiwei had to follow behind him, loudly directing villagers to retreat to a safe place. With her and Jiang Mohan there, the villagers of Shirley Go seemed to have a backbone. Though they were full of fear and panic, they still moved out in order behind them. After they escaped, they counted the people. Luckily, before the chaos, the villagers were gathering to receive grain. Everyone was at the disaster relief station, and thanks to Lin Weiwei's good leadership, most of them managed to leave the fighting area safely. Luo Tu's father pushed to the front of Lin Weiwei, looking anxious. "Erinayer, have you seen Luo Tu? Has anyone seen Luo Tu?" Luo Tu, Lu Daju counted the people with a serious face. "2 people are missing, Luo Tu and Yer are gone." Luo Tu's father suddenly felt weak and almost sat down. His eyes turned red. Luo Tu will be fine. When he was born, his grandmother used her dowry silver bracelet to make a silver lock for him, just to keep him safe. Lin Weiwei hurriedly supported him. "Uncle, don't worry. They probably got separated in the chaos. I will go look for them." In the eyes of the villagers of Shirley Go, she was fearless, even of bears. Hearing this, Luo Tu's father seemed to grasp a lifeline and choked out, all right. I leave Luo Tu in your hands. Jiang Mohan's face was icy cold. Does this girl really think she is invincible, immune to everything? Those are sharp steel arrows, capable of killing. The old village chief hesitated, sighed, and warned, be careful. If you can't find them, come back. It's all fate. A villager provided a useful clue. When we retreated, Yura was knocked down by a group of people. Luo Tu was closest to her, so he went over to help. It was very chaotic at the time. The other side was probably from the same village, about dozens of people.
I don't know what happened after that.
Mid-Autumn Small Play Prince Min's heir has a sword pointed at the author's neck. Why? During the Mid-Autumn Festival, and I being chased by assassins? Author. Adding a scene for you. A beautiful girl saving a hero. The young scholar's sharp eyes flicked over. Shouldn't this scene be for the male lead? Has Prince Min's heir joined the crew with funding? Uncle, where did the incident happen? Do you remember which direction those people went from and to? After getting the answer, Lin Weiwei gave Jiang Mohan and Lin Xian a reassuring look. Don't worry, I will prioritize my safety and return safely. Lin Weiwei rushed back into the chaos. The archer clearly hadn't given up, occasionally shooting arrows toward Prince Min's heir. More and more innocent people were accidentally hit, and even the guards beside the prince were injured. While dodging fleeing villagers, Lin Weiwei looked for the figures of Suo Tu and Yura in the chaos. Over 10 villages outside Baoqing County had gathered hundreds of villagers, all searching for the two in the chaos, like looking for a needle in a haystack. Fortunately, Lin Weiwei was somewhat lucky. Following the direction the villager from Shirley Go mentioned, she searched for about half an hour and finally spotted the two supporting each other in the crowd. Yura's messy hair covered her face, tears streaked her cheeks. She was desperately helping Suo Tu, who seemed injured, supporting his body with only one leg. Yura clearly wanted to lead Suo Tu away from the crowd, but the panicked villagers kept pushing them. They originally aimed to stay away from Prince Min's heir, but unknowingly, they were getting closer and closer. Suddenly, a sharp arrow fell just a step away from them. The surrounding crowd pushed and shoved wildly. A tall man, seemingly annoyed by Yura and the others blocking his way, forcefully bumped into them with his shoulder. Yura's small body was still supporting part of Suo Tu's weight. How could she keep her balance? The two of them fell heavily to the ground. In the chaos, the biggest danger was falling. As a stampede seemed imminent, Lin Weiwei, like a little rhinoceros, charged through the crowd. Passing by the tall man, she deliberately bumped into him lightly. The man staggered a few steps and fell to the ground. Lin Weiwei reached the two and used her body to block the crowd from hitting them. She grabbed both of them, one in each hand, and lifted them up. Are you hurt? Yura's hands and arms were stepped on a few times, but luckily only superficial injuries, no broken bones. However, Suo Tu's legs seemed to be in a serious condition. Yura, crying, said, Suo Tu, if he hadn't tried to save me, he wouldn't have been hurt. It's all my fault. I'm so useless. Suddenly, a giant appeared in the crowd. He was over 2 meters tall, covered in mottled bandages, with 2 blood-red eyes that looked like a wounded monster. His walk was strange, a bit like a zombie from a disaster story, with stiff joints, but he moved quickly. He was incredibly strong. When he saw people blocking his way, he easily picked them up with one hand and threw them hard. The unlucky people in his hands were slammed to the ground, either dead or badly injured. The crowd cried out in fear, trying to avoid him, and the scene became even more chaotic. Lin Weiwei watched the giant's movements. He was heading toward her, more precisely, toward the Crown Prince Min. Unfortunately, they were both in the same area. She saw the people in front being thrown around and falling to the ground, uncertain if they were alive or dead. Lin Weiwei grabbed 2 frightened children, one in each hand, and pushed through the crowd toward a safer place she had in mind. Having strong muscles was an advantage. Lin Weiwei, carrying the 2 children, sweat running down her face, finally reached a less crowded spot. This place was outside the assassin's range and far from the giant. She put the children down, then rushed back into the crowd to catch a woman who had been thrown into the air. The woman looked terrified and fainted when Lin Weiwei set her down. Lin Weiwei carried her to safety, then ran to help another unlucky person who had been thrown out. She managed to save those nearby. For those thrown far away or pushed by the crowd, she couldn't help much. But she did save most of the people the giant threw. The Crown Prince Min also saw the giant. A medic? How could a medic from the South Division appear in the North? The Eastern Hun's sharpshooters and the South Division's medic, two deadly weapons at once. Someone must be trying to kill me this time. The captain of Min's guards looked serious. The South Division's medic is extremely strong, almost invincible with weapons, and their only weakness is said to be their eyes. Prince, a wise man doesn't stand under a collapsing wall. You should retreat first. I will hold him back. The Crown Prince Min was proud. He wouldn't run away from battle. The medic's target is me. If I retreat, the people outside the city will be in danger. I want to face this South Division medic and see how powerful he really is. He shouted at the captain, "You all go and move the people to a safe place to reduce unnecessary casualties." The strange giant saw the target rushing toward him and opened his bloodthirsty mouth, smiling fiercely. When the Crown Prince's heir attacked with a sword, he didn't dodge or avoid. Instead, he reached out to grab the blade. Knowing that he was not afraid of swords and was very strong, the Crown Prince's heir naturally wouldn't let him succeed. He released his grip, twisted his body, and leapt into the air, aiming his sword at the medic's face with a sharp angle. The medic raised both hands to block his eyes, and when the sword tip pressed against them, it seemed to hit a steel shield, sparking tiny flashes of fire. The captain of the guards and several others also swung their swords to attack. The medic didn't dodge or avoid. His already tattered clothes looked even worse, like beggar's rags. Yet the sword couldn't leave any marks on him. One guard charged forward, but the medic swung his thick arm to block his sword. The guard was struck hard, coughing up blood and flying backward. The Crown Prince's heir frowned and shouted, "The medic is very strong. We can't fight him head-on. He's not agile, so we should distract him from the side first and look for an opportunity." He and the guards moved around the medic. When the medic reached out to grab them, they dodged. When his attention shifted to others, they looked for openings and attacked his head repeatedly. The medic pulled back his hands to protect his head. Thus, the two sides fell into a stalemate. The distant sharpshooter stopped attacking after the medic appeared, seeming to trust him and not wasting arrows. The Crown Prince's heir and the medic continued to face off, seemingly evenly matched. But the medic didn't know fatigue. Over time, the Crown Prince's heir and his guards would surely make a mistake. Sure enough, two guards gradually slowed down. "Lin Weiwei, Mummy, come arm wrestling. Let's see who's stronger." The medic seized the chance, swinging both arms to throw someone flying. One guard's chest caved in, and he looked like he wouldn't survive. Another guard clutched his stomach, bleeding from his mouth, struggling on the ground but soon silent. The Crown Prince's heir let out a clear shout, leaping into the air, extending his sword straight at the medic's face. The medic crossed his arms over his head, ready to block, but when the sword tip met his arms, he suddenly pushed outward. The Crown Prince's heir's sword bent sharply into a curved shape. Using the sword's rebound, he leapt back quickly, avoiding the punch coming at his chest. After landing, Prince Min was gasping heavily, his hand trembling as he held his sword. The medic didn't give him a chance to breathe, kicking him fiercely with a heavy foot. The prince, kneeling on one knee, had no time to dodge and could only block with his sword. Suddenly, with a loud snap, his sword broke into two pieces, and he was thrown backward. He rolled on the ground to stabilize himself, feeling his chest heave with blood rushing inside. Blood was bleeding from the corner of his mouth. The guard captain moved behind the medic, raising his steel blade high and swinging it down toward the medic's neck. The medic's neck was unharmed, but the captain's sword had several cracks. The medic didn't turn around but swung his hand behind him. The guard captain couldn't dodge in time and was knocked away. Luckily, the medic hit his arm, so his life was safe, but his left arm was badly injured. By this point, the guards around Prince Min had either been killed or wounded. He himself was badly hurt internally, leaning on his broken sword and swaying. The medic grinned, showing bloodshot teeth like a fierce beast, and lunged at Prince Min. Prince Min wanted to dodge, but his serious injuries made movement almost impossible. Even a slight move made him nearly faint. He had fought on the battlefield since he was 13, winning countless battles with his father, making enemies tremble. People say even a fragile pot can break near a well, and generals often die in battle. Unexpectedly, he didn't die on the battlefield but was about to die at the hands of this medic. His face showed despair and hopelessness. His father once said, "A real man stands tall, even in death." On his young, handsome face, a look of determination appeared. A brave man fears nothing, so bring it on. Suddenly, the medic collapsed just a short distance away, falling to the ground with a thud.
What?
What just happened? When the medic fell, he kept his hands stretched out in front of him. He desperately clawed at the ground but couldn't move forward even a little. Prince Min was stunned. With the medic's strength, what could have made him fall and be unable to move? Could it be that the medic has a sudden illness? Young master, what are you waiting for? Attack now. At a critical moment, Lin Weiwei suddenly lunged forward, grabbing the medic's foot and pulling hard. Luckily, he arrived just in time, and Prince Min was saved. But Prince Min looked so clueless. Such a good opportunity. Why didn't he take the chance to strike this strange giant with his sword? Why was he just standing there? The medic kicked his leg hard, trying to free his foot from Lin Weiwei's grip. Lin Weiwei used all her strength to hold on tightly. This strange giant was very strong in battle. If he broke free, not only would the young master be in danger, but she would also be harmed. She decided not to hold back and used all her strength. She knew she must stop the medicant from getting up. The specially crafted medicant had a tough body, making it hard to fight. With Lin Weiwei's strength, even half her power could cause serious injuries. At this moment, she was using all her energy. She heard her legs creak as she held on, but she still managed to kick and push. The crown prince was already raising his broken sword high, aiming it at the medicant's head, ready to strike. The medicant buried its face in the dirt and tried to grab him with its arms, wanting to tear him apart. The sword hit the medicant's back of the head, like striking a metal block. Its weak spot was well hidden. The crown prince's arms went numb from but he couldn't stop the medicant. Lin Weiwei looked up and shouted to the crown prince, "Quick! Get out of the way!" The crown prince reacted faster than his mind and quickly jumped aside. Lin Weiwei let go of the medicant's legs. The medicant kept grabbing the ground and pushing forward, as if pushed by someone, and fell forward quite a bit. Though strong, the medicant was clumsy because of its size. It looked like a giant turtle, struggling on the ground for a while but unable to get up. Lin Weiwei stood up and ran to the back of the big turtle. She jumped high and, like a mountain pressing down, struck the medicant's shoulders with all her might. She pressed her knees against its back. The medicant, like a monkey trapped under a mountain, kept moving its limbs but couldn't get up. Lin Weiwei found a large stone, twice the size of a person's head, and gritted her teeth as she smashed it onto the medicant's head. 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits. The medicant's head was like a wedge, deeply embedded into the ground by the stone. Such a hard head. Lin Weiwei was shocked. Could this guy have trained Ironhead skills? Afraid she might get splattered with brain matter, she gathered all her strength and shouted as she swung the stone down on the head again and again. The stone in her hand shattered into pieces, but the medicant's head remained intact. Seizing the opportunity, the medicant crawled up. Lin Weiwei hooked her foot around its waist and hung onto its neck. Among the women, she is tall and slender, but behind the 2-meter-tall medic, she looks like a hanging golden monkey on a big tree. The medic first scratches his arms behind his back, trying to catch this guy who has knocked him out, intending to tear him into 2 pieces. Lin Weiwei, on his back, dodges awkwardly, looking more like a nimble monkey. The medic roars angrily, shaking his body fiercely, causing the clothes in Lin Weiwei's hands to almost slip away. Not trusting Jiang Mohan, who is following and seeing the scene, his eyes nearly bulge out. He shouts at Lin Weiwei, "Attack his vital points." That's his weakness. Vital points? What are they? No, little scholar, can you be clearer? Lin Weiwei feels like she's riding a wild horse that's about to throw her off, her organs churning. This silly girl, isn't she usually clever? Jiang Mohan yells again, his mouth, nose, eyes, ears, and tongue. You should have said that clearly from the start. Suddenly, Lin Weiwei's hand appears with a small iron spike, like one used for repairing shoes. How she came to carry this, she has no idea, since she doesn't make shoes. From her current angle, only the medic's ears are visible within her line of sight. She silently gathers her breath, focusing her strength on her right hand, raising her dantian energy, and loudly shouting. She thrusts the spike toward the medic's ear. At this moment, the medic has already grabbed Lin Weiwei's ankle, trying to tear her off. Suddenly, he lets go of her ankle and rolls on the ground, clutching his head. Oh no! Lin Weiwei falls to the ground, quickly rolling to the side to avoid being crushed or accidentally hurt by the strong medic. The medic, with the iron spike deep in his right ear, holds his head and roars like a beast. His rolling slows down, and his voice weakens. Prince Minwang's heir takes the opportunity to step forward, aiming carefully, and drives his broken sword through the medic's eye socket into his brain. The medic finally falls silent. While the medic keeps rolling, Jiang Mohan circles around him to Lin Weiwei's side, anxiously asking, "Are you hurt?" Lin Weiwei moves her arms, kicks her legs, and pouts pitifully. It hurts. Where does it hurt? In her previous life, Jiang Mohan had also seen the medic. At that time, during the emperor's southern tour, he was nearby. The southern minister colluded with remnants of the previous dynasty and sent the medic to assassinate the emperor. Back then, there were over 800 imperial guards, but by the end, fewer than 100 remained, suffering heavy losses. Some people are so fragile that a slight touch from a healer can break their arms or legs, and they might have to spend their next life in a wheelchair. Jiang Mohan gently touched Lin Weiwei's shoulder, worried about hurting her. "Doctor. Where is the doctor? Is there a doctor?" Lin Weiwei quickly grabbed his hand, whispering shyly, "I'm fine. I just fell and landed on my..." Oh, how can a girl's private parts be checked by a doctor? Besides, her is thick, so it's probably just a skin injury, not affecting her bones or muscles. To reassure Jiang Mohan, Lin Weiwei got up from the ground and hopped a few times. The foot caught by the healer hurts a bit. She rolled up her pant leg, revealing a purple ankle. Seeing this, Jiang Mohan hurriedly supported her, very nervous. "Is your foot hurt? County Magistrate Wang is here. I'll ask if there's a good bone doctor in Baoqing County." Lin Weiwei grabbed his wrist from behind, lifted her foot, and turned her ankle in front of him, then placed it back on the ground. She took a few steps and said, "I'm fine. No bones are broken." When County Magistrate Wang received the news, he brought the remaining guards from the county office. They just arrived now. Sure enough, police are always the last to get to the scene, just like in the TV shows. "Young master, are you hurt?" "Dr. Song, where's Dr. Song?" Magistrate Wang saw the Crown Prince of Min, holding a sword and bleeding from his mouth, looking about to faint. The Crown Prince of Min is the only son of King Min. The emperor cares for him more than his own children, so he must be fine. If something happens, losing his official title is small, but it could also threaten his family. The Crown Prince of Min waved his hand. "It's nothing. First, have the doctor check on my guards." He brought 14 guards from his home. Half were sent out to disperse the crowd, and the rest were probably. Dr. Song was originally part of Baoqing County's free clinic team. After the food aid started, the doctors who volunteered were summoned by the Crown Prince of Min. One doctor would guard outside the city gate each day to treat sick villagers. Today, it was Dr. Song's turn. He was pulled out from hiding and began treating the fallen guards one by one. 8 guards, half of them had already died, while others had arms torn from shoulders, ribs broken, internal injuries, or were bleeding heavily and unconscious. Such severe injuries made his work very difficult. "Doctor, let me help." Lin Weiwei couldn't bear to see those loyal guards die like this. Ignoring her own pain in her and ankle, she moved closer to assist. Jiang and Mo Han couldn't hold back and followed behind him with a stern face. This girl was too kind-hearted. She cared so much for others that she was willing to risk her own life. Dr. Song was cleaning the wounds of the injured, while Lin Weiwei held out a cup of clean water. Dr. Song prescribed medicine, and Lin Weiwei volunteered to boil the herbs. He took out a secret, life-saving pill, and she handed him a cup of warm water. The young servant boy who was helping Dr. Song was pushed aside and lost his chance to work. This guy, was he trying to compete with his master for the position? Dr. Song was quite well known in Baoqing County for his good medical skills. He didn't have a proper disciple yet. After the young servant's family arranged for him to come, he was sent to assist Dr. Song. But he wasn't satisfied with just being a helper. He was aiming to become Dr. Song's official disciple and definitely didn't want to be beaten to it. So, a competition for work began between the two. The young servant was usually diligent, and today he was especially eager. Often, before Dr. Song even gave an order, he already knew what to do. When he got the task, he even playfully glared at Lin Weiwei to show off. Lin Weiwei stepped forward to help, mainly to save the guards' lives with spiritual spring water. Seeing the young servant always trying to compete with her, she decided to take a break. She grabbed a few wooden buckets, pretended to visit their original camp at Shirley-go, and replaced the plain water with spiritual spring water. She placed the buckets beside Dr. Song and the young servant, then relaxed herself. Prince Min's son, dragging his injured body, was helped over by Magistrate Wang to check on the guard's injuries. Dr. Song spoke in disbelief. These few adults are seriously hurt. Luckily, they are healthy and have a strong desire to survive. They are out of danger. However, this gentleman's arm. I am helpless. It's beyond saving. The guard's face was pale, but he looked a bit better. Just saving my life is enough for me. Prince Dr. Song is very skilled. The medicine he prescribed made me feel a warm flow surge from my stomach to my limbs, giving me new energy. You've also been injured internally, so don't just focus on us. Let Dr. Song take a look at you too. Suddenly, Lin Weiwei appeared out of nowhere and handed the prince a cup of warm water. The guard's eyes suddenly flashed sharply, and he stared fiercely at Lin Weiwei. He shouted, "Who are you? Where is Sixth? Why are you letting everyone in? If an enemy sneaks in, wouldn't that put the prince in danger?" Lin Weiwei curled her lips and said, "I've been busy with Dr. Song all this time. The medicine you took was brewed by me. If I had bad intentions, would you still be alive?" Jiang and Mo Han felt a surge of anger inside. Seeing his young daughter work hard but not receive any thanks, he coldly said, "You risked your life to save others. You got hurt but refused to rest. You helped the doctor treat the wounded. What's your goal? Did anyone thank you?" The guard wanted to say more, but Prince Min's son stopped him. It was this young lady who stopped the healer earlier. Without her, we wouldn't be alive now. If she wanted to hurt me, she wouldn't have risked her life to save me just now. He then drank the warm water in his cup to show his trust in Lin Weiwei. Having achieved his goal, Lin Weiwei took back her cup, smiled faintly, and turned to leave. Prince Min's son bowed to her back and said, "Your life-saving kindness will be repaid someday." Lin Weiwei didn't look back. She simply raised her hand in a small gesture. Once she was out of sight, she stopped pretending and jumped around like a monkey for a while, giggling as she asked Jiang and Mo Han, "Was I very cool just now? Did I look like a wise person from a faraway place, giving off a mysterious vibe? Is your ankle not hurting anymore?" Jiang and Mo Han still remembered her purple ankle and looked at her with displeasure and concern. Just now, Lin Weiwei had been happily bouncing, but now she suddenly felt weak and leaned on the young scholar, acting fragile like Lin Daiyu. "Oh, it didn't hurt much before, but when you glared at me, my ankle started to hurt. Oh no, I can't walk anymore. What should I do?" Jiang and Mo Han looked helpless, but still helped her. Lin Weiwei leaned into the handsome young scholar's arms, giving most of her weight to him, just to enjoy the service of a good-looking guy. Yer held the lock and followed behind them. She looked at their backs with envy. Jiang Tongshen, you're carrying air and air. She has a foot injury, yet you still let her walk. If only his leg hadn't been hurt. Yer watched them with some envy. They look so good together. But are they really a good match? Jiang Tongshen had a charming appearance. If he passed the imperial exams and became a scholar or official, he probably wouldn't come back to this poor mountain village to find a wife.
What would happen to Aranir then?
In stories, many scholars who pass exams abandon their humble wives to pursue higher status. In the end, it's always the women who suffer. Aranir is so smart. How could she be fooled by his good looks like those silly village girls? What's the use of a man being handsome? She was as weak as a little chick, unable to carry anything or fight back, useless at everything. In the mountains, girls should choose strong, hardworking men. Why can't they see that? The villagers of Shirley Go were almost at their hiding spot. Lin Weiwei suddenly stood straight, no longer feeling dizzy or limping. She walked confidently, looking more spirited than Jiang Mofen. It was as if the fragile girl who had just curled up in the young scholar's arms wasn't her at all. Second sister, how is it? Did you catch the assassin? Is the young master safe? Lin Zian approached and carefully looked at his sister. Seeing she was lively and energetic, he bypassed her to help the limping show too. Jiang Mofen looked annoyed and said coldly, "The young master is fine, but your second sister is hurt." Who dared to give her such courage? Even Prince Min and his guards couldn't handle her. She rushed in without thinking.
What?
Has she become addicted to playing the hero? Hearing this, Lin Zian let go of Show 2 and returned to Lin Weiwei. Second sister, are you hurt? I heard there was a terrible giant with great strength, capable of tearing people apart.
You
didn't go up against the giant just because you're strong, did you? Lin Weiwei boasted. It's not that serious. That guy's strength is just average. I pressed him to the ground, and he couldn't get up. But where did the bruise on your ankle come from? Jiang Mofen coldly exposed her lie. Lin Weiwei awkwardly said, You see, you're so boring. Just admit it. Was that strange giant killed by me? I killed someone. My little heart is really hurt. I'll probably have nightmares for days. You don't comfort me. Instead, you look so cold and sarcastic.
Wah.
Her acting was so dramatic. She could have been a famous performer. Jiang Mofen didn't want to pay her attention. But then he remembered she was just a young girl, only a teenager. She had never seen such a scene before. If she didn't develop psychological problems, he said gently, Did you kill that medic? Stop taking credit for things you didn't do. He was actually killed by Prince Min with a sword through his eye into his brain. You're brave to compete with Prince Min for credit. Do you really think you're so important? It wasn't me who killed him. My iron dart clearly went into his ear. Lin Weiwei looked at her now clean hands, still feeling the warm, sticky sensation she couldn't shake off. You said you only stabbed his ear. At most, you made him deaf. If the medic could be killed so easily, how could you have had a chance to show off? Jiang Emo Han brainwashed her, repeatedly telling her she hadn't killed anyone. Lin Weiwei felt a sudden relief in her heart, but stubbornly said, That giant is invulnerable to swords and guns. If I managed to hurt him, that's pretty impressive, right? Besides, I was the first to hurt him. How could Prince Min's son have a chance to kill him otherwise? You can't erase my contribution. Jiang Emo Han carefully observed her and saw she seemed to have returned to normal. He said, Is risking your life just for some so-called credit worth it? Seeing that the young scholar was quite angry this time, Lin Weiwei cautiously replied, I can't just watch him harm the people. And Prince Min's son, such a handsome man, dying at the hands of a monster. Isn't that a pity?
You.
Jiang Emo Han's anger surged, and he sneered, So, if you look good, you can save yourself? I've seen enough.
No.
Don't be angry. I promise I won't be so reckless again. I swear I won't take risks unless I'm sure. Calm down and smile. Lin Weiwei secretly glanced at his face, then continued, Actually, The main reason I want to save him is because he's a bit like you. Like me? In what way? Prince Min's son looked like his father, King Min, as if carved from the same mold.
But
I don't know where this girl saw the resemblance. Actually, if you look closely, our features aren't exactly alike, but at certain moments, I feel they're somewhat similar. If I had to say what's similar, probably their expressions and aura. Little scholar, you naturally carry a noble air. Maybe your ancestors had noble blood. Lin Weiwei smiled flatteringly at him. What the heck, Bafu? That girl is talking nonsense again. Usually, she's carefree, but sometimes she's surprisingly sensitive. Every time, she's just one step away from the truth. Jiang and Mo Han pushed away Lin Weiwei, who was leaning in, with a hint of helplessness in his voice. Remember, no one's life is more precious than your own. Do you really think you're a 9-life cat? Yes. I'll listen to you from now on. Are you not angry anymore? Lin Weiwei pouted, feeling relieved. She finally managed to coax the young scholar. That wasn't easy. Zian from the two's conversation pieced together what had happened and pulled his sister aside. Second sister, Brother Zhang's words were right. I won't stand on your side this time. Before you take risks, can you think about your mother, think about little second child, think about our family? Don't just say Jiang Xuexiong. If it were me, I'd be angry too. Lin Weiwei dismissively pushed him away. You go ahead and be angry. Don't block my view. The young scholar finally calmed down after she comforted him, but this brat immediately started provoking again, asking for trouble. Second sister, you're treating us so unfairly, Lin Zian protested loudly. When Jiang Xuexiong is angry, you just smile and coax him kindly. But when it's your own brother, you want him to stay far away. That's typical double standards. The old village chief came over to ask about the situation and showed concern for Lin Weiwei. Finally, he sighed and said, it looks like we won't get grain today either. Lin Weiwei looked far toward the grain storage area. It was chaotic, people being treated for injuries, comforting the villagers. Most importantly, Prince Min was hurt. The magistrate had no time to worry about grain distribution. She hoped they could start distributing grain again tomorrow morning. If they left immediately after collecting it, they could reach Shirley Go by night. Even if they couldn't make it back, they could rest at the Rhinan town warehouse. There was a military team left by the 7th prince to protect the grain, safe and secure. Lin Weiwei sat on her mule cart, gently touching her aching ankle. She looked back at the busy city gate with a faint smile, then raised her head and squinted at the clear blue sky with fluffy white clouds. Suddenly, a bottle with a medicinal smell appeared in her line of sight. Jiang Mohan pressed some medicinal oil into her hand. Find a quiet place, use some strength, and massage out the bruise. Lin Weiwei played with the bottle in her hand. Are you sure I should use strength to rub it? Jiang Mohan gave her a look that said, are you stupid? Are you arguing? Rub it, with force. Let's see if you can rub yourself into a mess. Lin Weiwei chuckled foolishly. I'm just worried I won't control the strength well. Maybe. I'll find her and ask her to help you. Jiang Mohan suddenly stood up quickly and left in a hurry, afraid she might say something shocking. Ah! Lin Weiwei's mischievous laugh came from behind. When it comes to being shameless, he's always the worst. Miss Lin? Ning Dongxing's voice was full of surprise. You came to Baoqing County. Why didn't anyone send me a message? When did you arrive? Never mind that. Come into the city with me. There was just an assassination attempt here. It's unsafe. Lin Weiwei jumped down from her mule cart, smiling. Young Master Ning? Yes. Why didn't I think of that? We actually have friends in Baoqing County. Young Master Ning, how did you find us? Jiang Mohan silently stood beside Lin Weiwei. Ning Dongxing showed a gentle smile, looked at him, and said, I was about to enter the city gate when I saw a figure that looked like Jiang Tongxing. I thought you two should also be coming to collect grain, so I followed. Sure enough, I saw you. However, Jiang Mohan only cared about Lin Weiwei's ankle. He glared at her and said, Does your ankle not hurt? Get on the mule cart and sit.
How?
Miss Lin is injured? I heard that the Crown Prince's son was just attacked and many civilians were accidentally hurt. Miss Lin, your foot. Come, let's go into the city and find a doctor to take a look. Ning Dongsheng had already inquired about what happened and was relieved that he had delayed a bit on the way, avoiding trouble. Lin Weiwei smiled and waved her hand. It's nothing, just a small bruise. Applying some ointment will make it better quickly. Ning Dongsheng added, since Miss Lin has come to Baoqing County, I will host tonight. I hope Miss Lin and Jiang Tongsheng will give me some face. Lin Weiwei pointed at the city gate. Young Master Ning just returned from Renan Town, right? The Baoqing County gates are closed. Those without local household or business registration are not allowed in. Ning Dongsheng's smile warmed like spring sunshine, giving a gentle feeling. Miss Lin, you don't know. Our regular merchants have special passes. One pass allows 2 outsiders to enter the city. Ziyuan squeezed through and looked Ning Dongsheng up and down. The way he looked at his sister, like he had hooks in his eyes, clearly with bad intentions. He looked decent enough, with charming eyes that seemed flirtatious, and a smile like a flower. Who is he trying to attract? Second sister, who is he? Second sister might be trying to change targets, because Jiang Shuexiong didn't respond. Second sister, choosing a husband can't just be based on looks. Ning Dongsheng felt a bit annoyed under his scrutiny. Hearing how he addressed him, his furrowed brows relaxed again. Miss Lin, this is young Master Ning, our business partner. The Ning store in town is owned by him. He's young but already runs 2 shops. Lin Weiwei first introduced her younger brother, then said to Ning Dongsheng, he is my eldest brother, studying at the town's academy like a young scholar. He will take the imperial exam next spring. Ning Dongsheng's smile became even warmer. Your younger brother is so young and already taking exams. Truly talented at such a young age. Ziyuan, with a fake smile and a cold tone, said, likewise, young Master Ning is also young and promising. Ning Dongsheng gently looked at Lin Weiwei and smiled, saying, it's thanks to Miss Lin that I am able to succeed. Without the goods you provided and those recipes, I don't know what would have happened to my shop. Lin Weiwei laughed carefree, saying, young Master Ning, you're too modest. With your business talent, even without me, you wouldn't be overlooked. Young Master Ning, we came with the village elders and young men, so we won't stay long. The old village chief, supported by his grandson, came over and said, Xiaowei, it seems we won't get the grain today. We'll wait here. You should go into town with this young man and check your foot carefully. Don't let the illness get worse. Lu Dazhuan nodded in agreement, saying, yes, yes. We uncles and elders are here. You can go into town with this young man without worry. Lin Weiwei looked at Jiang Mohan and then at her younger brother, shaking her head. My foot is fine, I don't need a doctor. Thank you, young Master Ning. Maybe next time, I'll bother you again. Ning Dongsheng responded with an "oh" and said to his servant, stay outside the city tonight. I'll come back tomorrow to pick you up. Miss Lin, then I can bring your younger brother in too. No need, Jiang Mohan said calmly to Lin Weiwei. Yu Yan is with you, so I won't go in. First, go to the medical clinic and have the doctor check your foot. Do you still want to go into the mountains? The young scholar didn't plan to go into the city, and Lin Weiwei was even less interested. I'll just have Dr. Song check it later. It's not a big deal. Ning Dongsheng had met Lin Weiwei 10 times, and 8 times Jiang Tongsheng was with her. His male intuition told him Jiang Tongsheng seemed to be hostile toward him and didn't want him to get too close to Miss Lin. But Miss Lin trusted him a lot, even relied on him. Now that he said he wouldn't go, she firmly decided not to enter the city. What exactly was their relationship? Childhood sweethearts? Engaged?
Huh?
Why did that uncomfortable feeling arise in his heart? Ning Dongsheng still smiled warmly and said, the weather isn't great today. It might get windy tonight. Miss Lin, if you get cold again, it would be even worse. Jiang Tongsheng, what do you think? Jiang Mohan glanced at him faintly and said to Lin Weiwei, go into town with young Master Ning, first to the clinic, then find a guest house to stay. Yan, take good care of your sister. Lin Weiwei climbed back onto the mule cart, swinging her legs at the side of the yoke. I'm not as weak as you think. I won't go anywhere. I want to stay here and share hardships with my fellow villagers. Jiang Mohan interrupted her. I suddenly remember there are 2 books I can't find in Renan town. I wonder if the bookstores in the county seat have them. I'll go with you to check. Lin Weiwei jumped down happily. Although she felt it might be rude, Ning Dongxing couldn't help but look at her ankle. Could it be injured? If not, then she must be very lucky. Jiang Mohan calmly said, "Do I still need your company?" "Yes." "Of course, yes." Lin Weiwei nodded firmly. "You're so beautiful, even more like a girl disguised as a boy than I am. If that careless person snatches you away, how can I explain to Aunt Feng? When I came here, I promised Aunt Feng I would bring you back safely and completely." Ning Dongxing's gaze unconsciously shifted to Jiang Mohan's face. Indeed, it was quite stunning. If she dressed as a girl, who could stand it? Jiang Mohan secretly gritted her teeth. With outsiders around, she would let this brat go for now. We'll settle the score later. When Jiang Shuexiong said he wanted to buy books, Lin Zian got excited. His collection was much smaller than Jiang Shuexiong's, and many of the books he was reading had detailed notes from Jiang Shuexiong. If he found useful books, he wanted to buy a few too. Lin Weiwei and the others arrived at the city gate just in time to meet the officials escorting Prince Min into the city for rest and recovery. Ning Dongxing hadn't shown his entry permit yet, but the county magistrate spoke first. "Miss Lin and young Master Jiang want to enter the city. No need to show ID. I know their background personally. I'll vouch for them and issue entry passes for Jiang and Lin." The county magistrate gave the order, and his staff worked quickly. In less than 15 minutes, Lin Weiwei and Jiang Mohan each held an entry permit stamped with the magistrate's seal, much more effective than Ning Dongxing's. They could enter the city without inspection. Ning Dongxing held his own entry permit, looking a bit complicated. He thought this document would make Lin Weiwei look at him differently, but she had quickly made her own, even more prestigious. Aren't they just ordinary farmers' daughters and poor scholars? How do they know the magistrate? Lin Weiwei happily ran back to the camp with her entry pass. "Old village head, do you want to come into the city with us? Each pass can bring 2 more people. Anyone else want to go for a walk in the city?" The old village head, with a face full of wrinkles, chuckled. "I'm an old man now. I won't bother going with you. Others have just experienced a terrible attack and are still shaken. They have no mind to wander into town. The assassin hasn't been caught yet, and he might have sneaked into the city. Forget it. Better to stay quietly at the camp." Locke was eager to see the city. He has lived for over 10 years and is visiting the county seat for the first time, but his legs. He can only watch silently as Lin Weiwei and her group leave, feeling sad inside. Baoqing County is one of the top 3 largest counties in Zhengzhou Prefecture. It has a good location and the city is quite large. Even in hard times, the city doesn't look ruined. The shops are open as usual and people walk on the streets. Ning Dongxing points to both sides of the street.
There are fewer small vendors now.
Before the restrictions, many people from outside the city sold their farm products here. What's that long line over there? What delicious food are they selling? Lin Weiwei, unable to resist, rides on Ning Dongxing's horse and points to a long queue nearby.
"Oh,
That's a grain shop. The city's grain merchants are selling affordable grain in response to the county magistrate's call. It's limited daily, and you can't buy it without queuing early." Ning Dongxing dutifully acts as a guide. Lin Weiwei asks curiously, "Affordable grain? How much per jean?" Ning Dongxing doesn't have time to care about that and turns to look at his followers. Xiao Hai, who almost spent a night outside the city because of his master, quickly says, "Coarse grain is 10 won per jean, fine grain ranges from 25 to 31. Lin Weiwei nods. "That's much cheaper than in Renan town. I can buy some to take home." Xiao Hai adds, "The affordable grain is limited. You need a household registration, and each family can only buy 3 jean per day." "Really? Such a long line just for 3 jean? If there are many people at home, that's not enough." Clearly, affordable grain is a trap. "Hey, what about over there? Is that also a grain shop?" Lin Weiwei points to a shop on the main street. There's a long line of people outside. Unlike other grain shops, the line here is mostly well-dressed wealthy people or servants in uniform. Ning Dongxing's beautiful eyes show pride and confidence.
Oh,
That's our pastry shop. We just launched new products this month. Because the ingredients are rare, they're sold in limited quantities, and they sell out every day. Lin Weiwei glances at him sideways, thinking, she personally taught how to make those pastries. There's no rare ingredient involved. But this guy has business sense. He's using scarcity marketing. Can we go inside to see? Lin Weiwei suddenly became interested. The sweet smell of the snacks can lift all negative feelings and make people feel happy. She just went through a terrible attack, so she should eat 2 pieces of snacks to calm down. Ning Dongsheng was very happy. Like a peacock showing its tail to attract female attention, he was confident about his shop, which he had put so much effort into. He believed Miss Lin would like it. He thought that Miss Lin and he were on the same side. The young man Jiang was too cold and proud. Miss Lin was always careful around him. Even if they got married, she might not be happy. This was something he didn't want to see. Brother Ning, we're pretty regular customers. Why is it so hard to get your Ning snacks? A young man in fancy clothes, waiting at the back of the line, waved his fan impatiently. Ning Dongsheng told the shop assistant, "Go make a good cup of tea for young master who," as a small apology. You see, these days everything is scarce. Even the ingredients for making snacks are hard to buy. Please understand, young master, who, after entertaining a few regular customers, Ning Dongsheng took Lin Weiwei and the others into the shop. Lin Weiwei smiled and said, "If you don't want the customers to waste their effort, you should call out numbers. Everyone gets a number, and today's snacks are made in order. That way, the customers behind won't have to wait for hours and find out the snacks are gone." Repeatedly, people might lose their patience or even get angry and start criticizing our shop.
Right.
That's a good idea. I'll have someone make number tags right away. Ning Dongsheng asked the old accountant to write out a set of number tags and explain the new rule outside to the waiting customers. The customers outside also thought this was a good idea. It's fine now that it's autumn, but in summer, waiting under the hot sun would be uncomfortable. After getting a number, they could sit under a tree or under the eaves, waiting comfortably until their turn to buy snacks. Lin Weiwei pointed at the empty space on the street and said, "We can set up some big umbrellas here, with tables and chairs underneath. When customers are waiting for their numbers, they can have tea, drinks, sunflower seeds, or nuts. This way, they won't get impatient." This young brother is very thoughtful. Brother Ning, where did you find such a clever kid? Your business skills are no match for him. If it weren't for your snacks being so new and delicious, I wouldn't want to wait in line. But if I could sit there, eating and drinking, I wouldn't mind at all. The young nobleman took his number tag and strolled over leisurely, fanning himself happily. Ning Dongsheng proudly introduced Lin Weiwei to the young nobleman. "This is our second boss at Ningji Candied Fruits and Pastry Shop. Many of the new pastries in the shop are based on her recipes. You're right, she's like a treasure chest. The more you explore, the more valuable she seems." The young nobleman widened his eyes in surprise and looked at Lin Weiwei carefully. He said to Ning Dongsheng, "Brother Ning, this is your second boss? And you don't even give him a decent outfit. Old clothes are comfortable to wear." Lin Weiwei smiled to help Ning Dongsheng explain. Ning Dongsheng smiled gently and said to the young nobleman, "We have other things to do. Let's go inside the shop first. Please wait a moment. The next batch of pastries will be ready soon." Lin Weiwei followed him into the shop. The shop had 3 rooms. One displayed sunflower seeds, peanuts, and various nuts. Another had candied fruits, dried berries, and meat jerky. Besides the peach slices, blueberries, and jerky they brought in, there were several other varieties, but their quality and price were not as good as what they supplied. The last room was filled with popular pastries. Inside the pastry shop, there was a row of counters. Each pastry was covered with a semi-transparent cloth to keep out insects and flies, yet it didn't block the customer's view. Customers picked what they liked, lifted the cloth, and used oil paper bags to weigh and pay. Despite the many customers, the staff were well trained, and everything was orderly. Lin Weiwei nodded in approval. Ning Dongsheng took a gift box and selected a few limited edition pastries from the freshly baked batch. He then invited the 3 of them to sit at a table in the back room and personally poured a pot of tea. He smiled and said, "Miss Lin, Please try it and see if there's anything to improve. Lin Weiwei took a sip, nodded, and said not bad. The heat and ingredients are well controlled. No wonder the shop is so busy. That's thanks to your guidance, Miss Lin. Ning Dongsheng praised her sincerely. Lin Weiwei took another sip of tea, stood up, and asked Ning Dongsheng, "Young Master Ning, may I see your pastry preparation room?" Seeing Jiang Mohan and Lin Weiwei's younger brother both stop after just one piece, Ning Dongsheng realized that their pastry chefs still had some gaps compared to Lin Weiwei. His eyes sparkled with joy as he said, "Of course. I'd be happy to show you." The pastry preparation room left a good impression on Lin Weiwei, clean and tidy. The pastry chefs were busy and focused, each doing their own job. The head of the kitchen was Ning Dongsheng's nursemaid, a straightforward yet strict woman. Seeing Ning Dongsheng come in, her serious face finally showed a hint of a smile. "Young Master Wu, why are you interested in coming to the kitchen today?" Ning Dongsheng smiled at her and said, "Bringing a friend to see our pastry production." The term production and processing was new to him, something he heard from Lin Weiwei, which felt fresh. The nursemaid was surprised and looked her over carefully. This clearly was a girl dressed as a boy. The kitchen has always been a restricted area for young Master Wu. Even the eldest son would be strictly stopped from entering. How could he casually bring a girl in? Could it be that young Master Wu has developed feelings for her? Ning Dongsheng's aunt had passed away long ago. The loyal nursemaid treated him like her own child, always thinking from his perspective. When young Master Wu liked someone, she was happy for him, but she also worried it might be a scheme, like a beauty trap, to get the recipe for the pastries. Knowing his character, he might really do such a thing. The nursemaid pulled Ning Dongsheng aside and whispered, "Is this girl trustworthy? Why did you bring her to the kitchen? It's messy here. If she gets hurt, it wouldn't look good." Ning Dongsheng understood her worries and smiled. "Don't worry, nursemaid. The kitchen is the lifeline of our shop, or I wouldn't have asked you to watch over it. This girl's identity is definitely fine, trust me." Lin Weiwei saw the whipped cream ready and, feeling eager, rolled up her sleeves. Suddenly craving cream puffs. "All the ingredients are here today. Watch me show off my skills." Ning Dongsheng was overjoyed and quickly ordered the most talented pastry chef in the shop, Rong Yang, "Go help Miss Lin." Lin Weiwei saw the butter and exclaimed, "Where did you get this butter?" Ning Dongsheng said, "It's bought from herders on the grassland. I recently went to pick out dairy cows and found this. It seems similar to the butter you mentioned, Miss Lin, so I brought some back. Is it usable?" "Of course. Using it for pastries would be perfect." Lin Weiwei put the butter into milk and boiled it, then poured it into low-gluten flour. She couldn't help but think, business people are really rich, getting everything they want. Unlike her, she had many ideas for desserts, but was limited by ingredients. It's hard to make good food without the right materials. She mixed the low-gluten dough, then gradually added egg yolks until the batter was smooth. She then piped it onto baking paper and placed it into the oven. Cream mixed with blueberry jam, stirred evenly. After the profiteroles are baked, squeeze the blueberry cream into the cut openings, then add red jam to create a decorative pattern. Delicious and beautiful blueberry profiteroles are ready. Wow, this girl has such skill. Look at these pastries, like flowers, so pretty I hate to eat them. The cook's mother was surprised that the girl her son liked had such talent and praised her highly. While the profiteroles were baking, Lin Weiwei helped make a batch of limited edition desserts. The proud, somewhat boastful cooks saw her work and felt ashamed. To make good desserts, you need to put your heart into it. Only then can people taste happiness. Lin Weiwei said something wise that made the cooks admire her greatly. Even her old-fashioned men's clothes suddenly looked simple and genuine. Holding the freshly baked blueberry profiteroles, Lin Weiwei left the kitchen and returned to the reception room. Lin Xian had been waiting with a cup of tea. "Second sister, did you make these? They look so beautiful. I'm sure they taste amazing." "Brother Jiang, try one too." Lin Weiwei pinched a profiterole and happily ate it all. Delicious. "Young Master Ning, could you sell me some butter and low-gluten flour?" "Miss Lin, aren't you insulting me? Whether I sell or not, just take as much as you want." Ning Dongsheng tried a profiterole, and the rich milk flavor combined with the sweet blueberry created a wonderful taste, more delicate and rich. Once these blueberry profiteroles are launched, they will surely be loved by both new and returning customers, and the shop's sales will hit new highs.
Then,
I won't hold back anymore. With butter and low-gluten flour, she can make all kinds of small cakes. His birthday is coming soon, right? Maybe. Surprise him? Brother Ning, today's sponge cake is even softer and more fragrant. Your pastry chef skills have improved again. Prince Hu finally managed to buy the sponge cake he had been craving. He held a box of pastries in one hand and a piece of cake in the other, happily enjoying himself. Lin Weiwei glanced at him. That Hu guy was really lucky to get the batch of cakes she made herself. She held back from decorating the cake with cream flowers. She wanted to make it special, without shocking everyone. Oh, what kind of pastry is this? Is it new? Wow, it looks so beautiful. Can I try one? Prince Hu, a regular customer, heard Ning Dongsheng was in the reception room and confidently walked in. After seeing the blueberry cream puff, my eyes seemed glued and couldn't be pulled away. Lin Weiwei made a please you gesture, and young master Hu's paw immediately reached over. He gently pinched a cream puff, brought it to his mouth, and took a small bite, savoring it carefully. After swallowing, he pointed at the remaining pieces and said, "Wrap them up for me. I want all of them." Ning Dongsheng chuckled awkwardly. Young master Hu, these blueberry cream puffs are for entertaining guests. What's the matter? They're your guests, so I can't be? This blueberry cream puff, right? No way. If you don't sell it to me today, I won't leave. Young master Hu, a chubby man, sat into a round chair, acting like a spoiled brat. He was really determined for a snack. Ning Dongsheng tried to persuade him a few times but finally said helplessly, "There are some left in the kitchen. I'll go pack them for young master Hu." "I'll go with you." Young master Hu stood up. Ning Dongsheng hurriedly said, "Sorry, our kitchen keeps some recipes secret. No outsiders allowed." Young master Hu, coming from a merchant family, naturally understood the importance of secret recipes. He nodded in understanding and sat back down, saying, "Deal. Pack all the remaining ones for me. Price is not an issue." This attitude was truly that of someone with a lot of money. Opening a snack shop, he liked this kind of big spender. Considering the rarity of butter, low-gluten flour, and cream, a cream puff about the size of an egg was priced at 200 coins. The remaining 10 or so sold for over 2 taels of silver. Lin Zian picked up a cream puff, looking helpless. This tiny snack could buy 10 jin of grain. 10 jin of grain could save many starving people in a bad year. Truly, the rich smell of wine and meat, while the roads are filled with frozen bones. Lin Weiwei sighed. People are born into an unequal world. Many poor students study hard for 10 years, yet some are born with everything. Big brother, remember, studying isn't just to change your own fate, but to help more common people stop becoming frozen bones on the roadside. Lin Zian put down his cream puff and nodded firmly. Jiang Maxian kept eating snack after snack. Does he think not eating cream puffs will stop people from starving? Does only a poor, humble life truly serve the country and the people? Overworking himself, dying young, how can he benefit the common folk then? As long as he has a heart for the people, being in a wealthy family can actually help benefit thousands of common folks. Isn't that okay? Lin Zian looked at the sky and said to Jiang Mohan, "Brother Jiang, didn't you say you wanted to buy books? Should we go to the bookstore now?" Jiang Mohan had long been annoyed by Ning's charming eyes blinking. A grown man smiling so flirtatiously was inappropriate. He stood up and looked at Lin Weiwei. Lin Weiwei quickly put down her teacup, wiped her mouth with a handkerchief, and stood up to say to Ning Dongsheng, "Young Master Ning, you go ahead with your work. We are just going for a walk in the city." Ning Dongsheng also stood up and said, "I happen to have no plans today. Since you're not familiar with the city, I know a few bookstores with many kinds of books, but they are a bit remote. Let me take you there. I know those bookstores." "No need to trouble young Master Ning," Jiang Mohan replied. In his past life, he had stayed in the city for several years. He made a living copying books and knew all the bookstores well. Seeing this, Ning Dongxing didn't insist and said to Lin Weiwei, Miss Lin, I've reserved a table with some food at Yuan Kalai. Please don't hesitate to join us, both of you. Since that's the case, we won't be polite, Lin Weiwei agreed happily. On the way to the bookstore, Jiang Mohan walked through familiar yet strange streets from his memories. The image of himself struggling with hunger and cold was so clear. That winter, he wore a worn-out, thin coat, braving the snow and wind. He knocked on the bookstore door, holding a copy of the book he copied with his red, swollen hands, exchanging it for a few coins. He bought 2 steamed buns and hid under someone's eaves, eating eagerly. His enemy, Wu Bo, was pushed out of Yuan Kulai by a crowd, laughing at him. Isn't this our talented Jiang? How did you end up worse than a beggar? Oh, Jiang, are you eating this? Ah, Nan, I have a chicken leg for you. Share it with Jiang. He was insulted for nearly 20 minutes before Wu Bo and his friends left laughing. Jiang struggled to get up from the ground, looking at the fallen bun and the shameful chicken leg. He slowly bent down, picked up the bun, dusted it off, and ate it silently. The chicken leg was left behind, covered by snow and wind. Life's harsh reality taught him to bend, but it couldn't break his upright spine. Sometimes, bending was just to stand taller and straighter in the future. Little scholar, I promised him a feast. Are you upset? Lin Weiwei saw that he was not looking away and had no expression on his face. Carefully, she asked, if you don't want to attend the banquet he invited us to, I can take you instead. Is that okay? I'm not upset. I was just thinking about something else earlier. Since you are partners, it's normal to have a meal together. Jiang Mohan stopped walking and looked at Lin Weiwei. Do what you want to do. You don't need to worry about my feelings all the time. No, sometimes I act a bit rebellious and need someone to watch over me and remind me. Don't think I always protest when you tell me what to do. Actually, I like you to guide me. Otherwise, I wouldn't trust myself. Lin Weiwei chuckled. Jiang Mohan's lips curled slightly, and he continued walking forward. Are you treating me like a housekeeper? Can't you learn to think for yourself? Thinking so much is tiring. Luckily, you're here. We split the work. I'll handle the physical tasks and you'll do the thinking. Lin Weiwei tugged at his sleeve and pointed at a face-figuring artist. Little scholar, don't go yet. Let him make one for us. Rarely showing her playful side, Jiang Mohan paused and said, since that's the case from now on, you have to listen to what I say. Of course, I will listen. Lin Weiwei pointed at him and said to the face-figuring artist, start with him. Make it look good. Jiang Mohan looked at her and said, and I tell you, if something like today happens again, you must not take such risks. Do you hear me? Yes. Of course I do. You're thinking about my safety. I'm happy you care about me, Lin Weiwei said cheerfully. The face-figuring artist looked at her and Jiang Mohan, smiling. This is probably a girl, right? Do you want me to make a female version for you? Yes, yes. Lin Weiwei nodded eagerly. She squatted beside the old man and watched the young scholar in traditional clothes take shape in his rough hands. The little face he made was quite proud and a bit spoiled, quite similar to her own attitude. After finishing, Lin Weiwei snatched the figure and grinned playfully. She said to Jiang Mohan, where should I start eating? Should I bite the head first or nibble the hands? Jiang Mohan's face turned red, and he snatched the face figure from her hands. Eat it yourself. The old man watched them with a smile, as if he was witnessing a happy little quarrel. He said, young lady, this one is good. It will be ready very soon. He then made a cute little girl with a bun, with a mischievous smile on her face, full of playful spirit. The dress on her was the same color as the young scholar's, clearly matching as a couple's outfit. Lin Weiwei took it happily, unable to put it down. She also brought over Jiang Mohan's paper mask, holding one in each hand, her eyes curved into cute little crescents. Oh wow, it looks so much like you. Old sir, I have a few words for you, both in appearance and spirit. Little scholar, look at my eyes curved like little moons, and my mouth is upturned. You can tell I'm up to something mischievous. Jiang Mohan gave her a respectful look at her paper mask and replied softly, you know you're always up to something mischievous, don't you? Haha. Your proud little attitude is actually pretty cute. No, I have to buy a box later to keep my paper mask safe. Lin Weiwei shamelessly claimed the paper mask as her own. When Lin Zian was holding his own paper mask, about to put it into the box his second sister bought, Lin Weiwei rolled her eyes at him. Just hold it yourself. Lin Zian sighed and said, I'm just a boy holding a paper mask. What does that look like? It looks ridiculous. Lin Weiwei took his paper mask, looked at it, and suddenly shoved it into his mouth. If you don't want to hold it, just eat it then. Second sister, this is so unfair. The box is only half full. Why can't you put my paper mask in? Lin Zian was tired of having such a sister, feeling quite exhausted. Lin Weiwei confidently said, if you looked half as good as the little scholar, I'd treat you like a little prince and spoil you. Second sister, I don't look that bad, okay? Some young girls even gave me insoles. Lin Zian pouted, trying to defend himself. Gave you insoles? Why not shoes or handkerchiefs? Your embroidery skills must be bad. Someone giving you things like that and you still dare to show them off. Lin Weiwei scoffed, full of disdain. Lin Zian was annoyed and said without thinking, and what about you? You've never even given insoles, right?
Oh.
That's right. You've never even sewn, and your handkerchiefs and socks are all made by Mom and Aunt Fong. Lin Weiwei gritted her teeth at him. Daring to criticize your sister? Do you want to die? As the saying goes, everyone has their own expertise. No one's perfect. I have my weaknesses too. Little scholar, isn't Aunt Fong the one making your clothes, shoes, and socks? Tell me, in our 10-mile valley, whose craft can compare to Aunt Feng's? I gave you the things, but you don't even look at them. Isn't that right? Say something, little scholar. You didn't give anything, so how do you know I don't like it? Little scholar glanced at both of them sideways, ignoring their sibling quarrel. Although I didn't give you insoles, I made delicious food for little scholar. Tasty meals, sweet desserts. Didn't you eat them too? All the good food I used to make has been fed to the dogs. Feeding a white-eyed wolf like you, and still complaining that I don't know embroidery. Today's profiteroles were mostly eaten by him. Humph. She even pretended to have a few gift boxes, but they won't be hers when she goes back. Jiang Mohan. Talking about making food for him, and then saying it was fed to the dogs. Does it have to be so harsh? Little scholar feels he's been unfairly hurt. Nothing can be worse than not having a box of profiteroles. Second young Master Xing. Why did you suddenly stop supplying Wu's store? If it's about the price, we can talk about it. A familiar voice with a different tone. Unexpectedly, Wu Bo, the proud Wu young master who usually flaunts himself in Renan town, is now begging humbly. The young man called Second Young Master Xing, from the Hua family, stood on the steps in front of Yuan Kelly's door, looking down at him with a slight smile. Your Wu family. Did you offend someone? Not supplying Wu's store is my father's decision. You can't come to me for help. Old Master Xing?
Impossible.
I've never even met your father. How could I offend him? Maybe it's because he's been too arrogant in his usual dealings, accidentally offending old Master Xing. Second young Master Xing looked helpless. I usually don't interfere with the shop's affairs. My family's decisions are not to be questioned. I advise you, if you don't want the shop to close, better find another supplier. Second young Master Xing. The Xing family is the biggest supplier of silk and fabric in Baoqing County and all of Zhengzhou Prefecture. Their fabric prices are fair, with many styles, and quality is guaranteed. If they switch to another supplier, price might be a bit higher and earning less is okay, but the variety and quality won't be assured. Wu Bo watched as second young Master Xing entered the restaurant and left dejectedly.
Huh?
Isn't this Wu's family always so boastful, acting like they're the boss of everything? Well, today he's had his comeuppance. Seeing this, Lin Weiwei felt as refreshing as eating ice cream on a hot day. Jiang Mohan raised an eyebrow. Wu Bo has offended you? Not exactly. But he's annoyed you more than he's annoyed me. I just don't like him. Looks like Wu's store is going to have bad luck. Did you hurt Wu Bo last time? Jiang Mohan looked into her eyes and asked slowly. Lin Weiwei narrowed her eyes into a slit, like a mischievous little fox. Guess? Jiang Mohan already had the answer in his heart and asked, is it related to the Wu family's candied snack shop closing down?
You.
Guess again. Lin's smile became even brighter. How silly. Her usually beautiful features were deliberately scrunched up, making her look unappealing. How do you know I was beaten by Wu Bo?
Huh?
You were beaten by someone named Wu last time? That's unacceptable.
Come on.
I'll take you to teach him a lesson, Lin said exaggeratedly, both her expression and tone over the top. Jiang and Mo Han sighed softly. Last time Wu Bo had his leg broken, it was because someone set a trap for him.
Huh?
Looks like someone else is thinking the same as me. That Wu guy really deserves a good lesson. His legs should be broken so he won't be so cocky anymore, Lin said, pretending she would never admit defeat, as if daring him to do something. Jiang and Mo Han's voice carried a hint of regret.
Can you
Stop always fighting for others? Lin grumbled, You're not others. Your actions leave me with no room to act, Jiang and Mo Han said, then gently ruffled her hair, soft, fluffy, and nice to touch.
Well.
All right, Wu's fabric shop can stay open for you to get revenge. Actually, I was the one who caused the shop to close. The fabric shop has nothing to do with me. I haven't even had the chance to confront Ning Gongzi yet, Lin admitted honestly. I did it, Jiang and Mo Han said calmly, as if commenting on the weather. Wu Bo, Wu family, just wait. You'll be stuck in the mud forever, with no way out. Lin smiled, reached out, and tapped his palm. Is this what you call knowing each other's minds without words? We're serious about bringing down the Wu family. The Wu family is just a small family. No need to take it so seriously. Jiang and Mo Han's dismissive smile made Lin find it more intriguing. Exactly. The Wu family is insignificant. Let's go to the bookstore. Don't let unrelated people ruin our plans. He doesn't deserve it, Lin said happily. It turned out she and the young scholar wanted to go together. She thought to herself, the young scholar isn't just a pretty face. How could he let Wu threaten him? She wondered what he planned to do. Maybe he had already started. She didn't expect the usually aloof and cold young scholar to also be scheming. She was eager to know what he would do next. Lin's eyes seemed glued to Jiang and Mo Han, while the young scholar was entirely focused on choosing books. Lin Weiwei scratched her head behind him, looking a bit anxious, while Jiang Mohan's lips curled into a barely visible smile. Lin Weiwei looked at the young scholar, who seemed lost in the world of books. Then she glanced at her younger brother, who was also focused on his book. How boring. She wandered around the bookstore, picked up a travel journal, and quickly became interested in the beautiful scenery and interesting stories described inside. Finally, Jiang Mohan patted her shoulder and brought her back from the book. Gurgle, gurgle. Outside, it was getting dark. Lin Weiwei touched her protesting stomach and hurriedly put the travel journal back on the shelf. So hungry. Have you all chosen? Once you're done, let's go to Yuan Kalai for a big meal. The shopkeeper was already getting impatient, glaring at them. Their clothes were old, especially Lin Weiwei's, which had patches. The bookstore disliked people who only looked but didn't buy, poor students just coming to browse. The shopkeeper rolled his eyes at Lin Weiwei. Can you understand this? Pretending to be a scholar. When she put the book back on the shelf, he sneered, just a looker, not a buyer. Jiang Mohan walked over to the bookshelf, casually took the unfinished travel journal from her, and picked a few good books for himself. Pay the bill. Lin Zian looked at the many books, unsure what to choose, so he picked a few similar to Jiang Mohan's. Jiang Mohan glanced at the books he picked and said calmly, Put them back. You won't need these for your exams. He then went to another shelf, selected 2 books, and handed them to Lin Zian. Read these first. When I finish my notes, you can take the others. Lin Zian happily took the books. Brother Zhang's choices would definitely help him. During these days studying with Zhang, he felt he had improved a lot, especially in understanding classical texts, and even received praise from his teacher. Taking leave to study at home with Brother Jiang was truly a wise decision. The books at Jiang Mohan's house had detailed notes, along with his poems and essays he wrote regularly. After reading them, Lin Zian felt enlightened. As he saw his progress, he also became more aware of his gaps compared to Jiang Mohan and his own shortcomings, making him study even harder. If his second sister didn't keep bringing delicious food every day, he'd probably get too tired and thin. Lin Weiwei snatched the books they chose and slapped them on the counter. Calculate how much silver we owe. Quick. We're in a hurry to go eat. The shopkeeper's mouth twitched again. Are you coming here to eat? Just you guys? Keep bragging. Bragging doesn't need to be taxed. With people like you, before even reaching the door of the shop, you'd be chased away as beggars. Altogether, 12 taels and 3 chien of silver. The shopkeeper looked at the wealthiest of the three, Jiang Mohan, and said loudly. Lin Weiwei placed a 20-tael silver note on the counter. Hiss. She was hit on the back of her hand by a fan bone. She glared angrily at the young scholar. Why did he hit her so hard? It hurt, you know? Jiang Mohan took back her silver note, put it into her hand again, then took out his purse. He pulled out a 10-tael ingot of silver and picked out a small piece of broken silver. The shopkeeper had already seen the face value of the silver note. His impatience and disdain disappeared like magic. Can't tell? Now rich people all like to pretend to be poor? Who would have thought that a commoner, a poor scholar, would casually hand over a 20-tael silver note and not blink at a dozen more taels of silver? Yuan Kolai is located in the most prosperous part of Baoqing County, where land is priceless. Anyone doing business on this street can be said to make a fortune daily. Of course, shops on this street are also extremely hard to find and buy. Initially, Ning Dongsheng wanted to run a high-end shop in the county seat, opening Ning's store on this street. Unfortunately, after searching for over a month, he couldn't find an available shop to rent, so he had to settle for the next best thing, next door on the neighboring street. Today, he was hosting a meal, and it was with his longtime partner, Miss Lin, whom he had never had a chance to invite. Ning Dongsheng had been waiting at the entrance of Yuan Kolai early. So, when Lin Weiwei and the others were driven away by the shopkeeper as beggars, he stepped forward to prevent a misunderstanding and awkwardness. Guests, please come inside. Chunlon Hall has guests. The shopkeeper curiously eyed this strange group, well-dressed young men, shabby commoners, and 2 poor scholars. What kind of amazing group is this? Following the tradition of warm hospitality, the shopkeeper led the 4 inside Chunlon Hall, served a pot of tea, and asked with a smile, Gentlemen, what would you like to eat? Ning Dongsheng, who had been here a few times for business, looked at Lin Weiwei and said, This place's braised pork bones taste good. They also do authentic crispy pork, shredded pork and sauce, and pickled cabbage with pork ribs. Lin Weiwei nodded and said, There are only 4 of us, so don't order too much to avoid waste. Just 1 dish of plain blood sausage with pickled cabbage, crispy pork, 3 delicacies stir-fry, pork ribs with beans, and for soup, let's have the signature clear broth. And a big dumpling filled with pure meat. Is that not enough? One of the main features of northern cuisine is that it is served in 2 groups. 1 dish is pork blood sausage with sauerkraut, all served in a large bowl, enough to feed 2 or 3 people. These 4 people look thin and weak, yet they order so much food and say they are not wasting anything. Ning Dongsheng chuckled and said, Let's add a portion of braised pork bones and spicy tripe. Miss Lin, the spicy tripe here, is learned from Beijing. Let's try a new taste. The first dish to arrive was white meat with blood sausage and sauerkraut. Lin Weiwei had been eager to try this authentic northeastern dish. In her past life, she fought hard to get an internship in the northeastern mountains, but before she could leave, she suddenly found herself here. When she arrived, it was early summer during a severe drought. Who would slaughter pigs and make blood sausage at this time? Now, she finally had a chance to taste this dish.
She took a piece of white meat.
It looked greasy and fatty, but when she ate it, it was tender, flavorful, and not greasy at all. The blood sausage was fragrant, fresh, and delicate, with chive flowers, chili oil, and garlic paste. The aroma was even richer, and it was fresh and crisp. This dish is quite authentic. Lin Weiwei ate happily, with sauce dripping from her mouth, unable to stop. Ning Dongsheng recommended the braised pork bones, made from pork spine boiled for a long time. After cooking, the pork spine was soft and sticky, very satisfying to chew, leaving a lasting taste. He had already eaten more than half of a large plate of these bones himself. The local delicacies stirred Lin Weiwei's appetite. As a result, what should have been enough for 8 people was finished by just 4 of them. Of course, most of the credit went to Lin Weiwei. Ning Dongsheng was initially surprised, then gradually numb. Not just girls, even strong men with such a big appetite are rare. He was a bit worried that Lin Weiwei might overeat herself, but seeing Jiang Mohan and Lin Zian acting as if nothing was unusual, he relaxed. In the end, he himself was the one who overate. Watching Lin Weiwei eat, even those with no appetite could manage a few bites. Lin Weiwei wiped her mouth, took a sip of tea from the table, and called the young waiter. "Second young man, do you have any desserts? Please recommend some." "Desserts? If you want sweets, you should go to a pastry shop. We don't have any here." The young waiter looked at the messy table and almost rolled his eyes. These people really can eat. Lin Weiwei shook her head and said, "That's your oversight. Guests finish their meal and want some quick desserts to clear their palate. If your service can't keep up with that basic need, how can you satisfy your guests? Look across the street. They have already started renovations. It looks like a restaurant, and it's quite large. If you don't seek change, how can you keep your customers for long?" The young clerk, hearing this, no longer dared to underestimate them. He scratched his head, shyly smiled, and said, "You make a good point, but I can't make the decisions. I'll go call our manager."
Please wait a moment.
The young clerk ran downstairs to find the manager. Recently, the manager was also worried. A new restaurant opened opposite, hiring chefs from the capital, offering several types of cuisine. The restaurant's top position on this street's food scene shouldn't be lost because of him. The manager had been anxious these days, feeling like a restless ant on a hot pan, trying to find a solution. He was so stressed that his hair was almost coming out. When he heard the young clerk repeat the distinguished guest's words, he suddenly understood everything. Yes. When people are poor, they think of ways to change. If they can understand what customers want and need, and truly make guests feel at home, they might still have a chance to compete. The manager quickly brewed a pot of good tea and personally brought it to the restaurant. As he entered, he warmly greeted, "Sorry for the poor service. Please forgive us, esteemed guests." "Oh, isn't this the young master from Ming's family? Such a rare guest, indeed." No wonder they lacked desserts after meals. They had brought their business into this restaurant. However, Ning's pastries were innovative and unique, loved by women and children. If they could collaborate, the restaurant wouldn't lose out. "Boss Ning, can we talk about the desserts?" The manager looked at Ning Dongsheng with a slow smile. Ning Dongsheng waved his fan calmly and said, "It's Miss Lin who suggested this. She likes to have a small snack after meals. Master Fong, please sit down and listen to her. After all, customer feedback is the most honest." Master Fong frowned inwardly. "You're all together, and without your hints or suggestions, I could just twist my head off and kick it like a ball." But he still sat down. He wanted to see what tricks these people might have. Lin smiled and said, "Master Fong, honestly, after I came to your restaurant, I have 3 complaints." Master Fong believed that he had done his best in management, staff, and food quality. Otherwise, the restaurant wouldn't be the best in the county. But you, with patched clothes and a rough appearance, have 3 complaints? Isn't that nitpicking? Shopkeeper Fong, don't get angry or upset so quickly. Let me explain slowly. First, when customers come in and wait a long time for their meal, they are only offered a cup of tea. With many customers, it can get boring. At this time, you can serve a small plate of sunflower seeds or peanuts and tell the customers that it's a free gift. Eating seeds helps pass the time and makes customers feel cared for, which makes them happy. Think about it, just a small cost for seeds and peanuts, but it earns good reviews. Isn't that worth it? Lin Weiwei looked at him with a smile and asked, "It's worth it. Why not? How did he not think of that?" Shopkeeper Fong sighed inwardly. "Another point is, your restaurant's dishes are tasty and have a strong local flavor. But you lack a signature dish that catches people's attention." "What is a signature dish?" It's a dish that makes people think of your restaurant first when they want to eat it, something they can't find elsewhere or that tastes especially authentic. Also, with dozens of dishes listed in the front hall, how can customers remember them all? For those dining in private rooms, ordering can be difficult. So, you need a menu that categorizes the dishes for the day, ideally with pictures. That way, customers can see what they want and order easily. Most people who dine in private rooms are of some status. Asking what dishes are available each time is troublesome. It's better if they can see the menu and choose what they want. Much more convenient. Hearing this, shopkeeper Fong fell into thought. Making a menu isn't hard, just find a few people to copy it and bind it. But special dishes are not easy. You've tried our local dishes. They are authentic northern cuisine, but only in flavor. Our signature dishes like braised beef tripe and stir-fried liver are unique. However, the new restaurant across the street hires chefs from Beijing, so we're at a disadvantage. Fong shook his head and sighed. I can give you some advice. Shopkeeper Lin Weiwei leaned back confidently, almost ready to grab her fan and pretend to be a scholar. Her outfit didn't match the fan at all. She still felt she was missing that mysterious, profound aura she aimed for. Shopkeeper Fong didn't think she could give good advice, but he asked politely, "Oh?"
I'm listening carefully.
Baoqing County has an excellent location, connecting north and south transportation routes. It's a must-stop for merchants traveling between regions. When visitors come from outside, what do they most want to eat? Of course, it should be something unique to the local area, like Northeast rustic dishes or farm stays. The dishes can also incorporate local specialties, such as hazelnuts, pine nuts, and so on. Shopkeeper Fong listened carefully to her words, realizing they were valuable, and put aside his dismissive attitude. He humbly asked, I know how to cook with hazelnuts. They can be used to stew chicken or cook ribs. But pine nuts? Aren't they just snacks for passing time? Can they really be used in cooking? Lin Weiwei looked at him with a rare expression of surprise. Of course. Using pine nuts in cooking can add richness and make the flavor more fresh and unique. I know several recipes with pine nuts. Oh, really? Tell me. Shopkeeper Fong sat up straight, eager to hear. Ning Dongsheng spoke up at this moment. Shopkeeper Fong, maybe those recipes are family secrets. If you ask like that, how can they answer you? Exactly. For a cook, those recipes are like martial arts manuals for warriors. They're not shared freely. Asking so bluntly is rude. Shopkeeper Fong looked a bit embarrassed. Lin Weiwei smiled and said, Our family does have an old recipe book passed down from ancestors. How good is that recipe book? Just look at Ning's current products to find out. Ning Dongsheng also kindly cooperated. Yes, our popular snacks are either based on recipes from Miss Lin or made in collaboration with her. She provides the recipes, and Ning's gives her a share of the profits. Sharing profits is one thing, but behind the scenes of this restaurant, the relationships are complicated. Even the owner can't easily give away profits to others. Shopkeeper Fong, instead, asked cautiously, I wonder if Miss Lin is willing to sell the recipes? Whole recipe books definitely can't be sold. I'm afraid our Lin family's ancestors might come out of the ground and scold me. But a few recipes using pine nuts as ingredients can be sold openly. After all, in these tough times, we can't be too picky to survive. Our ancestors would understand, Lin Weiwei said with a shy smile. Lin Xian's mouth twitched. His second sister really liked to talk big. The Lin family ancestors didn't have any such recipes. When their father was alive, he couldn't even cook porridge properly. He often burned it, couldn't tell salt from sugar. How could they have such impressive recipes? His second sister was once again exaggerating. Hearing this, shopkeeper Fong was visibly excited. He stared at her and said seriously, Oh, you're willing to sell your recipes to us? How many dishes can you sell? You just said they need to be categorized, and if there are too few, they won't form a complete category. You're quite good at improvising. Lin Weiwei raised an eyebrow. Shopkeeper Fong smiled awkwardly, looking honest and sincere. Sure enough, dishonest merchants are just that, dishonest. Lin Weiwei turned back to glance at the handsome man with a gentle smile, Ning Dongsheng. Among merchants, there's still some honest ones. Indeed, good looks can make small flaws seem insignificant. Jiang and Mo Han frowned. Why talk business and then ask about Ning's family? At first, he thought the mischievous girl was helping Ning find a partner, but now he sees she's trying to find a way for Songzi in Surely Go. Alright, for recipes for Songzi dishes, 500 taels each. Lin Weiwei pretended to be frustrated, stomping her feet, as if she was crying for her poor family background. Little scholar, the act is a bit too much. One recipe for 500 taels? Shopkeeper Fong gasped. Does this girl belong to a lion? Her mouth is so big. Isn't she afraid of choking? Is 500 taels for one recipe expensive? Lin Weiwei looked at Ning Dongsheng with a puzzled expression. Ning Dongsheng nodded to cooperate with her. Not expensive. It's just enough to recover the cost in about a month or so. Shopkeeper Fong, you probably haven't met Miss Lin before, so you don't know her skills. Why don't you let her show you? Lin Weiwei shot Ning Dongsheng a look. Who are you talking to? You haven't even tasted my cooking. How can you be so sure I'm good at it? Ning Dongsheng gave her a look. If the dessert is good, how could the cooking be bad? I believe in you. By now, it was past mealtime, and the hotel kitchen had quieted down. Shopkeeper Fong took Lin Weiwei to the back kitchen. She looked at the ingredients available and started to plan. She dismissed the others in the kitchen, then used a fish called Manhwa from a water basin to make a dish called Songzi fish rice, and also prepared Songzi fish to satisfy her hunger. In a year of drought, wanting to eat fish was no easy task. After tasting the Songzi fish rice, Shopkeeper Fong took the whole plate away, leaving Lin Weiwei and the others looking at each other in surprise. Lin Xian pouted unhappily. I only tasted one bite. Ning Dongsheng sighed. You only tasted one bite? I just started to pick up my chopsticks, and the dish was gone. Luckily, there's another plate. Miss Lin, what's this called? This is called Songzi fish. The fish meat is famous for resembling pine nuts, but there are actually no pine nuts in the dish. It's mainly made to satisfy my craving. Come, try some. Lin Weiwei took a bite first. Crispy, fragrant, slightly sour and sweet, appetizing and delicious. My fish cooking skills haven't declined. Jiang and Mo Han loves spicy food and also enjoys sweet and sour dishes. He ate the most of the plate of Songzi fish. Lin Xian took a few bites and then held her stomach, saying, I can't go on. If I eat any more, my stomach will burst. I'm so full. Not long after, Manager Fong returned, followed by his master, the second owner of Yuan Kulai. The second owner entered with a sense of urgency and straightforwardly asked, I heard you're selling recipe books? It's not us selling the recipes. It's you wanting to buy them. Lin Weiwei replied bluntly, clarifying who was requesting whom. The second owner was generally good-tempered and smiled as he said, Yes, my mistake. If your recipes are of this quality, at 500 taels each, we want as many as you have. Lin Weiwei smiled and said, I've already told Manager Fong. We won't sell more than 4 recipes.
All right.
That's 2,000 taels. Remember, these recipes can only be sold to us and not to anyone else, the second owner said happily, placing 2 silver notes on the table. Lin Weiwei nodded and said, Of course. Trust is important. We do keep our word. But if others learn from you, that's not our concern. There's one more condition. The pine nuts used in your shop will be supplied first by Shiliguo. What do you mean? The second owner asked. By priority supply, I mean that every month you tell us how many pine nuts you need and Shiliguo will deliver at market price. Only if we have no stock will you buy from elsewhere. This must be written into the contract, and if you breach it, you'll pay 3 times the recipe price as compensation. If it weren't to help sell pine nuts from Shiliguo, Lin Weiwei wouldn't sell the recipes now. She wasn't short of money. Then, what if your pine nuts are of poor quality or delivery is late? Won't that affect our business? The second owner hesitated. Lin Weiwei smiled and said, Don't worry. If the pine nuts are of lower quality, you can refuse to accept them. If late delivery affects your restaurant's business, we will compensate double. All this can be included in the contract. The second owner's concerns had been considered, leaving little reason not to sign. Besides, Who cares whose pine nuts they buy? Better to sell well and build good relationships. Perhaps they'll need others' help in the future. Lin Weiwei handed them the recipes for pine nut shrimp, pine nut small belly, and pine nut fermented bean egg. She also personally prepared each dish to demonstrate. The pine nut shrimp was fragrant, crispy, and delicious. The pine nut small belly was bright red and clear, with a refreshing taste. Stir-fried eggs with pine nuts and fermented bean curd is a brand new combination. Fermented bean curd is called Eastern cheese and pairs very well with eggs. After baking, the crispy pine nuts add a rich flavor, making the simple stir-fried eggs more layered and tasty. Both Fang Zhonggui and Second Boss are very satisfied with these dishes and feel that the money spent was worth it. They can imagine that once this special pine nut feast is launched, it will attract many new and returning customers. The quality and taste of the dishes will help them keep more loyal customers. No need to worry about customers being stolen by the competitors. Lin Weiwei was happy to see the other side paying generously, so she gifted them a dish of spinach with pine nuts. It's simple to make, but tastes excellent. Second Boss's eyes lit up, and he smiled, saying, "They say good things come in pairs. These 5 pine nut dishes don't look very good together. How about, girl, sell us one more dish?" Second Boss is really good at business. Lin Weiwei couldn't help but admire him. She wrote down the recipe for the classic pine nut corn dish and earned another 500 taels. As the name suggests, pine nut corn mainly uses pine nuts and corn kernels. This dish also includes green peas and diced carrots for color, plus raisins to adjust the flavor and texture. The resulting pine nut corn is rich in both taste and color, loved by women and children. The successful Second Boss grinned happily. Fang Zhonggui didn't forget her third point of advice. The first 2 points surprised everyone, but this last one made him even more eager. "Miss Lin, you said you had 3 suggestions earlier. What's the third one?" "The third one has already been mentioned." Lin Weiwei opened her bright eyes and said. Fang Zhonggui frowned and thought hard but couldn't figure it out. Lin Weiwei nodded toward Ning Dongsheng to give him a hint.
Oh,
"You mean collaborating with Ningji to launch after-meal desserts?" Fang Zhonggui suddenly understood. Lin Weiwei nodded and smiled. "Exactly. Ningji's pastries have quickly gained a foothold in Baoqing County in just a few months. Their taste and appearance are unmatched by others. Just look at the long lines in front of their shop. Partnering with Ningji would be a win-win situation. Indeed, introducing Ningji's desserts at Renkali would attract fans of Ningji's pastries to dine there. Meanwhile, Renkali's after-meal desserts would boost Ningji's reputation. Isn't that a win-win?" Second Boss of Renkali couldn't help but say, "Brother Ning, if Miss Lin is interested in entering the business world, we might have a new strong competitor. Why not join forces strongly instead of making rivals?" Lin Weiwei smiled slightly and said, "I'm not interested in entering the business world. My family follows a farming and reading lifestyle." "Farming and reading? That hasn't stopped you from making money. In just a short while, you've earned 2,500 taels. Your speed at making money is truly impressive." After leaving Yuan Kalai, it was already late at night. Lin Weiwei yawned, patted her shoulder, and said, "Today was like fighting a battle. I haven't had a moment to rest." Jiang Mohan glanced at her and thought, what does she mean by like fighting a battle? You really did fight someone, and it wasn't a small fight with weapons. Ning Dongsheng smiled and said, "I've booked 3 upper rooms at the inn ahead for Miss Lin and the 2 others. We're just a few steps away now." Lin Weiwei, 3 people, all accidentally overate. Now, they were strolling along the wide street. After thanking Ning Dongsheng, she whispered to Jiang Mohan, "Young Master Ning is really thoughtful, with a kind personality, a true warm-hearted man. Being his wife must be very happy." Jiang Mohan paused, glaring at the back of her head. What does this girl mean? Has she taken a liking to Ning? That can't be. As her older brother, he must keep an eye on her. What's so good about Ning? His looks are just average. Those peach blossom eyes seem flirtatious everywhere. Plus, he always has a self-important smile, trying to charm anyone. And although Ning's main family has a noble title, He's just a younger son from a side branch of a merchant family. Definitely not a good match. He stepped closer, walking shoulder to shoulder with Lin Weiwei, and said lightly, "You can't judge a person just by appearances. Some people seem friendly and kind outside but take their anger out on their own family at home, hitting their wives and scolding them, seeming like two different people. Others may look difficult to get along with, but truly cherish their wives. Even if others say they're afraid of their wives, they do as they please." He had seen these kinds of people in his past life. Unexpectedly, Lin Weiwei misunderstood him. She smiled sweetly with her crescent-shaped eyes and asked, "Little scholar, are you hinting at something?" Jiang Mohan kept a serious face and said, "Hinting? I've seen plenty of people who act differently inside and outside the home. Just a reminder for you." "Remind me of what?" "There's no need. I have no plans to get involved with anyone." Lin Weiwei shrugged casually, hands behind her back, imitating the little scholar, and strutted forward happily. Jiang Mohan looked speechless. What kind of family could tolerate such a lively girl? What a troublesome person. Ning Dongxing took the three of them to the inn and politely said goodbye. "You must be exhausted. Rest early. Tomorrow I will send someone to you out of the city." Lin Weiwei also didn't bother with formalities. "Young Master Ning, you're too thoughtful. We won't stand on ceremony. Good night, young Master Ning." After saying this, she waved goodbye to Ning Dongsheng and turned to walk toward the inn. She hadn't bathed in 2 days and a night, and she had fought earlier that morning. She was feeling dirty and needed a hot bath quickly. Young Master Ning watched Lin Weiwei's figure disappear up the stairs and softly muttered, "Good night." He faintly heard some of what Lin Weiwei said to Jiang Mohan earlier. She praised him for being kind and said she would be happy to marry him. This made him secretly hope. Maybe if he spent more time with Lin Weiwei and she got to know him better, he might have a chance to be accepted. But her words, "I don't plan to do anything with him," suddenly cooled his hopes. Why didn't she give him a chance if she thought he was a good person?
No.
Opportunities are created and seized by oneself. If he doesn't try hard to get it, he might regret it forever. Ning Dongsheng clenched his fists and encouraged himself. "Second sister, Ning young master is so nice to you. Does he have other intentions?" Lin Zian kept thinking and felt something was off. Why did he seem overly eager with their second sister? Lin Weiwei playfully hit him on the head. "Of course, he has intentions. He wants to flatter your second sister and get more benefits. You little one, you're still young and not learning well. What messy thoughts are in your head?" Lin Zian rubbed his red forehead and muttered softly, "Ugh, it seems swollen." "Second sister, you're too much. Do you not realize how strong you are? Are you trying to knock me out so I won't sleep?" Jiang Mohan passed by and left a cold remark. "Starting tomorrow, all study tasks will be doubled." Lin Zian immediately wailed, "Brother Jiang, isn't it more efficient to work hard and rest? Why the sudden change?" Jiang Mohan closed the door and said something that left Lin Zian confused. "Working hard and resting are meant to give you space to think, not to fill your head with nonsense."
What's wrong with me?
Clearly, Ning young master is interested in our second sister. Only someone blind wouldn't see it. Why is everyone punishing me? One with physical punishment, one with mental punishment. It's quite coordinated. Lin Zian muttered quietly. 3 times. Jiang Mohan's voice came from the door. Lin Zian covered her mouth and quietly slipped into her room, collapsing onto the soft bed and falling asleep instantly. These past 2 days and nights had been exhausting for the child. Lin Weiwei gave the servant 10 coins as a tip, asked him to boil a pot of hot water, and brought it into her room for washing. The servant muttered to himself, "During a drought, many places can't even get water, and people are still so particular." But for these 10 coins, he obediently did as asked. The hot water he brought was just enough for her to wash herself. After a simple tidy-up, Lin Weiwei slipped into the space, jumped into the water pool where the spiritual spring gathered, and happily swam around. She also washed her hair and scrubbed off a lot of mud. She had never been so dirty before. The wheat planted in the space would be ready for harvest in about half a month. The golden wheat heads were heavy, full of grains, and the yield would definitely be higher than that of the Lin family's fields. After all, the wheat in the field was watered with space water, mixed with spiritual spring water halfway through growth. The wheat in the space was irrigated with pure space water from the start. Could they be the same? Lin Weiwei, with her wet hair, went to the wheat field, plucked a wheat ear, rubbed off the outer husk with her hand, and carefully tasted it. Fortunately, it wasn't a magical plant with crazy effects, probably from reading too many fantasy novels. At most. It tasted better, and eating it regularly might be good for her health, right? Lin Weiwei believed that everything produced in the space was definitely good stuff. She planned to prioritize her family's consumption first. Their health was more important than anything. She then came to a wild peach tree. She had transplanted this tree from the mountains because it had the best flavor. She watered it daily with spiritual spring water. The wild peaches grew very well. Though small, they were sweet, crunchy, and juicy. Another advantage of the space was that ripe fruits on the trees would never fall off because they were overripe. They stayed perfectly on the branches, always in the best condition. The only thing Lin Weiwei felt a little regretful about was that the flow of time in the space was about the same as outside, so crops couldn't be harvested every few days or 10 days. Hey, don't be too greedy. Greed can get you struck by lightning. Just be content. After finishing a peach, she looked at the nearly ripe corn, thinking that once she returned home, she would pick a few ears, cook them, and let everyone try. Her hair was half-dried from hanging, and yawning widely, Lin Weiwei left the space and collapsed onto her bed, sleeping soundly. Living next door to her, Jong Mohan listened to her slightly heavy breathing and shook his head. These two siblings fall asleep instantly, just like each other. He put down his book, blew out the candle, and lay on the bed with his eyes closed. It was late at night, quiet except for the sound of the street watchman beating the drum. It seemed as if the moon itself was asleep. Listening to the steady breathing from next door, he slowly drifted into sleep. In the middle of the night, Jong Mohan suddenly woke up, his eyes sharp and bright in the darkness. Something was wrong. Why was the breathing next door so heavy and chaotic? Was the girl having a nightmare? Or was she feeling unwell? He put on his coat and gently knocked on the door next door. After a while, there was no response. He knocked harder. This noise would wake even a dead pig, but inside the door, there was still no answer. Instead, Lin Wei, who lived on the other side of Lin Wei, was awakened. Senior brother Jiang, why are you knocking on my second sister's door so late at night?
Oh, you wouldn't be.
Have some inappropriate thoughts about my second sister, would you? Lin Xian's sleepy eyes suddenly widened like light bulbs. Jiang Mohan glared at him. It seemed that the 3 times the study workload was still too lenient for him. He said to him, "Your second sister is in trouble. Stop talking nonsense and break down the door." Hearing this, all of Lin Xian's drowsiness disappeared instantly. What? Second sister in trouble? What happened?
Could it be
the assassin who tried to kill the crown prince, resenting his sister and targeting her? Lin Xian kicked the latch off the door and collapsed onto the ground like a flattened frog. Jiang Mohan stepped over him and quickly went to the bed. On the bed, Lin Wei's face was flushed red as a cooked crab. Jiang Mohan placed his hand on her forehead, so hot. In her dream, surrounded by flames and unable to escape, Lin Wei suddenly felt a coolness envelop her. Comfortably, she pressed herself toward the coolness. Jiang Mohan looked at his hand, which the girl was holding tightly, even cheekily rubbing her face against it. That look was quite like a precious Persian cat he raised in his previous life. His hand couldn't pull away, so he told Lin Xian, who had just crawled up from the ground, "Your second sister has a fever. Where is your handkerchief? Second sister is sick?" Lin Xian was suddenly anxious. Over the past few months, Lin Wei had become an all-powerful presence in his heart. She was the backbone of the family. His strong second sister, who was like a cow, was actually sick? And quite seriously, even unconscious. Handkerchief? Yes, the handkerchief. My handkerchief. Little Lin Zian was frantically searching himself. No? How could it be missing? He clearly remembered having it with him.
Come out now.
Jiang and Mo Han pursed his lips. This was his sign of displeasure. He took out his handkerchief, wet it with water from the bamboo tube on the table, folded it a few times, and placed it on Lin Weiwei's forehead. Sleepy Lin Weiwei sighed softly, loosening her grip on his hand. But like a helpless child, she hugged his arm as if it were a toy pillow. When Lin Weiwei was sleeping, she took off her outer garment, wearing only a thin inner shirt. The 14-year-old girl was already developing. Jiang and Mo Han felt his arm pressed against two soft mounds, and he froze, a faint blush appearing on his handsome face. He turned his face away, gently pulled back his arm, took the water container, and carefully helped Lin Weiwei sit up to drink. Having been burned by the sun for most of the day, Lin Weiwei suddenly felt a cool stream of water in her mouth. She drank greedily, swallowing quickly, accidentally choking herself. Jiang and Mo Han gently patted her back and softly said, "Drink slowly. No one is rushing you. Second sister. Can you hear me? Open your eyes and look at me." Lin Zian, only 13 and inexperienced, had red eyes filled with helplessness and fear. He whispered anxiously to Lin Weiwei. The damp handkerchief on Lin Weiwei's forehead warmed quickly. After several dips in cold water, the heat still wouldn't go away. Jiang and Mo Han put on a coat for Lin Weiwei, lifted her up, and said to Lin Zian, "This can't go on. She might get worse. I know there's a clinic nearby. We need to get her there as soon as possible." After initial panic, Lin Zian gradually calmed down. He sniffed and whispered, "Jiang Xuesheng, when did second sister start to have a fever? How long has she had it? How would I know? I don't even live in the same house with her." Ahem. Jiang and Mo Han's ears turned slightly red. He said, "Forget about that now. The most important thing is to get her to see a doctor." "Jiang Xuesheng, do you think second sister might lose her mind and return to her old foolish state?" Lin Zian followed Jiang and Mo Han downstairs. Surprisingly, Jiang Xuesheng, though thin, was quite strong. Carrying someone weighing over 100 jin, about 55 kilograms, he moved faster than him. Jiang and Mo Han was slightly stunned. Probably not, right? If that silly girl turns back into her old, naive self, no one will deliberately cook her favorite dishes anymore. No one will spend half a day stewing pig stomach with chicken when she has a stomach ache, and no one will shamelessly come close to cheer her up when she's in a bad mood. Jiang Mohan thought his face must look very bad right now. He coldly said to Lin Zian, "That won't happen. Can't you think of something better?" Lin Zian lowered her head.
I'm just worried."
The two knocked on the nearby clinic. It took a long time before someone came out complaining, "Why are you knocking? Do you even look at the time before knocking? I've been busy outside the city gate all day and just barely got to sleep. Assassins are really something. Why choose today to attack? Such bad luck. Doctor, my second sister suddenly has a high fever in the middle of the night. Please come and check her." Lin Zian pushed the door open forcefully as soon as it just cracked open. Song Mingxian was squatting on the ground, covering his nose. What a reckless fool. Knowing someone was behind the door, he still pushed it hard. Could this guy be sent by his enemies to attack him? Seeing that she had caused trouble, Lin Zian was flustered and apologized hurriedly. "Sorry, I really didn't mean to. I was just too impatient." Song Mingxian wiped away tears from the corner of his eyes and gently touched his sore nose. Luckily, it wasn't crooked. His nose was the best feature on his face, high and elegant. This was also his secret weapon to trick his wife into marrying him. "Oh, I'm rambling. Who's sick?" Song Mingxian lifted his posture. Now he was treating the prince's health, and with this opportunity, he was sure to gain fame and fortune. Jiang Mohan took off the clothes wrapped around Lin Weiwei. Under the dim light by the door, Song Mingxian saw the patient's face. "Hey, isn't this the kid who risked his life to save the prince?" During the day, he looked lively and brave, even daring to fight a giant. But now, at night, he looked like a frightened kitten. Song Mingxuan's sleepiness instantly disappeared. "Carry her inside." Jiang Mohan gently laid Lin Weiwei on the clinic's bed. Song Mingxian checked her pulse. As the two young scholars looked on anxiously, he frowned and said slowly, "She's just overly frightened. It's nothing serious. I'll prescribe some calming medicine, and her fever will go down before dawn." Song Mingxian muttered to himself, "I thought she was more capable." Even the guards couldn't stop her, yet she still insisted on rushing in. This person was saved, but then fell ill from fright. Sigh, after all, she's just a teenager and probably the first time she saw someone die right in front of her. It's natural to be scared and upset. I'll go make the medicine. Lin Zian said quickly. Mrs. Huang needs medicine every day, and the children in the family are very filial, eager to help make her medicine. They've become quite skilled at it. Jiang and Mo Han handed him a bamboo tube. Use the water inside here. He thought that during a drought, even the city's wells only had shallow water left, so they definitely wouldn't feel safe drinking the mountain spring water they brought. Especially for making medicine, the water has to be very pure. He also thought to himself about that girl. Why did she bring so many bamboo tubes? Was she not worried about the weight? In the end, it was her thoughtful idea. Throughout this journey, wanting to drink clean water was really difficult. Maybe it was the medicine or the spiritual spring water working, but after an hour, Lin Weiwei's fever really went down. When she woke up and opened her eyes, she saw the handsome face of the young scholar. She couldn't help but smile and say, "Young scholar, why are you in my room?"
Could it be?
The long night is endless, and I can't sleep. Second sister, you're sick. You had a fever and lost consciousness. Brother Jiang took you to the clinic, and the doctor said once the fever went down, you'd be fine. Lin Zian pushed Jiang and Mo Han aside, eyes red, holding his second sister's hand tightly. Lin Weiwei touched her forehead. Fever? Maybe I caught a cold after washing my hair yesterday and didn't dry it completely before sleeping. She nonchalantly patted her big brother's hand and said, "People eat grains and vegetables, so it's normal to get sick sometimes. It's just a fever, and it's already gone. Why are you so nervous? But last night, you fainted and had no awareness at all. That was really scary." Lin Zian mumbled softly. Lin Weiwei pointed to the bamboo tube she brought and took a few sips of the spiritual spring water to soothe her dry, sore throat. "I think I was just too tired during the day and slept too deeply at night." Fainting and losing consciousness? You're just scaring yourself. Now I'm fine, let's go back. After leaving the clinic, Lin Zian carefully supported his second sister, acting as if she were fragile porcelain. He said softly, "The doctor said it was just too much shock during the day that caused the fever at night. Second sister, you must not try to be brave anymore. You really think you're fearless and invincible? Lin Dawa, you've got some nerve, huh? Dare to scold your second sister. Looks like you don't want to get better. Next time you rush forward so thoughtlessly and scare yourself into illness, no one will find a doctor for you." Jiang and Mo Han's words made her obediently shut her mouth. Not long after, Lin Weiwei cheerfully spoke again. "Little scholar, did you carry me to find the doctor? I never thought I would get to see you heroically save the beauty one day. Should I blush and say, 'Your rescue is so kind, I can only repay you with my life'? Are you sure you're not repaying kindness with enmity?"
Jiang Mo Han replied calmly.
Lin Zian couldn't hold back and let out a laugh. He exchanged a threatening look with his second sister, then quickly pretended to be serious, looking around. Who's laughing? Who? Back at the inn, they didn't rest for long before dawn broke. Jiang and Mo Han knocked on the door. Lin Weiwei glanced at Lin Zian, who was sleeping at the table with drool running down his face, then resignedly got up to open the door. "How do you feel? Do you want to rest here for a day?" Jiang and Mo Han carried a bowl of porridge and held a few meat buns in his other hand. Lin Weiwei quickly brushed her teeth and washed up. She picked up the warm porridge and drank it gulping, biting off most of a meat bun at once. She didn't seem like someone resting to recover. "The porridge isn't cooked right, the water isn't as sweet as our mountain spring, and the bun skins are too thick. The filling tastes really average," she complained while eating a bowl of porridge and 3 big meat buns. She wiped her mouth and cheerfully said, "I'm full of energy. I'm a real hero again. Indeed, she looked nothing like a patient. But Lin Zian, who hadn't slept well, had dark circles under his eyes and looked listless, more like a patient than she did. Have you finished eating? How did you sleep last night? Ning Dongsheng, who also brought breakfast, looked at the empty porridge bowl and felt a bit annoyed for arriving late. Lin Weiwei smiled and said, pretty good. Just look at my spirit to know. Ning Dongsheng glanced at Lin Zian, who kept yawning. Lin Weiwei quickly said, he's very delicate, very particular about his bed. Lin Zian wanted to protest, but was suppressed by his second sister's gaze, so he sulkily bit into his bun. Ning Dongsheng asked Lin Weiwei, are you leaving the city soon, or do you plan to explore a bit more? Lin Weiwei shook her head and said, maybe next time I come, I'll explore more. We've got to hurry back after collecting the grain. Only some old, weak women and children are left in the village. It's quite worrying. Ning Dongsheng understood and said, I've brought a carriage to you out of the city. Lin Weiwei did not refuse. After all, she had burned a night's worth of energy and was still somewhat tired. As she sat in the carriage leaving the town gate, she saw the villagers of Shirley-go had already loaded the grain onto the carts. Is this all settled? Lin Weiwei estimated the weight of the grain, which seemed much more than before. The old village chief smiled happily and said, the county magistrate has guaranteed us. Even those who didn't come to collect their grain have received theirs. Thanks to the great heavens, we don't have to make another trip with our families. Lu Dashuan came over holding a small box and handed it to her. This was sent by the young master's people. If you ever face trouble, take this to the Ming Wang Manor's side courtyard in Xingen, or to the Ming Wang Manor in the capital. Lin Weiwei opened the box and took out a clear, beautiful jade pendant.
Wow.
Looks valuable. It should be worth quite a bit of silver, right? The small dog carved on it looks so lively. That's a Qilin. Jiang Mohan looked at the girl with a face full of greed, worried she might sell the jade someday. This jade pendant represents the status of the Ming Wang heir. Take it to the Ming Wang Manor, and no matter how difficult your problems are, they can help you solve them.
Then,
if I have nothing to do, can I exchange it at the Ming Wang Manor's side courtyard for 10,000 or 80,000 taels of silver? Lin Weiwei's big eyes sparkled. Jiang Mohan looked into her eyes, trying to see if she was serious. Are you really short on silver? A promise from the Ming Wang heir could save your life in critical moments. Only a fool would trade it for silver. Yes. We're not short of silver for now, so let's keep it. Lin Weiwei put the Qilin jade pendant back into the box and tucked it into Lin Zian's arms. Hold on tight. This is 10,000 taels of silver. Lin Zian immediately felt like she was holding a hot potato, carefully holding it as if walking on thin ice, afraid of dropping or bumping it. Before leaving, a group of officials arrived. The leading officer said to the old village chief, Master Wang asked us to you part of the way. This was a decision made by Magistrate Wang after learning that the Ming Wang heir had given the girl named Lin the Qilin jade pendant, which represented his identity. The Lin family was quite influential. They could make the Ming Wang's estate owe them a favor. Better to build good relations and make a good impression in front of the Ming Wang heir. It would take about 4 or 5 hours to return to Shirley-go, with many mountain roads along the way. Carrying so much grain was indeed unsafe. The county magistrate had thought of everything carefully. The old village chief and the villagers of Shirley-go understood well. They, simple country folk, had nothing worth the magistrate's concern. It was probably just because of the face of Er and Jiang Tongsheng. For a moment, Lin Weiwei and Jiang Mohan's reputation among the villagers of Shirley-go rose even higher, especially Lin Nier, who had just saved the young master. The person who gave her the jade pendant also said that it could fulfill any reasonable request she made. If she asked the Prince Min's residents to recognize her as a daughter, wouldn't that be a step closer to her goal? Maybe, just maybe, a princess could come from Shirley-go. The old village chief and the villagers looked at Lin Weiwei with new admiration, as if she were a shining treasure worth protecting. On the way, Lin Weiwei seemed to forget about the jade pendant and her promise. She kept helping push carts and carry grain, just like before, very down to earth. Jiang Mohan, sitting on the mule cart, tried several times to let her rest on the cart, but she refused. Finally, Jiang Mohan got angry, and she obediently climbed onto the mule cart. Actually, her illness was really gone. She had endless energy. The young scholar was overreacting. Did that mean he cared about her? Lin Weiwei thought proudly, giving a flirtatious wink at the young scholar. Jiang Mohan almost fell when his left foot tripped over his right. He took a few quick steps, and just then, he heard the mischievous laughter of the girl. She was born to trouble him. The grain convoy passed through 2 mountains and reached the boundary of Renan town. The most complicated and dangerous parts were behind them, and the officials from Baoqing County were about to turn back. They couldn't let the effort be wasted after traveling so far. Lin Weiwei took out 10 taels of silver and handed it to the leading officer. "Thank you, officers. A small token of appreciation. Please enjoy some tea on me." The county magistrate had ordered these officers to a group of common folk back, but they were reluctant. These villagers relied on relief grain to survive. What benefits could they get? Yet, unexpectedly, they received 10 taels of silver. With that money, they could buy a lot of food. Why bother with relief grain? It's known that these officers only earn about 1 or 2 silver coins a month. Dividing 10 taels among the dozen of them was enough for half a month's wages. This trip was truly worthwhile. The officers happily took the silver and left with smiles. Lin Xian frowned and said unhappily, "Second sister, why did you give them silver? Wasn't the county magistrate the one who sent them to us? With these 10 taels, we could buy more food to prepare for winter." Lin Weiwei tapped his forehead with her finger and smiled. "You see, that's not how you should think about it. I have checked, and there are often bandits on the mountains we passed earlier. Don't think that the 10 or so guards escorting us are weak. Their official uniforms scare the bandits. Unless absolutely necessary, bandits usually avoid direct fights with the government. Without these guards, not only would our food be at risk, but we might also suffer injuries. This is also a way to show kindness and build good relations. If we encounter trouble in the town and we explain our situation to the guards, they might remember the silver we gave and help us. So spending money like this isn't a loss." This idea made Lin Xian suddenly understand everything. Even the old village chief nodded repeatedly. "Later, let's gather all 30 families. Since we're escorting everyone's food, it shouldn't be just your family paying. Don't you agree?" 10 taels of silver is a large amount for each family. But when split among the 38 families in Shirley-go, each gets only about 200 coins, roughly enough for 10 jin of coarse grain based on local prices. The disaster relief food they received was at least 40 jin per family. As Aranir said, without guards, the bandits might target the food carts and take everything. The villagers of Shirley-go felt a bit sad but still agreed. After all, if it weren't for Aranir saving the prince's son, County Magistrate Wang might not have guaranteed their safety or allowed them to take their grain home. If it weren't for Aranir's face, the guards wouldn't have been sent to protect them. Anyone with a conscience wouldn't want the Lin family to bear all the costs. If people lose trust, who will help in times of trouble again? All right, it's settled. Each family will pay according to how much grain they receive. Jiang Tongsheng, you calculate how much each person should contribute. For the poor families, I'll decide not to include them, said the old village chief confidently. Currently, each family in Shirley-go has some extra silver, around 10 or 20 taels. In the past, he wouldn't have dared to decide this. If someone had no money, even if you killed them, they couldn't pay. Out of the 38 families, excluding the 8 families without healthy men to go into the mountains for pine nuts, there are 180 people in total. Dividing 10 taels of silver among everyone, each person would pay about 50 coins, roughly 2 jin of grain. This time, everyone received 20 jin of disaster relief grain, regardless of age, so 2 jin is no longer a big deal. On the way back from Renan town to Shirley-go, it was hard to see many people. Naturally, everyone knew Baoqing County was distributing grain, so they all headed there. Those who used to steal others' food and money, except for the very wicked, were all driven by hardship. Now, with hope, no one would do such unkind things anymore. So, the journey was quite peaceful. Even a few wandering disaster victims from outside dared not approach when they saw the 70 or 80 young and strong men in Shirley go. In the evening, the grain carriers smoothly returned to the village entrance. Usually, at this time, children would be playing outside, and every household would be cooking. Why is the village so quiet? It's as if no one is around. The old village chief's face changed. Oh no. Something's wrong in the village. This time, almost all the young men in the village went to get relief grain. The rest were elderly, women, and children. The story of Shirley Go making a fortune from pine nuts was kept secret, but no wall is completely airtight. Could it be that their biggest worry has come true? 70 or 80 people, and they forgot about the grain, rushing madly toward the village. Their mothers, wives, and children, all in the village. Nothing can happen to them. Suddenly, a clear child's voice came from the old tree at the village entrance. Is it Second Sister? Has Second Sister returned? Xiangzi, the alarm is off. The grain team is back. The first to reach the old elm tree was Lin Weiwei. She stopped and looked up. A little kid was sticking out his, panting as he climbed down from the tree. Maybe he was so happy to see his family that he slipped and fell from the high tree. Lin Weiwei caught him gently, like catching a chick. She patted his little and said, "Little second kid, you've grown brave, huh? Climbing such a tall tree? Are you feeling itchy?" The little second kid hugged her neck and giggled. "Don't hurt me, hero. I've got a mission." "Oh? What mission? A naughty mission?" Lin Weiwei teased his chubby little bottom, which was quite heavy. It seemed she hadn't wasted the past few months feeding him. "I'm on guard and lookout duty. If I see enemies, I'll pass the message to Wang Dongqiang." He pointed to a small head peeking out from beside a big rock at the village entrance. "Wang Dongqiang will beat the gong and report to the village. My cousin can then activate the trap and defeat the enemies easily." Wang Dongqiang saw his grandfather, father, and uncles rushing over like little rockets and threw himself into the old village chief's arms. "Grandpa, you're back. I missed you so much." The old village chief was almost knocked over by his rush, but Wang Dongqiang's father caught him from behind, so they wouldn't fall. His father then picked up his little son and patted him on the bottom. "You little rascal, just 2 days apart, and you're already missing your grandpa. Such a little flatter. Tell me, do you miss your dad too?" "Yes, I do. I also miss Uncle Da, Uncle San, and Uncle C." The little guy was very sweet-talking, but his attitude was a bit casual. He broke free from his father's hold and grabbed his grandfather's hand to show off. "Grandpa, we're so awesome. We chased away a lot of bad guys." "Bad guys?" Jiang Mofin frowned. The little second kid raised his tiny paw proudly and said, "Cousin set up traps and caught some thieves who came to steal from our village. There was also a group of dozens of people who sneaked into our village at night. A few tried to climb over the wall into our house, but my cousin scared them away by barking like a wolf." Li Qing, holding a homemade bow and arrow, came out from the village. Behind him, a group of children under 10 followed, looking like a true little leader. The little second kid remembered his bow and arrow was still in the tree. He wanted his second sister to let him down so he could climb up. Lin Weiwei grabbed his collar. "What are you going to do now?" "My bow and arrow. My cousin made it for me. We all have one. Mine is the best and coolest. I even hit a bad guys." The little second kid pointed proudly at a small bow and arrow sticking out from the leaves, practically wagging his tail with pride. Wang Dongqiang also wasn't willing to be outdone. "My bow and arrow are great too. I hit the bad guy's thigh. I hit his arm. I shot the bad guy's ankle. The children following Li Qing waved their tiny bows and arrows, bragging loudly about their achievements to the uncles and aunts. Lin Weiwei was sweating profusely. This little thief was quite unlucky. He was bound to get pricked like a hedgehog. The whole village happily shared the grain. Although a few women complained about having to split over 50 coins each, their husbands quickly silenced them. Without the official guards escorting, if mountain bandits had stolen the grain, they wouldn't get a single coin. Now, grain was very hard to buy. The grain in Renan town was so expensive that it was almost impossible to buy. Later, the villagers from the town heard that a grain collection team from a certain village in Renan town was robbed. Not only was all the grain stolen, but several people also died. The people of Shirley Go finally felt that the 2 taels of silver they spent were worth it. The old village chief went to see the few thieves locked in the ancestral hall. Dr. Liang had already treated the thieves who were injured by bows and arrows. He couldn't let them die in Shirley Go. Luckily, the kid's strength was not great, and the arrows didn't go in deep, so no one was killed, just a bit of pain. Li Qing said, "I've already questioned them. These thieves are not with the bandits. They are just some idle troublemakers from nearby villages. They heard that a pine nut processing factory opened in Shirley Village and made money, so they sneaked over in the middle of the night to steal chickens and do petty crimes. Luckily, I was prepared. As soon as they entered the village, they were caught in traps and stayed there all night." Xiao Erwa pointed at the person with the most wounds, wrapped up like a mummy, and grinned brightly. This bad guy was hung upside down on a tree, just right for us to use as a live target. The other group that ran away was probably bandits from somewhere else. They had too many people. The remaining villagers are mostly old, weak, women, and children. I was worried about retaliation, so I didn't chase after them. The fighting ability of those rabble was weak in Li Qing's hands, but he understood the principle of not pursuing defeated enemies. The old village chief nodded and said, "Li Qing, we are grateful to you this time. Keep these people locked up for another night, and tomorrow we'll send them to the authorities." Yes, send them to the officials." The thieves wept bitter tears. "These little brats are too hateful," they even poked, almost tore the flesh off their bodies. Who would have thought that a group of 6 or 7-year-olds could be so fierce? The women in this village are also formidable. They almost knocked each other out. Amitabha, may Buddha save them. As long as they can escape from these people, they would rather go to jail. That night, Li Qing picked up his bowl and said to Lin Weiwei, "The bandits weren't scared off by my wolf howling." That night, the village was indeed visited by wolves, dozens of them. Luckily, they only wandered around the back mountain and left after scaring away the bandits. "Do you think they might be the same wolves you encountered when you saved me?" They also indirectly helped Shirley Go. Although the band of robbers was a disorganized group, there were about 40 or 50 of them. With so many, it's hard for one person to handle all of them alone. Even if he was very skilled, he couldn't watch everyone at once. If they really entered the village, innocent villagers might get hurt. Lin Weiwei nodded and said, "The wolf pack in our mountains is quite clever. They usually don't hurt people. When you were covered in blood, to the wolves, you looked like a tasty snack, but they held back and didn't attack. In the future, if you see a black-gray wolf with a patch of white fur on its chest, don't hurt them. Meeting a big group of wolves, I wouldn't even have time to run. How could I go and provoke them? Are wolves really that amazing? Can they really resist hurting people?" Li Qing took a small piece of stir-fried meat and stuffed it into his mouth, eating rice eagerly. In the past few days, Lin Danny cooked, but the food was bland and greasy, which was terrible. It was still better with Ernie's cooking. Does she lack a brother? Someone who's good at both studying and fighting and can take care of the family? Lin Weiwei smiled and said, "You should try going into the mountains and see for yourself. There's a very timid black bear there. If you can tame it, you might even squeeze honey from it." "Second sister, our honey. Isn't it from you? Did you steal it from the black bear?" Lin Xian's chopsticks fell on the table, and his eyes widened like bells. Lin Weiwei raised an eyebrow proudly and said, "What do you think? Where do you think our honey comes from?" "Second sister, how can I say this? When people see a bear, they run away immediately. And you dare to squeeze wild animals. That's really brave." Lin Xian picked up his chopsticks and shook his head, looking shocked. Huang Shi looked worried and said, "If the bear goes crazy, it can even kill a tiger. You can't just rely on your strength and do whatever you want. From now on, you should stay away from the mountain, understand?" "Mother, I promise I won't bother that black bear anymore. I plan to go into the mountains tomorrow to look for things like hazelnuts and mountain walnuts. Our factory still produces too few kinds of products. Lin Weiwei grinned happily. Jiang Mohan spoke calmly. Tomorrow, I'll go into the mountains with you. Lin Weiwei winked at him and said, Oh, little scholar, when did you become so clingy? You want to come with me into the mountains? That's settled. Jiang Mohan interrupted her. Her flirtatious words seemed designed to make him angry and back off, but he wasn't falling for it. He had long seen through her tricks, so how could he possibly do as she wished? Lin Weiwei pouted. The young scholar is getting harder to fool. The next morning, before Lin Weiwei got up, Jiang Mohan was already in the Lin family's yard. If he was late again, the girl would leave him behind and sneak up the mountain herself. Lin Xian, who was being pulled up to read by Jiang Mohan, looked at the dim sky and felt very unmotivated. Jiang Mohan scolded. What's with that look? You've read about the story of rising early to study, right? How many times do I have to tell you that rooster has already called many times? Our village is the only one with chickens, and they're all hens. Who knows if they really called or not? Lin Xian muttered softly, while quickly washing up. He didn't want Jiang Mohan to catch him making mistakes and punish him to write poems or essays. Jiang Mohan is stricter about studies than the local teachers. Lin Weiwei cooked a pot of sweet potato porridge, made some dumplings with chive and egg filling, and also prepared a few meat pies for herself and the young scholar as lunch snacks. After breakfast, she carried a bamboo basket, looked back at the young scholar, and said, Let's go, little shadow. Jiang Mohan has always been steady and sensible. Mrs. Huang trusted him and warned, listen to Xiaohan more and don't try to show off. Mother, I've always come back safely from the mountain, haven't I? You just need to relax. Lin Weiwei pushed Jiang Mohan gently and quickly ran out the door. Mrs. Huang sighed and shook her head. When will this child become more mature? Madame Feng smiled and said, I really like Xiao Wei's personality. Lively, cheerful, and healthy. She seems reckless, but she's actually thoughtful. Look, she was originally going to pick up disaster relief food, but she also took a business deal to the factory. Didn't you worry that pine nuts wouldn't sell a while ago? With this pace, you should be worried about not having enough pine nuts to sell. Mrs. Huang smiled slightly and said, I'm worried that her fearless nature might bring her danger and trouble. Children's happiness depends on themselves. They're grown up now, and you should learn to let go. Madame Feng took a basket of sand fruits out of the cellar and asked Mrs. Huang to help wash and cut them into small pieces. When busy, there's no time for worries.
Wow.
The sunrise in the east, with brilliant rays of light. No wonder writers and poets love to climb mountains to watch the sunrise. So beautiful. Lin Weiwei led the slow-moving young scholar to the top of a mountain they hadn't visited before, and as they faced the rising sun, she expressed her admiration and praise. Jiang Mohan sat heavily on a stone, panting heavily while rapidly fanning himself with a folding fan. He glanced at the lively Lin Weiwei. Does this brat not know tiredness? Always full of energy, like a monkey. Lin Weiwei turned to look at the sweaty young scholar, feeling only one word could describe him. Delicious to look at. Is this young scholar the beloved son of heaven? Why is he so handsome? Young scholar, a girl can take her character at 15, right? I'll have mine next year, so you still have a few more years to wait. Lin Weiwei's eyes rolled as she smiled. Jiang Mohan shot her a sidelong glance. What's there to be proud of? Is this worth arguing over? Lin Weiwei leaned in, whispering into the young scholar's ear. If I were to choose a character for us, I'd call myself Chang'an, and you would be Gully. Jiang Mohan looked at her sideways and asked calmly, Is there some story behind that? I'm called Chang'an and you're Gully. People say Chang'an returns to Gully. Lin Weiwei winked at him, waiting to see his eyebrows furrow in anger and his handsome face show annoyance. Unexpectedly, he just lightly replied, I think you're pretty, dreaming pretty. Oh, young scholar, impressive. You've learned to be playful. Did you pay your tuition? Lin Weiwei held out her right hand, palm up, moving her forefingers up and down. Jiang Mohan slapped her hand and said, Money makes fools of the wise. Lin Weiwei looked at his side profile, illuminated by the morning sun, radiant and dazzling. Especially that faint smile on his lips, making her heart flutter. Sadly, this handsome boy, so admirable, was like clouds in the sky. No matter how high she climbed, she could never reach him. A wave of sadness crossed her heart. She said to Jeong Emo Han, "Young scholar, let me sing you a song." Jeong Emo Han glanced at her sideways, humming, "Who wants to hear your shameless love songs?" Lin Weiwei began to hum. "My name is Chang'an, your name is Gully. People say Chang'an returns to Gully. I wait for you," rolling up my sleeves and writing, drawing a picture of our little world. Jeong Emo Han looked at her with disdain. Isn't she just trying to take advantage of me with her sweet words? The slight joy in his heart, which he felt deep inside, he tried to ignore. As he listened, he sensed a hint of sadness in the beautiful melody. The mischievous girl has always been cheerful, singing songs that are either full of childhood fun or extremely joyful. But today, why is her expression gradually becoming serious? Could it be that her words just now hurt her feelings? Lin Weiwei is now standing on a large rock at the edge of a cliff. The mountain wind blows, lifting her dress and hair as if she wants to fly away with the breeze. She looks sad, with a faint sorrow in her eyes, and her voice is gentle but tinged with deep sadness. "My name is Chang'an, and yours is Gully." Unfortunately, there is no Gully at the end of Chang'an. I can no longer wait for youth to turn into old age. Stop singing. All that nonsense. Jeong Mohan interrupts her song. What does it mean to wait until youth turns into old age? She realizes there is a huge difference between them and no longer hopes or plans to stay, deciding to give up. She shakes off the sticky candy that always clings to him. Shouldn't he be happy?
Why?
Why is he angry, confused, and feeling wronged? All kinds of emotions swirl inside him, but there is not a single trace of happiness. Thinking that the mischievous girl might drift apart from him, avoiding him to keep distance, and only bowing from afar when they meet. Jeong Mohan feels like his heart is tangled in a mess. If that's the case, how can he still go to her house for meals in the future? Thinking about his mother's cooking makes him even more hopeless. Jeong Mohan silently tries to think of words to comfort her. But suddenly, Lin Weiwei exclaims excitedly and passionately, "Little scholar, come quickly. Look, such a big lingji mushroom. If we take it out, we can sell it for a lot of silver." Jeong Mohan. Great, he was worried for nothing. He knew this mischievous girl was carefree and wouldn't be sad or gloomy. It must have been his imagination. Lin Weiwei puts down the bamboo basket on her back, leans toward the cliff, and prepares to climb down the rocks to pick that large purple lingji mushroom the size of a basin. For some reason, a strong feeling of unease suddenly hits Jeong Mohan's heart. He rushes forward to stop her. The cliff is so steep, even monkeys might not be able to climb it. Are you crazy? Look, I'm holding onto this wooden stake, slowly reaching down with my foot, using that stone for support and carefully stretching my hand to the right. I can pick that lingji. When you come up, remember to give me a hand. Lin Weiwei leans over the cliff, her feet stretching down first, holding onto a thick wooden stake by the cliff edge, and carefully sliding down along the cliff wall. Jeong Emo Han knelt in front of her, nervously reminding her, "Be careful." He glanced at the bottomless abyss beneath Lin Weiwei's feet, feeling dizzy, and looked away, focusing on the top of the girl's head. "Is it okay? It's too dangerous. We don't need the lingji mushroom. We can earn money slowly. If something happens, you should come up now. Please shut up. Stop nagging like a monk, okay? It's giving me a headache." Lin Weiwei replied irritably. She relaxed her brow and stepped onto a carefully chosen stone. Just as she balanced herself and was about to let go and reach for the nearby lingji mushroom, unforeseen events occurred. The protruding rock under her foot, weathered by years of wind and rain, crumbled. The stone broke apart under her weight into pieces. At that moment, she had already let go of the wooden stake, and it was too late to grab it again. In Jeong Emo Han's sight, she started slipping down the cliff into the abyss. Lin Weiwei. Jeong Emo Han didn't hesitate. He lunged forward and grabbed her left hand, So heavy. You really should lose some weight, girl. Holding her suspended in midair by one hand, he looked down at her feet and sadly realized there was no other foothold. The only hope now was for the young scholar to help pull her up. But when she looked up, she saw that the young scholar's half-body was already leaning over the edge of the cliff, slowly slipping down with her. Veins bulged on Jang Emo-han's neck as he desperately held her hand and shouted, "What are you looking at? Is now the time to watch me? If you don't want us both to die, think of a way to climb up quickly." How could Lin Weiwei not want to climb up? But all around her was bare rock, with no branches or stones to hold onto. She had miscalculated. She shouldn't have been so confident just now. It was late autumn and the mountain wind was cold. The young scholar's handsome face was covered with sweat, slowly sliding down. Lin Weiwei noticed that most of his body was hanging in midair and gradually slipping further down. A trace of despair and sadness flickered in her eyes. She slowly loosened her grip on the young scholar's hand. Jang Emo-han sensed her intention and looked at her fiercely. "I command you, hold my hand tight. Xiao Wei, be good, listen to me. It's not the end yet. Don't give up. Hold my hand." Lin Weiwei gently shook her head and said, "Jang Emo-han, let me go. I'd rather die alone than both of us perish. You are aiming to take the imperial exam to become a scholar or a top scholar to show your dreams and ambitions. Aunt Feng is still waiting for you at home. Let go." Yes, he has already planned his life for this world. In this life, he wants to pass the exam and become a top scholar to earn a noble title for his mother. Step by step, he will climb to a high position beneath the emperor. Is it worth risking everything for a spoiled girl who only knows how to annoy him? If it were his past self, he would have let go of her without hesitation, not even giving her a sympathetic look. No, if it were his past self, he wouldn't have even tried to save her when she fell. But has something evil possessed him? Why, when he was about to be pulled down, does he still hold tightly to the spoiled girl's hand? Why does his heart ache every time he thinks of her helplessly falling into the deep cliff? Xiao Wei, hold on a little longer. Maybe someone will pass by soon. Maybe Li Qing will come. You always say that until the last moment, anything can happen. Don't give up, okay? Jiang Emo-han felt as if his hand was no longer his own, and his arm was growing weak, but he still gritted his teeth and held onto Lin Weiwei's wrist tightly. Lin Weiwei raised her small face, sunlight shining on her fair skin, making her look almost transparent, as if she might disappear at any moment. Jiang Emo-han shook his head at her, his sharp eyes full of worry, like a clear spring. "Jiang Emo-han, this is the first time you called me Xiao Wei, and maybe it will be the last." Lin Weiwei seemed to sigh. Jiang Emo-han hurriedly said, "How could it be the last? When you come up, I can call you as many times as I want. Xiao Wei, Xiao Wei, Xiao Wei. Hold my hand." Jiang Emo-han, it's useless. We're on a mountain top, far from anyone. How could anyone pass by? Brother Li Qing went to town early this morning to deliver goods. Don't you remember? Lin Weiwei burst his hope like a bubble. Suddenly, her voice became sharp and cracked. "Let go quickly, you're falling." As soon as she finished, Jiang Emo-han's waist and below had already slipped to the edge of the cliff. If he let go of Lin Weiwei's hand now and grabbed onto the weeds at the cliff's edge, he might still have a chance to climb up. But his gaze was firm and resolute, and he tightened his grip on Lin Weiwei's hand. "Jiang Emo-han, you big fool." Lin Weiwei watched helplessly as the young scholar was dragged down from the top of the cliff. She shouted at him. Jiang Emo-han's mouth moved as if he was about to say something, but the mountain wind blew him apart. Jiang Emo-han, being a man, was slightly heavier than Lin Weiwei, so he fell faster. At this moment, Lin Weiwei quickly grabbed his long hand holding the pen, took a deep breath, and showed no sign of panic. With her other hand, she seized every chance, grabbing the protrusions on the cliff wall, blocking with her arms, or twisting her wrist, trying every method to slow their fall and find a way to survive. Soon, her hands, forearms, and elbows were covered in blood. She seemed to feel no pain, still holding on to hope. Because at this moment, Her grip was not only for her own life, but also for the young scholar's life. Fortunately, after falling only a few dozen meters, her arm tightly clamped onto a leaning ancient pine tree, stopping their descent. The small branches of the pine pierced her flesh, and her pale sleeve slowly darkened with blood. Her eyes, usually curved like new moons, were now wide like apricots, searching the cliff wall. Suddenly, a faint smile appeared on her beautiful face. She looked down and met a pair of bright, starry eyes like the moon. Still awake? That's good. During the fall, the young scholar didn't make a sound. Lin Weiwei thought he had fainted from fright. Since he was awake, she felt more hopeful. Do you see that protruding rock over there? I think it can hold 2 people. I'll swing you over first. You step on the rock, hold the branches nearby, understand? Got it. Jiang Mo Han looked up at Lin Weiwei's blood-stained left hand, his eyes darkening. He nodded heavily. This ancient pine won't last long. If we fail, it's over. Are you afraid, young scholar? Lin Weiwei asked playfully with a slight smile.
Jiang han glänste her.
Even now, she was still teasing. He replied in a deep voice, if you're not afraid, what am I afraid of? Lin Weiwei slightly tightened her left hand, and Jiang Mo Han swung like on a swing in the air. Focus, go. At the right moment, Lin Weiwei let go of Jiang Mo Han's hand. He swung in a small parabola and accurately landed on the stone she had chosen. He grabbed a nearby withered tree about the size of a bowl, adjusted his body, and looked at Lin Weiwei. His face slightly changed and he shouted, "Hurry, jump over here." Falling dust entered Lin Weiwei's eyes. Before she could wipe it away, she knew that the ancient pine supporting her had already lost its roots. She closed her eyes and, with a determined effort, swung forcefully toward the sound of the young scholar's voice. Fortunately, her calculated distance was quite accurate, and her foot landed firmly on the ground. But the mountain breeze seemed to love playing tricks on her. Just as her balance wavered, an even stronger gust of wind came. Lin Weiwei waved her hands and fell backward, face down. Suddenly, she felt a firm grip around her waist, and she was caught in a warm, clean embrace that carried a cool, icy breath like cold plum blossoms. Instinctively, she hugged back, and the two pressed tightly together, holding each other. For the first time in her life, Lin Weiwei was so close to a boy. Her face instantly grew hot, as if she could fry an egg on it. She instinctively twisted her body and tried to loosen her grip. "Don't move." The large hand around her waist tightened again. Lin Weiwei obediently stayed still, her heart pounding loudly, thump, 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 like it might jump out of her chest. Unseen by her, Jiang Mohan's ears were as red as if they had been stained with blood. He looked down at the girl at his arms. She was usually so obedient, but today she was surprisingly well-behaved. Seeing Lin Weiwei's face covered in dirt and her eyes tightly closed, he was startled. Could her eyes be hurt? "Dear Buddha, please let her bright, smiling eyes be okay." "What's wrong with your eyes?" Jiang Mohan asked softly. Lin Weiwei blinked hard, feeling uncomfortable because something was in her eyes. "Something got in my eyes. Please help me it out." "All right, hold me tight." Lin Weiwei quickly followed his instruction, wrapping her arms around Jiang Mohan's waist. He had a slim waist. Wait, it wasn't soft flesh, but muscle. This small waist felt just right for hugging, with a perfect shape and a great feel. "Don't touch me randomly," Jiang Mohan scolded, patting her restless little hand. He then gently lifted her chin with his thumb, raising her face slightly. They were pressed so close that, even with her eyes closed, Lin Weiwei could feel his nose almost touching her forehead, warm breath brushing her face. She imagined the scene, one person looking up, the other looking down like they were about to kiss. Playfully, Lin Weiwei puckered her lips into a small duckbill. Jiang Mohan rolled his eyes in annoyance. Can't he act a little crazier without dying? He opened his duckbill eyes and blew forcefully. "See if you can open them now." "Not yet." "Don't. Wipe it with your sleeve," Lin Weiwei said, as if she had read somewhere that blowing into the eyes wasn't a scientific method. Jiang and Mo-han looked at his sleeve and gently tore off the fine white inner shirt from his chest. Carefully, he helped her wipe her eyes. His focused and gentle manner was like he was handling his most treasured possession from his past life. Open your eyes and try again. Do you see clearly now? Jiang and Mo-han didn't notice how soft and tender his voice sounded. Lin Weiwei opened her red, rabbit-like eyes and forcefully blinked, shedding a few tears. She nodded, okay.
Ugh.
Their faces were so close that when she tilted her head, her forehead touched his lips. His lips were warm and soft, like a delicate, tasty pudding. She really wanted to try a bite. What should she do? Lin Weiwei looked up, her gaze lingering on the small scholar's lips so close. Maybe her stare was too bold, and Jiang and Mo-han's ears turned slightly pink.
Huh.
Little scholar, when did you secretly grow taller than me? When they were face to face, Lin Weiwei realized that Jiang and Mo-han, who was about her height before, was now about 4 or 5 centimeters taller than her. Jiang and Mo-han slightly smiled, seeming in a good mood. I'm a man. It's not normal if I don't grow taller, right? In his past life, he was much taller than the girl in his arms. Of course, that was assuming the little girl wouldn't suddenly grow taller again. Why would a young girl grow so tall? Making clothes would waste more fabric. Be gentle and leave some room for the man. The girl in his arms moved slightly. He quickly wrapped his arms around her slender waist again. Since she regained her clarity, her body, which had been somewhat chubby, had become slim as she kept talking about losing weight. She had changed so much. Her round face had become a cute little bun face. Her thick waist and legs had become slender and long, with a touch of strength and beauty. Her crescent-shaped eyes and small, upturned mouth looked quite charming upon closer inspection. Jiang and Mo-han cleared his throat, shifting his gaze away from her face. But then he saw her left hand and arm covered in blood. Her small, white hand was now full of cuts, with 2 nails torn off and bleeding. A broken pine branch was lodged in her arm, exposing a jagged branch. Just looking at it hurt. He tore another piece from his inner shirt and wrapped her hand like a rice dumpling, trying to pull out the branch stuck in her flesh. He was worried she couldn't bear the pain. Lin Weiwei quickly looked at the branch and clenched her right hand, pulling it out forcefully. Hiss. Luckily, the branch wasn't deeply embedded and didn't hit any major arteries.
Yan Mo-han.
This girl, doesn't she know how to be careful? Lin Weiwei took a water-filled bamboo tube from her waist, from her space, and handed it to the young scholar. Help me clean and rinse the wound.
Huh?
Was the bamboo tube with water just there? How did I not notice it just now? Could it be that I was too worried about that annoying girl, so I only paid attention to her and overlooked this thing? During the fall just now, it didn't drop? But this water in the tube was quite timely. Jiang and Mo-han helped Lin Weiwei rinse the wound and then bandaged it. He brought the bamboo tube close to her mouth.
Drink.
Now, what should we do? What to do? Just cool it down. Lin Weiwei shifted her weight onto the other foot, leaning slightly forward, pressing the young scholar against the cliff. This was a real wall press. Now's not the time to play. We need to think of a way. Jiang and Mo-han looked up. The cliff was straight up and down, with no footholds in the middle. Climbing up was almost impossible. You're so smart. Of course you should think of a solution. Lin Weiwei tore off a vine, tested its strength, wrapped it around their waists, and tied it to a sturdy dead tree about the thickness of a bowl. So far, that dead tree was fairly secure. All right, now they could free their hands for other things like teasing the young scholar. Jiang and Mo-han brushed away the small hand poking his cheek. Climbing up is probably hopeless now. It all depends on whether we can climb down. His gaze lingered on the vine around their waists. Lin Weiwei looked pessimistic. We climbed this mountain for over 2 hours just to reach the peak. The cliff's vertical distance is at least a few hundred meters. The cliff looks like it's been carved with a knife and axe, making it hard to find footholds. Relying only on the vine isn't enough to support us all the way down to the valley. Jiang and Mo-han sighed. Neither up nor down was an option. Was the future pillar of the court going to be trapped on this mountain cliff?
Uffed.
You're quite boastful. The pillar of the court? Do you really think you're confident enough to reach that position? You should know, the court has a new top scorer every 3 years. Turns out, he was talking to himself out loud. Whether I can sit in that position, above everyone else, don't you know? Jiang Emo Han teased back. Alright, I will do some quick calculations. Little scholar, you're just daydreaming. Lin Weiwei even reached out to check his forehead. No fever. Sure enough, this girl doesn't seem to remember her past, but she must have some background. I don't want to pursue it now. After all, I ended up falling into this annoying girl's hands. Just as I was about to slip off the cliff, but still held tightly to her hand. Although I don't want to admit it, I know deep down that this girl, who has no apparent strengths, has already taken root in my heart. I didn't expect that the future wife of the Prime Minister would be such a rough, straightforward girl, so wild and reckless. I'll be laughed at by the powerful people in the capital, but as Prime Minister Jiang, I am very protective of my loved ones. It's okay to be laughed at, but I won't let anyone mock my wife. This girl is innocent and simple. If I don't protect her, she might get bullied by those fancy noblewomen.
Huh.
It seems my thoughts are drifting too far. Whether Prime Minister Jiang will still be around in the future is uncertain. Besides, we haven't even crossed that line yet. No, even if today we can't escape death, I want to clarify our relationship before we die. Jiang Mohan slightly tightened his grip on Lin Weiwei's waist, making them cling even closer. Lin Weiwei felt her soft chest being pressed painfully and couldn't help but say, "Little scholar, don't squeeze so hard, I won't fall." Isn't my life-saving effort enough to deserve some words? Jiang Mohan looked at her, his tone carrying a subtle hint. Yes. Lin Weiwei looked at him seriously, then suddenly reached out to pinch his cheek. Are you stupid, or what? How can you not realize to let go? It's better for one person to die than for both of us to be wiped out. Big fool, here's a piece of advice for your life. When it's time to let go, just let go. Everything else can be let go. Only you can't. Jiang Mohan's gaze fixed on her face. Lin Weiwei sighed and said, I know you're soft-hearted and can't bear to see someone fall. But you shouldn't risk your life for it. That's not kindness, that's foolishness. Soft-hearted? Kind? The cold, ruthless Prime Minister Jiang, who is seen as a demon by officials in the court, soft and kind? That's a huge joke. Jiang Mohan stared steadily into her eyes. This girl had a pair of eyes clearer than a mountain spring, usually smiling sweetly, forming adorable little crescent moons. When she focused on you, the light in her eyes naturally shone through, making her ordinary face look captivating. There is an old saying, the grace of saving a life cannot be repaid, only offering oneself in return. What do you think? Jiang Mohan hinted indirectly, but then made it clear. Hurry, your chance is here. Miss this opportunity, and it won't come again. Lin Weiwei widened her eyes, looking surprised. Young scholar, have you gone crazy from reading too much? When did you become an old-fashioned relic? Having saved your life, I also have skin contact with you. You're not allowed to give yourself to anyone else. Jiang Mohan frowned. What's this? Planning to play hard to get? Save my life. Lin Weiwei looked down at their situation. It's not like she was dragging him down. Just surviving was enough. Even if he risked his life to save her, she had saved him before, so it balances out. As for skin contact, it's still through clothes, isn't it? Didn't the young scholar used to see her as a pest, wanting to tear her away? Why suddenly want her to offer herself today? Could it be he doesn't want to walk the lonely path to the afterlife alone, but wants her as company? Jiang Mohan was annoyed by her attitude. What does it mean? He was the one clinging to her before, always trying to get close and take advantage. Now that she's finally willing, she's playing hard to get again?
TC.
Women.
Oh.
She's angry again. Such a difficult young lady. They were just holding each other like this. If not on the edge of a cliff, it would be quite romantic. The sun slowly rose, reaching above their heads, then gradually sank toward the west. They brought enough food when they left, so they couldn't go back for lunch, and their family wouldn't notice anything unusual.
Sigh.
When will their family realize something's wrong and come looking for them. Young scholar, are you tired? Lin Weiwei wiped sweat from her face on his clothes, casually starting a conversation. Jiang Mohan thought she was tired from standing, so he gently supported her waist and said, "Don't try to change the subject. Just tell me, are you willing to marry me?"
Are
You serious? Lin Weiwei stared at his face, her mind filled with admiration. Wow. So handsome. So good-looking.
totally an ideal man.
Jiang Mohan annoyedly said, "Who would joke about something like that?"
Not.
Really? Lin Weiwei stammered. How come?
Suddenly.
She paused to gather her thoughts, looked up at his face, and analyzed seriously. Well, I do admire your looks, but our differences are too big. You're like a refined spring breeze, and I'm like a common folk. You have your romantic dreams, but I only deal with daily chores and basic needs. Seeing he didn't take it seriously, he continued, your goal is to become a top scholar and pass the imperial exam. Think about it. If your colleagues knew you married a village girl who doesn't even know how to write a big character, it would be so embarrassing for you. You're still young. When you become a top scholar, it will probably be at the age of marriage. I've heard that the powerful people in the capital, including royal relatives, like to find husbands for their daughters through contests. With your charm, you could easily impress many noble young ladies in the city, and they would be dazzled by you.
I wish I could see that day. It's such a pity for you.
Also, you scholars care so much about elegance, things like adding fragrance to tea or playing beautiful music. I'd rather add oil to the fire or fluff cotton. Honestly, I don't know what I'm saying sometimes. Lin Weiwei didn't realize her mood was mixed when she said these words. Dreams of marrying her from the clouds. Many girls would love that. So why is she foolishly pushing him away? Deep down, she lacks a sense of security. If she gets him, she fears losing him. If she doesn't hope at all, it's easier to avoid pain. Jiang and Mo Han smiled faintly, but there was a cold edge in his voice. Oh, you know quite a lot. Highbrow and lowbrow, romantic poetry, adding fragrance to red sleeves, playing harmonious music. Stop pretending. Do you really think a village girl who can't even write big characters could say these words? I just said it.
What can you do to me?
Lin Weiwei pouted stubbornly, acting as if she was daring him to do something. I can't do anything to you, but the days ahead are long. I have a whole lifetime to spend with you. You're the biggest change in my life, so I want to keep you close and watch over you all the time. How can I relax otherwise? Jiang and Mo Han's words carried a hint of stubbornness. He didn't really mean it that way. Ugh, his pride was in the way. What change? I'm just an ordinary village girl. Please, big boss, don't pay attention to me. Lin Weiwei felt so disappointed. She wasn't good at hiding her feelings, and her beauty sometimes made her reveal her flaws. The clever young scholar must have noticed something about her secret. Enough, I won't talk about this anymore. If our parents' wishes and matchmakers' words lead us to a good life, I'll ask my mother to find a matchmaker and come to your house to propose. Just wait, you'll be a young scholar's wife. Jiang and Mo Han took her rejection as shyness. He didn't believe she wouldn't want to marry him. Proposal. Proposal?
Wait.
Wait a minute. You are 15, I am 14. Is it too early for us to get married? No, I mean, I am the main character, so my opinion should matter most, right? Forced arranged marriages are not acceptable. Lin Weiwei was overwhelmed and felt a bit lost. Her attitude change was too sudden. She couldn't handle his reactions anymore. The proud and aloof young scholar shouldn't like her down-to-earth style, so why is she suddenly crying and insisting she won't marry him? She won't marry? Could she have been possessed by some wild spirit or monster? Or did she hit her head during a fall and switch minds? Her small hand, wrapped like a rice dumpling, was exploring the young scholar's head. Jiang Mohan, expressionless, grabbed her restless hand, feeling a bit proud. How about that? She's probably stunned, speechless, right? They haven't even confirmed their relationship, and she's already acting so impulsively. No, in the future, she must agree on some rules. No more touching in public. That's not proper.
Omani Botmaham.
Monster, retreat quickly. Lin Weiwei made a lotus knot with her fingers and pointed it at the young scholar's forehead. Stop touching and moving. Our ages are indeed young. Let's settle the marriage first. When you turn 16, we can have the wedding, and it won't be too late. Jiang Mohan looked at her with a meaningful gaze. Was she rushing to marry him? All soldiers are in formation. Great Lord Lao, please follow the decree. Spirit treasure, Heavenly Lord, comfort the body. Lin Weiwei kept reciting her known exorcism spells. Jiang Mohan stood stiffly, shifting his legs in the narrow space. Lin Weiwei opened her eyes and said to him, "Wait a moment." Carefully, she tugged at some sturdy vines, tilting her body to stand on one leg like a rooster, creating some space. She said to the young scholar, "Now that you have a moment, sit down and rest your feet." Jiang Mohan looked at her hanging like a monkey on the vines, feeling both amused and a little touched. She's not completely heartless. Every time he felt unwell, before he could show it, she already sensed it. Last time with stomach pain and this time too. She clearly cares about him but stubbornly refuses to marry him. She's a girl with a double face, kind at heart but tough on the outside. Thinking about it, having a wife who always pays attention to you and is full of love sounds pretty good, doesn't it? Jiang Mohan pulled the girl over and made her stand properly. Don't move around. Be careful not to fall. Lin Weiwei leaned forward again, pulling a few resilient vines and tying them to a dead tree overhead, creating a swing. She tried it and happily said to Jiang Mohan, "Let's switch places. You sit on the vine and rest." Jiang Mohan's legs were almost numb, and every movement caused pain. Even a man like him was exhausted, so the young girl must be feeling the same. He deliberately said, "Who knows if that vine is strong enough? I won't sit on it." Lin Weiwei sat on the vine and swung herself vigorously. "Look, it's fine. With me here, even if the vine breaks, I can hold on to you and pull you up. Don't worry." "No way. You sit for a while longer, and once you're sure it's safe, I'll sit." Lin Weiwei saw through his intention and smiled sweetly, her eyes like crescent moons.
All right.
"I'll sit and rest for a while first, and in 15 minutes, it'll be your turn." "You little girl, why are you smiling like that?" Jiang Mohan masked his inner feelings with a blank expression. How could she smile so sweetly, glowing as if she was shining all over? They took turns sitting on the vine to rest. Time passed little by little. The sun gradually moved west, sinking toward the mountains. The evening glow turned the sky red, dyeing the western mountains. Birds returned to their nests and dusk fell. "Little scholar, do you think Aunt Feng and Mother have already realized we're missing? Will Brother Li Qing find us here?" Lin Weiwei sat on the vine, her head leaning lightly on Jiang Mohan's shoulder, looking tired and losing her usual energy. Jiang Mohan licked his lips and deliberately teased, "What Brother Li Qing? You call him so affectionately. Remember, you now have a fiancé. You need to keep your distance from other males, understand?" Lin Weiwei snorted. "If I remember correctly, I haven't agreed to marry you yet. Although marriage is arranged by parents, don't forget, our Lin family makes the decisions. My mother will definitely respect my opinion." "That's not certain. With a son-in-law as outstanding as me, if you miss this opportunity, there won't be another. Auntie definitely won't let you mess around." Jiang Mohan saw her regain some spirit and slightly curved his dry lips into a smile. Lin Weiwei clicked her tongue. If your aunt knew you're so narcissistic, arrogant, and macho, she definitely wouldn't push me into the fire pit. Fire pit? Even if I am a fire pit, I'm not short of moths flying into it. Jiang Mohan's throat was dry as if a knife was stirring inside, but he still forced himself to keep arguing with the girl. Moths flying into fire are just dull, gray moths. A shining butterfly, am only attracted to beautiful flowers. Lin Weiwei noticed the huskiness in his voice. She naturally took a bamboo tube from her waist and gently placed it into his hand. Jiang Mohan took the bamboo tube, shook it, but did not open it to drink water. Instead, he pointed to his overly handsome face and said, "Isn't it enough that I look good? Not attractive enough to catch your eye, you little butterfly?"
Ha ha. Ha ha ha.
Lin Weiwei smiled. "You finally admit you're handsome?"
I thought.
Shoo, be quiet. It sounds like someone is calling your name. Jiang Mohan's hearing was better than most. In the mountain breeze, he vaguely heard voices. Lin Weiwei covered her mouth and listened carefully, but she only heard the wind and bird sounds. She looked at the young scholar with guilt and sympathy. This kid was hearing things. Listen, someone is really calling your name. It must be Li Qing who sensed something was wrong and came up the mountain to find you. Jiang Mohan's brows relaxed, and his face, covered in dirt, still showed his unmatched beauty. Lin Weiwei sighed. Little scholar, come, let me let you sit and rest for a while. You're hallucinating from exhaustion. Don't lose hope. Remember your dream of being above 10,000 people, waiting for you to achieve it.
Who's hallucinating?
What nonsense are you talking about? Are you worried I might get hurt and can't be the Prime Minister's wife? Jiang Mohan was amused by her. Forget it, since he was about to escape trouble, he wouldn't argue with her. Listen, little scholar. People should have confidence, but not be too arrogant. You don't seem like someone full of pride. How can you think of such things? Prime Minister? Maybe when your beard turns white and luck is on your side, you might reach that level. But I don't dare to dream of being the Prime Minister's wife. You'd better find someone else. Lin Weiwei crooked her mouth, showing some disdain. That girl was up to her tricks again. Playing hard to get? Claiming she didn't dare to dream of being the Prime Minister's wife? Who was the one always scheming to him before. Now she was willing to marry him and act proud? Do you know what you'll lose if you refuse me? Jiang Mohan reminded her unhappily. Lin Weiwei casually said, I know. A stunning, elegant, handsome husband who is as charming as a jade tree. It's a pity, really. Suddenly, her crescent-shaped eyes lit up. She suddenly raised her head and shouted loudly toward the cliff top. Hey, we're here. Little scholar, listen. It's Brother Li Qing's voice. Mother, and the others are coming to find us. Jiang Mohan quickly wrapped his arm around her waist, worried she might get too excited and fall. Big Brother Li Qing. She called affectionately, but Jiang Mohan's handsome face showed some annoyance. You're quite good at recognizing the Li surname by voice. Save your energy. Now that your throat is hoarse, they can't hear you anyway. Lin Weiwei leaned on his shoulder, quietly listening as their names became clearer and clearer. Her nose twitched slightly, and her eyes grew moist.
Great.
She and the little scholar were saved. Stinky girl, are you crying? Jiang Mohan noticed his clothes getting wet from her tears and softened his voice unconsciously. Lin Weiwei sniffled and sobbed. I was so scared inside. When we fell from above, I was terrified. It's so high down there, I'd have been badly hurt if I fell. Little scholar, you're so handsome, but if you fell and got hurt, I couldn't forgive myself. Jiang Mohan. Stop crying. Aren't we fine now? Jiang Mohan hurriedly wiped her tears, honestly inexperienced in comforting a girl overwhelmed with emotion. Woo-woo. My legs are stiff and can't bend, my hands hurt, and my arms hurt too. Lin Weiwei cried like a 14-year-old girl. Jiang Mohan gently patted her back and softly comforted her. It's okay now, we'll be up soon. Later, Dr. Liang will give you the best medicine. Last time I was bitten by a snake, the medicine you brought was really good. Just applying it made the pain go away. Unexpectedly, this carefree girl, who usually seemed invincible, also had a fragile side. At this moment, Jiang Mohan clearly realized she was just a 14-year-old girl. Actually, the crying, overwhelmed girl was quite adorable. Woo-woo. I don't want to cry, but I just can't stop, Lin Weiwei sobbed.
Don't laugh at me.
I'm just crying tears of joy after surviving. I won't laugh at you. Don't you think your idiom usage is pretty good? Jiang Mohan tried to change the subject. Lin Weiwei sniffed. Not really that good. I just have 2 little scholars at home, and I listen to them a lot. I'm clever, so I remember everything. As far as I know, neither Ziyan nor I are the type to overuse idioms. Jiang Mohan deliberately said. Lin Weiwei glared with red, bunny-like eyes. Sometimes I'd use a few, but only because you don't notice. What are you trying to say? Come on, tell me. Who did I learn my idioms from? You're using your confidence to hide your guilt. Jiang and Mo Han said sharply. Lin Weiwei pointed at him. Look, aren't you using idioms now? Besides, where did I learn my idioms? Are they really that important? Importance depends on the situation. If you become my wife, no matter your background, I won't let you cause trouble in front of me. If you strongly oppose our marriage, he won't let this variable out of his sight. Jiang Mohan was very pleased with this answer because it seemed like he found a good excuse for suddenly wanting to marry Lin Weiwei. Men, your name should be say one thing, mean another. Madame Feng helped Huang up to the mountaintop, panting heavily. Afraid Huang might get too anxious, Madame Feng suppressed her worries and comforted her. Don't worry. The two children are lucky and strong. They'll be fine. Huang took a deep breath, nodded, and asked her younger brother, Xiao Xiao, did you really see Weiwei come up this mountain? Xiao Xiao nodded confidently. Yes. Today I was chopping firewood with some village boys on the mountain. Sister Ernie carried a basket past us. I asked where she was going, and she said she wanted to see the view from the top. Huang anxiously circled the mountain. The top of the mountain is so small. Where are the people?
Could it be?
We encountered wild animals? Li Qing looked down carefully and found some clues. Someone has definitely been here. Where? Ernie, are you there? If you're there, respond to Mother. Huang's voice was hoarse from shouting, echoing through the mountains with a sense of loneliness. Mother. Below the cliff came a faint, broken voice carried by the wind. Huang suddenly felt energized, as if her fatigue had vanished. Ernie, Weiwei, where are you? Below the cliff. Li Qing focused and finally recognized a few words. He quickly moved to the edge of the cliff. Andy, this is Weiwei's bamboo basket. And Jiang Tongxing's book. Madame Feng's face slightly changed, showing worry and unease. The two children. Didn't they fall? Xiao Xiao leaned over the cliff to look down. The bottomless abyss made him dizzy. This cliff goes straight up and down. If someone falls, they probably won't survive.
Cousin.
Xiaowei, are you down there? Li Qing stood at the edge of the cliff, the mountain wind lifting his robes, looking like a hero from a movie. Big brother Li Qing. Right where the bamboo basket is, there's a huge lingji mushroom. Did you see it? Lin Weiwei covered her mouth with both hands and shouted loudly toward the mountaintop. Her voice was faint in the mountain wind. After shouting several times, Li Qing finally understood what she meant. He searched along the cliff wall and finally found the Ganoderma mushroom she mentioned. It was indeed a rare treasure. Did Weiwei fall just to pick it?
Got it.
Li Qing shouted loudly.
Me.
The young scholar and I are about 30 or 40 meters directly below the mushroom. There's no place to land below. I have a rope in my bamboo basket. You throw it down. Weiwei yelled until her voice was almost gone. Jiang Mohan felt his ears almost deaf, such a loud voice. Not gentle, not modest, even a bit rough. Why did he like her? Li Qing took out a rope from the bamboo basket, estimated the length. Seems not enough. Xiao Xiao quickly said, I also brought a rope. Villagers often carry a roll of rope into the mountains, used for tying firewood and such. Li Qing connected Xiao Xiao's rope, tested it hard, then threw it toward the direction of Weiwei's voice. Weiwei's voice was strained from shouting, so she took a bamboo tube from her waist, let Xiao Xiao open the lid, took a sip of spring water to soothe her throat, then handed it to Xiao Xiao. We're about to go up. Don't hold back, have a sip. Jiang Mohan didn't hesitate and drank all the water in one gulp. Seeing the dangling rope, he said to Weiwei, Your hand is injured. I'll go up first. Tie the rope around your waist, and Li Qing, and I will pull you up. Weiwei made an okay gesture, but then remembered he might not understand, so she quickly nodded and said, All right, be careful. Don't be afraid. If you fall, I'll catch you. Jiang Mohan looked at her strange gesture for a while, then tapped her head and said, Can't you say something nice? Trust yourself, you can do it. Keep going. Weiwei looked a bit worried as she glanced at his thin arms and legs. Jiang Mohan pulled the rope, turned to glare at her, and asked, What's that look in your eyes? That's a look of trust. Weiwei thought it wasn't the right time to encourage him with nice words. Jiang Mohan pulled the rope up and down, pressed his feet against the cliff wall, snorted through his nose, and began climbing step by step toward the top. At first, Wei Wei was quite worried. Luckily, Xiao Xiao's strength was pretty good. Though a bit awkward at first, he maintained a steady pace, gradually getting closer to the top of the cliff. Mrs. Huang and Lady Feng, who were lying near the edge of the cliff, finally saw Jiang Mohan. They were so happy and relaxed that their legs gave way and they collapsed onto the ground. Lady Feng choked up and called out Honor. From about 30 meters away, Jiang Mohan climbed for nearly 3/4 of an hour. When he was just within arm's reach, Li Qing grabbed him by the collar and pulled him onto the top of the cliff. Li Qing frowned and asked, "Why did you come up first? What about Xiao Wei? Xiao Wei is below. Her hand is hurt." Jiang Mohan turned around and shouted down, "Xiao Wei, tie the rope tightly and give a signal when you're ready." Signal. That mischievous girl still had time to joke. Li Qing rolled up his sleeves, clenched the rope tightly, and pulled with all his strength. Seeing that he was struggling a bit, Jiang Mohan helped him. Lin Weiwei gradually appeared in everyone's view, waving happily and smiling widely. "Stop. Wait a moment." Jiang Mohan thought she was in some urgent trouble, but it turned out that the mischievous girl was just reaching out to pick a spiritual mushroom. She was really a greedy little girl who cared more about money than her life. "Wait, her left arm is injured. Be careful." Jiang Mohan hurriedly warned when he saw Li Qing trying to pull Lin Weiwei's left arm. Mrs. Huang and Lady Feng then noticed that Lin Weiwei's entire left arm was covered with blood. Mrs. Huang, with tears in her eyes, stepped forward, wanting to touch her daughter's arm but afraid of hurting her. She tremblingly asked, "Does it hurt?" "It doesn't hurt, just a small wound." Lin Weiwei smiled reassuringly. Jiang Mohan glared at her. Just now, she was crying and sobbing at the bottom of the cliff, shouting in pain. Who is that? This girl always tries to hide her vulnerability with strength. Thinking about it, her mother was weak, her sister hostile, and she had to support her elder brother studying and her younger brother. The family's livelihood depended on her, so she couldn't afford to be fragile. Jiang Mohan tried to ignore his own pain and sympathy, but it seemed hopeless. Suddenly, he saw Li Qing bend down to carry Lin Weiwei on his back. How could he do that? She was the girl he had decided to marry. How could another man touch her? Jiang Mohan stepped forward and grabbed Li Qing's arm. Li Qing looked up at him. Men's thoughts are often connected, and Li Qing frowned and said, "I won't carry her." "Are you going to carry her? You should stand firm first." Jiang Mohan. In such a small space, he had been stiffly standing all day. His legs and feet almost didn't belong to him anymore. He could barely stand, and on the way down the mountain, he needed help. Truly, a scholar is useless. Lin Weiwei, quite unceremoniously, climbed onto Big Brother Li Qing's back. Mrs. Huang held her uninjured left hand and walked in front of her. She looked back at Jiang Mohan, who was staggering, and said to the lockhead little spoon, "Please help Aunt Feng support the young scholar." "I caused this." "No. I volunteered to save the girl I like." Jiang Mohan insisted passionately, beginning to declare his loyalty. Mrs. Feng was both surprised and happy. Wow. Today's fall wasn't in vain. Hana, this stubborn boy, finally understood. I imagine a touching scene of a young couple crying and promising to stay together through life and death. Lin Weiwei, exhausted and in pain, leaned on Li Qing's back, envying the delicate heroines in TV dramas who faint easily. She didn't hear what the young scholar was saying clearly. Mrs. Huang was worried about her daughter's injury. When she heard the word volunteer, she thanked Mrs. Feng. If it weren't for Hana, this brave girl might have caused more trouble. Hana is calm and sensible. Please watch over Weiwei more in the future. Mrs. Feng's mouth couldn't close from smiling so happily, like a blooming flower. Family doesn't need to say much. It's what family does, what family does. Little Spoon opened his mouth in shock and disbelief. What? Jiang Tongsheng just said he likes Lin's second girl? That's impossible. They're not even from the same world. Mom is still hesitating whether to go to Jiang's house to propose marriage for her brother. Did someone beat her to it? Request failed. I'll stay here and watch. I don't trust leaving you alone. Jiang and Mohan sat there, and Mrs. Foam couldn't even pull him away. Mrs. Foam pointed at his forehead with her finger. Even if our families haven't agreed on marriage, even if they have, in this situation, you should avoid it. Then she gave Lin Weiwei a meaningful look. Lin Weiwei understood instantly, pouting unhappily. Young scholar, you'd better go out quickly. I don't want you to see my ugly wound. It might ruin your impression of me. You look so silly drooling. I've seen it before. What impression? Do you even have an impression? Jiang and Mohan said reluctantly, in a bad mood. Lin Weiwei grabbed an object from the bed and angrily threw it at him. Get lost. I don't want to see you. Don't stand here. It's affecting the injured's mood. Jiang and Mohan caught the object with one hand. Turns out it was a man's shoe insole. The sun was rising from the west. The brat was embroidering insoles. The stitches were large and sparse, and it seemed they would fall apart after just a few uses. I was annoyed but honestly kept the shoe insert close to my chest. This was the first embroidery the naughty girl had ever done, and it could only be for him. Jiang and Mohan was pushed out by Madame Foam. Dr. Liang smiled and said, "Oh, looks like your families are about to have good news?" Madame Feng's face bloomed with a smile like a flower. Yes. Once the date is set, invite Dr. Liang over for drinks. Could you be a matchmaker for the young ones? When noble families marry, they usually ask respected people to be matchmakers. The more important the person, the more they show how much they value the bride. Dr. Liang's reputation in 10 Miles Valley was greater than the old village chief's. If he agreed, both families would look good. Glad to do it. Dr. Liang untied the cloth wrapped around Lin Weiwei's hand. Seeing her injuries, many scars, 2 nails missing, some wounds deep enough to see bone, he frowned. What happened to your hand? While cleaning the wounds, Lin Weiwei grimaced in pain, tears almost falling. Could she have had some pain relief? At that moment, it was urgent. 2 lives depended on her, so she grabbed whatever she could. She didn't feel the pain then, but now. It was terrible. Huang was also crying nearby, asking repeatedly, Dr. Liang, Weiwei's injuries are so serious. Will it affect her hand movement? After cleaning her wounds, Dr. Liang rebandaged her hand and said, It's fine. No bones or tendons were hurt, just some surface injuries. Lin Weiwei pretended to be strong. Mother, don't cry. Seeing you cry makes me want to cry too. Look, I've started crying. All because of you. Huang hurriedly wiped her tears with a handkerchief and gave her a soft glare. How did you promise me when you went up the mountain? I didn't go to places with many wild animals, Lin Weiwei replied stubbornly. Such dangerous cliffs? You dared to go near? You almost lost your life, and you also endangered honor. If you hadn't grabbed that dead tree, or found a foothold on the cliff, and if we hadn't found you in time. Huang's voice trailed off, trembling with fear. Oh. Lin Weiwei's ears were almost sore from all the scolding. She quickly pretended to be weak. It hurts so much. Dr. Liang, do you have any pills that stop the pain immediately? Or some kind of sleeping potion? If I fainted, I wouldn't feel the pain. Dr. Liang pulled a small branch from her arm and blew on his beard. No. I am a proper doctor, not someone who uses shady medicines. The medicine that makes the pain go away immediately. You really dare to think of that? After treating the small stones and with splinters on Lin Weiwei's arm, half an hour had passed. Lin Weiwei was sweating from the pain, wishing she could faint right now. Fortunately, her arm was only superficial injuries. With 10 days or half a month of rest, she would be back to her strong, brave self. After sending Dr. Liang away, Lin Weiwei, with her arm wrapped like a mummy, glared fiercely at Jiang Mohan, who was bringing over the herbal medicine. Young scholar, honestly, I don't really need to take this medicine. A good sleep, and I'll be jumping around again tomorrow. No. The medicine prescribed by Dr. Liang must be finished. Will you drink it yourself, or do you want me to feed you? Jiang Mohan was stern and unkind, showing no mercy. Lin Weiwei grinned mischievously and teased the young scholar. Feed me with your mouth? Without hesitation, Jiang Mohan, using his uninjured hand, brought the bowl of medicine close to his mouth. Lin Weiwei was startled and lunged forward to the bowl, quickly gulping the medicine down, grimacing in discomfort. I was joking. Young scholar, you've really toughened up. You should thank me. Very soon, you'll be my fiancé. What's wrong with feeding you medicine? Jiang Mohan's tone was as if they were old married partners. Suddenly, the young scholar seemed to have unlocked some secret, turning the teasing around. This was unbelievable. Just joking between us. Old monsters in our 50s or 60s, who's afraid of a little chick like you? Bring it on. Not fun. Lin Weiwei still missed the innocent young scholar who would get angry at her teasing. Jiang Mohan stuffed a piece of dried fruit into her mouth. Lin Weiwei pouted and said, "My mouth tastes bland. I want something spicy." Jiang Mohan hardened his heart and rejected her request. The doctor said no spicy food. Lin Weiwei pouted again and started worrying about other things. Who's cooking tonight? Not Lin Danny, right? I'm afraid if I eat her porridge, I won't see tomorrow's sun. Then you'll just go hungry. What's wrong with the porridge I cook? I can still add medicine to it. Lin Danny entered the room, hearing her words, and almost threw her bowl of porridge at her face. Jiang Mohan placed the small table beside her, took the bowl of porridge, and set it on the table. He picked up a spoon, scooped some vegetable and lean meat porridge, blew on it, and tasted it. It's not burnt and it tastes okay. It must be cooked by An Huang. After saying that, he fed a spoonful of porridge to Lin Weiwei. She stared at the spoon for a long time before softly saying, "This spoon. You just used it." Used it? So what? Do you dislike me? Jiang Mohan's face changed color. If she really dared to say she disliked him, he would definitely splash porridge on her face. Lin Weiwei, with a shy smile, said, "No, if I use the spoon you've used again, doesn't that mean we're indirectly kissing? That's a bit too much, right? Too fast." Before she finished speaking, she saw the young scholar's face rapidly enlarge, and the warmth from his lips was gone in an instant.
What?
What's happening?
She
was actually kissed by the young scholar.
Now.
Can you honestly eat your porridge? Amid their surprised expressions, Jiang Mohan scooped a spoonful of porridge into Lin Weiwei's mouth. Lin Weiwei choked and coughed violently. Jiang Mohan brought a cup of warm water to her lips. Focus on eating, don't think about other things.
No.
Young scholar, you wouldn't be possessed by some mountain spirit or wild creature, would you? Lin Weiwei drank the water quickly, suppressing her cough. Her mouth was still a bit dry. Oh dear, she had just kissed a handsome young man who looked like a star in a TV drama. Truly blessed by heaven. She regretted not taking the chance to kiss him back just now. Jiang Mohan replied naturally, "Kissing your fiancé once. What's wrong with that? Is it illegal?" Looking closely, a faint blush spread from his ears. "It's not illegal, but did you get my permission?" Lin Weiwei chewed her lip, as if reminiscing or regretting.
You
didn't agree? Jiang Mohan looked unhappy, his handsome eyes full of a threatening look. Try saying you don't agree, and see what happens. Lin Weiwei poked his chubby little face and said with a smile, "If I agree or not, just ask again, and you'll find out."
No asking.
Jiang Mohan refused to be tricked by her. Just ask. Lin Weiwei twisted her body, acting cute. Big sister Lin couldn't take it anymore. She rubbed her arms and shivered. "I'll come clean the dishes later." Before she finished, she had already run off like she was escaping. Jiang Mohan looked at the porridge cooling down and smiled slightly. "You just sit quietly and finish your porridge. I'll give you what you want as a reward." Hearing this, Lin Weiwei snatched the spoon from his hand, using her uninjured hand to desperately shovel the porridge into her mouth. Luckily, it wasn't hot anymore, this bratty girl. All done.
Come on.
Lin Weiwei pouted her lips into a duck bill and closed her eyes, waiting for her reward. Jiang Mohan moved the small table onto the ground and helped her lie down on the bed. Lin Weiwei was so excited inside. Is this young scholar planning to get on the train first and buy a ticket later? Not feeling very well? I still have a baby to take care of. Jiang and Mohan gently covered her with a thin blanket, noticing her gentle expression, and tapped her forehead lightly. What are you thinking? Right now, you need rest.
Sleep now.
You're so stubborn. Just now. You clearly said you'd reward me with what I want most, not what I need most. Stop playing word games with me. Lin Weiwei angrily tapped the edge of the bed. Ah. She hit her injured hand, which hurt so much. Jiang and Mo Han frowned and carefully held her injured hand, examining the wound to see if it had split open. How could you be so careless? If you do this again, I'll be angry. It's because you broke your promise first. Lin Weiwei looked at him with a look of complaint, her big eyes full of grievance.
Igjen må han si helt plutselig.
All right, tell me what you want. I want you
To sleep with me.
Lin Weiwei patted the inside of the bed, teasingly. Let's see if you dare. Suddenly, a bowl filled with honey water dropped from Huang's hand and shattered on the ground. Huang stood there in shock, staring at her daughter with wide eyes. Mom, I was just joking with the young scholar. Lin Weiwei felt embarrassed. It was like a middle school student caught dating by their parents, looking helpless. Jiang and Mo Han's ears turned even redder. He masked his embarrassment with a blank face, bent down to pick up the broken porcelain bowl, and hurriedly pushed the door open to leave. Huang sat beside her daughter's bed, looking at her hesitantly. Lin Weiwei didn't know what to say, just chuckled foolishly. Huang sighed and finally prepared her words. Xiaowei, Aunt Feng said she'll come to propose marriage in a few days. My idea is to settle you two first, and then get married in a couple of years. What do you think?
Me?
I think that's pretty good. I want to stay at home with Mom a few more years. Lin Weiwei nodded seriously. Marriage? She's not in a hurry, really. Huang added, after the engagement, you shouldn't get too close. Honor is going to take the imperial exam and become an official someday. You can't leave any stains or cause trouble. I understand. I'll keep a good distance in the future. Whatever I did before, I'll do the same now. Huang hesitated, wanting to say more. Your attitude towards him before was too familiar and casual. But the two kids had always been like that, and suddenly ignoring each other might hurt their relationship before marriage.
Sigh.
Raising children for 100 years brings 99 worries. Worrying that they might get too close and cause trouble, or that they might drift apart and become strangers in the future. Fine, whatever happens, happens. At worst, she can keep a closer eye on Lady Feng. Mother, pinch me. Lin Weiwei suddenly hides under the quilt, giggling secretly. Mrs. Huang looks at her with confusion and touches her forehead. Is this silly girl not having a fever? Why ask for such a strange thing? It feels like a dream. Lin Weiwei looks dazed. Mother, you see, the young scholar is so handsome, even his teacher praises him. Such an extraordinary person. Why would he like me? Isn't this like a flower placed somewhere inappropriate? Silly girl, how can you talk about yourself like that? Honor is very talented, and our little Wei is also good. Otherwise, why would he only like our girl among so many in the village? Her own daughter is good in every way. Mrs. Huang thinks her second daughter is capable and brave. Which other family's child could turn a poor home into what it is now in just half a year? Lin Weiwei worries and says, Mother, do you think the young scholar might have made this decision impulsively today? What if he changes his mind tomorrow? When Dr. Liang was here earlier, they should have fixed the marriage already. Mrs. Huang laughs and pats her head. If Honor really has a fickle nature, no matter how talented he is, we can't accept him. Go to bed early and stop overthinking. Yes. Stay calm. Don't let beauty blind you. If the young scholar dares to regret tomorrow, I'll send him back to the neighbor's house and never let him step into the Lin family's door again. The delicious food I made, even if fed to a dog, he won't get a bite. Lin Weiwei slowly closes her eyes. Worried she might be thirsty or need to go to the toilet at night, Mrs. Huang stays by her side to rest. She has a peaceful night without dreams. Early the next morning, Lin Weiwei hears the lively reading voice in the yard, rubs her eyes, and gets up. When she opens the door, the sun is almost at its highest point. Haha, second sister is such a lazybones. Only got up when the sun was already shining on her backside. Little heir, who is reading with her brother, puts down his book. This brat is bold enough to tease her. Lin Weiwei walks over, grabs him, and swings him around twice. Under the quiet persimmon tree, Jiang Mohan, who is reading, puts down his book and walks over quickly, catching little air and glaring at her with wide eyes. Be careful not to hurt your wound.